As Lin Mo entered, he was greeted by the sight of Chang Wei's hand firmly resting upon the goddess's alluring posterior. Chang Wei, abruptly transported to the world of Harry Potter, liberated himself entirely from the constraints of reality. In Jammu Sea, friendships were formed with playful gestures, and the art of artificial respiration was employed to soothe female classmates. All while greeting others with an untraceable finesse. A time traveler, he embraced a philosophy of audacious ambition and daring action. Chapter 1. What are you doing, Chang Wei? In the early hours of the morning, within the conference room of the microtechnology building in Haicheng, the exquisitely made-up and innocent-looking secretary, Lin Wei, languidly reclined in her boss's office chair, her bosom spilling forth a subtle yet enticing cleavage. Dressed in a form-fitting, deep blue dress that accentuated her curves, her skin appeared even more radiant. Her long, shapely legs, encased in stockings, exuded an irresistible allure that rendered Chang Wei unable to look away. With a playful nibble on her lower lip, she cast a half-witted glance at Chang Wei, her expression oscillating between a flirtatious smile and a provocative challenge. Brother Chang Wei, are you really going to stare at me like that? Are you not afraid of what others might say? At this rate, CEO Li might think you're attempting to flirt and might just dismiss someone. Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with the gentle lilt of a southern belle, each note tinged with an intoxicating tease that stirred longing within. Chang Wei's gaze burned with an insatiable hunger. Growing ever more brazen, he casually propped his legs atop the conference table, fingers interlocked behind his head, his grin reflecting a carefree audacity as if he were destined to stir trouble. Oh, little sister, you know I have a penchant for this. Li the Fat just returned from Europe with his tigress, and yet you choose to dress like this for work? Lin Wei giggled. You're insulting CEO Li again. And who are you calling your sister? Little Chang Wei, you ought to call me sister. Ha, are you reluctant for me to mock your benefactor? Chang Wei retorted with mock seriousness. Dressed like that, who among the executives could withstand the temptation? Huh. Lin Wei reveled in the banter, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her large, glistening eyes rolling at Chang Wei. Humph. Feigning annoyance, she scrunched her nose and let out a light huff. With her delicate, pale hand, she grasped a glass of juice from the table, biting the straw and sipping slowly, deliberately ignoring Chang Wei. Oh, such a proud little thing. Chang Wei withdrew his legs from the table and sauntered over to Lin Wei's desk, leaning casually against it. With his left hand supporting himself on the table, he leaned forward, raising his right hand, his fingers mimicking the legs of a tiny figure as they trudged across the tabletop. Towards Lin Wei's hand, leaping on her wrist and scampering up her arm. His fingers moved deliberately slowly, as if to provoke her patience. The tingling sensation on her arm made Lin Wei's cheeks flush, her breath hitching ever so slightly. Finally reaching her shoulder, Chang Wei grinned mischievously, scratching her chin like a playful kitten and pinching her rosy cheek in a tone that was both light and suggestive. He remarked, you put on a bit of weight. He burst into laughter. Lin Wei pursed her lips, swatting Chang Wei's mischievous hand away. I have not. She rose, feigning indignation, and took her empty glass to rinse. As she passed Chang Wei, she suddenly turned her head and flicked her hair, the strands brushing against his face, before laughing and attempting to make her escape. Without hesitation, Chang Wei delivered a swift slap to Lin Wei's pert backside. Smack. It wasn't painful, but it was a sharp, resounding sound. You. Lin Wei began to protest. Crash. The frosted glass door was flung open with force. Carrying breakfast, the hefty Chinamo stood at the entrance to the conference room, momentarily stunned. Lin Wei's astonished expression, coupled with Chang Wei's hands still resting on her behind, echoed in the A-I-R-T that moment. Chang Wei's fingers inadvertently squeezed Lin Wei's elastic backside. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to crystallize instantaneously. Chun Mo, with greasy hair plastered to his forehead and a grotesquely contorted face flushed a terrifying shade of crimson, was filled with an almost mad jealousy and rage. Chang Wei, you bastard! He hurled his breakfast onto the floor, the red bean porridge exploding upon impact, splattering everywhere. Seizing the crystal ashtray from the reception table, he charged at Chang Wei. The crystal ashtray whistled through the air with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Chang Wei's head. The speed and precision were such that even the most adept could scarcely react in time. Unsurprisingly, Chang Wei collapsed heavily onto the ground. Blood flowed from his temple, spreading across the floor. Chun Mo's shrill, frenzied voice scraped against Chang Wei's ringing eardrums. By what right? Huh? By what right? I chased her like a dog for 3 years. 3 years. Every day, I brought her breakfast, drove an extra hour out of my way to take her home after work, gave her a supplementary card. And what did you do? What have you Chang Wei done for her? Aside from that pretty face, what else is there? Chang Wei attempted to smirk, to unveil a mocking, carefree smile, but a thick metallic taste flooded his throat, forcing a violent cough as blood-tinged foam spilled from his lips. His handsome visage was merely a superficial trait. He stood tall, at over 6 feet, with a body sculpted through years of dedicated fitness. His flirtation with Lin Wei, the little green tea, was indeed real, including the stocking she wore today, which he had bought for her. Not for any other reason, but simply because he enjoyed it. He loved to see and touch. Lin Wei was the lover of CEO Li, a fact known to only a few. Thus, he had always approached it with a physical rather than emotional investment. Never intending to take it seriously, he never anticipated that their flirtation would incite the ire of the lovesick dog, leading to his own demise. Chang Wei. Lin Wei's fearful exclamation pierced his ears, her sorrow a mix of sincerity and pretense. In the final moments of fading consciousness, he thought of the jet-black, smooth-scaled snake he kept in his apartment, named Venom after his affection for Marvel movies. The little creature would now be coiled on its heating pad, with no one to feed it. That was his sole concern compared to the insincere individual surrounding him. He held more regard for that cold-blooded creature that never concealed its desires approaching.
When it liked and attacking when detested. Simple, direct, how splendid! Darkness, thick and icy like a treacherous tide, engulfed him, swallowing Chen Mo's hysterical wails, Lin Wei's cries, and the last remnants of Chang Wei's consciousness.
Thunderous roars reverberated, forcibly invading his muddled awareness. He yearned to inhale, but icy liquid choked him, burning his throat and lungs, compelling him to curl up instinctively, only to find himself ensnared by an unexplainable force, rendering him immobile. Push. Lady Kerrion, we're almost there. Just one more push. A woman's voice, sharp and infused with a faint British accent, pierced through the cacophony of thunder, reaching his ears. God bless. I see the head. Quickly, give me clean linen. Another, slightly older woman's voice urged anxiously. Something was amiss, extremely amiss. Chang Wei felt an irresistible force propelling him forward, then suddenly releasing him, the frigid air enveloping his small form, causing him to shudder violently. He sensed himself being hoisted by large hands, his legs dangling in the air, viscous liquid oozing from his mouth and nose, dripping down, causing him great discomfort. Chapter 2, He Has a Little One. Snap, snap, snap. A large hand lightly but firmly patted Chang Wei's back. Agonizing pain erupted from his lungs, as air rudely surged in, expanding the delicate organs he had never before utilized. He involuntarily opened his mouth, emitting a loud and high-pitched wail that momentarily stunned even himself. He has a little one. He is a boy. A healthy boy. The sharp female voice brimmed with joy. Congratulations, Mr. Kerrion. You have a young master. A warm towel wiped away the mucus from Chang Wei's body, intensifying the chill in the air, struggling against the weight of his eyelids, which felt as if they bore 1,000 pounds. He endeavored to discern his surroundings, but his vision remained a blur, allowing him only to faintly distinguish a swaying brass chandelier overhead, casting a dim, mottled halo of light. Outside, torrential rain lashed against the glass, and a stark white lightning bolt suddenly cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the room in an instant. The walls were adorned with faded, dark wallpaper, the carpet worn and discolored, and on a bed intricately carved from wood, a woman donned in a coarse apron, her expression taut with anxiety, was gently wrapping him in cloth. At the bedside stood a man, his golden hair dampened by the rain, strands clinging to his forehead, clad in a suit. His silver pocket watch chain trembling incessantly in his quivering fingers. Let me see him. The man's voice, tinged with a suppressed excitement, trembled as he cautiously extended his hand. Chang Wei wished to raise his hand, but was met with an unprecedented weight and helplessness. He strained to focus his blurred vision, catching sight of a pair of wrinkled, pink little claws that instinctively curled slightly, appearing extraordinarily fragile under the dim light. This is not my hand. A chilling panic surged up his spine, far more piercing than the void brought by death. He yearned to voice his questions, yet his throat felt constricted, ultimately producing only a faint, helpless infant's cry, barely audible amidst the thunderstorm. He is truly beautiful. Marcus, look at his eyes, how bright. A woman's voice, exceedingly weak yet imbued with tenderness, emanated from the bed. Her breath labored and hoarse, tinged with the exhaustion unique to childbirth. The man, Marcus Kerrion, held the swaddled infant with arms taut with muscle, making his movements somewhat awkward, as if cradling an exquisite yet fragile artifact. He carefully adjusted his grip, turning towards his wife on the bed, his voice deep and gentle, nearly melting into the damp air. Sarah, You have endured so much. Shall we name him Stav? Stav Kerrion? God will bless our child, the woman murmured softly. Boom! At that moment, another stark white lightning bolt rent the heavens, the sudden brilliance illuminating the entire room. In that fleeting flash, Chang Wei distinctly beheld Marcus's deep-set features and the pale, yet radiant face of the Asian woman, Sarah, glowing with happiness. Chang Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. The breath of death he had just recently experienced was still faintly palpable. However, at this moment, the vintage decor of the room was permeated by the tumult of a torrential storm, accompanied by the thunderous roar of nature. In this setting, a pair of powerless, uncontrolled infant hands grasped at the air, while two strangers, a man and a woman, gazed at him with expressions filled with affection. All the absurd and illogical fragments swirled chaotically in his mind, colliding until, with a resounding crash, they coalesced into an extraordinary yet singularly rational truth. He was dead. Yet, he was alive again, in a manner he had never envisioned, in a time and place utterly foreign to him. He had been reborn. As he continued to grow, Chang Wei, or now known as Stav Kerrion, frequently encountered peculiar occurrences that hinted at something amiss. He constantly felt a searing heat within his body, accompanied by a prickling sensation on his skin. However, during the first 2 years of his life, he was too young to comprehend or articulate his discomfort, merely emitting incoherent babbles even when engulfed by the burning sensation. His parents assumed he was hungry or in need of companionship. Each time, Sarah would tenderly smile, lifting him into her arms to nurse him. Stav could only endure this humiliation with tears welling in his eyes. Gradually, these inexplicable events multiplied. When he cried out in hunger, the soft mattress of the crib he lay upon would reveal charred burn marks, as if it had been licked by invisible flames. On one occasion, as he lay on the couch, gazing at his mother Sarah preparing bread, the oven inexplicably overloaded, emitting a buzzing sound before erupting in sparks, instantly charring the buttered bread into a block of carbon. What startled him most was when, out of sheer boredom, he fixated on the chandelier above. Without warning, a light bulb shattered, arcs of electricity crackling from the metal connections. A flash of electricity swept across, instantly scorching the head of a plush teddy bear perched atop the bookshelf. The teddy bear, now emitting a pungent, burnt odor, tumbled to the floor, releasing thick clouds of smoke. Sarah picked up the bear from the living room floor, dusting it off, her brow furrowed in confusion. How did this teddy bear get burnt? She called out to her husband Marcus, who was busy cleaning the oven in the kitchen. Did the oven burn something again? Is it broken? Stav clutched the charred teddy bear, his innocent facade masking the cold sweat pooling in his palms. The strange occurrences surrounding him were no mere coincidence. They likely signified an innate gift imbued with a destructive essence. This home provided him warmth, yet the fiery and electrifying phenomena felt like hidden landmines beneath his feet, igniting a continuous fear within him. Stav began to cautiously observe and attempt to control this burgeoning power. At the age of 4, his mother occasionally took him downstairs to bask in the sunlight of the small garden. When he became distracted watching ants relocate, the stone slab beneath his feet emitted a hissing sound, releasing white smoke as several ants were instantaneously roasted. Even when he blew on a dandelion, a flicker of dark red electricity danced from his mouth, incinerating the fluffy seeds into charred remnants. Stav, how did you burn the grass? Sarah paused, camera in hand, capturing the image of Stav squatting by the flower bed, where a small patch of earth was visibly scorched. He lowered his head, gently scraping the yellowed grass with his toes, and murmured, perhaps it was the sun. Although Sarah was puzzled, she dismissed it as mere childish mischief, a refusal to admit to playing with fire. Stav stared intently at his fingertips, contemplating the power he possessed. Chapter 3. A dog unleashed is a lack of virtue. In search of a space to further explore his unique abilities, Stav, unnoticed by his mother, ventured into an uninhabited apartment garden to experiment with his extraordinary powers. He opened his palm, and a faint red electric current danced at his fingertips, crackling with energy. If he continued like this for a few more years, wouldn't he become a thunderbolt? Ha ha ha, ladies, your shadow lord has arrived. Stav let out a wild cackle, though coming from the mouth of a mere 4-year-old. It felt rather incongruous. However, before the ladies could respond, a massive canine head slowly emerged from around the corner, an enormous Great Dane weighing no less than 150 pounds. It gazed down at Stav, frothing at the mouth, drool dripping onto the grass below. The wicked grin on Stav's face gradually morphed into a grimace. Oh no, a Great Dane? He thought to retreat, but his little legs were already trembling, his backward steps resembling a clumsy cha-cha. A single bite from that creature could leave him bruised and battered. The Great Dane seemed to revel in the fear reflected in his eyes, its gaze glimmering with mockery. Suddenly, Staff swung his fist, landing a solid blow on the dog's nose, which left the Great Dane momentarily stunned. How could this human child dare to strike him? In a panic, Staff bolted, his short legs propelling him away in a frantic escape. Even if he were to meet his demise today, at least he could depart with some semblance of dignity, having landed a punch on that foolish dog. The dog's coarse breaths and low growls grew ever closer, its powerful limbs churning the ground into a frenzy, ravaging the grass beyond recognition. Staff could almost smell the foul stench emanating from the Great Dane's mouth. Such a formidable beast would be difficult to deter, even for an adult. It seemed he was destined for disaster today. Despair and terror intertwined his heart, and he could only wish for something to halt the beast's pursuit, granting him a chance to escape. At last, his left foot stumbled over his right, and he fell to the ground, face first. He braced for the pain of the dog's teeth tearing into him, but it never came. Instead, a piteous howl echoed behind him. The firestorm soon extinguished, leaving behind charred patches on the grass, while the Great Dane had vanished without a trace. His parents, noticing his pallor, which suggested he had experienced a profound fright, could not elicit the cause from him and took him to see a doctor. After a lengthy examination, the physician found no issues, declaring the child to be in perfect health. Sarah questioned this outcome, recounting the bizarre events at home, while the doctor suggested that perhaps the child was simply too energetic and had been secretly playing with fire. Our son seems to be rather different. One night, Marcus gazed at yet another shattered light bulb, his voice heavy with concern. Sarah cradled Staff in her embrace, her fingertips tracing a peculiar focal point on his nightgown as she whispered softly, "No matter who he is our treasure." Staff leaned against his mother's warmth, yet within him, a growing sense of dread brewed. He feared that this burgeoning power might spiral out of control, endangering them. As he matured, the destructive nature of his abilities became increasingly evident. Occasionally, while watching touching scenes on television, his heart would ache, and suddenly, the chandelier in the living room would explode, shards of glass scattering across the floor. More terrifying still was the time he glared at the gardenia on the balcony in a fit of anger, only for the pot to emit smoke. The entire plant and its soil instantaneously reduced to char. An electrician was summoned, declaring the wiring intact, attributing the incident to unexplained static or short circuit. Sarah tightened her hold on Staff, admonishing him gently, "Please, don't stare at things with anger anymore, all right?" Staff nodded, clenching his fists. He had to learn to master this uncanny force. Until that fateful night, the sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the tranquility of the night, accompanied by the crackling of electric currents. Staff jolted awake, witnessing the window pane by his bed completely shattered, as if defying gravity, suspended in midair. Surrounding the flying shards were tiny arcs of electricity, some fragments even heated to the point of emitting wisps of smoke. "Staff!" Sarah's voice, tinged with panic, rushed in. Upon seeing the shattered glass strewn about and the levitating, sparking fragments, her legs weakened, almost causing her to collapse. "Marcus, quick!" Staff remained frozen in bed, chilled to the bone. For 6 years, he had endeavored to masquerade as an ordinary child, yet tonight, this force was laid bare. His father, Marcus, burst in wielding a lamp, illuminating the jagged hole in the window, revealing that the glass had exploded from within, edges still bearing traces of melting. Staff shut his eyes, striving to regain composure. As he took deep breaths, gradually suppressing the panic within, the levitating shards suddenly lost their electric support, crashing to the ground with a clatter. Witnessing the escalating damage he had wrought, Staff understood he must learn to control it. If he failed to rein in his abilities, calamity was inevitable. Perhaps a sudden inferno could obliterate everything he held dear, even his very life. From that moment forth, he devoted himself to mastering his emotions. Each night, he lay in bed, employing the rationality of adulthood to repeatedly remind himself to remain calm, feeling the ember of an inferno within his chest, learning to suppress it bit by bit. The frequency of electrical malfunctions diminished, and the inexplicable burn marks gradually faded. He finally managed to restrain this voracious beast that sought to consume everything. However, at the age of 10, a stormy autumn night became the turning point that shattered their tranquil existence. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning coiling through the sky like a silver serpent, thunder resonating painfully in his ears. Staff's unease intensified, the fire within his chest beginning to seethe. As he rounded the corner, a bolt of blinding white lightning, thick as a bowl, ripped through the sky, aimed directly at him. In that critical moment, a singular, terror-stricken thought raced through his mind. No. The ground trembled with a deafening roar, and amidst the blinding white light, Stav felt the flames within his chest erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 4. The Tenacious Owl. He was not struck directly by the lightning. Instead, a robust, dark crimson bolt surged forth from him, charging towards the incoming flash. The two arcs of electricity intertwined, releasing an even more dazzling radiance. The shockwave toppled Marcus to the ground, the ribs of his umbrella instantly charred and distorted by the electric current. Stav stood there, his body tingling with numbness, his hair standing on end, and his clothing singed and tattered by the lightning's wrath. Miraculously, apart from his face being smeared with soot, his skin bore no burns. Looking down at his hands, he noticed flickering red tendrils of electricity dancing at his fingertips, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred material. Stav! Marcus scrambled over, enveloping him in a frantic embrace, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Are you all right? Do you feel anything? He examined his son thoroughly, and aside from the torn clothing, Stav appeared unharmed. Dad, I'm fine. Stav replied, his voice hoarse, still tinged with the lingering numbness of the electric current. Upon returning home, Sarah was horrified at the sight of her son in tatters and Marcus's pale face. Bursting into tears at once, she removed the ancestral silver amulet from around her neck, trembling as she fastened it around Stav's neck. Wearing this will surely keep you safe. Stav touched the amulet, feeling the searing energy within him still roiling. He understood that this was no coincidence. The power within him was awakening, brimming with apocalyptic potential. The shattered light bulbs, the scorched grass, and the fierce crimson lightning battling the storm all whispered a harsh truth about how extraordinary and perilous his abilities were. The candlelight of his 11th birthday flickered in the living room, casting the shadow of Stav Kerrion upon the wall, swaying gently with the flames. His mother, Sarah, smiled warmly as she brought forth a freshly baked cream cake. Let us celebrate our little Stav, who has grown into a big boy. She beamed, placing the cake in the center of the dining table. Marcus was attentively fastening an apron adorned with teddy bears around his son, ruffling Stav's dark hair with his large, warm, and rough hands. Outside, the torrential rain pounded against the glass, drenching autumnal London. Yet, inside the quaint two-story abode, an atmosphere of warmth enveloped them. The aroma of roasted potatoes and tomato soup wafted through the air, while cheerful nursery rhymes flowed from the speakers. Over the course of 10 years, Stav had seamlessly integrated into the life of the Kerrion family. The comforting touch of Marcus's broad hands, the gentle embrace of Sarah, and the everyday warmth of their home instilled in him a profound sense of belonging as a reincarnated soul. Make a wish, my little darling, Sarah crouched down, tenderly kissing his forehead. Stav slowly closed his eyes, having come to terms with his rebirth in this foreign land, gradually mastering the sporadic superpowers that accompanied him. The household appliances no longer spiraled into inexplicable chaos, bulbs ceased to shatter unexpectedly, and even the curtains were free of charred holes. This newfound control brought him immense peace. Just as he extinguished the candles, a loud thud resonated from the windowsill, as if a heavy object had violently collided with the glass. The three individuals simultaneously looked up to behold a large brown owl, its wings nearly a meter wide, awkwardly clinging to the windowsill, flapping its wings to maintain balance and prevent itself from falling. Its amber eyes glimmered with an unusual light in the dimness, and its sharp talons scraped against the glass, producing a jarring sound. "Oh my God," Sarah exclaimed, instinctively pulling Stav behind her. Marcus immediately rose, his brow furrowed as he approached the balcony. "It's an owl, but I've never seen one this large. Be careful." He deftly secured all the windows. Unable to enter the room, the owl began to peck at the glass with its hard beak, the sound starkly clear amidst the rain. Stav's heart inexplicably raced. This owl was extraordinary. Its eyes possessed an intelligence unlike that of ordinary birds, as if it bore a specific purpose. Perhaps the torrential rain had disoriented it. Marcus attempted to remain composed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the owl. "Once the rain subsides, I will contact the Animal Protection Society to have them take it away." He drew the curtains, shutting out the owl's persistent gaze. That night, Stav's sleep was fitful. Outside, the muffled sound of wings beating against the glass echoed, and he dreamt of floating shards of glass and a warm protective barrier. Only this time, a massive owl stood outside the barrier, gently tapping its beak against the transparent wall. The following morning, the rain showed no signs of abating. Jess pulled back the curtains, astonished to find the brown owl still outside, preening its rain-soaked feathers. Upon noticing a presence, it perked up, once again scratching at the window frame, causing the glass to tremble violently. This is peculiar. Why wouldn't he leave? Marcus frowned as he dialed the Animal Protection Society, only to be informed that due to the inclement weather, assistance could not be dispatched immediately. Sarah, carrying breakfast, cast a worried glance outside. Could be carrying germs? Perhaps we should seal off the balcony. The owl, still unable to enter, grew increasingly aggressive, no longer content with pecking at the glass. It began to claw at the window lock and even ram its body against the glass. Yet Stav became increasingly convinced that the owl was drawn to him. Whenever he approached the balcony, the owl became particularly animated, and when he focused intently on it, the owl would quiet down, locking its amber eyes with his, as if conveying some profound message. Get out! Marcus hastily grabbed a broom, attempting to shoo it away, but was met with a gust from the owl's powerful wings that sent him stumbling back. The large bird circled the living room twice, knocking several glass cups off the table before landing on the sofa. Sarah clutched Stav tightly, her face pale with fear, noticing that the owl's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on her son. Stav, observing the owl perched on the armrest of the sofa, noticed a small envelope made of brown paper tied to its left foot. A surge of inexplicable courage welled within him. He gently pushed his mother's hand away, taking a couple of steps forward, whispering, "There's a letter on its leg. Mom, it isn't here to harm us. Stav, don't get close." Marcus was uneasy about his son approaching the majestic bird of prey. He hastily called out and reached out to stop him, only to see his son extend his hand first. Chapter 5. The Acceptance Letter. To everyone's astonishment, the owl, which had been flapping its wings with great ferocity just moments ago, now lowered its head in a gentle manner, extending the leg bound with a letter towards Stav, allowing him to untie the thin string. The moment the envelope was released, the owl seemed to have completed its mission, flapping its wings as it soared towards the broken window. After circling outside, its amber eyes cast a final glance at Stav before it plunged into the vast curtain of rain, vanishing into the night. The living room was in disarray, yet Stav's attention was wholly captured by the envelope in his hand. Crafted from thick parchment, it bore an inscription in emerald ink. To Stav Kerrion, Apartment 2. 7, Oak Street, East London. Marcus and Sarah leaned in, observing the peculiar script on the envelope. They exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. Who sent this letter? Is it some kind of prank? Marcus inquired, furrowing his brow as he reached for the envelope, only to have it firmly grasped by Stav. Taking a deep breath, Stav cautiously opened the envelope. Inside lay a folded piece of parchment, which, when unfurled, revealed elegantly penned emerald green letters. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Acceptance Letter. To Mr. Stav Kerrion, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term is set to commence on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Attached to the parchment was a detailed list outlining various items such as cauldrons, wands, owls, cats, and toads. The living room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of rain outside. Marcus and Sarah stared at the words School of Magic on the parchment, their faces etched with bewilderment and disbelief. Meanwhile, Stav's heart raced within his chest. A school of magic. Hogwarts. The floating glass, suspended by currents of electricity, the suddenly ignited walls of flame, the protective scarlet lightning. At that moment, all the disparate clues finally converged, revealing these phenomena as signs of a young wizard's awakening powers. He attempted to rationalize the situation, but could not overlook the precise address and the parchment's unusual texture. Sarah remained speechless, gazing into her son Stav's eyes, which sparkled with a fervent excitement she had never witnessed before. Suddenly, memories of all the peculiar occurrences over the years flooded her mind. Appliances that short-circuited on their own, singed clothing, and electrical shocks that left him unscathed in torrential rain. Events she had once attributed to mere luck now found a more plausible explanation. Gently brushing her fingers over the wax seal on the parchment, she felt her eyes misting with emotion. "I always knew our Stav was not an ordinary child," she said, looking down at him, her tone filled with affection. "My dear, do you wish to go to that world that belongs to you?" Stav nodded vigorously, his throat tight, rendered speechless. How could he not want to? In his previous life, he had often stayed up late, immersed in the enchanting world of Harry Potter, dreaming of stepping into that magical realm. Now, the opportunity lay before him. He could vividly envision himself wielding a wand, adorned in a wizard's robe, traversing the magnificent halls of Hogwarts. "Mom and Dad, this is not a prank." Stav raised his head, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement as he pointed to the words inscribed on the parchment. The magic written there might be the very reason for the peculiar phenomena occurring around him. He extended his left hand, finger splayed, concentrating intently on the shards of glass scattered upon the coffee table. To his astonishment, those shards began to tremble ever so slightly, and, before the astonished gaze of Marcus and Sarah, they slowly levitated into the air. Marcus, oblivious and never one to ponder deeply, took a step back and collided with the sofa. He stared at the glass fragments floating effortlessly, then glanced at his son's serene expression, feeling as though his decades of understanding the world had been violently shaken. Sarah covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, not out of fear, but rather from the realization that her son's uniqueness was no mere coincidence. He approached his parents, extending the Hogwarts acceptance letter. "Do you remember when I was struck by lightning yet remained unscathed? The magic spoken of here could be the very thing that protects me." Trembling, Marcus took the parchment, and upon his fingertips grazing its surface, he felt a faint warmth. Sarah leaned closer, joining her husband in scrutinizing the text. Upon reading about the Muggle Liaison Office, she inquired with confusion, "What does Muggle mean?" "It likely refers to ordinary people like us," Stav speculated aloud, though he had already formulated an answer in his heart. Outside, the torrential rain gradually diminished, and the moonlight seeped through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the scattered glass shards and the softly glowing parchment in the living room. Marcus gazed at the shattered window, inhaled deeply, and laid the parchment flat on the coffee table, fixing his earnest gaze upon his wife and staff. "Regardless of what this is, we must uncover the truth. If a magic school truly exists, we need to understand it. If it is a prank, we must discover who is orchestrating it." Though his voice still trembled, his eyes regained their composure. Sarah wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and clasped Staff's hand tightly. "No matter what you are our son. If this letter is genuine, we will accompany you to explore that world." Her gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if she had summoned immense courage. Staff nodded, feeling an unprecedented thrill within him. This acceptance letter from Hogwarts not only elucidated the confusion that had plagued him for 11 years, but also opened a portal to an entirely new world. Marcus found tape to temporarily seal the broken window, while Sarah busied herself with the scattered glass shards. Staff sat on the sofa, gripping the acceptance letter tightly, its green ink vividly discernible in the light. The living room gradually returned to a tranquil state, save for the steady ticking of the wall clock, marking the passage of this fateful rainy night. Outside the window in London, the persistent rhythm of rain continues, the gray, overcast sky resembling a damp, gray curtain, hanging low as if it were about to brush the tops of the chimneys. The restless heart of Staff stirs with impatience. Chapter 6, The Anticipated Visitor. The ordinary sounds of daily life cannot mask the increasingly loud, almost deafening beats resonating within him. Occasionally, when the doorbell rings, his heart involuntarily quickens. Is it the postman? The milkman? Mrs. Hutton from next door? Come to borrow some sugar? Or perhaps the visitor from that direction? Staff sits on the sofa near the window, absently fiddling with a set of intricate engineering blocks that Marcus had purchased for him, claiming they would enhance his cognitive abilities. He picks up a smooth blue plastic beam, attempting to fit it precisely into the groove of the base, but his trembling fingers cause him to misalign it. The weight of expectation gnaws at his spirit, and he forces himself to concentrate, pressing the plastic beam firmly into place. Yet where he grips it, the rigid edge of the plastic seems to soften slightly, warping, even emitting a faint, acrid scent of burning. Damn, just be patient a little longer. Yet the uncontrollable flame within his chest, oscillating between warmth and scorching heat, constantly reminds him that the magical world of Hogwarts is about to unfold. Will it be as resplendent and fantastical as the hazy memories of a past life? A realm filled with luminous spells? Or a harsh reality fraught with lurking dangers? He realizes that his former calmness and rationality are rendered utterly meaningless in the face of this prolonged wait. Sarah approaches, bearing a plate of freshly baked gingerbread men. Their peculiar shapes somewhat ask you. The rich, sweet aroma of butter and caramel momentarily dispels the faint scent of burnt plastic. She maintains a warm smile, though a trace of unshakable worry lurks in her eyes, her gaze subconsciously darting toward the lace-curtained window and the eerily quiet front door, as if some monster outside were poised to shatter their tranquil existence. "Would you like to try one, darling? Your father is attempting gingerbread men for the first time. Though they are, well, unique," she offers gently, extending the plate towards Staff. He picks up a gingerbread man whose arm seems on the verge of detaching from its body, a grimace on his face as he slowly brings it to his mouth. The cookie dissolves upon contact, its sweetness mingled with a hint of spicy ginger, soothing his taut nerves and alleviating his unease. Just then tap, tap, tap. Stav feels as though he's been struck by a faint electric current. The frantic beating of his heart compels him to look up abruptly, his brown eyes fixated on the wooden door. The plate Sarah holds clatters to the carpet. Her hand frozen midair, her complexion paling in an instant. Marcus, busy in the kitchen, emerges upon hearing the commotion, gripping a shiny stainless steel spatula. His expression resolute as he strides towards the door, as if the anticipated moment has finally arrived. Stav stood, unconsciously holding his breath, as the thunderous sound of his own blood coursed through his veins, his eardrums pounding against his skull. Marcus peered through the peephole for several seconds, a look of great astonishment and confusion sweeping across his face, causing his tension to slightly ease. After a moment's hesitation, he finally turned the doorknob, cracking the door open. Outside stood a tall, slender woman clad in an exquisitely tailored deep green robe, devoid of any unnecessary creases. Her gray-brown hair was meticulously gathered into a neat bun at the back of her head, and a pair of rectangular glasses perched on her nose, behind which her eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk. Her expression was grave, her stance upright, resembling a noble woman, exuding elegance tempered with authority. The raindrops did not touch her. Instead, they shattered and dispersed in the air, as if an invisible barrier surrounded her. "Good afternoon." Her voice was cool, imbued with an ancient Scottish accent. "I presume this is the home of the Carries? I am Minerva McGonagall." Marcus, taken aback by her imposing presence, instinctively opened the door wider, though his body remained partially blocking the entrance. "Igrigages, I am Marcus Carey. How may I assist you?" His voice was dry, and he swallowed hard. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over Marcus's shoulder, scanning the entire living room before finally settling on Stav, who was still gripping a half-eaten biscuit, his posture stiff. "I come from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she stated directly, her voice steady and imbued with an unusual, calming quality. "I believe we need to discuss the preparations for your son Stav's enrollment. May I come in to speak?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Marcus murmured, repeating the name as he scrutinized Professor McGonagall once more. Ultimately, he stepped aside to grant her passage. Of course, please enter." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly and entered the living room with a measured gait. Sarah instinctively took a small step back, nearly leaning against Marcus, her hand gripping his arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Stav set down the somewhat deformed biscuit, rising slowly with a stiff demeanor. He met Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze, his heart racing wildly in his chest like a runaway stallion, nearly bursting forth. Professor McGonagall did not seem surprised by the expressions of fear and concern etched on Marcus and Sarah's faces. Instead of approaching the sofa, she stood resolutely in the center of the room, her wrist flicking ever so slightly, from the depths of her sleeve emerging a slender, uniquely gleaming wand. A wand. Stav's eyes fixated on the slender piece of wood. With a casual gesture, Professor McGonagall pointed towards the gingerbread men scattered at Stav's feet. In a moment of silent wonder, a miracle occurred. The ceramic plate appeared to be lifted by an invisible hand, gracefully hovering several inches above the carpet. Chapter 7. Magic and the Tavern. The crooked, limbless, and incomplete gingerbread men emitted a series of delicate, yet distinctly audible crisp sounds as they automatically reset and healed themselves. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a dozen complete gingerbread figures, exuding an enticing aroma. Even the smiles crafted from icing upon their bodies became flawless, radiating an aura of blissful curvature. "Oh, my God!" Sarah instinctively clasped her mouth tightly, releasing an incredulous gasp as she beheld the unassuming stick in Professor McGonagall's hand, her lips trembling slightly. Marcus's reaction was even more visceral. His mouth fell agape, nearly dislocating his jaw. His gaze, as if magnetically drawn, remained fixated on the plate of cookies before abruptly darting back to Professor McGonagall. His eyes brimmed with profound astonishment, an expression of disbelief painting his features, as though he wished to articulate something, yet his throat felt constricted, allowing only meaningless gasps to escape. The world he had firmly believed in for decades, grounded in the laws of physics and logical reasoning, crumbled and shattered at that moment with the mere flick of a small wand, revealing a glimpse into the bizarre, extraordinary, yet undeniably real realm of magic. Stav's eyes seemed to ignite suddenly, bursting forth with an astonishing and fervent light, fixed intently, greedily, and almost obsessively on the small wand in Professor McGonagall's hand. It appeared to be the most enchanting, powerful creation in the universe, the key to all miracles. Magic, truly magic, silent incantations, perfect restoration. His heart screamed in exhilaration as the long-held aspirations and imaginings of magic from his past came vividly to life before his eyes. Hogwarts is a boarding school, and since you come from a Muggle family, my visit this time is to assist you in procuring all the necessary supplies for the upcoming school year. Marcus and Sarah exchanged glances, witnessing the remnants of shock reflected in each other's eyes. Yet they also saw the flame ignited in Stav's gaze, a brilliance they had never encountered before. We agree. Marcus inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. What do we need to do? Excellent. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow is the weekend. If it is convenient, I will arrive here at 9 o'clock in the morning to take you to the wizarding world for your purchases. You will need to prepare enough pounds to exchange for wizarding currency. Marcus nodded solemnly. All right, Professor. 9 o'clock tomorrow, we will be ready for you. Professor McGonagall nodded once more in acknowledgement. Then, I shall not impose further. Until tomorrow, Mr. Kerrion, madam. Her gaze lingered on Stav. Until tomorrow, Mr. Stav. Until tomorrow. Professor McGonagall. Stav's voice rang out with uncontainable joy, resounding with excitement. The door gently closed, muffling the sound of rain from outside once more. The living room fell into a brief silence. Marcus and Sarah stood rooted in place, as if still processing the astonishing revelations that had upended their understanding of the world within those fleeting minutes. Stav knew that a brand new, vast, and resplendent magical world was opening its doors to him. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, he would truly step into it. On Saturday morning, the sun shone brightly. A rare clear day indeed. Professor Minerva McGonagall arrived as scheduled, and Marcus had withdrawn a substantial amount of cash from the bank the previous night. Together, they made their way to an old commercial street in London. Professor McGonagall's tall figure led the way, her emerald green robes standing out starkly in the crowd, exuding an air of authority that drew curious glances from a few early risers. Stav's heart raced within his chest, a mix of trepidation and uncontainable excitement coursing through him. They followed the stern-faced professor through the commercial street and into increasingly narrow and ancient alleys. Are we nearly there? Marcus pressed down his hat, striving to keep pace with Professor McGonagall's brisk stride. The surrounding buildings transformed from bright glass storefronts into weathered stone structures, with fewer pedestrians around. The air grew cooler with the dampness, imbued with a sense of historical gravitas. Just ahead in that alleyway, the existence of the leaky cauldron was cloaked in protective magic, creating a perceptual barrier for muggles. Non-magical individuals who typically did not notice it and would subconsciously avoid that area. Muggles refer to ordinary people like us, right? Sarah softly reiterated. After the shocking scene from the previous night, the term felt less jarring, though it still carried an ineffable sense of alienation and novelty. Absolutely correct, Mrs. Kerrion. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, stopping in an inconspicuous corner and pointing to a particularly dark and narrow alleyway ahead. We have arrived. At the end of the alley stood an exceedingly unremarkable pub, its entrance adorned with a weathered wooden sign, the lettering faded and barely legible, seemingly inscribed in an archaic script that read leaky cauldron, its characters barely discernible in the dim light. The pub's windows were thickly coated with years of dust and grime, rendering the interior nearly invisible, save for a thin wisp of warm, fragrant smoke wafting from the crooked chimney, mingled with a faint scent of malt whiskey. This place? Marcus inquired, his tone tinged with unmistakable skepticism and a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. The alley appeared shabby, even somewhat dilapidated, its walls marred by stains and damp streaks. It bore no resemblance to the entrance he had envisioned leading to a wondrous realm, but rather resembled a forgotten corner of a slum. This is indeed the spot. Professor McGonagall approached the pub's entrance. The heavy wooden door, which seemed on the verge of falling apart, silently opened a crack as she drew near, as if acknowledging the identity of the visitor. Please wait here for a moment, she instructed before her figure vanished into the shadowy light beyond the door. Chapter 8. Entering Diagon Alley. A family of 3 stood in the chilly alley, faintly hearing the indistinct murmur of conversations from the bar, accompanied by the occasional clear clink of glasses. Time seemed to pass at an unusually slow pace. Before long, the heavy wooden door swung open once more, and Professor McGonagall gestured for them to enter. Marcus and Sarah exchanged glances, cautiously leading Stav into the dimly lit bar. An intricate and potent aroma enveloped them immediately, and it took the trio a few moments to adjust to the bar's subdued lighting. They curiously surveyed their surroundings. On the walls hung photographs where a bespectacled oddity winked at them, while a robed woman at the adjacent table ignited her drink, causing a phantom bird to rise from the flames. A brass liquor jug on the bar seemed to bounce slightly, filling a nearby empty glass with liquid. This enchanting spectacle made them feel as though they had stepped into a fairy tale. Although Sarah was nervous, she couldn't help but scan the room, observing the eclectic attire of the patrons. Some wore robes embroidered with stars, others donned feather-laden hats, and a few jingled with metallic adornments at their waists. She even noticed a young woman whose hair shifted from brown to pink, swaying gently as she laughed with a handsome man, momentarily lost in the sight. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall enter with three evidently muggle individuals, the bar's chatter diminished significantly, and several scrutinizing gazes fell upon them. The bar owner hastily emerged from behind the counter. "Welcome. Can I get you anything?" he inquired. "No need to trouble yourself, Tom. Thank you," Professor McGonagall interjected, her voice as crisp and efficient as ever. "They are merely passing through to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies for Mr. Stav Kerrion." She slightly shifted, bringing Staff to the forefront. Tom's gaze immediately focused on Staff, a flicker of understanding passing through his somewhat cloudy blue eyes. "Of course. I must recommend my butterbeer to them. The start of the Hogwarts term is always the most anticipated time of the year. Welcome, young man. I wish you a delightful shopping experience today." His attention then turned to Marcus and Sarah, nodding with a softened tone. "It's quite normal to be a bit surprised on your first visit. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall is the most reliable professor at Hogwarts and an excellent guide. Your child will receive the utmost care at her school." Marcus forced a smile, feeling out of place in his suit amidst such a rugged and mysterious environment. "Thank you. We're, just accompanying our child to take a look and buy a few things." He struggled to articulate the last word, clearly grappling with the concept of magical supplies. Meanwhile, Sarah clutched Staff's hand tightly, her gaze transfixed on the moving photographs adorning the walls. Among them, one plump lady, adorned with an enormous pink ostrich feather hat, exaggeratedly blew kisses and winked in her direction, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. A mixture of embarrassment and amusement flooding her senses. Professor McGonagall evidently lacked the leisure for idle chit-chat, urging them to proceed as the entrance lay at the back door. She turned, briskly leading them through the somewhat crowded bar hall toward the low, shadowy rear door. Tom, respectful, inclined his head behind her, refraining from further conversation. Pushing open the equally antiquated door, they were greeted by a narrow alleyway, paved with irregular cobblestones. This space was more dim and damp than the earlier lane, with a corner cluttered by a broom, its bristles worn down to mere stubs and several cracked, weathered barrels. At the end loomed an unremarkable dark red brick wall, seamless and devoid of any signs of doors or passages. "Where's the door?" Marcus inquired curiously. Approaching the sturdy wall, he tapped a few bricks with his wand. In an instant, a marvel unfolded. The bricks touched by the wand seemed to come alive, suddenly quaking violently and inwardly collapsing. A dazzling chain reaction commenced, radiating from the center. Surrounding bricks shifted. Some slid left, others retreated right, while some spun in new directions, the one solid wall beginning to reassemble like a puzzle. Dust cascaded down as the moving stones emitted a series of clicks and clacks, reminiscent of ancient mechanisms being reactivated. Marcus and Sarah gaped in astonishment, instinctively shielding Staff. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall stood patiently, awaiting the wall's complete unveiling. Staff fixated on the unfolding spectacle, fearful of missing a single frame of this extraordinary moment. Mere seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. When the brick wall finally ceased its movement, a broad archway emerged where the closed alley had been, revealing not the gloomy wall, but a bustling street beyond. Sunlight poured in from the street's end, illuminating the golden dust dancing in the air and casting light upon the eclectic shops lining either side. Diagon Alley was alive with vibrant storefronts, some adorned with twinkling signs, others showcasing animated models at their entrances. The sign of the Leaky Cauldron featured a golden compass spinning ceaselessly outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. A colossal ice cream model exhaled colorful vapors. In the window of Flourish and Blots, several hefty tomes of magic appeared to turn their own pages, revealing animated illustrations within. Most pedestrians donned an array of robes, some embroidered with intricate patterns, others edged with shimmering silver, and a few emanating a soft glow as they moved. Occasionally, one might glimpse individuals like the Kerries, dressed in plain clothing. They mostly wore expressions of trepidation, closely trailing behind their robed guide, their eyes wide with astonishment and wonder at their surroundings. Evidently, there were also Muggle parents, accompanying their soon-to-be-enrolled wizard child to procure school supplies. The hooting of owls resonated overhead. Looking up, several owls grasping packages fluttered between the shops, seemingly engaged in delivery. "Welcome to Diagon Alley. The voice of Professor McGonagall echoed in their ears, imbued with a hint of pride. This was the finest shopping street in the wizarding world, where all necessities could be found. Chapter 9. The Ill-Tempered Goblin. Marcus endeavored to calm his astonished emotions, casting a complex glance at his wife. At that moment, Sarah's eyes still held a trace of caution, her crimson lips barely parting in wonder. "This is absolutely marvelous," she whispered, her voice laced with disbelief and delight. Stuff, breaking free from his parents' grasp, took a few steps forward, absorbing the essence of the magical realm. Sunlight bathed his face in warmth. This was the wizarding world, the magical domain he had long yearned for. No longer mere words from a book, nor figments of imagination, but a tangible street, a real crowd, and authentic magic. Those scenes that once existed solely in tales were now vividly unfolding before his eyes. Observing the astonished expressions of the family, Professor McGonagall smiled gently. "Do not linger in awe. We have much to accomplish. First, we must visit Gringotts to exchange currency, then to Ollivanders for a wand, followed by acquiring textbooks and cauldrons. There is a busy day ahead." She gestured toward a towering white structure at the end of the street, its spire piercing the clouds, flanked by two fearsome goblin statues at the entrance. "That is Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world." Stav nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Before they departed, he glanced back at the now normal brick wall, as if it were whispering that all transformations were mere illusions. Yet the bustling street before him, the magical aura in the air, and Professor McGonagall's warm smile assured him that he had indeed crossed the threshold into the magical world. Professor McGonagall led the way into the throng of Diagon Alley. "Keep up with me. There are many heading to Gringotts, and it will take considerable time." Marcus grasped Sarah's hand, who in turn held Stav's, and the three of them closely followed Professor McGonagall, merging with the crowd. They soon arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. The white stone walls of the bank were adorned with intricate patterns, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The goblin statues at the entrance brandished spears, their sharp gazes lifelike, as though they might thrust their weapons forward at any moment. Marcus tightened his grip on the envelope containing pounds, whispering to Sarah, "It looks rather perilous." Professor McGonagall expertly approached the bronze door. "Do not worry, they are merely decorative." Inside lay a spacious hall, its marble floor gleaming. Dozens of goblins in red and gold-trimmed uniforms sat behind counters. They were diminutive, with elongated noses and sharp teeth, conversing with wizards at a rapid pace. The atmosphere in the hall was serious and bustling, as goblins pointed at gold coins with their slender fingers. The sounds of calculators clicking resounded, and the inscriptions in the ledgers appeared magically. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall enter with three unfamiliar individuals, several goblins raised their heads, casting curious glances. A fleeting hint of disdain flickered in their eyes as they observed Marcus and Sarah's ordinary muggle attire. "Over there, at the counter," Professor McGonagall indicated a vacant spot at the far end. "The goblins will assist us with the exchange." She guided the trio through the hall, where goblins paused their conversations. Watching the four pass by, whispers drifting through the air. One goblin seated behind the counter lifted his head, his hair tousled like dry grass, and his nose sharp as a beak, surveying them coldly. "McGonagall, what brings you here? Back to run errands for Dumbledore?" His voice was piercing, laced with evident impatience. "Do not speak so, Grop." Professor McGonagall gently nudged Stav forward. "This is Mr. Stav Kerrion, a new student at Hogwarts. He requires an exchange of some galleons." Grop's gaze fell on Stav, then swept over Marcus and Sarah, finally resting on the envelope in Marcus's hand. "Muggle family? Bringing pounds, are we?" he scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Though Marcus was not well versed in the magical world, he sensed the disdain directed towards them. Straightening his spine, he placed the envelope on the counter. "Yes, we wish to exchange currency." "How much?" Grop extended his slender fingers, nails tinged with a yellowish hue. Sarah gently tugged at his sleeve. The figure exceeded their previous budget significantly. Marcus patted the back of Sarah's hand reassuringly. "Since our son has chosen to step into this new world, while we may not assist him in other ways, we cannot let him suffer financially." The antique shop on the ground floor of the Marcus household was thriving. Although £10,000 was considerable, it remained within manageable limits. Grop appeared momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his keen eyes, before he whistled. "Seems like a wealthy muggle family." No longer delaying, he retrieved a scale from beneath the counter. The exchange rate was £1 for 12 galleons, meaning £10,000 would yield 1,200 galleons. 1,200? Staff inquired curiously, sensing a deviation from the expected narrative. He recalled the original text's exchange rate, which was £1 for 1 galleons. Grop narrowed his eyes. displeased with the interruption from the young wizard. The rates are floating now, little one. The ministry has recently issued new currency, and the rate has risen. He rapped the counter sharply. Will you exchange or not? If not, please leave. Others are waiting. Marcus quickly intervened, covering Staff's mouth. 1,200 is better. It allows for more purchases. Without further ado, he opened the envelope and handed the pounds to Grop. Grop skillfully counted the bills, then retrieved a hefty pouch from the vault behind him. After weighing it on the scale, he poured a cascade of gleaming coins onto the counter, each emblazoned with the image of a majestic eagle. Here are your galleons, 1,200. He packed the coins into a black leather bag and slid it towards Marcus. Take care. We are not responsible for any losses. Staff eagerly seized a gold galleon, savoring its weighty presence. The coin was substantial, exuding a warm metallic luster, with the eagle emblem so vividly rendered that it seemed poised to take flight. This reminded him of Harry Potter's adventure in the underground vault, where he faced a dragon's wrath. He couldn't help but ask Grop, is your vault truly hidden beneath the ground, guarded by a dragon? Numerous films and novels from his previous life had depicted dragons, the ultimate fantastical creatures of the Western magical realm. It was hard to fathom the sheer power and majesty a real dragon would possess. Chapter 10. The Grand School Shopping. Grop wrinkled his brow in distaste. This human child exhibited an utter lack of boundaries. Was such a question even appropriate? Why not inquire about the vault's password instead? His voice pierced the air as he bellowed. Curse this little brat. You ask far too many questions. Leave me be and do not waste my time. Marcus, perplexed by the sudden fury of the goblin before him, was equally bewildered by the mention of dragons. However, Grop's dismissive tone and attitude towards his son made him frown and clench his fists. Since encountering the magical world, he had sensed a subtle air of superiority that wizards held over ordinary folk, particularly evident in the goblins of Gringotts, who displayed a blatant disdain for those of lesser status. Come along, little one. Professor McGonagall intervened, breaking the tense stalemate as she handed the pouch of coins to Marcus. Goblins were indeed peculiar, their tempers as unpredictable as their reliability in safeguarding wealth. The group departed from Gringotts, with only Staff remaining exuberant. Unfazed by the goblin's disdain for his lineage, he recognized the prevalence of such attitudes among many wizards at school and saw no reason to be angered by this peculiar creature. Once he mastered the art of magic, he would have great scholars to champion his cause. For now, he was merely curious about the dragon lurking beneath Gringotts, envisioning the exhilarating spectacle it would create when it eventually burst forth. Marcus, clutching the impulsively exchanged 200 galleons, leaned down to Sarah and whispered, "These coins are truly valuable. We must keep them safe and not lose them." Sarah, observing his comically pained expression, couldn't help but laugh, nodding in agreement as she cast aside their earlier unease, her initial tension and anxiety dissipating. Their next destination was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop's entrance was adorned with various robes, some embroidered with silver thread, others trimmed with lace, and some that shimmered with changing colors under the sunlight. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma greeted them warmly. "Welcome." A plump witch emerged from behind the counter, donning a purple velvet hat, her demeanor cheerful and inviting. "Professor McGonagall, it's been ages," she exclaimed upon recognizing her. "Huh? Is this a new student from Hogwarts? Come here. Let me take your measurements." "Indeed, Madame Malkin," Professor McGonagall responded pleasantly. "This is Stav Kerrion. Please prepare 2 sets of uniforms for both winter and summer." Madame Malkin guided Staff toward a circular platform, grasping a wand topped with a silver measuring tape. With a gentle flick, she commanded, "Measuring tape, commence your task." Instantly, the tape sprang to life, effortlessly encircling Staff's form, elongating and retracting as it meticulously recorded his shoulder width, height, and sleeve length. Such a well-behaved child, Madame Malkin beamed at Staff, contrasting him with some young wizards who delighted in teasing the measuring tape. "I recall 2 red-haired boys from last year who turned the tape into a tangled mess." Staff chuckled, suspecting she referred to the Weasley twins. Marcus and Sarah marveled at the enchantment of the measuring tape, astonished that even the act of tailoring could be so magical. "All measurements are taken," Madame Malkin announced. "Hogwarts uniforms require 4 robes, a hat, a scarf, and a cloak. I shall craft them according to standard specifications, ensuring compliance with school regulations." She gestured to the fabric nearby, composed of a wrinkle-resistant, stain-repellent magical material that would remain dry even in the rain, while also providing warmth. "How much?" Marcus inquired. "The complete set is 7 galleons, quite reasonable." Madame Malkin replied with a smile. Noticing Marcus retrieving coins from his purse, her eyes sparkled. "If you pay in cash, there's a 10% discount." Marcus readily paid, and Madame Malkin handed him a receipt. They will be ready by afternoon. Simply present the slip to collect them. Very well. We shall return this afternoon, Sarah remarked, glancing at the shopping list, which now had the robe item crossed off, leaving wands, cauldrons, textbooks, scales, and quills to procure. Staff, intrigued, observed the other patrons in the shop. In a corner, a bespectacled boy was trying on a robe, his jet black hair framing a somewhat timid expression, accompanied by a gentleman in an elegant suit, presumably a Muggle parent. Nearby, a blond boy was meticulously adjusting the collar of his robe, adorned with exquisite embroidery, clearly of considerable value. Staff surmised he was Draco Malfoy, but refrained from approaching him, instead following Professor McGonagall out of the clothing store. As they exited, the sunlight outside shone even more brilliantly. An increasing number of wizards and Muggle parents had arrived in Diagon Alley, and many shops displayed signs announcing back-to-school sales. Where shall we go next? Sarah asked, clutching the shopping list, now devoid of the robe item, yet still filled with wands, cauldrons, textbooks, scales, and quills. First, we must procure the most essential item, the wand, Professor McGonagall directed, pointing toward the other end of the street. Ollivander's wand shop lies ahead. It may appear unassuming. It is home to the finest wands in all of Britain. Now is the perfect time to visit, as the crowd should be minimal. With Marcus carrying the purse and Sarah holding Staff's hand, the trio followed Professor McGonagall deeper into Diagon Alley. Staff's gaze was captivated by the myriad shops lining the street. In a store selling magical pets, owls cooed from their cages while toads leaped energetically within their glass tanks. In another shop offering enchanted toys, models of flying broomsticks drew the attention of many children, and yet another establishment specialized in potion ingredients, with peculiar plants and bottles displayed outside, exuding an array of strange scents. As he passed a stall featuring a golden snitch, the tiny object whirled incessantly within its glass dome, its wings shimmering with a silvery gleam. How delightful! Sarah chuckled as she ruffled his hair, promising that once they had purchased their necessities, his parents could procure a small gift for him. Observing his son's excitement, Marcus felt his own tension and resistance dissipate. Although this magical realm seemed somewhat unwelcoming to ordinary folk, witnessing the glimmer of hope in his son's eyes made it all worthwhile. He even began to wonder if the peculiar items collected in the antique shops might also harbor some enchantment. Professor McGonagall slowed his pace ahead, waiting for them to catch up. We are nearly there. The shop ahead is Ollivander's wand shop. Staff followed his gesture, gazing at a shop that appeared more antiquated than the others, its sign declaring Ollivander, ST 382 BC. The inscription was somewhat faded. The display window was sparse, featuring only a solitary wand alongside a weathered golden sign, starkly contrasting with the bustling shops nearby. It looks so old, Sarah whispered. The older, the more intriguing. Professor McGonagall replied with a mysterious smile. Mr. Ollivander is the finest wand maker. Every wizard can find the wand that is perfectly suited to them here. Chapter 11. A volatile magic is not a good thing. Staff's heart raced with anticipation. He understood that selecting a wand was a significant rite of passage in becoming a wizard, with each wand awaiting its rightful wizard. Recalling the descriptions from his readings, he felt a surge of curiosity about what materials his wand would be made of, what core it would possess, and what magical affinities it might bestow. His eyes were fixed intently on the ancient wand shop, and his footsteps quickened involuntarily. Marcus and Sarah sensed their son's nervousness and excitement, exchanging knowing smiles. Although Staff had always been somewhat unconventional, he consistently exhibited a level of calmness and logic beyond his years, making his current demeanor all the more rare. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Staff understood that this moment, the selection of his wand, was one of the most pivotal in a wizard's journey. This small wand would accompany him through the next 7 years, even decades, witnessing his growth and transformation along the path of magic. Taking a deep breath to soothe his nerves, Staff slowly pushed open the somewhat heavy wooden door. The frame of Ollivander's wand shop creaked softly, as if welcoming a long-anticipated visitor. In contrast to the clamor of Diagon Alley, the shop was steeped in a tranquil ambience that seemed to have settled over the years. Light filtered through the dusty glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, while the air was imbued with the scent of aged wood and unique resins, mingling with a faint trace of magical energy. After a brief wait, the proprietor of the shop did not emerge to greet them, prompting Staff to take the initiative. He raised his voice and called out, "Is anyone there?" Moments later, an aged voice resonated from the depths of the store's warehouse, imbued with the raspy texture of time-worn experience. While he waited, Staff curiously surveyed his surroundings. The walls of the shop were devoid of opulent decorations. Instead, They were lined from floor to ceiling with a multitude of elongated wand boxes, arranged with a meticulousness reminiscent of a library's spines. Each box bore a yellowed label, exquisitely handwritten, detailing the material, core, and length of the wand contained within. Marcus and Sarah tread carefully behind, anxious not to disturb the precariously stacked wand boxes, which appeared fragile enough to collapse at a mere touch. The inadvertent nudge of a single box could likely trigger a domino effect. Soon, a tattered hand drew back a curtain deep within the shop, revealing a tall, gaunt elder who stepped forward with deliberate grace. Clad in a well-tailored, deep gray robe adorned with intricate silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs, his graying hair and beard were meticulously groomed, glistening under the dim light like moonlight. Most striking were his silver-white eyes, crystalline and clear, seemingly capable of piercing through the deepest secrets of the soul. "Minerva, my old friend," the elder smiled and nodded, his voice gentle. His gaze shifted to Stav. "Is this the young guest of the day?" "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile, stepping aside to reveal the child behind her. "This is Stav Kerrion, a new student about to embark on his journey." Ollivander gestured for Stav to approach the center of the shop, retrieving a silver measuring tape and a substantial leather-bound notebook from the pocket of his robe. "Stand still, child," he instructed softly, as the tape danced around Stav's arm, waist, and shoulder, extending and retracting with precision to capture every measurement. "Which hand do you favor?" Ollivander inquired, his gaze fixed upon the notebook as the quill scratched upon the parchment. "My right hand," Stav replied. Before him stood the greatest wand maker in the magical realm, whose creations resonated with the deepest essence of a wizard's soul. "Very well," Ollivander concluded, retracting the measuring tape and tapping his chin with a finger. "The wand chooses the wizard. This is an immutable law. Each wizard's magical aura is a unique fingerprint, and only by discovering the wand that resonates most closely with you can true power be unleashed." He turned towards the left shelf, his eyes flitting among the countless wand boxes, rummaging while muttering to himself. Muggle-born wizards typically require more accommodating materials. From a cluster of boxes, he selected one labeled with hawthorn wood, a length of 5 inches, and a unicorn hair core, gently opening it. The light brown wand lay nestled upon deep red velvet, its surface smooth and refined, with a small crystal set at its tip. "Try this one." Hawthorn wood is suited for the sensitive-hearted wizard, and unicorn hair provides a stable output of magic. The moment Stav grasped the wand, a warm surge of power flooded into his palm. He instinctively waved the wand gently, but felt a sluggish resistance. The quill on the counter merely trembled before returning to stillness, as if its magic were a brook obstructed, unable to flow freely. "No, this will not do." Ollivander shook his head immediately, a flicker of disappointment passing through his silver eyes. "Hawthorn is too reticent to harness your magical essence. Cherry wood, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather core. The phoenix feather can bestow tremendous creativity. It may suit you." This time, the wand responded distinctly, causing the ink bottle on the table to suddenly levitate, but it flew uncontrollably, crashing into the wall and splattering deep green ink everywhere. Stav could feel a surge of vibrant magic coursing through him, wild as a runaway stallion. "Too impetuous. The phoenix feather lacks harmony with you. Your magic cannot coalesce." For the next half hour, Ollivander produced over 20 wands in succession. The combination of hazel and dragon heartstring left Stav's arm tingling, the magic within colliding so violently it made him dizzy. The wand of white poplar and nightmare hair was excessively frigid, causing the temperature in the shop to plummet, prompting even Professor McGonagall to tighten her coat. The wand of vine wood and unicorn hair, though stable, bore no sense of power, feeling as light as a child's toy. Strange, truly strange. Ollivander paced around Stav, his silver eyes filled with perplexity, as if he were appraising a peculiar creature. "Your magical fluctuations are unusually vigorous, potent, and aggressive. Ordinary materials are wholly inadequate to contain them." Chapter 12. Wands of Full Dragon Materials. Typically, a novice's magic would not be so tempestuous. "Have you encountered any extraordinary magical artifacts?" Stav pondered for a moment, instinctively touching the protective talisman around his neck, given to him by his mother after he was struck by lightning at the age of 10. He removed the charm and offered it to the elder, curious if it possessed any unique qualities. Ollivander accepted the talisman, running his fingertips gently over its intricate patterns, his gaze flickering with intrigue. An ancient object, infused with a touch of moonstone powder, providing some calming properties, yet ultimately merely an ordinary item. He regarded Stav intently before returning the talisman, his tone turning solemn. "It seems we must resort to special reserves. The elder approached the hidden shelf at the back of the shop, fetched a high stool, and carefully retrieved a black ebony box from the top shelf. The box bore an exquisite silver lock, which he tapped lightly with his wand, causing the latch to click open. This is an experimental piece I crafted 30 years ago, at a time when my wand-making skills had reached their zenith. I sought to create an unprecedentedly powerful wand, but it proved too unique and tempestuous, never finding a suitable master. Ollivander cradled the box, his voice tinged with nostalgia, stating that aside from the initial 2 years, he had not recommended this wand to any novice since then. However, your magical frequency astonishingly resembles it, so perhaps we should give it a try. As he opened the box, an invisible pressure emanated forth, with a core of fire dragon nerve, bones of thunder dragon horn, and shaped with black dragon skin. Ollivander could not help but boast, his voice genuinely praising this remarkable wand. The wand is entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, its tip revealing a violet shard that emanates an eerie glow. The shaft is sheathed in resilient black dragon hide, adorned with natural anti-slip patterns. Inside, the fiery dragon heart's tendrils pulsate with a dark red luminescence, as if molten lava were coursing through the leather. The heart's essence harbors the most tempestuous magic, while the thunder dragon horn adeptly channels the flow of energy, and the black dragon hide provides an unparalleled sense of control. This wand demands an exceptionally rare wizard to master it. Professor McGonagall gasped in astonishment. Mr. Ollivander, the materials of this wand are exceedingly precious. Are you truly willing to sell it to Mr. Staff at the ministry's price? It is my labor of love, yet it has slumbered on the shelf for 30 years. I thought it would never find a master, Ollivander sighed. He fixed his gaze on Staff. Child, grasp it and concentrate to feel its power. Remember, it is not about controlling the wand. It is about resonating with it. With a grave expression, Staff slowly extended his right hand and firmly grasped the wand. The instant his palm made contact with the black dragon hide, a searing force surged through the wand into his being, as if awakening a dormant volcano. He sensed the tumultuous magic within him stir to life, resonating powerfully with the wand, akin to reuniting with a long-lost companion. Quickly, wave it naturally. Ollivander's voice brimmed with anticipation, unconsciously rising in pitch. Staff raised the wand, guided by instinct, and gave it a gentle flick. In an instant, dark red lightning erupted from the tip, swirling through the shop like an awakened dragon. The electric arcs intertwined, illuminating the astonished faces around them. While the air became thick with the acrid scents of sulfur and ozone, the ferocious energy causing all the wand boxes on the shelves to tremble. Be careful. Marcus instinctively rushed forward, only to be restrained by Professor McGonagall. Do not disturb them. This is the resonance contract ceremony. Her voice trembled with excitement. Remarkably, the wild electric net diverted as it approached Staff, swirling around him like a docile pet, inflicting no harm whatsoever. He could distinctly feel the magic flowing smoothly within him. Every thought executed with precision, as a surging crimson magic danced in tandem with the wand's electric brilliance, creating a fantastical and breathtaking tableau. As the last flicker of lightning vanished into Staff, tranquility returned to the shop, yet the residual waves of potent magic in the air still sent shivers down spines. Grasping the wand, it felt like an extension of his arm, warm and powerful. The previous sensations of stagnation and chaos had completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fluidity and harmony. A perfect match, Ollivander exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. He hurried forward to examine the connection between the wand and the boy. After 30 years, it has finally found its true master. Your magical aura is in perfect sync with the heart of the fire dragon, and the thunder dragon horn channels your power flawlessly. This is a natural bond. I have never felt this good, Staff replied, tightening his grip on the wand, unable to suppress a smile. The magic within him at this moment resembled a tamed beast, possessing formidable strength, yet capable of precise control. Sarah gazed at her unharmed son, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The earlier flash of lightning had instilled fear within her, but now she felt genuine happiness for him. Marcus approached his son, cautiously touching the wand's shaft, and, to his astonishment, discovered it was not hot to the touch, but rather exuded a warm, smooth texture. How many galleons would this wand cost? Given the display of power just witnessed, Marcus braced himself for an expensive transaction. However, Ollivander waved his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he admired the wand being handled by Staff. For a wizard capable of resonating with the wand's soul, I never concern myself with the price. Finding a suitable owner for this wand is the best outcome. Just 10 galleons will suffice as a token gesture. Marcus promptly counted out 10 galleons from his pouch and handed them over. Ollivander accepted the coins and retrieved a deep blue velvet pouch from beneath the counter. It's best to keep this safe when not in use. The wand's magical fluctuations are quite strong and could attract unnecessary attention. Stav carefully placed the wand into the velvet pouch, securing it against his body, still able to feel its warm pulsations through the fabric. Ollivander then handed him a silver card. Should any issues arise with the wand, you may come to me at any time. However, I believe that with your compatibility, you shall likely never need it. Stav caressed the wand nestled in his arms, feeling an unprecedented stability within his magic. Professor McGonagall observed his satisfied expression and smiled warmly. With a suitable wand, you are now a true wizard. Marcus grasped his son's hand, pride shining in his eyes. Well done, my boy. You were truly incredible just now. Your mother and I will always support you. You are destined to become a remarkable wizard. Sarah nodded in agreement, gently brushing the dust from her son's clothing, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 13. The Dragon-Blooded Gray-Scale Serpent. Stav tightened his grip on the wand, which was infused with the nerve of a fire dragon and the horn of a thunder dragon. It was not only the key to entering Hogwarts, but also an important companion for the new life that lay ahead. Professor McGonagall suggested, "Next, let's purchase your textbooks and cauldron." She glanced at the shopping list in her hand. The leaky cauldron is just ahead. After acquiring the books, we can conveniently collect your school robes. Before they had gone far, Stav suddenly halted, his gaze irresistibly drawn to a shop at the corner. It was a pet store named Hoot Owl. In the window display, several pristine white owls were surveying passers-by with their round, curious eyes. A few colorful toads hopped energetically in a rainforest glass tank, their skin glistening with an unusual sheen, and a snow-white cat was elegantly grooming its paws. Suddenly blinking at Stav upon noticing him. "Professor McGonagall, may we take a look inside?" Stav pointed at the pet store, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. He had always adored pets, but since his arrival in this new world, he had been preoccupied with mastering the control of his magical talents due to their inherent dangers. He distinctly recalls that in the Harry Potter novels, students are permitted to keep pets. The shopping list indeed included owls, cats, or toads. Now that the issue of talent has been resolved, and fortuitously arriving at the pet shop, he could select a companion from the magical realm. Professor McGonagall glanced in the direction he indicated and nodded. Of course, choosing a pet for companionship is advisable. Hogwarts dormitories allow pets. He led his family towards the pet shop. Owls are the most practical, capable of delivering messages. Cats can catch mice. As for toads, well, some people have a fondness for them. As he pushed open the door to the pet shop, a cheerful chime rang out, mingling with the cacophony of animal sounds, the hoots of owls, the croaks of toads, the chatter of parrots, and the hissing of some unidentified creature. The interior was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with shelves brimming with various pet supplies, gilded birdseed cans, self-refilling water bowls for cats, and pet beds embroidered with magical runes. A shopkeeper clad in a green apron hurried over, his hair adorned with a few stray feathers. "Welcome. What kind of pet are you seeking? A new student at Hogwarts, I presume? We have freshly arrived snowy owls, particularly swift in delivering messages." Stav, gazing at the flapping owl, hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, his attention drawn to the reptile section at the back of the shop. There, numerous glass enclosures displayed a variety of exotic snakes, some with scales that shimmered like diamonds, others that emitted melodious whistles, and some with tiny wings sprouting from their sides. "Do you fancy snakes?" Professor McGonagall asked, somewhat surprised. "Most children prefer owls or cats. If you truly wish to adopt one, you may select a snake, but it must be of a non-threatening variety." "Thank you very much, Professor." Stav approached the reptile section, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the array of snakes. Although Marcus and Sarah felt a twinge of fear towards these cold-blooded creatures, they resolutely chose to stay by their son's side, encouraged by his enthusiasm. Most of the snakes in their glass enclosures remained tranquil, some curled up in corners asleep, while others slithered slowly, until Stav reached the last enclosure, where a deep gray snake suddenly raised its head, observing them with curiosity, exuding an aura of intelligence. This snake was significantly more robust than its counterparts, its scales not smooth like ordinary snakes, but layered like pine cones, presenting an unusual texture that seemed somewhat coarse. Most notably, its fangs were not the typical venomous ones, but rather a set of fine, closely spaced canines, glimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the light. "This snake appears exceptionally astute," he remarked in awe. The shopkeeper approached and explained, "It is called a grayscale serpent, a breed cultivated through magic, rumored to possess the bloodline of dragons. It can be somewhat fierce. It's best not to touch it directly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the grayscale serpent lunged toward the glass, thrashing its body with fervor, its head excitedly striking the glass, producing a soft thud. As it flicked its forked tongue, its eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. "It seems to take quite a liking to you," Sarah exclaimed in astonishment that although she had harbored a certain fear of snakes, the sight of one careening against the walls of its glass enclosure struck her as utterly fascinating. Stav extended a finger, gently pressing it against the glass. The gray-scaled serpent immediately calmed, nudging its head against the corresponding spot of his finger and lightly gnawing at the glass with its tiny fangs. As if in a playful display of affection, a peculiar sensation stirred within Stav, allowing him to faintly perceive the snake's excitement, an ethereal feeling both near and distant. The shopkeeper, equally intrigued, remarked, "It seems this gray-scaled snake has taken quite a liking to you. You share a special bond." Stav glanced expectantly at his parents, his eyes brimming with hope. "Mom and Dad, I wish to have it." Marcus then turned to Professor McGonagall, who nodded thoughtfully and said, "A magical pet snake is indeed an excellent choice. Generally, magical creatures are both intelligent and loyal, capable of safeguarding their owners. However, you must exercise caution. While the gray-scaled snake appears docile, it does possess a degree of aggression." With the professor's approval, Stav confidently declared, "I will take good care of it." He could sense the goodwill emanating from the gray-scaled serpent, observing the child's evident affection for the unassuming snake. The shopkeeper secretly rejoiced at the prospect of selling this notoriously difficult creature, his smile widening as he prepared to employ his sales tactics. Yet, none present believed his words, especially considering that the most sought-after snowy owl in the display window was priced at merely 10 galleons. Stav cheekily inquired, "If I choose not to accept the complimentary items, could you refund me 868 galleons?" The pet shop staff feigned temporary deafness, while Marcus, feeling embarrassed, exchanged a knowing smile with Professor McGonagall and discreetly delivered a light slap to Stav's head before hastily completing the payment. He could clearly see his son's delight in the gray-scaled snake. Perhaps they had been slightly overcharged, yet he deemed the expenditure worthwhile, ensuring that Stav would not feel lonely when he began his schooling. Chapter 14. Preparations before school commencement. The shopkeeper, clad in thick gloves, carefully placed the gray-scaled snake into a portable habitat lined with soft moss, handing it to Stav. Its sustenance consisted of specially formulated magical meat cubes to be administered weekly. It was important to note that when threatened, it would curl into a defensive ball. While its venom was not lethal, it could incapacitate an adult for several hours. The gray-scaled snake remained tranquil within its enclosure, curiously observing him through the glass and occasionally nudging the walls of the habitat with its head. Stav gently caressed the box, his heart swelling with joy as he realized this was his first companion in the magical realm, one that might accompany him for many years to come. Upon leaving the pet shop, Stav cradled the habitat and followed Professor McGonagall with a lighthearted step. Their subsequent shopping trip proved far more successful as they first ventured to the Leaky Cauldron. The bookstore was teeming with young witches and wizards alongside their parents, all bustling about to procure their textbooks. The shelves were adorned with an array of magical tomes. Some had covers that moved, while others were capable of speech. History of Magic, Theories of Magic, and Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Sarah consulted the shopping list, assisting Stav in selecting his books. The books are predominantly heavy, with the words on their covers seemingly dancing about, and the characters in the illustrations coming to life. Handle them with care, for some possess rather irritable dispositions. The tome titled Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, is known to bite. Best to avoid it. Professor McGonagall hastily cautioned Stav, gesturing towards a particularly menacing-looking book that he was about to open. After purchasing the books, they ventured into a shop named the Cauldron of Peak. The store showcased a variety of cauldrons, ranging from the smallest pewter cauldron to an enormous copper one. Marcus selected a standard-sized 2 pewter cauldron, along with a brass balance, glass stirring rods, and other necessary tools from the list. The shopkeeper magically packaged these cumbersome items into a lightweight bundle, allowing Marcus to carry them effortlessly. Their final destination was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to collect their school uniforms. Madame Malkin had neatly pressed the finished robes, placing them in a bag emblazoned with the shop's logo. "Why not try it on for size?" Sarah suggested, pulling out a robe for Stav to try. Professor McGonagall glanced outside. These magically tailored garments required no meticulous inspection for flaws, unlike in the Muggle world. The sun had dipped below the horizon. The allure of Diagon Alley at night surpassed that of the day, with magical street lamps floating above and shop windows aglow with enchanting lights, while the owl post messengers flitted through the darkness carrying parcels. As they passed the Elop's Owl Emporium, staff noticed several snow-white owls taking flight, disappearing into the night sky. In the window of Flourish and Blots, the cover of A History of Magic displayed moving images of ancient wizards outside the cauldron shop. A wizard was performing simple fire magic with a cauldron, eliciting applause from onlookers. It had been a fruitful day. Professor McGonagall observed staff with his menagerie of items, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. They had gathered uniforms, textbooks, wands, and all the essentials for their PEDS enrollment. Thanks to you, Professor McGonagall. We truly wouldn't know how to manage without your assistance, Sarah remarked with a smile. She had now fully embraced the existence of the magical world, finding it far more intriguing than the Muggle realm. By the time they returned to the alley beside the leaky cauldron, the night had grown quite deep. Approaching the familiar brick wall, Professor McGonagall tapped the bricks in a specific sequence with her wand. With a series of creaks, the wall seemed to come alive, revealing a passageway to the Muggle world. Remember to go to King S. Cross Station on September 1st and find platform 9 3/4 to board the Hogwarts Express. There will be signs. Just follow the other students, Professor McGonagall instructed. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, staff said sincerely. The seemingly stern and austere professor had proven to be gentle and patient, taking great care of the three of them throughout their journey. Not at all, young one. Professor McGonagall replied with a smile and a nod. Do study diligently once you arrive at Hogwarts. Marcus and Sarah also bid their farewells to Professor McGonagall, fully aware that without her guidance, their magical shopping expedition would have been impossible. The bustling streets of London surged like a tide. Streetlights flickered to life, casting the shadows of the trio in varying lengths, while the heavy shopping bags clinked together, producing a crisp sound that anchored them to the reality of this enchanting adventure. Staff held the terrarium containing the gray-scaled serpent with utmost care, his fingertips sensing the faint movements within, his excitement simmering just below the surface. Today was nothing short of extraordinary. Sarah exhaled deeply, unable to suppress her awe. Gazing at the bustling thoroughfare, the three remained somewhat dazed. He turned to glance at Staff, who was still engrossed in his pets. Understood. Staff nodded, his fingers gently tapping the terrarium. Sarah had already begun to plan for Staff as preparations before school commenced. A new backpack for his spellbooks, a suitcase, as Hogwarts was in Scotland and required boarding. As Professor McGonagall had indicated, Staff patiently endured his mother's incessant chatter, his heart brimming with anticipation for the upcoming school year. Upon returning home, Marcus and Sarah headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Staff rushed to his room, clutching the terrarium, eager to set up a new home for his companion. Staff's room, though modest, radiated warmth, adorned with dinosaur stickers on the walls, a desk strewn with building blocks and picture books, and a large, empty glass tank nestled in the corner. Chapter 15, The Book of Magic. This was something he had long implored his parents to procure. Initially intending to keep goldfish, it now served as a new abode for the gray-scaled serpent. He carefully opened the terrarium, and the serpent immediately raised its head, flicking its forked tongue to assess its new surroundings, its deep gray scales shimmering with an unusual sheen under the light. Fear not, for this shall be your home from now on, Staff whispered, laying down a bed of newly purchased magical moss in a glass tank, alongside a self-heating rock recommended by the pet shop attendant, specifically designed to keep magical reptiles warm. He also placed a small drinking bowl within, filled with purified water obtained from Diagon Alley, reputed to ward off illnesses in magical creatures. Once prepared, he gently placed the gray-scaled serpent into the glass tank. Initially hesitant, the little creature curled beneath the rock, observing its surroundings, but soon relaxed and began to explore with curiosity. Its scales indeed resembled coarse pine cones, producing a soft, rustling sound as it slithered, with a set of delicate fangs barely visible when it opened its mouth, both adorable and somewhat imposing. Shall we call you Venom? Staff mused, observing the now lively serpent in the glass tank. While your venom may not be deadly, it certainly sounds impressive. Venom seemed to understand, joyfully circling the tank and bumping its head against the glass, producing a gentle thud. Staff chuckled as he affectionately patted Venom's head through the glass, and turned to begin organizing the spoils of the day's adventure. In the living room, Marcus was meticulously placing galleons into a moisture-proof iron box, stashing it away in the study safe. These gleaming coins evoked a sense of unreality, yet were cherished deeply, representing his son's capital as he ventured into a new world. Is this box suitable? Sarah dragged a large brown leather suitcase from the storage room, an old piece of luggage belonging to Marcus for his business trips, spacious enough to accommodate your magical belongings. Staff's eyes lit up. This will suffice. He pulled the suitcase into the room, opened it, and began to systematically organize the items within. The school uniform was neatly folded and placed in the bottom compartment. The pewter cauldron and brass scales were wrapped in soft cloth and set aside. The textbooks for magic were stacked in the middle, each marked with a bookmark. The velvet pouch for the wand was carefully placed on the top to prevent any crushing. Pet supplies and spare magical feed were tucked into the small side pockets. Do we need to take all of this to Hogwarts? Sarah entered to assist, gazing at the peculiar assortment of items with a gentle look. Would you like me to sew on a name tag to avoid confusion with your classmates? Yes, please. Staff nodded enthusiastically, especially about the uniform and wand, which he could not afford to lose. He deliberately removed the silver amulet from around his neck and placed it beside the wand, declaring, "This must come along. It protects me." Sarah gazed at the amulet that had accompanied her son through his childhood, her eyes welling with warmth. "Yes, take it with you, just as if your father and I were by your side." She embraced her son tenderly, urging him to tidy up and rest early, for school awaited him the next day. "I'll read for a bit before sleeping," Staff replied, clutching several magic textbooks, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Once his parents left the room, Staff closed the door and placed the glass tank on the corner of his desk, where Venom lay napping on a heated rock, its small head rising and falling with each breath. He sat at the desk, opened the thickest volume, A History of Magic, took a deep breath, and ran his fingers over the title that seemed to dance before him as he turned to the first page. As the pages unfurled, illustrations sprang to life. Ancient wizards soaring through the sky on broomsticks, castles shrouded in mist, and robed sorcerers brandishing wands that emitted colorful sparks. Staff's eyes widened in astonishment. This was far more captivating than any picture book he had previously encountered. To think the magical world had such a rich history. He marveled quietly as the text recounted the founding of Hogwarts by 4 great wizards: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, from whom the names of the 4 houses were derived. However, upon reading Salazar Slytherin's advocacy for the exclusive admission of pure-blood wizards, Staff furrowed his brow. He did not mind the societal hierarchy, provided he was not the one deemed inferior. Venom seemed to sense the shift in his mood, poking its head out of the tank and playfully sticking out its tongue at Staff. Staff chuckled, stroking its scales. "It's nothing, just a bit displeased." He closed A History of Magic and reached for the more practical beginner's guide to Transfiguration. This book held even more intrigue, as it opened by explaining the fundamental principles of Transfiguration. The key lies in focused intent and precise control, imprinting the target's physical characteristics in one's mind and channeling magical energy through the wand to reshape the object as structure. Accompanying the text were simple illustrations demonstrating the exercises, depicting a frog gradually transforming into a teacup, with notes suggesting that beginners should start with inanimate objects. To think Transfiguration was such a complex endeavor. Staff focused intently on the eraser on the table, attempting to envision it transforming into a little bird, adhering to the methods described in his book. He did not wave his wand. Instead, he silently chanted in his mind. To his astonishment, the eraser quivered slightly, its edges lifting as if it were about to sprout wings. It truly worked. With wide eyes filled with excitement, Staff eagerly turned to the next page, eager to discover more intricate techniques. At that moment, Venom began to stir restlessly in its glass tank, hissing at his wrist while gently gnawing on the glass. Upon glancing down, Staff noticed a faint glow emanating from his fingertips. He had been so engrossed that he inadvertently activated the magic within him. He quickly gathered his focus, and the light gradually faded, restoring the eraser to its original state. He almost forgot Professor McGonagall's admonition against the reckless use of magic. Next, he opened The Theory of Magic. Unlike The History of Magic, this book was far more engaging, illustrating the essence of magic through vivid examples. Magical power originates from the wizard's core and resonates with external elements through the nervous system, while the wand serves as a tool to amplify and guide this resonance. The book also discussed the differing magical attributes among wizards. Some excel in elemental control, others in mental influence, and some in healing and protection. What might my magical attribute be? Staff pondered, recalling the crimson lightning that encircled him when he wielded his wand. Perhaps it leaned towards a power-oriented nature. He remembered Ollivander's words, that wands crafted from the nerves of fire dragons and the horns of thunder dragons were best suited for raw, untamed power. It seemed his magical core was indeed unique. Chapter 16, The Magical Train Station. The night deepened outside, the apartment building gradually settling into tranquility, with only the distant hum of traffic and the rustle of pages breaking the silence. Venom had fallen into a deep slumber, emitting soft breaths. The magical textbooks on the desk radiated a gentle glow, as if accompanying this child on the brink of entering the world of magic. Staff became increasingly engrossed, sometimes marveling at the wisdom of ancient wizards, other times furrowing his brow at complex magical formulas, and occasionally murmuring softly to the magical creatures illustrated within. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 10. Sarah gently knocked on the door. "Staff, it's time for bed." "I know, Mom," Staff replied reluctantly, closing the book and neatly stacking it in a corner of the desk. He left his frequently used textbooks on the table while stowing the others away in a box. Sarah entered the room, observing the changes in her son's space. A glass tank containing a small snake adorned the bedside. Several uniquely covered books were scattered across the desk, and a trunk filled with magical items stood in the corner. This child, whom she had nurtured for 10 years, was about to embark on a path entirely foreign to her. Yet, seeing the glimmer of excitement in her son's eyes filled her with profound pride. "Are these books difficult to understand?" Sarah asked, assisting her son in organizing his pajamas. "If there's anything you don't comprehend, you can always ask your teacher once school starts." "Not difficult. It's quite fascinating," Staff replied with a smile. "That sounds wonderful," Sarah said, tucking him in. "Sleep well. Perhaps you'll catch a glimpse of the magical castle in your dreams." As the lamp was extinguished, the room was bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight filtering through the curtained seams, illuminating the tranquil figure of the venom within the glass tank. Staff lay upon his bed, his fingers unconsciously caressing the wand pouch beneath his pillow, feeling the faint warmth emanating from within. Memories of the crimson lightning that encircled his wand during its flourish flooded his mind, the sensation of power and control seeming vividly tangible. In hushed tones, Staff murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips as he slipped into slumber. As the night deepened, the apartment building was enveloped in a serene stillness. The morning light of September, tinged with the crispness of early autumn, stealthily crept upon the windowsill of the London apartment. Within Staff's room, the venom had awakened, gently tapping its head against the tank's wall, producing faint thuds as if urging its young master to embark on their journey. Over the course of the month, it had transformed from a timid creature into a lively little being, its deep gray pine-cone scales glimmering healthily in the sunlight, and its delicate fangs sharper than before. Staff quickly dressed, the silver protective talisman at his collar, swaying gently with his movements. For nearly every night this month, he had immersed himself in his spellbook. The ancient legends from History of Magic, the principles of magical power from magical theory, and the fundamental gestures from Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration etched deeply in his mind. "Are you ready, Staff?" came the voice of his mother, Sarah, from beyond the door, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. As she opened the door, her eyes were slightly red, yet she endeavored to conjure a smile for the child she had nurtured for a decade, who was now on the brink of an entirely unfamiliar journey. In the living room, Marcus meticulously examined the large brown suitcase, ensuring that nothing was amiss. For neatly folded school uniforms, a tin cauldron wrapped in soft cloth, a brass balance in its designated leather case, a velvet pouch for the wand carefully placed in an outer pocket, along with a magical feed and spare moss prepared for the venom. Professor McGonagall said the train departs at 11. "We must arrive at the station early," he stated, glancing repeatedly at his pocket watch, his tone feigning calmness. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was somewhat peculiar, as the sweet aroma of toasted bread and hot cocoa failed to dispel the bittersweet melancholy of farewell. Marcus quietly observed his son, his gaze filled with not only reluctance, but also immense pride. The car wove through the streets of London, the scenery outside transitioning from familiar apartment buildings to bustling commercial districts. Staff cradled the portable habitat containing the venom, feeling the creature's restless agitation. It seemed a sense they were bound for a new place. "Do not fear, Venom. We are destined for Hogwarts," he whispered soothingly, his heart mirroring the pet's trepidation and anticipation. King's Cross Station was already a cacophony of voices. The steam train's whistles echoed in a symphony, white steam coalescing in a mist under the autumn sun, while announcements, the rolling of luggage wheels, and the chatter of passers-by melded into a vibrant clamor. Travelers clad in various attires hurried to and fro, dragging luggage of all sizes, their faces reflecting either the weariness of haste or the joy of reunion. "Where's platform 9 3/4? Sarah clutched the platform map, struggling to navigate through the throng. The image clearly delineates platforms 9 and 10, separated by cold iron tracks and a sturdy brick wall, devoid of any trace of the elusive platform 9 3/4 mentioned by Professor McGonagall. A sense of urgency envelopes her as she anxiously scans the surroundings, fearful of missing the train. Marcus, burdened by a heavy suitcase, feels beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. As Professor McGonagall stated, Muggles cannot perceive the entrance, and they must follow other wizarding families. He rises on his toes, searching among the throng for the distinctive black robes of Hogwarts students. Meanwhile, Staff remains remarkably composed, gently patting his mother's hand and pointing into the distance. "Look over there. Mom and Dad," he exclaims. Following his direction, both Marcus and Sarah are taken aback. There, in front of the brick wall situated between platforms 9 and 10, a blond boy pushes a luggage cart and, without hesitation, charges toward the wall. In an astonishing moment of contact, both the boy and the cart vanish, as if traversing through a phantasm. Immediately after, a bespectacled boy with black hair follows suit, disappearing behind the solid brick wall. "Goodness," Sarah gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief. She rubs her eyes, questioning her own vision, yet the empty wall and the vanished figures serve as undeniable evidence of magic. This, indeed, is the entrance to platform 9 and 3/4. Staff's eyes gleam with excitement. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Marcus locks eyes with his wife, a determined look in his gaze. "I will go ahead and scout the way. You follow closely." Gripping the handle of his suitcase tightly, he inhales deeply and charges toward the brick wall. Sarah, anxious, clenches her fists, watching her husband's figure draw nearer, her heart racing to her throat. A marvelous scene unfolds as Marcus's form blurs upon contact with the wall, as if merging into a cascade of light and shadow. Moments later, he completely vanishes on the other side, along with the heavy suitcase. He truly passed through. Sarah covers her mouth in astonishment. All the anxiety and unease of the past month dissolve into awe for the magical realm. "Mom, we should go too," Staff urges, tugging at his mother's hand and indicating the watch, for time is running short. He pushes the cart laden with potions to the wall, mimicking his father's earlier act. And with a firm push, he says, "Don't be afraid." Upon making contact with the wall, he experiences no anticipated hard collision, but rather a warm, gentle resistance, as if traversing through a thin mist. The scene before him shifts dramatically. The bustling Muggle station fades away, replaced by a platform imbued with magical ambience. A scarlet steam engine rests quietly upon the tracks, the golden letters of Hogwarts Express glimmering in the sunlight, while white steam billows from the chimney, coalescing into a delicate mist above the platform. "Staff, Sarah," Marcus waves from the center of the platform, a smile of relief illuminating his face. "I knew you could do it." Staff surveys the surroundings, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The platform was teeming with students clad in black robes and their parents bidding farewell. The air thick with the melons of magical spices and steam. Several snowy white owls peered curiously from their cages. A boy cradled a ginger cat, which was elegantly grooming its paws, and others carried cages containing toads, eliciting soft gasps from passing girls. This was platform 9 and 3/4. Sarah murmured to herself, gazing at the scene as if caught in a dream. Parents embraced their children in heartfelt farewells, while the youth animatedly shared tales of their summer adventures. A few elder wizards maintained order, and the entire platform buzzed with a bittersweet sense of parting and the anticipation of new beginnings. The train doors swung open, and a conductor in a red uniform smiled as he guided the students aboard. Stav encountered several children of similar age, bearing backpacks akin to his own, their faces alight with a mix of nervousness and excitement as they bid tearful goodbyes to their parents. "Take care of yourself at school," Marcus advised, adjusting the collar of his son's robe, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket, inscribed with their home address for correspondence. "If you encounter any difficulties, seek out Professor McGonagall or any other faculty member. They will assist you." Sarah knelt down and embraced her son gently. "Remember to eat on time. Do not stay up late reading. No matter how powerful magic may be, you must prioritize your health." She gestured towards the cage. "Even Venom will miss you." The creature seemed to understand, nuzzling the glass with its head and emitting a plaintive hiss. A clear bell chimed on the platform, signaling that the train was about to depart. The steam locomotive let out a long whistle, a plume of white mist billowing from its chimney. "It is time to board." "Stav," Marcus said, assisting him with his luggage to the carriage door. "Wave to us once you find your seat." Stav nodded, embracing his parents one last time. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad." He dragged his suitcase, clutching the cage containing Venom, and turned to ascend the train steps. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly spacious and bright compared to its exterior, adorned with comfortable soft seats on either side, and the overhead luggage racks ample enough to accommodate all belongings. The aisle was carpeted in deep crimson, muffling his footsteps. Stav strolled down the corridor, searching for an empty compartment. Most were already occupied, with some students excitedly discussing the forthcoming sorting ceremony, others displaying their newly acquired magical cards, and a few discreetly practicing their wand grips. It was not until he reached the middle of the train that he discovered a vacant compartment by the window. The compartment featured 4 seats, 2 on each side, and the window seat offered the best view, with the luggage rack blissfully empty. Stav contentedly placed his suitcase atop the overhead rack. The levitation charm he had practiced over the past month finally proved useful, allowing him to elevate the case just enough to set it in place. He placed Venom's cage on the small table by the window and opened a ventilation flap to let in fresh air. The little creature swam excitedly within the cage, nudging the glass with its head, curiously observing the bustling platform outside. Stav settled into the window seat of the lower bunk, letting out a gentle sigh. The sorrow of parting surged like a tide within his heart, yet it was swiftly supplanted by the anticipation of what lay ahead. The carriage gradually came alive with the presence of more students boarding, the aisle filled with the sounds of footsteps, chatter, and laughter. Occasionally, students would pass by the compartment, casting curious glances inside. Upon noticing others within, they would politely nod before continuing on their way. Stav did not initiate conversation with anyone. He relished this moment of tranquility, wishing to deeply savor the feeling of expectation before the journey officially commenced. As he opened the window, a refreshing breeze swept in, and the train slowly departed from the platform, the image of platform 9 3/4 fading into the distance, giving way to verdant fields and rolling hills. Marcus and Sarah remained behind, waving until the train gradually picked up speed, their figures shrinking until they became mere indistinct points of light, ultimately vanishing from sight. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. Leaning against the plush seat, Stav retrieved his wand, crafted from dragon heartstring and black dragon hide, from his pocket, gently caressing it in his palm. The dark crimson shaft shimmered with a flowing luster under the sunlight, while the tip, made from thunder dragon horn, glimmered faintly. The familiar smoothness of the wand reassured him immensely. Over the past month, he had mastered the art of holding the wand with finesse, even managing to successfully cast a simple Lumos charm, albeit the light was faint, akin to that of a firefly. Nonetheless, it attested to his perfect affinity with the wand. The venomous serpent gently gnawed at the glass, producing a faint clicking sound. Chapter 17. Encountering the main characters. Stav smiled as he opened the box, extending his finger for the serpent to lick. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, we shall encounter many more magical creatures. The clattering sound of the magical train against the tracks, accompanied by the picturesque scenery outside, wove a relaxed atmosphere within the carriage. Stav reclined against the cushion, twirling a magical quill he had purchased from Diagon Alley. The silver thread on the pen gleamed under the light. The serpent in its enclosure was rubbing its head against the heated rock, creating a soft sound of scales brushing together, as if providing a musical accompaniment for this journey. Is there room here? A tentative voice broke the serene ambience of the compartment. Stav looked up to immediately recognize the boy at the door, whose messy black hair concealed a pair of round glasses, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead standing out prominently in the dim light. He set down the quill, a playful smile crossing his lips. No one is here. Please take a seat. I see you've been searching several compartments for a vacant spot. Harry Potter? Harry appeared momentarily taken aback, awkwardly dragging his suitcase into the compartment, straining to hoist it onto the luggage rack. You know me? His green eyes were filled with apprehension, having been scrutinized too many times along the way, making him particularly sensitive to the attention of strangers. Who in a magical world does not know you? Stav exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow, observing Harry's suddenly stiff demeanor, before chuckling and waving his hand. I am Stav Kerrion, also a new student. To be honest, you might want to consider getting new glasses. Only then did Harry relax slightly, taking a seat across from him. Thank you. I'm still getting used to being recognized. He scratched his head, clearly unaccustomed to the celebrity status. As the two engaged in conversation, the door to the private room suddenly burst open, and a boy with red hair stumbled in, scattering candies all over the floor, followed closely by a girl clutching a stack of thick books. I'm so sorry. All the rooms are full. The red-haired boy hurriedly gathered the candies, his cheeks flushed. Can't you be more careful? The girl extended her hand to assist him, her voice bright, yet tinged with seriousness. She lifted her gaze, revealing her voluminous brown curls and amber, round eyes, her nose slightly reddened, resembling a fluffy kitten. Stav's eyes sparkled at once. The Hermione before him was even more vibrant than he had imagined. She bore the earnestness of a young adult, yet couldn't conceal the charm of a girl, especially with her slightly pouted lips and indomitable gaze, instantly sparking his playful interest. Of course there is space. Please sit. Stav smiled, gesturing towards the adjacent seat, his gaze lingering on Hermione's face for a couple of seconds. I am Stav Kerrion, And this is Harry Potter. I'm Ron Weasley. The red-haired boy interjected eagerly. I'm Hermione Granger, she replied politely, nodding as her eyes scanned the room, finally landing on the book beside Stav, her expression inquisitive. Are you new students as well? Have you reviewed the spellbook? I've already mastered the gestures in the first volume of standard spells. Wow, that is impressive. Stav feigned astonishment, widening his eyes and leaning in a bit closer. So you must know how to make a quill right by itself, right? But I think your handwriting would be far more beautiful than any magical script. Hermione felt her cheeks flush, akin to a ripe apple, as she instinctively shrank back, clutching her books tightly. You don't say such things. First years aren't allowed to use wands at home. Besides, how writing looks has nothing to do with magical ability. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but glance down at her fingers. Ron was watching, amused. Hermione, you're blushing. Hermione shot him a fierce glare, prompting Ron to promptly close his mouth and shift the topic. He pulled out a beef sandwich from his pocket. Would you like some? My mom made it. Stav also retrieved an exquisite tin box from his backpack. Upon opening it, cookies leapt out, twirling on the lid. Try this. Magical cookies from Diagon Alley. They jump right into your mouth. He picked up a piece and extended it towards Hermione, deliberately lengthening his arm. Hermione hesitated, torn between curiosity about the dancing cookie and discomfort from Stav's mischievous gaze. Ultimately, she quickly accepted the cookie, murmuring a thank you before swiftly popping it in her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel storing food. The little girl was indeed charming. Stav chuckled inwardly, maintaining a serious facade as he asked, "Is it delicious? We also have chocolate and strawberry flavors." It's all right. Stav handed her a handkerchief, and Hermione hurriedly accepted it. As she lowered her head to wipe her mouth, her curly hair fell forward, obscuring half of her face and revealing only her flushed ears. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of peculiar confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "It seems he is teasing Hermione." Harry shook his head, believing that Stav was more inclined to playfully jest with her. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more, and a slightly plump boy with a woeful expression peered in, interrupting the group. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad? My Trevor is missing." "Ah, Neville has arrived," Stav remarked, his eyes twinkling as he deliberately winked at Hermione. "My serpent has an exceptional sense of smell. If a lovely girl praises it, it may assist in the search." Hermione's ears flushed even deeper at the mention of lovely girl, and she glared at him indignantly, saying, "Who would praise your snake?" Yet her body betrayed her, turning to curiously gaze at the venomous creature in its enclosure. With a smile, Stav opened the enclosure and gently placed the venomous creature on the floor. "Venom, help him find the toad." Venom flicked its forked tongue and darted out of the compartment. Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the clever creature. As the attendant wheeled the food cart by, the air filled with the delicious aroma of roasted chicken and pumpkin juice. Stav purchased a serving of roasted potatoes, intentionally offering the largest piece to Hermione. The top student should eat well, otherwise, you won't have the strength to tackle the problems later. Hermione awkwardly accepted it, mumbling, "I don't want to discuss problems." However, when Stav produced a perplexing question from the summer homework, Hermione earnestly began to explain. Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, her hands animatedly illustrating the gestures for the spells. And a light sheen of sweat appeared on her nose from excitement, making her earnestness quite endearing. "Wow, this is the radiance of wisdom. Truly beautiful," Stav remarked, propping his chin on his hand, teasingly exclaiming. In Chapter 18, Good Brother Malfoy, Hermione was momentarily taken aback by such a blatant compliment, nearly spitting out the potato in her mouth. She quickly took a sip of pumpkin juice to regain her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ron, reveling in the moment, chimed in, "Hermione, your face is as red as my mom as strawberry pie." Harry quietly enjoyed his meal, occasionally glancing at the playful duo, a faint smile gracing his lips. He relished this light-hearted atmosphere, especially in the absence of Draco. "All right, I won't tease you anymore," Stav said with a laugh, sitting up straight and observing Hermione's relieved demeanor, a sense of mischievous joy bubbling within him. He enjoyed witnessing her flustered yet helpless expressions, akin to a kitten being playfully teased. Venom yawned in its enclosure, gently tapping the glass with its tail as if providing a rhythmic accompaniment to their amusing interaction. Laughter from other students and distant singing filled the compartment, creating a warm and enchanting atmosphere. As Stav watched Hermione diligently taking notes and occasionally casting furtive glares in his direction, he felt that this journey to Hogwarts was becoming increasingly delightful. His interest in this clever yet proud young, which was purely affectionate. He simply found her utterly charming and wished to provoke her into a delightful flurry. Eager to witness her vivid expressions. "Hello, sorting ceremony. Which house do you wish to join?" Stav suddenly inquired. Hermione lifted her gaze, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Of course, Ravenclaw. I've heard they value wisdom above all else. What about you?" "I'm fine with any house," Stav replied with a grin. "As long as I can be in the same house as our little academic prodigy and continue to hear you explain the subjects." Hermione was immediately amused by his cheeky demeanor, tossing a small bread roll in his direction. "Who wants to be in the same house as you?" Stav adeptly caught the flying bread, made a silly face at her, and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Laughter erupted from Ron, accompanied by Harry's light chuckle, as a warm atmosphere enveloped the compartment, quietly spreading through the night. Sunlight streamed through the train window, casting a soft golden hue upon the floor. The train continued its steady journey, transforming the scenery from open fields to rolling green hills, with a faint scent of pine needles and earth wafting through the air. Stav stretched languidly, sitting up to find Harry and Ron already deep in slumber. Hermione, seated by the window, was quietly engrossed in her book, the sunlight illuminating her softly bowed profile, as if her brown curls were dusted with gold. "Still reading, are we, academic prodigy?" Stav greeted her with a smile, his voice gentle yet enough to rouse Hermione from her concentration. She lifted her head, seemingly recalling their earlier playful banter, and quickly lowered it again, feigning interest in her book. In the terrarium, Venom noticed Stav had awakened and began to gently tap the glass with its tail, producing a soft thudding sound. Stav approached and opened the container, gliding his fingers over its rough scales, which shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. "You must be hungry. When the attendant comes by, I'll buy you some magical jerky," he whispered. Venom, as if understanding, excitedly swayed its head and licked Stav's palm with its tongue. At that moment, the compartment door was flung open with a loud bang, the force causing it to slam against the wall, startling both Harry and Ron awake. 3 boys stood at the entrance, the leader being a blond lad clad in a finely tailored black robe, his hair impeccably styled and his face displaying unabashed arrogance. Draco Malfoy. Flanking him were 2 tall boys, one stout and the other slender, Crabbe and Goyle, standing like imposing bodyguards. Malfoy's gaze swept across the compartment before settling on Harry, a self-satisfied smile curling his lips as he extended his hand. "You must be Harry Potter. I'm Draco Malfoy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." His tone dripped with feigned elegance, yet his eyes were filled with scrutiny. Harry, clearly still groggy, rubbed his eyes and sat up, awkwardly nodding. "Hello." The sudden appearance of this blond boy left him somewhat flustered, especially with the condescending demeanor that made him uncomfortable. Malfoy cast a pointed glance at Ron, who had just awakened, his red hair tousled, disdain evident in his expression. Ron immediately frowned, understanding Malfoy's insinuation, and was about to retort when Malfoy interjected. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't realize we had a Weasley in the mix." Malfoy deliberately elongated his tone, his voice not loud, yet sufficiently clear for all to hear. "I never expected the Weasley family could send their child to Hogwarts. Do you have enough galleons to spare? Surely you aren't relying on subsidies to get by?" "What did you say?" Ron's face flushed crimson with anger as he abruptly rose from his bed, his fists clenched tightly. "What my family does is none of your business. Your pretentious demeanor is truly revolting." "You find me revolting?" Malfoy erupted into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard a grand jest. "A penniless Weasley dares to call me revolting? Dressed so shabbily, you resemble a beggar by the roadside. Don't pollute the train with your stench. You're the one who stinks. Your entire family reeks." Ron glared fiercely at Malfoy, poised to charge at him. Hermione quickly stood up, attempting to restrain him. "Don't be impulsive, Ron. It's not worth arguing with someone like him." Malfoy's gaze shifted to Hermione, appraising her with a renewed contempt. "Ah, we have a meddler among us. By your appearance, you must be a mudblood, right? A lowly mudblood born of muggle parents, daring to meddle in the affairs of pureblood families?" The term mudblood pierced through Hermione like a venomous dagger, draining the color from her face in an instant. Having absorbed considerable knowledge of the magical world's basics over the holidays, coupled with the earlier conversation, Hermione could effortlessly deduce Malfoy's insinuations. She clenched her fists, her eyes welling up with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall, glaring fiercely at Malfoy. Harry, too, was incensed, stepping forward. "I won't allow you to insult my friends." Malfoy scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the compartment before finally landing on Stav. He scrutinized Stav's ordinary robes and simple luggage, a smirk curling his lips in derision. "And you, judging by your attire, appear to be another impoverished mudblood. Harry Potter, be wary of befriending Weasley and these mudbloods." lest they drag you down to their level. Stav had remained silent, merely observing Malfoy's performance with a cold stare. He had no intention of stirring trouble. However, upon hearing the derogatory term mudblood and witnessing Hermione's reddened eyes and pale complexion, a surge of fury erupted within him. Chapter 19. The Jamusi kickstaff abruptly stood up. He uttered not a word, yet his gaze transformed into a chilling, sharp intensity, akin to a blade tempered in ice, fixating coldly on Malfoy. Malfoy merely scoffed, dismissing the mere glare as an attempt to intimidate him. A mudblood is a mudblood. Are you feeling defiant? Do you even know who my father is? Stav could no longer endure the taunts. In the next moment, he raised his right foot with all his might and delivered a powerful kick to Malfoy's abdomen. Malfoy, taken completely by surprise at Stav's sudden aggression, let out a cry and stumbled backward, crashing out of the compartment. The back of his head striking the hard floor of the corridor with a heavy thud. Crabbe and Goyle were momentarily stunned, clearly unable to comprehend that this seemingly gentle boy could exhibit such ferocity. Stav offered them no chance to react, taking 2 steps back to gain momentum, raising his elbow, and lunging forward. Enjoy my Jamusi kick. Stav rose abruptly, seizing Malfoy's robe collar and hoisting him off the ground, delivering a punch squarely to his face. That'll teach you to speak ill. Stav's fists rained down upon Malfoy, a barrage of retribution for his insults towards Hermione, his bullying of Ron, and his ostentatious display of family pride. Though merely a first-year student, Stav had spent the past month assisting his father with manual labor, endowing him with strength far surpassing that of his peers. Fueled by rage, each blow landed with palpable force. Dazed and disoriented, Malfoy screamed in protest, "You dare strike me! My father will not let this go unpunished. I will tell him." It was at this moment that Crabbe and Goyle finally reacted, rushing forward to intervene. "Stop it! Let Malfoy go." However, their considerable size was matched by their clumsiness, and despite their efforts, they found themselves easily dispatched by Stav's swift kicks, landing on the ground in groans of defeat. In the box, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were rendered speechless. Harry was astonished by Stav's unexpected prowess, while Ron felt a surge of adrenaline and couldn't help but cheer. "Well done. Teach him a lesson." Hermione, on the other hand, was a mixture of fear and astonishment, anxiously urging Stav, "Stop. You could get expelled." Stav delivered one final punch, observing Malfoy's bruised visage, tears, and snot mingling in a pitiful display before he released him. Dusting off his hands, he coldly addressed the whimpering Malfoy. "Remember this. If you dare to use mudblood as an insult again, I won't hesitate to do it again." Malfoy, aching all over, particularly in his nose, felt a sting of fear at Stav's icy glare. He could muster no further threats, instead clutching his nose and sobbing quietly. Crabbe and Goyle hastily helped Malfoy to his feet, awkwardly retreating down the aisle, nearly stumbling in their haste, not daring to utter a single threat. As they passed, Stav noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were all wide-eyed in shock, particularly Hermione, whose eyes were round and mouth slightly agape, momentarily speechless. Stav chuckled nonchalantly, returning to his seat and leisurely enjoying a piece of bread. "What is there to fear? We are merely first-year students. How hard could we strike? At worst, it's merely a flesh wound. Besides, he initiated the insults, calling us mudbloods. Should we allow that to go unchallenged?" At the mention of the derogatory term, Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though this time they were not born of sorrow, but rather of a profound sense of gratitude. She had not anticipated Stav would stand up for her in such a manner, and warmth spread through her heart, dissipating the earlier grievances. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Ron interrupted. "Well done. I wanted to punch him for ages." His eyes shone with admiration for Stav. "The guy just acts so superior, thinking he's some kind of king." Harry nodded in agreement. He crossed the line. He certainly needed a lesson. However, let's refrain from any more violence. If a teacher sees, it could lead to trouble. Though he felt a sense of relief, worry lingered regarding potential repercussions. Stav smiled and offered Hermione a piece of chocolate, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Nothing will come of this." Surely, a school would not expel a student over such a trivial matter. Moreover, he was the one who insulted us first, and I doubt he would dare to lie in front of the teachers. Hermione accepted the chocolate with trembling fingers and softly murmured her thanks, observing Stav's nonchalant demeanor. Her initial worries gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. This boy, who often teased her, had unhesitatingly stood up for her when she was bullied, significantly altering her impression of him. "By the way, what does mudblood mean?" Harry inquired curiously. Although he understood it to be an insult, he was unaware of its specific connotation. Hermione's expression darkened, and Staff quickly interjected, explaining that it was a derogatory term used by pureblood families to refer to wizards of Muggle descent, implying that our bloodline was inferior. Pay no heed to such foolishness. Lineage does not determine anything. The strength of one's magical abilities is what truly matters. He glanced at Hermione and winked, remarking that someone as clever as our little academic overachiever was far superior to that earlier group of dimwits. Hermione's cheeks flushed once more. But this time she was not angry. Instead, she softly acknowledged him with a slight smile. The atmosphere in the carriage gradually lightened as Ron began regaling them with amusing tales about his brothers at Hogwarts, while Harry shared his experiences from Diagon Alley. Hermione occasionally chimed in, and Staff would tease her from time to time, eliciting both laughter and annoyance from her. The attendant pushed the food cart down the aisle, and they indulged in a sumptuous breakfast of grilled sausages, fried eggs, toast, and pumpkin juice. Even the creature was treated to its favorite magical jerky, devouring it with evident delight, occasionally emitting satisfied hisses. As the train ventured deeper into the mountains, the scenery outside grew increasingly picturesque, with rolling green hills and waterfalls cascading from cliffs. The students in the carriage became animated, flocking to the windows to speculate about the whereabouts of Hogwarts. "We're almost there." Ron pointed towards a mist-shrouded valley in the distance, stating that his brother had told him Hogwarts was hidden within those mountains, shrouded by magical protections that rendered it invisible to Muggles. Hermione took out a small mirror to tidy her hair and smooth out the wrinkles of her robe, gazing out the window with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "I wonder what the sorting ceremony will be like. I truly hope to be placed in Ravenclaw. I would be fine with any house, as long as I am not in the same one as Malfoy." Staff chuckled, recalling Malfoy's earlier humiliation, unable to suppress his laughter. Chapter 20. The Boat Under the Moonlight. Hermione shot him a glare, though a smile tugged at her lips. "Just don't cause trouble at school. Who asked for someone to be so punchable?" Staff leaned closer, lowering his voice, and besides, a gentleman should protect the adorable little academic overachiever. He. Hermione's face flushed again, and she quickly turned her head to look out the window, yet she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Staff, a hint of mirth sparkling in her eyes. Harry and Ron pretended not to notice, though they were both stifling laughter, and the carriage was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The train passed through a long tunnel, and as it emerged, its speed noticeably slowed. On the distant surface of the lake, shimmering reflections dance as a magnificent castle stands majestically atop the cliff, its spires piercing the heavens. Warm light spills from its windows, resembling a magical palace from a fairy tale. "That is Hogwarts," exclaimed Harry, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Everyone gathered near the window, marveling at this legendary school of magic. Staff gazed at the silhouette of the castle, his heart brimming with anticipation. The twilight sky outside had been suffused with evening hues, the setting sun gilding the distant mountains, while billowing clouds unfurled across the sky like orange satin, and the air turned delightfully warm. The young wizards in the carriage could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly peering out of the windows, their chatter resembling the cheerful chirping of birds. "Quick, change into your robes. The school's teachers are surely waiting for us at the platform." Hermione's voice, tinged with a sense of urgency and delight, filled the air as she struggled to don her black magical robe. Her pointed wizard hat had slipped askew, revealing her thick, brown curls. At that moment, she was adjusting the silver clasp at her collar in front of a small mirror, her nose slightly reddening from anxiety. Staff leaned back in his seat, watching her flustered attempts with great interest. Hermione's fingers fumbled awkwardly with the clasp, and the more frantic she became, the more elusive it seemed to fasten. Finally, in exasperation, she tossed the hat onto the table. "This clasp is so poorly designed. Need some assistance, little genius?" Staff chuckled as he approached her, deliberately slowing his speech. "If you can't even manage a clasp, how will you handle the sorting hat's questions?" He extended his hand, gently grasping the silver clasp, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her neck, eliciting a momentary tension in her skin. Despite her protests, she stood still, allowing Staff to help her secure the clasp and straighten her crooked collar. "You're the one who's sneaking in clothes," Hermione huffed as she adjusted her hat, but she couldn't resist glancing at her reflection. Seeing herself properly attired, a small smile crept onto her lips. Ron and Harry watched with amusement, Ron even winking at Staff. "You two, stop dawdling. We're among the last few here." The train pulled into the platform, situated beside a vast lake, the damp evening breeze carrying the scents of lake water and pine needles. "First-year students this way," boomed a resonant voice that cut through the crowd. A figure clad in a moleskin coat, holding a brass lantern aloft, stood at the end of the platform, his towering silhouette resembling a small mountain against the twilight. It was Hagrid. Harry waved excitedly, pulling Ron through the throng of people. Staff lifted the cage containing the venomous creature, following Hermione closely behind Ron. Everyone accounted for. Hagrid laughed heartily as he counted heads, his rough hand gently patting Harry's shoulder before directing the first-year students. We'll be crossing the lake by boat. It's an old Hogwarts tradition, allowing you to behold the castle in all its glory. Moored at the shore were dozens of small boats, as smooth and dark as obsidian, gliding effortlessly on the water-esque surface without oars. 4 to a boat. Choose your companions quickly and board. Hagrid carefully assisted several timid girls onto the boat, fearful that they might tumble into the water. We are in the same group. Staff, quick of hand, and I seized Hermione's wrist before she could react, leaping onto the nearest small vessel. Hermione gasped, the boat rocking violently as she stumbled to steady herself, ready to voice her complaint. Ron and Harry then jumped aboard as well, causing another jolt that made Hermione grit her teeth in irritation, wishing to pinch the boys. Easy does it. I was merely mistaken. Staff chuckled, evading her ire, but the boat swayed again, prompting Hermione to grasp the edge tightly, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of red. Look at you. Just a little movement, and it wobbles. You should sit still, Staff teased, grinning as he settled comfortably against the boat's side. Dipping his hand into the cool lake water, relishing the refreshing sensation. The boat seemed to possess a life of its own, gliding away from the shore towards the castle on the opposite side of the lake. There was no sound of oar splashing, only the gentle lapping of water against the hull and the distant laughter and chatter from other boats filled the air. As dusk deepened, the lake mirrored the evening sky's rosy hues, painting the water in vibrant shades of gold and crimson. Occasionally, silvery fish darted beneath the surface, their scales glimmering like stars in the twilight. This boat is truly remarkable. It moves on its own, Hermione exclaimed, unable to suppress her wonder. She reached out to touch the icy water, and as her fingertips grazed the surface, a swarm of luminous fish gathered around, chasing the ripples at the boat's stern. Is this the allure of the wizarding world? Staff observed her focused profile, the sunset's glow outlining her features, her lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. Some young witches, so terrified of water, yet feigned bravery. He noticed her fingers gripping the boat's edge turn pale. Hermione suddenly turned to glare at him. Who said I was afraid of water? I merely find it enchanting. Yet, each time the boat swayed slightly, her shoulders tensed instinctively. Staff retrieved a honey lemon candy he had purchased from Diagon Alley, unwrapping it and offering it to her. Have a sweet. It may ease your tension, perhaps more effectively than a calming charm. This time, Hermione accepted without hesitation, popping it into her mouth. The refreshing lemon flavor spread across her tongue, indeed relaxing her taut nerves. Thank you, she murmured, stealing a glance at Staff, who was gazing towards the distant castle. In the twilight, his profile lacked its usual playful demeanor, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Chapter 21. The Welcoming Feast Hall. Is it true that there are moving staircases in the castle? She broke the silence, recalling what she had read about the 140 staircases, some of which could vanish unexpectedly, leading to different places. And there are ghosts floating in the corridors. Are you afraid? Staff deliberately lowered his voice, making a silly face. If we encounter a ghost at midnight, I will reluctantly allow you to hide behind me. Who would hide behind you? Hermione retorted, playfully punching Staff in the arm. Though she protested, she couldn't help but imagine the scene, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Oh, do you know what nearly headless Nick loves to be complimented on? Staff raised an eyebrow, observing her momentary lapse. He couldn't help but laugh even more, unaware that this was a secret known only to upperclassmen. Would you like me to divulge it? Hermione's competitive spirit was immediately ignited. No need for you to tell me. I shall uncover the answer myself. She extracted a small notebook from her pocket, and, taking advantage of the last vestiges of daylight, began to write fervently, her curls cascading onto the pages, unaware that a bit of ink had smudged them. Staff watched her with an amused expression, unable to resist reaching out to brush aside the strands of hair that obstructed her view, gently poking her cheek with his fingertip. Hermione's quill came to an abrupt halt, a droplet of ink blooming into a small shadow on the paper. She stiffly turned her head to meet Staff's smiling gaze, the proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she instinctively recoiled, forgetting that she was on a boat. Her body swayed precariously, nearly tipping her into the lake. Hermione tumbled beside him, her wizard's hat sliding off, revealing her tousled curls, akin to a startled fawn. Be careful not to fall in. There's a giant squid in this lake that feasts on disobedient little witches. You are the foolish one, Hermione retorted, delivering a light punch that was as gentle as a feather. This is all your fault. Before she could finish, her attention was captivated by the sight ahead. The small boat was nearing the castle's cliff, and the enormous stone door was slowly creaking open in the twilight, revealing several professors standing at the entrance, wands in hand, illuminating the surrounding rock walls with the glowing orbs atop their wands. Look, it's the castle entrance, she exclaimed, pointing at the stone door, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment. At that moment, Ron was animatedly recounting tales of his brother's adventures at school to Harry, who listened with rapt attention. Hermione leaned over the boat's edge, the evening breeze lifting her curls, her amber eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if filled with starlight. The little boat gently docked, where Hagrid was already waiting on the shore, his massive frame bending into an exaggerated arc as he carefully assisted each student ashore. Stav was the first to leap onto the land, turning to extend his hand to Hermione. This time, she did not refuse, gently grasping his hand. He could feel the coolness of her fingertips and the slight tremor within them, which made him stifle a laugh as he deliberately slowed his pace. Passing through the grand stone door, they beheld a spacious courtyard bathed in moonlight, which spilled from the clouds to illuminate the central fountain, where the statue's reflections danced lightly with the ripples. The courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and plants, some emitting a faint glow in the twilight, while the air was suffused with the unique fragrance of magical flora. Hagrid led them through the courtyard toward the castle's main entrance, where a stern-looking witch awaited them, Professor McGonagall. Clad in a deep green robe and a pointed hat, her sharp eyes gleamed with a gentle smile. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before we enter the Great Hall, I must first explain the rules of the sorting ceremony. She began to elucidate the histories of the four houses and the significance of the sorting. As the young witches and wizards held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation, Hermione listened intently, her fingers unconsciously twisting the ties of her robe, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were reciting some vital piece of knowledge. Stav stood beside her, observing her focused demeanor, and couldn't resist leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Don't be nervous. Even if you are sorted in a Hufflepuff, I shall visit you in the kitchen. I hear their pumpkin pies are the best." Hermione turned her head, her gaze fixed upon Stav, devoid of anger but rather tinged with a barely perceptible smile. "Just wait. I will undoubtedly be sorted into Ravenclaw. Then you shall envy my tower view." Stav chuckled, shaking his head at her indignant yet excited expression. The twilight had completely enveloped the castle, and the magical lanterns in the courtyard flickered to life, casting a warm golden glow upon the youthful faces of the young witches and wizards. Professor McGonagall pushed open the heavy oak doors, revealing the grand entrance hall beneath a ceiling resembling a starry sky, where suits of armor stood at attention, portraits smiled, and the distant sounds of laughter and the aroma of food wafted from the great hall. "Are you ready, little overachiever?" Stav asked, his tone brimming with anticipation as he gazed into Hermione's sparkling eyes. Taking a deep breath, Hermione nodded vigorously, gripping her wand tightly. "Absolutely. I have been prepared for this moment." Sharing a smile, the two followed the line into the entrance hall as the stone doors slowly closed behind them, sealing away the twilight and the lake breeze. Their time at Hogwarts, accompanied by the scent of dinner and the chatter of youth, was about to commence. As they crossed the magnificent entrance hall, Professor McGonagall opened the grand double doors leading to the banquet hall. In an instant, all the young witches and wizards gasped in awe. Chapter 22. The Sorting Hat Ceremony. The vast banquet hall's dome was enchanted to resemble a dazzling starry sky. Countless stars swirling overhead, creating the illusion of an open field under the heavens. 4 long tables, adorned with the respective colors of Gryffindor's crimson, Hufflepuff's yellow, Ravenclaw's blue, and Slytherin's green, lined the walls. Students clad in their corresponding house robes filled the tables, curiously assessing the newcomers. At the head table sat the professors, with the white-haired figure in the center being none other than Headmaster Dumbledore, who wore crescent-shaped spectacles, his snow-white beard cascading to his chest, and a gentle smile gracing his face. "Wow!" Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly scanned the surroundings, her gaze lingering longest on the Ravenclaw table, where students donned glasses and clutched books, the air seemingly imbued with an aura of wisdom. Stav's attention was drawn to several familiar figures, notably Draco Malfoy, whom he had bested that morning, leaving him with a bruised visage. Malfoy, now glaring at him with a venomous expression, was flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, both baring their teeth like 3 irate little beasts. Rather than feeling anger, Stav flashed a taunting grin at them, inciting Malfoy to nearly leap from his chair in fury. "First years, please come forward." Professor McGonagall's voice quelled the raucous banquet hall, guiding the newcomers to the open space at the center. There stood a solitary oak chair, upon which rested a tattered wizarding hat, patched at the brim and adorned with a comical knot, the legendary Sorting Hat. Hermione nervously clenched her fists, her fingertips turning pale. Ron continuously rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on the Gryffindor table where his brothers sat, while Harry appeared somewhat bewildered, his eyes drifting among the 4 long tables. Staff stood beside them, sensing the tension and anticipation in the air, yet his mind was concocting a rather amusing scheme. Headmaster Dumbledore rose to his feet, and the banquet hall fell into a profound silence. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts." His voice was gentle yet powerful. "Before we commence the sorting ceremony, allow me a few words, fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." He suddenly uttered several peculiar words, eliciting laughter from the professors at the high table, while the newcomers looked on in confusion. "This is the headmaster's unique way of welcoming us," Hermione whispered, clearly having done her homework. "It means he wishes everyone a pleasant academic year." Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand. "Now, back to the matter at hand. Let us begin the sorting ceremony." Professor McGonagall picked up a scroll of parchment and cleared her throat. "When I call your name, please come forward and don the sorting hat. It will place you in the most suitable house." She unfurled the parchment and announced the first name. Hannah Abbott, a plump, blonde girl, nervously stepped forward, trembling as she placed the sorting hat upon her head. Moments later, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table erupted into enthusiastic applause as the girl, blushing, hurried over to join her new housemates. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff; Teddy Boot, Ravenclaw; Mandy Brocklehurst, Ravenclaw. The sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, with newcomers stepping forward one by one, some excited, some anxious, and others so frightened they burst into tears. Each time the sorting hat announced a house name, the corresponding table erupted in cheers and applause. When Ron's name was called, he was so nervous that he nearly stumbled, but fortunately, the hat quickly shouted, "Gryffindor." He immediately dashed toward the Gryffindor table, where his brothers stood to applaud him. Hermione Granger. Hermione took a deep breath, adjusted her robes, and walked forward with her head held high. Sitting up straight, she placed the sorting hat upon her head, and as soon as it touched her hair, it began to move, whispering softly in her ear. Staff noticed her brow furrow slightly, as if she were conversing with the hat. After what felt like an eternity, the sorting hat finally declared Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, and Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. She clearly had not anticipated being sorted into Gryffindor. But upon realizing her friend Ron was there, she joyfully ran over. Ron waved at her excitedly. "Harry Potter." The moment the name was spoken, the entire banquet hall fell silent, all eyes converging on Harry. He nervously stepped forward, closing his eyes tightly as he sat down. The sorting hat lingered atop his head for an extended period, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal debate. Staff could faintly discern the hat murmuring, "Very difficult indeed. Courageous, talented, with a heart eager to prove itself. But Slytherin could help you achieve great things." "Not Slytherin." In a hushed yet resolute tone, Harry uttered his words. After a few moments, the sorting hat finally proclaimed, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in exuberant cheers, students applauding fervently, and even the professors wore expressions of satisfaction. Harry, feeling an immense sense of relief, dashed towards Gryffindor, where Hermione and Ron immediately made space for him as the trio celebrated with excited high fives. Professor McGonagall continued to call out names, with the newcomers being sorted into various houses. Staff observed the haughty faces at the Slytherin table, then glanced at the lively scene unfolding at Gryffindor, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was uncertain of which house he would be assigned to next. Stav Kerrion. At last, his moment had arrived. Staff adjusted his robes, and under countless gazes, approached the front with a steady demeanor. He could feel the eager stares from Hermione and the others, as well as the disdainful looks from Draco Malfoy and his companions at Slytherin. Taking his seat on the oak chair, he placed the sorting hat upon his head. As soon as the hat touched his hair, it emitted a startled gasp beside his ear. A raw, untamed power. The sorting hat whispered urgently, "You possess remarkable potential, my child. This strength is capable of reshaping Slytherin. You belong to Slytherin. There, you can master this power and achieve unparalleled glory. Go forth, child. Slytherin awaits you." The sorting hat then declared loudly, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in applause, though the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Clearly, they were taken aback by this new student suddenly joining their ranks. especially since he had just been in close proximity to Gryffindor's Harry and Ron. Chapter 23. The Frustrated Malfoy. Malfoy wore a grim expression, evidently unwelcoming of this mudblood who had previously bested him, joining Slytherin. Staff removed the sorting hat and politely returned it to Professor McGonagall before turning to approach the Slytherin table. Instead of opting for a less populated area, he headed directly toward Malfoy. "Stay away from me," Malfoy snarled, while Crabbe and Goyle immediately stood up, adopting threatening postures. Staff paid them no mind and sat down in the empty seat beside Malfoy, deliberately shifting his chair closer until their shoulders nearly touched. "What's the matter? Not welcoming a new classmate?" he remarked with a smile, his voice soft yet loud enough for the surrounding Slytherins to hear. "Didn't he get enough on the train and want to try again here?" Malfoy's face turned a deep shade of purple, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. But he was restrained by an older student beside him. A platinum-haired upperclassman whispered a warning, "Malfoy, don't stir trouble during the sorting ceremony. It would be a disgrace to Slytherin." Malfoy sat down, seething, yet could not help but glare at Staff with resentment. Staff ignored his gaze and turned to look at the head table. Professor Dumbledore was smiling at him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, while Professor Snape, his black robes blending into the shadows, cast a cold, piercing glance in his direction, his lips pressed into a straight line. He cast another glance towards the Gryffindor table, where Hermione looked at him with a furrowed brow, her expression tinged with concern. Ron appeared utterly incredulous, his mouth agape, while Harry offered him a friendly nod, his gaze devoid of any prejudice. The sorting ceremony continued, with the remaining newcomers swiftly assigned to their respective houses. Once the last name was called, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, and Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more. "Now let us commence the feast." He raised his goblet, and in an instant, an array of delectable dishes appeared upon the table. Roasted chicken, baked potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, stews, vegetable salads, and a selection of desserts and beverages. A veritable feast that dazzled the senses. At the Slytherin table, the students began their meal, though the atmosphere felt somewhat somber. No one initiated conversation with Staff, while Malfoy deliberately raised his voice to jest with others, feigning ignorance of Staff's presence. Staff remained unfazed, helping himself to roasted chicken and eating heartily, occasionally offering Malfoy a turkey leg, provoking an exaggerated eye roll from him. "Hey, which branch of the family are you from?" inquired a tall, slender boy with dark hair. Unable to contain his curiosity, he sported a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and appeared far more intelligent than Malfoy. "I've never heard of the Kerrion family. Just an ordinary wizard from a common family," Staff replied with a smile, providing no further explanation. The feast unfolded amidst a lively ambience, with students from various houses engaging in conversation, sharing their summer experiences and anticipation for the new term. The Gryffindor table was the most boisterous, filled with laughter. Ravenclaw's students discussed books and spells. Hufflepuff's table emanated the aroma of food, accompanied by amicable chatter, while the Slytherin table remained relatively quiet, with students conversing in hushed tones, their expressions alert and haughty. As Staff savored his dessert, he observed his surroundings. The Slytherin students indeed conformed to the descriptions in books, placing great emphasis on bloodlines and status, their dialogue laced with superiority, yet their strong sense of camaraderie and social awareness was evident. Surrounded by several followers, Malfoy whispered among them, occasionally casting ferocious glares at Staff, yet he never approached to instigate trouble. As the feast drew to a close, Headmaster Dumbledore stood again, and the hall fell silent. With a smile, he addressed the assembly. "Certain areas of the campus are off-limits to students, particularly the door on the right side of the third-floor corridor. Remember, do not venture there, as those who stray will suffer greatly. Additionally, the Forbidden Forest is also off-limits, and violators will face severe consequences." The Slytherin prefect, a senior boy, rose with an expressionless demeanor. Several newcomers from different houses stood, following the prefect towards their respective dormitory areas. "Slytherin first years, follow me." Staff joined the line, exiting the banquet hall. The prefect guided them through dimly lit corridors, descending the stone steps. The Slytherin common room, located beneath the lake, featured walls adorned with green lights that illuminated the surrounding stalagmites and stalactites, while schools of fish glided by outside the windows, creating an enchanting scene. The password for Slytherin was pureblood. The prefect halted before a stone door and recited the incantation. The door creaked open, revealing an opulent lounge adorned with walls of black marble, a lush green carpet underfoot, and a fireplace ablaze with emerald flames. The sofas and armchairs were crafted from black leather, and portraits of the founders of Slytherin graced the walls. The Slytherin dormitory was far more luxurious than Staff had imagined, its stone walls hung with green velvet curtains, 2 beds fitted with soft velvet mattresses, and brass lamps perched on the nightstands. The air was infused with a faint scent of seawater and sandalwood. Following the dormitory number he had received, Stav pushed open a small wooden door. Upon discovering that Malfoy was also present, Stav raised an eyebrow, remarking on the smallness of the world. Malfoy, evidently taken aback at the prospect of sharing a dormitory with his adversary, wore a grim expression, crossing his arms and adopting a stance that suggested he would not take kindly to any advances. There are others here. Stav disregarded the tension and rushed towards the bed by the window. Malfoy, noticing Stav's intent to claim the prime sleeping spot, immediately interjected with his trademark arrogance. Yet, Stav seemed unfazed, placing his suitcase on the bed and opening it with a flourish to begin organizing his belongings. He neatly arranged his magical textbooks on the shelf beside his bed, tucked the velvet pouch containing his wand beneath his pillow, and carefully extracted a vial of snake venom from its containment box, setting it down on the soft cushion at the foot of the bed. The venom, evidently delighted by its new surroundings, coiled up with its forked tongue flickering in and out, its pine cone-like scales shimmering with a dark green hue under the light. It caught sight of Malfoy's wary gaze and hissed in his direction, flicking its tongue. A snake? Malfoy recoiled, colliding with the bedpost behind him. It inquired, "What are you staring at?" Stav smirked mischievously, deliberately trying to intimidate Malfoy, even going so far as to cradle the venom in his arms, gently stroking its scales. "Rest assured, it won't bite unless provoked," he remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Malfoy, whose face flushed crimson in response. The atmosphere in the dormitory was palpably awkward. Malfoy found himself in a dilemma, reluctant to share a space with Stav, yet unwilling to unleash his pent-up frustration, the sting of his earlier humiliation still fresh. Moreover, the notion that Stav claimed the snake was speaking to him unervingly reminded Malfoy of the peculiar talents attributed to the nameless figure his father often referenced, sending a chill down his spine. Oblivious to Malfoy's inner turmoil, Stav busied himself making his bed and then retrieved History of Magic to begin his studies. The venom nestled at his feet, occasionally playfully tapping his ankle with its tail as if seeking affection. After standing there for some time, Malfoy realized that Stav had no intentions of further provocation, even neglecting to glance his way, and his initial anger began to dissipate into awkwardness. After all, he was a scion of a pure-blood family and understood the necessity of weighing pros and cons in a shared living arrangement over the coming years. Perpetual antagonism was untenable. If Stav happened to be a Parselmouth, perhaps he could prove to be a valuable ally in the future. Lucius, his father, had often emphasized the importance of befriending those with potential. He cleared his throat and approached the bedside of Malfoy, awkwardly extending his hand. "Well, since we're to share this space, let us put the past behind us. I am Draco Malfoy. You may call me Draco." Malfoy lifted his gaze, raising an eyebrow in surprise before grasping the offered hand. "I am Stav Kerrion. Simply call me Stav." He could sense the stiffness in Malfoy's handshake and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the young lord's unexpected adaptability. The atmosphere of reconciliation rippled outward like a pebble cast into a lake. Malfoy relaxed somewhat and began to organize his belongings, which were considerably more opulent than Stav's. Even his pajamas were made of silk, complemented by silver toiletries. "Can you truly converse with snakes?" Malfoy inquired, curiosity overtaking him as his gaze stealthily flickered towards venom. "My father says parcel tongue is rare, typically inherited only by the descendants of Slytherin." Stav was not a Parselmouth, yet he refrained from elaborating in unfamiliar surroundings. One's identity is self-constructed. Instead, he simply addressed Venom. "Venom, greet our new roommate." Venom lifted its head and hissed twice at Malfoy, the sound considerably softer than before. Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he could not comprehend the words, he sensed no aggressive malice, which augmented his respect for Stav and eased his trepidation. The atmosphere in the dormitory gradually relaxed as the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Malfoy began to boast about his family's wealth and status, claiming his father was acquainted with key figures in the Ministry of Magic and had even visited the secret library of Malfoy Manor. Stav occasionally chimed in or offered playful retorts, finding amusement in Malfoy's frustrated yet restrained demeanor. The following morning, when the enchanted clock in the Slytherin common room struck 7, Stav awoke punctually. Venom remained in slumber, and he gently caressed its scales before rising to wash up. Malfoy was already dressed, meticulously arranging his golden hair before the mirror. Upon noticing Stav awake, he nodded in acknowledgement. As they exited the dormitory together, they encountered Crabbe and Goyle waiting in the corridor for Malfoy. Seeing Stav and Malfoy emerge side by side, Engaged in conversation about breakfast, the two followers were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yu Crab stuttered, unable to fathom the sight before him. Just yesterday, they had been at odds. Today, they appeared to be in jovial spirits. What are you staring at? Malfoy shot them a glare. Staff is my roommate. He is a friend now. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads in confusion before hastily following along. Breakfast was as lavish as ever, with Staff and Malfoy seated at the same section of the Slytherin long table, occasionally whispering to one another. When Hermione witnessed this scene, she was so astonished that she nearly spilled her milk, pulling Harry and Ron aside to murmur, "How could they be together? Staff hasn't he been bullied by Malfoy?" "Has he?" Ron scoffed. "Slytherins are all the same. They conspire together. They must be plotting something sinister." Professor Snape's black robe swept across the podium like a bat, his dark gaze scanning the entire class, instantly silencing the previously boisterous classroom. He was particularly stern, deliberately challenging Harry with his questions, but fortunately, Hermione discreetly offered a reminder, sparing Harry from embarrassment. Staff was quite intrigued by the potions class, diligently taking notes. When Snape discussed the recipe for shrinking solution, Malfoy could not help but lean in and whisper, "My father possesses an ancestral potion manual. Its recipes are 100 times better than those in the textbook." "Is that so? Perhaps you could lend it to me someday?" Staff replied with a smile. Malfoy immediately became defensive. "That is a family treasure." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "However, I could let you copy a few simpler ones." This unexpected generosity from Malfoy took Staff by surprise. Though arrogant, Malfoy indeed had a solid foundation in potions, meticulously weighing the ingredients. Staff, on the other hand, carefully controlled the heat, and together they surprisingly harmonized, producing a shrinking solution clearer than their peers. When Snape inspected their work, though he did not verbally commend them, a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes, which delighted Malfoy for quite some time. The afternoon's charms class took place in a spacious classroom, where Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature, lectured while standing atop a stack of books, his high-pitched voice both sharp and engaging. He instructed the students on the Lumos charm, which illuminated the tip of their wands. Malfoy attempted several times, producing only faint sparks, his face flushed with frustration. Staff suppressed a chuckle, eager to demonstrate himself, but a burst of red light erupted, shattering the ceiling. Malfoy's gaze toward Staff instantly became much clearer. During the break, Staff and Malfoy encountered Harry and his friends in the corridor. Malfoy quickly reverted to his true nature, deliberately bumping into Ron with force. "Are you blind, Weasley?" As Ron prepared to retaliate, Staff interjected, "Enough, Draco, they're my friends." He nodded to Harry and Hermione, disregarding Ron's exasperation. "How are your studies going?" "Not bad," Hermione replied, casting a complex glance at Staff, who was now alongside Malfoy. "I never expected you two. We are roommates. We must coexist peacefully." Staff smiled, not allowing her to finish, and patted Malfoy on the arm, leading the way forward. "Class is about to start. We can chat later." Chapter 25. The Golden-Haired Girl in the Library. The boisterous Crabbe and Goyle hastily followed the two ahead. Upon seeing the Roots weeping like infants, Malfoy was taken aback, provoking laughter from his surrounding classmates. "Coward," Staff teased, giving him a gentle push. "It's only a herb. It won't to eat you." Who's a coward?" Malfoy feigned composure, yet remained closely beside Staff. "I merely think it looks ugly." Staff chose not to expose him, patiently listening as Professor Sprout explained the uses of Mandrake. When the school bell rang, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The setting sun streamed through the corridor windows, casting elongated shadows of the four individuals. Malfoy observed that, although Staff enjoyed teasing him, he was not as contemptuous as other Muggleborns and possessed remarkable magical talent, particularly in terms of magical outbursts, which even Malfoy found commendable. More importantly, Staff was undeterred by his family background and did not attempt to ingratiate himself, a refreshing attitude that Malfoy appreciated. Upon returning to the dormitory, Staff released Venom from its enclosure, allowing it to roam freely. Venom appeared to have grown accustomed to Malfoy, even crawling over to his feet and nudging its head against his shoes. Malfoy nearly jumped in fright, but refrained from screaming, standing rigidly until Venom slithered away, at which point he exhaled in relief. "It seems to quite like you," Staff remarked teasingly. "Not at all," Malfoy retorted stubbornly, though a hint of a smile betrayed him. Leaning against the headboard, Staff observed the scene before him, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated such a swift easing of relations with Malfoy, but it was a welcome development. At least his days in Slytherin would not be utterly dull. He recognized that Malfoy's nature was not inherently malevolent. Rather, It was the influence of his family and environment that had cultivated his arrogance. The Hogwarts library was always enveloped in a serene glow during the afternoon. Towering bookshelves reached up to the ceiling, and sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting vibrant patches of color upon the floor. The air was infused with the scent of aged pages and a subtle hint of dust. As Stav entered through the revolving door with his backpack, Madame Pants, the librarian, surveyed the room with a stern gaze, signaling him to maintain silence. After several days of lessons, Stav had developed a profound interest in potions class. Although Professor Snape was stringent, the knowledge he imparted about potions acted as a key, unlocking the doors to a new world. Particularly, when he learned that Dragoness blood had 12 different applications, he immediately thought of his magical pet Venom, a gray-scaled serpent with a lineage of black dragon blood. Upon returning to the dormitory, he examined Venom closely, noting that while it had grown slightly since its arrival, it still exhibited no magical capabilities, possessing merely a greater sense of awareness than ordinary serpents. I must find a way to awaken its lineage. Stav pondered, the thought of seeking a dragon blood potion recipe blossoming in his mind. The restricted section of the library surely contained relevant resources, but as a first-year student, he lacked the access needed to enter. Fortunately, the ordinary reading area housed numerous treasures as well. Following the signs, he arrived at the section labeled Magical Creature Potions, and was immediately astonished by the sight before him. 3 entire rows of bookshelves brimming with hefty tomes on potions. Their covers adorned with illustrations of various fantastical creatures, from unicorns to phoenixes, from giant pythons to fire dragons, a veritable cornucopia. He began searching through the bottom shelves, his fingers gliding over the gilded spines of books, the compendium of fantastic beast potions, ancient recipes for bloodline awakening, and fundamentals of dragon blood applications, each one captivating him. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the densely packed text and exquisite illustrations on the pages, and he became so engrossed that he lost track of his surroundings. Are you also interested in magical creature potions? A melodious female voice resonated nearby, tinged with curiosity. Startled, Stav abruptly lifted his head, momentarily taken aback. Standing beside the bookshelf was a girl clad in the emerald robes of Slytherin, slightly shorter than he, her flowing golden hair glistening like sunlight, the tips gently curling and cascading down her shoulders. Her round blue eyes sparkled like dew-kissed sapphires, currently regarding him with a cheerful smile. Her cheeks bore 2 faint dimples that made her look exceptionally endearing when she smiled. A Slytherin girl. Stav quickly closed his book, offering a friendly smile. Indeed. I am searching for information on Dragon's blood potion. And you? The girl pointed to the book in his hands, her eyes curving into crescent moons. What a coincidence. I'm also looking for this book. My name is Alara Rochelle, a first-year student. She extended her hand, her fingertips delicate and fair, her nails impeccably trimmed. I am Stav Kerrion, also a first-year. Stav grasped her hand, feeling the coolness of her fingertips, giving a gentle squeeze before letting go. Alara's cheeks flushed slightly. Stav smiled, saying, "Then you may call me Alara, and I shall call you Stav. What brings you to seek information on Dragon's blood potion? Is it for magical pets as well?" "Yes." Alara nodded vigorously, her eyes brightening. "I have a silver owl, but it has been rather lethargic lately, and I wish to prepare a tonic to invigorate it. The book mentions that diluted dragon's blood potion can enhance the vitality of magical creatures. Is that your purpose as well?" "Quite similar," Stav recalled Venom, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. "My pet snake possesses a lineage of black dragon blood, yet it has yet to awaken its magical abilities, and I'm seeking ways to activate its bloodline." "A snake?" Alara's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a delightful laugh. "How fascinating. I have never seen a snake with black dragon blood. Is it fierce?" "Not at all. It is quite docile." Stav couldn't resist sharing amusing anecdotes about Venom. "Its name is Venom. It can enter its enclosure by itself, and even taps the glass with its tail to greet me, much like a puppy." "Really? How adorable." Alara's blue eyes twinkled with curiosity. "May I see it?" "Of course," Stav responded readily, and upon witnessing Alara's excitement, he felt a playful urge to tease her. "What, are you afraid of snakes?" "It has grown quite long." He extended his hand to demonstrate, indicating it was roughly the length of his arm. Chapter 26, Potions Class Partners. Alara indeed flinched, retracting her neck slightly, but soon mustered her courage. "Not all. My father says magical creatures are very empathetic. As long as you treat them kindly, they won't harm you." Her demeanor resembled that of a timid rabbit gathering courage, endearing enough to elicit a chuckle from Stav. The two stood side by side at the bookshelf, continuing their search for information. Alara's fingers were nimble and dexterous, quickly extracting a deep blue-covered tome from the upper shelf. Look at this one. Guide to Activating the Bloodlines of Magical Creatures, authored by the renowned potion master Felix Summerby. Stav took the book, rapidly flipping through its pages. "This is it," he exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Ella leaned in closer, her golden locks inadvertently brushing against Stav's arm, eliciting a gentle, tickling sensation. The text indicated the need for dragon tongue blood, moonlight grass sap, and phoenix tail feather ash, all to be blended with the dew collected on a full moon. She pointed to a page and read earnestly. It sounded rather complicated. Could we truly accomplish this? We'll only know by trying, Stav replied with unwavering confidence. Though the ingredients might be elusive, solutions would surely present themselves. If all else fails, we can start with simpler enhancement potions. As he gazed at Ella's serious profile, sunlight danced upon her golden hair, and he suddenly felt that interacting with a Slytherin girl could be quite delightful. With a playful glint in his eye, Stav decided to share a joke to lighten the mood. "My owl went out late the other night to buy something," he continued. Unperturbed, the owl flew to the convenience store, and the clerk asked, "What do you want?" The owl handed over a note. "2 bags of coffee, please." The clerk was taken aback. "You're staying up late too?" The owl sighed. "Don't get me started. My neighbor S. Rooster has recently learned to crow at 2 in the morning." Ella paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, and her dimples deepened in her cheeks. "You are quite amusing," she exclaimed, her voice as melodious as silver bells, resonating beautifully in the hushed library. Mrs. Phelps cast a warning glance their way, prompting them to cover their mouths and share a conspiratorial smile, both eyes sparkling with mischief. Tell another. Ella ate softly, her blue eyes shimmering with anticipation. Stav pondered for a moment before continuing. "Why does Professor Snape always wear black robes?" "Because he fears others might glimpse his shiny hair reflecting the light while he secretly practices lumos." This time, Ella laughed even louder, nearly brought to tears, and quickly lowered her head, pretending to read, though her shoulders continued to tremble with mirth. "You are terrible, daring to speak ill of Professor Snape," she whispered, her tone brimming with laughter. The two continued to exchange amusing anecdotes from their magical lessons, delving into tales of potion mishaps and flying class blunders, growing increasingly attuned to one another. Stav observed that although Ella was also a Slytherin, she exhibited no arrogance. Rather, she was kind and endearing, her enthusiasm for magic palpable. As the light within the library dimmed, the enchanted chandeliers flickered to life, casting a warm glow. "I must also visit the Ollery to check on my silver moon," Ella suggested, nodding. "Could we sit together in potions class tomorrow? I'm not quite clear on the steps to brew a shrinking potion." "Of course," Stav readily agreed. "Until tomorrow, Ella." "Until tomorrow, Stav." Ella smiled, waving her hand, her golden hair shimmering in the light. He picked up the book guide to Activating Magical Creatures' Bloodlines and borrowed a few additional foundational potion texts before proceeding to the front desk to complete the borrowing process. Upon exiting the library, dusk had enveloped the castle, and the corridors were illuminated by magical lanterns, casting a warm yellow glow upon the stone path. Stav hummed a tuneless melody, feeling particularly cheerful. Not only had he acquired the desired potion books, but he had also met a charming Slytherin girl. Truly, it had been a day of abundant rewards. As he passed through the corridor leading to the Gryffindor common room, he unexpectedly spotted Hermione. "Are you headed to the library as well?" Hermione approached, her tone imbued with complexity, her gaze lingering briefly on the potion book nestled in his arms. "What are you reading?" "I've gathered some materials related to potions, hoping to delve into the potions for magical creatures," Stav replied with a chuckle, shaking the book in his hand. "What about you? Are you preparing for your studies?" "Certainly not," Hermione retorted instantly, eager to avoid being perceived as an utter bookworm. "I'm researching ancient runes. It's far more intriguing than your potion book." Although she feigned confidence, her eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity, clearly intrigued by his research. Ron interjected from the side, "Slytherins are indeed only capable of delving into sinister matters." He intended to continue, but Harry discreetly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to silence. Stav cast a sidelong glance at Ron and smiled at Hermione, saying, "See you in Charms class tomorrow, academic overachiever." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Hermione standing there, her brow furrowing even deeper as she watched his retreating figure. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Stav immediately spread the borrowed books across the table, eagerly immersing himself in his studies. Venom seemed to sense his elation, poking its head out from the enclosure and hissing at him twice, its tail joyfully thumping against the glass. Venom, Once I master the potion recipes, I shall activate your bloodline, empowering you further. Stav caressed the glass of the enclosure, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Then you'll be able to breathe fire and summon the winds like a true black dragon. Venom appeared to comprehend, excitedly circling within its box. Just then, Draco strolled in and, upon witnessing the scene, couldn't help but scoff. Are you teaching it to speak? Of course. Stav replied with a smile, his spirits elevated enough to refrain from engaging in a retort. I met a girl named Ella in the library today. She also has a fondness for magical creatures. I shall introduce you to her soon. Chapter 27, An Irate Hermione. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. Ella from the Rochelle family? You actually know her? Her family is quite esteemed among pure-blood families. His gaze toward Stav now held a hint of admiration. Clearly taken aback by Stav's swift integration into Slytherin's social circle, Stav offered no explanation, merely returning his focus to the potion recipes. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the text upon the pages seemed to come alive, with dragon's blood, mandrake, and phoenix feathers merging in his mind to form wondrous potions, sketching the future transformation of Venom. Outside the window, the lake shimmered with rippling reflections, schools of fish darting through the water, while the green flames of the Slytherin common room flickered quietly. Stav understood that the path to activating Venom's bloodline was long and fraught with challenges, yet he felt confident in his abilities. He closed the book, gazing out at the starry sky, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. What delightful events awaited him in tomorrow's potions class. He had already begun to look forward to his time in class with Ella. In the early morning, as the mist had yet to completely dissipate, the corridors of Hogwarts echoed with the hurried footsteps of students. The hem of Stav's black robe swayed gently with each step as he rounded the corner leading to the underground classroom, where he spotted Ella waiting at the door. Today, she had styled her hair into a playful ponytail, her golden locks shimmering in the morning light, while her green Slytherin robe accentuated her fair complexion. Upon seeing Stav approach, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she waved enthusiastically. Stav. Over here. Stav quickened his pace, only to run into Malfoy, who raised an eyebrow at the sight of Ella's warm demeanor towards Stav. With a playful nudge of his elbow, Malfoy whispered teasingly, "Not bad for just one day. Already on a date with the daughter of the Rochelles?" "Don't be ridiculous," Stav replied with a chuckle, brushing him off, though a sense of pride flickered in his eyes. "We're merely friends discussing potion formulas." Despite his words, he found himself unconsciously hurrying towards the empty seat beside Ella. She had already reserved a spot for him, neatly arranging the cauldron, wand, and various measuring tools on the desk, and even thoughtfully hanging an apron on the back of his chair. "I checked today's lesson plan. We'll be making a revitalizing potion," she informed him, handing over a note inscribed with her elegant handwriting detailing the steps. "I've jotted down all the precautions. We're aiming for full marks. With you here, it's bound to be a success." Observing her earnestness, Stav felt a surge of motivation himself. He realized that while Ella appeared delicate and charming, she approached tasks with remarkable attentiveness and organization, displaying a level of maturity and precision that surpassed her peers, perfectly complementing his adaptability. Malfoy took a seat behind them, unable to suppress a smirk at their harmonious interaction, but chose to remain silent. Crabbe and Goyle leaned in, eager to inquire about various matters, only to be shooed away impatiently by Malfoy. "Don't disturb them. Can't you see they're preparing for class?" Professor Snape entered the classroom as silently as ever, his black robe sweeping the floor without a sound. His grim gaze surveyed the class, ultimately resting upon the Gryffindor section, where a sardonic smirk played upon his lips. "Let us hope that no one finds themselves in a position to blow up their cauldron today, particularly certain clumsy lions." The Gryffindor students seethed in silence, especially Harry, who gripped his wand tightly, recalling the last potion class where his blunder had resulted in Snape assigning him 50 lines of standard potion guidelines. Hermione sat beside Harry, sitting up straight, her gaze fixed intently on the podium, as if to engrave every word spoken by Snape into her memory. Yet, her peripheral vision betrayed her, drifting uncontrollably towards the Slytherin section. Upon witnessing Stav and the blonde girl engaged in quiet laughter, with her playfully patting his arm, a pang of irritation gripped Hermione's heart. "Today, we will learn to concoct a revitalizing potion." Snape's voice broke through her reverie, explaining that this potion could instantly awaken the weary, but incorrect dosages could lead to insomnia or hyperactivity. "Now, let us commence with the ingredients." The classroom was immediately filled with the clinking and clattering of potion-making utensils. Stav and Ella worked in perfect harmony, with Stav expertly regulating the temperature of the cauldron while Ella meticulously measured the ingredients. 3 ounces of dried nettle were required, and she reminded herself to remove the stems. As she spoke, she skillfully handled the nettle with a silver knife. Her movements so deft that she appeared far beyond a mere first-year student. The heat is set to medium, right? Stav adjusted the knob beneath the cauldron, the blue flames burning steadily. How do you know so much about potions? My mother is a potion master at St. Mungo's, Ella replied with a smile, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes, having observed her mother at work since childhood. But she always says I'm too reckless and won't let me touch dangerous ingredients. You're already quite impressive. Stav genuinely praised her as he watched her carefully place the prepared nettle into the cauldron. Much better than Malfoy, who nearly spilled mandrake juice on his own feet last time. They exchanged knowing smiles, their voices hushed, yet still caught by Malfoy in the back row, who huffed in displeasure. Who said that? I was merely testing the mandrake's reaction. Ella burst into laughter, her golden ponytail swaying with her mirth. Stav found her laughter infectious, transforming the classroom atmosphere into something far more enjoyable. Snape cast a cold, piercing glance in their direction, prompting them to straighten up and feign seriousness, though their eyes still sparkled with amusement. Hermione, seated diagonally across from them, observed the entire scene with clarity, feeling as though something precious had been snatched away. She watched as Stav and the girl shared laughter, and when the girl inadvertently brushed against Stav's hand without either withdrawing, an unbidden surge of irritation rose within her, nearly causing her to snap the stirring rod in her grip. Hermione, what's wrong? You look unwell. Harry noted her distress, concern etched upon his features. Are you feeling ill? I'm fiending. Hermione's voice was sharp, startling Harry. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to concentrate on the potion before her. Yet her gaze habitually drifted toward the Slytherin side. When she saw Stav helping the girl gather her scattered hair, her cheeks flushed with anger. Look over at Slytherin. Ron leaned in to whisper to Harry, pointing at Stav and Ella. When did he start getting involved with someone from the Rochelle family? They're an old pure bloodline. Chapter 28. Potions class full marks. Who cares? Hermione, still in a huff, raised her voice unexpectedly. Then she realized they were in potions class and quickly lowered her head to stir the potion. All Slytherins are the same, just a bunch of cliques. She stirred the potion vigorously, causing some of it to splash onto the table. Stav and Ella's teamwork became increasingly seamless. Ella precisely added the ingredients according to the recipe, while Stav flawlessly controlled the heat and stirring speed. When the final drop of moonstone powder was added, the liquid in the cauldron transformed into a clear, pale blue, emanating a subtle fragrance, an unmistakable sign of a perfect, invigorating potion. We did it! Ella exclaimed in a hushed tone, her eyes sparkling like they held a constellation of stars. Staff gazed contentedly at the potion simmering in the cauldron, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared quite splendid and was likely to earn full marks. Professor Snape approached their table, his expression inscrutable as he lifted a silver spoon to sample a small portion of the potion, inhaling its aroma at the tip of his nose before gently prodding it with his wand. The potion rippled with a circle of silver, attesting to its remarkable purity. Rarely did he refrain from uttering a sarcastic remark. Instead, he inscribed excellent in the scorebook before turning on his heel and departing. Wonderful. We achieved full marks. Ella exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Staff smiled in return, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. It was his first time attaining perfect scores in potions class. And even more gratifying, it was alongside the newly acquainted young girl. He turned to celebrate with a high five, only to find her gazing at him, her eyes radiating sincere delight, golden strands of hair framing her face. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden hue upon her, as if she were enveloped in a halo. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively leaned closer, yearning to utter something. Yet the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Ringing, 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 class is dismissed, Snape declared before striding out of the classroom, entirely indifferent to the fact that he had barely covered half of the lesson, leaving behind a cacophony of chatter. Fantastic! We truly received full marks. Ella joyfully packed her belongings, turning to Staff with an invitation. Shall we celebrate in the common room tonight? My mother sent me honey biscuits. Sounds delightful. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common area, Hermione watched Staff and Ella laughing together as they gathered their things, her teeth clenched in frustration. She slammed her book shut and roughly stuffed her belongings into her bag, her actions startling Harry and Ron. Hermione, aren't you waiting for us? Harry asked, puzzled. Not waiting. I have matters to attend to. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, each sensing the other's confusion. What is wrong with her? Ron scratched his head. She seemed fine just a moment ago, Harry remarked, his gaze drifting towards Slytherin, where he spotted Staff and the blonde girl exiting the classroom together. laughing and appearing quite happy. He nodded thoughtfully, as if piecing together a revelation. Stav and Ella emerged from the subterranean classroom, sunlight flooding the corridor, dispelling the chill of the underground. "You are truly remarkable, Stav," Ella said sincerely. "Professor Snape rarely awards full marks to first years. My brother mentioned that no one in his entire year received them last term. That's because we collaborated splendidly," Stav replied with a grin. "Your measurements were so precise, even surpassing the standards outlined in the textbook." Ella's cheeks flushed with the compliment, and she shyly lowered her gaze. "Actually, I used to mess things up quite often. My father said I was too eager." She lifted her head, her blue eyes sparkling as they met Stav's. "Working with you on potions is such a breeze. It's utterly devoid of tension." They walked side by side, their shadows stretching long upon the floor. Stav found himself relishing the conversations with Ella. She was not haughty like Malfoy, nor was she as superficial as some Slytherin students. Her smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle embrace of sunlight. At the intersection of the corridor, Ella paused in her tracks. "I am off to the Ollery to write to my mother and inform her that I achieved full marks." She extracted a small bag of honey candies from her pocket and handed it to Stav. "This is for you, as a token of gratitude." "Thank you," Stav replied, accepting the sweets. "See you in the common room tonight." Ella waved goodbye and dashed towards the staircase, her golden ponytail dancing behind her. Stav watched her silhouette vanish at the staircase before he turned and walked in the direction of Slytherin. He unwrapped a honey candy and let its sweet flavor spread across his tongue, his mood significantly uplifted. Unbeknownst to him, at the other end of the corridor, Hermione was hiding behind a stone pillar, observing the candy in his hand, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot in anger. What is so impressive about that? It's just a perfect score after all. Associating with Slytherin girls, she must have ulterior motives. Hermione mumbled to herself, though her heart felt heavy. As if stuffed with a wad of cotton, she pulled out her notebook to review her studies, but found her mind plagued with images of Stav laughing with that blonde girl, rendering her unable to focus on a single word. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Stav had just settled down when Malfoy sauntered over, curiosity etched on his face. "Look at you, getting chummy with Ella Rochelle. Aren't you worried her brother will come after you?" "Come after me for what?" Stav raised an eyebrow. "We're merely classmates who aced potions together." "PFF, just classmates?" Malfoy clearly expressed his disbelief, winking and saying, "I saw you two pulling at each other in the corridor and exchanging gifts. Don't think I didn't notice. Don't spread rumors." Stav laughed as he playfully pushed him away. "But honestly, Ella is quite impressive. Her potion skills far surpass ours." At the mention of potions, Malfoy's bravado diminished significantly as he muttered, "I just wasn't trying hard enough." Stav ignored him and retrieved the book-titled guide to activating magical creature bloodlines from his bag. Lounging on the bed as he began to delve into the potion formulas for activating venomous bloodlines, Ella's presence was like a ray of light, transforming the otherwise tedious potions class into an engaging experience and instilling him with confidence for future potion research. Outside the window, the lake sparkled with light, the sun filtering through the water's surface and casting dancing reflections on the walls of the common room. As Stav studied the formulas in his book, a smile crept onto his lips. He was already anticipating the evening's cookie rendezvous with Ella. Completely unaware, on the opposite side of the castle, a Gryffindor girl was furiously stabbing several small holes in her notebook where his name was inscribed. The afternoon sun bathed the Hogwarts lawn in warmth, the air rich with the scents of grass and earth. Stav followed the Slytherin group toward Hagrid's small farm, spotting the tall figure bustling beside the fence, surrounded by a few fluffy creatures. Chapter 29, A Clash of Glares. Today was the Care of Magical Creatures class, and Hagrid would undoubtedly take us to see magical beasts. Ella's voice brimmed with excitement as she donned a light green sweater, layered beneath her Slytherin robes, her golden hair lightly tousled by the breeze. As the two individuals approached the entrance of the farm, they noticed the Gryffindor team had also arrived. Hermione stood between Harry and Ron, clutching a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, her gaze fixed with the precision of a fierce mother leopard on Stav and Ella. "Oh, the Slytherins are here too? I hope you one T frighten the small creatures later," Ron remarked, unable to conceal his disdain for Malfoy and his companions. "At least you're better than some Gryffindors. I wonder if you're wearing your brother's tattered undergarments today. And does your rat have anything to eat? If not, maybe you can pilfer a bit from this farm later." As the verbal sparring threatened to escalate into a physical confrontation, Hagrid's booming voice intervened. "Everyone, quiet down. Welcome to my ranch." Dressed in a clean plaid shirt and wearing a warm smile, he continued, "Many of your classmates have brought their pets, so it's essential to understand their preferences and how to care for them properly. He pointed to several creatures resembling groundhogs within the enclosure. Let us use the Niffler as an example, a magical creature that adores shiny objects. They possess a pouch on their bellies capable of holding items larger than themselves. The Nifflers, with their black fur and elongated snouts, were digging eagerly in the soil, emitting excited squeaks from time to time. Who can tell me what Nifflers enjoy the most? Hagrid posed the first question. Just as Stav was about to respond, a clear voice interjected. This scenario repeated itself throughout the lesson, as Hagrid inquired about the Niffler's habits. Stav hadn't even opened his mouth before Hermione was already standing up. When Hagrid discussed the Niffler's dietary preferences, Ella raised her hand, but Hermione boldly proclaimed the answer. Stav shrugged helplessly, while Ella discreetly winked at him, whispering, "She seems eager to show off." Ella began to sense something amiss as she glanced at the spirited Hermione and then at the exasperated Stav, a flicker of confusion crossing her blue eyes. She refrained from raising her hand again, choosing instead to listen quietly, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions with Stav, all the while feeling the piercing gazes from Gryffindor. Akin to daggers. It seems she doesn't quite like us. As Hagrid demonstrated how to soothe the Niffler, Ella quietly inquired of Stav, "Do you know that Gryffindor girl? Her name is Hermione Granger. She's a top student." Stav explained. "Perhaps she's just competitive. Don't read too much into it." He hesitated to mention that Hermione might be targeting him specifically. Ella nodded in partial understanding, but couldn't resist glancing at Hermione. Just then, Hermione looked over, and their eyes met, Hermione raising an eyebrow and tilting her chin slightly in a clear display of defiance. Stav, caught in the middle, felt the air grow tense and hastily focused on the Niffler at his feet, pretending not to notice. Ron watched the unfolding drama with amusement and leaned toward Harry, whispering, "Look at those three. Don't they resemble wizards before a duel?" Harry couldn't help but chuckle. The pet care lesson concluded amidst this subtle tension. As Haig announced the end of class, Hermione was the first to gather her belongings, deliberately passing by Stav and Ella. Her steps slightly slowed, and she inadvertently bumped into Stav. Stav stumbled, supported by Ella. It was intentional. Ella felt a surge of irritation, her cheeks tinged with pink. "It's nothing. Just a top student playing a joke," Stav said helplessly, though inwardly he felt unease. The banquet hall was brightly lit in the evening, with 4 long tables laden with a sumptuous dinner. As Stav sat down, he sensed 2 gazes fixated on him simultaneously. He looked up to find Hermione at the Gryffindor table, holding a glass of pumpkin juice, her expression blank as she stared at him. Ella sat beside him, seemingly engrossed in cutting her steak, though her peripheral vision frequently darted towards Gryffindor. When Hermione raised her glass to drink, Ella coincidentally lifted hers as well. When Hermione picked up a piece of roasted potato, Ella immediately speared a larger one. The rhythm of their chewing even synchronized inexplicably, filling the air with unspoken tension. It dawned on Stav that he was ensnared in an invisible battlefield. The 2 girls' gazes clashed in the air, sparks flying. While their classmates remained oblivious to this clandestine war, only he perceived it clearly, his lips trembling, cold sweat trickling down his back. "What's wrong, Stav? Are you cold?" Malfoy mumbled around a chicken leg. "No, it's nothing," Stav quickly replied, turning to Malfoy and beckoning Crabbe and Goyle to join in. "Let us eat together. The roast chicken tastes splendid today." He bowed his head and gulped down several large mouthfuls of red stew, wishing to bury his face in the plate. Pretending to be an emotionless eating machine, Malfoy was perplexed by his sudden enthusiasm, but engaged in a conversation about Quidditch nonetheless. Stav responded sporadically, yet his peripheral vision caught Hermione and Ella exchanging glances again, prompting him to shove a large piece of bread into his mouth, causing him to cough. After enduring the dinner, Stav hastily followed Malfoy out of the banquet hall, the gaze from Gryffindor finally dissipating. He exhaled in relief, feeling as if he had just fought a fierce battle. Ella retrieved a delicate tin box from her backpack and opened it to reveal a delightful honey cake. "This is made by my mother. Would you like to try?" The cake's aroma instantly dispelled Stav's tension. He picked up a piece and took a bite. The sweet yet not cloying honey flavor spread across his palate. Delicious, even better than the Duke of Honey-S desserts. Ella's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. "If you like it, you can have as much as you want." Observing Stav devouring the cake, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Stav, is Hermione really just your friend?" At this, Stav nearly spat out the cake in surprise. He pounded his chest, taking a while to swallow the cake, and smiled wryly. "Yes, we met on the train. She's very clever, though a bit stubborn. She's also a friend of Harry's. You know Harry Potter, right?" "Of course." Ella nodded, her expression thoughtful. My father works at the Ministry of Magic and has spoken to me about the boy who lived. She gazed at Staff with a serious expression, then suddenly smiled softly. All right, let's not speak of her anymore. She picked up a piece of cake and pushed the remainder towards Staff. Doing douji. It won't taste as good if left too long. Staff was taken aback by her ability to let go so easily, yet he felt a sense of relief. As they enjoyed their cake, they chatted amiably, transitioning from the peculiarities of care of magical creatures to the intricate potions recipes, restoring the atmosphere to its customary lightheartedness. Ella's smile radiated warmth like the flames in a hearth. Sound good, Staff readily agreed. They sat side by side on the sofa, their heads touching as they perused their textbooks. Occasionally, Ella's golden locks brushed against his cheek, and when Staff pointed out an illustration in the book, his fingertips would occasionally graze the back of her hand. They would share a moment of silent understanding before continuing to study as if nothing had transpired. The common room gradually emptied, leaving only the two of them and the crackling fire in the hearth. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the floor, while the rustle of pages and occasional whispers created a serene nocturne. This recipe called for the juice of petrifying grass, but doesn't tea that cause unconsciousness? Eyakwidith, pointing to the formula in the book with a puzzled expression. It must be diluted 100-fold, and dandelion root is needed to neutralize its toxicity, Staff elucidated. Professor Snape mentioned last time that the dilution ratio is crucial. Ella's eyes lit up with understanding as she diligently noted the key points in her notebook. Her blue irises shimmering with focus under the light. Staff admired her profile and suddenly found that such a tranquil night was quite delightful. All right, Staff said as he closed the book and helped her organize her things. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Ella replied with a smile, waving as she turned towards the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory, her golden hair glimmering in the light. Just studying together, Staff remarked, feigning annoyance, yet unable to suppress a smile as he recalled Ella's earlier laughter. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the underwater windows of the Slytherin common room, casting mottled shadows on the stone walls. Before Staff had fully awakened, he was roused by the sound of hurried footsteps. Malfoy, clad in a brand-new silver-green flying robe, paced excitedly in the dormitory, his hair slicked back more than usual, and even his boots shone brightly. Get up. Today is flying class. Don't make me late, Malfoy exclaimed, pulling back Staff's covers with an exuberant expression. My father said that flying talent is one of the hallmarks of pure-blood wizards, and today I will show everyone what true flying looks like. Staff, with hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, rubbed his sleepy eyes and sighed, observing Malfoy's eagerness to take flight. All right, flying prodigy, can I at least wash up first? He replied, lacking any enthusiasm for the flying class. The mere thought of riding that bare wooden stick and swaying high above the ground made him feel uneasy. Crabbe and Goyle had already arrived, mumbling their agreement. We'll definitely beat those Gryffindor fools. The four hurried to the dining hall, only to find that breakfast was nearly over. Malfoy, with a mouthful of bacon, animatedly elaborated on his plans for the flying class performance. I intend to first demonstrate a smooth ascent, followed by a swift dive and sharp turn, ultimately executing a flawless landing before Madame Hooch. She is certain to recommend me for the Quidditch team. Staff did not respond, his gaze drifting past the dozen or so classmates at the table, landing on Ella amidst a cluster of Slytherin girls. She wore a light gray sweater beneath her flying robe, laughing and chatting with several girls, the golden sunlight illuminating her hair tips, as if gilded. Noticing Staff's gaze, Ella smiled and waved, revealing two delicate dimples on her cheeks. What are you looking at? Malfoy quipped, following his gaze. Ella looks quite lovely today. However, Pansy's flying skills surpass hers by far. He gestured toward a figure not far away. Staff then noticed a dark-haired girl standing beside Ella. She possessed sleek black hair, skin as pale as snow, and features as exquisite as a porcelain doll, yet her eyes bore an unmistakable haughtiness. It was Pansy Parkinson. She elegantly used a silver fork to pick at her fruit, occasionally exchanging a few words with Ella, her movements imbued with an elegance beyond her years. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, Staff objectively assessed, a different kind of beauty from Ella's. Malfoy proudly lifted his chin. I've known her since childhood. The Parkinson family has a renowned flying tradition, and she has been riding a broomstick since she was little. After breakfast, the first-year students marched towards the Quidditch pitch. The autumn sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze swept across the lawn, carrying the fresh scent of grass. The Quidditch pitch loomed large like a bowl, surrounded by stone stands, with 2 rows of aged flying brooms neatly arranged on the grass. The wooden shafts were marked with scratches and wear, clearly passed down through at least 3 generations. Merlin, what a dreadful broom! Malfoy disdainfully kicked the nearest broom with his toe. It doesn't even come close to a Nimbus 1000. Even my family's spare broom is 10 times better. I'm indifferent, Stav replied, bending down to pick up a broom. The shaft felt cold and rough in his hands, yet it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Those from Slytherin stand to the left, Gryffindor to the right. Madame Hooch's voice rang out like a bell, her wine-red flying robe cinched at the waist with a broad belt. A silver whistle clutched in her hand, standing in the center of the pitch like a stern coach. Today, we will start with the basics. How to make your broom obey. The Gryffindor students giggled as they formed a line. Harry and Ron appeared particularly excited. While Hermione flipped through a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, her brow furrowed in concentration. As her gaze swept over Staff and Ella standing together, her frown deepened, inadvertently bumping into Ron beside her, murmuring something under her breath. Chapter 31. Malfoy's Farce. Madame Hooch demonstrated the correct posture. Speak softly, direct it with your mind, rather than through brute force. No sooner had she finished speaking than the broom beneath her feet obediently soared into the air, hovering steadily a foot above the ground. Now, let us endeavor ourselves. Madame Hooch sounded the silver whistle. Staff, mimicking her, took a deep breath and softly uttered up. Yet the broom remained utterly still, as if firmly rooted to the ground. Fool, you must use your will. Malfoy's voice chimed in nearby, his broom already half a foot off the ground, proudly boasting to Pansy. Imagine it coming to life in your hands. Staff furrowed his brow, concentrating on envisioning the broom soaring into the air, and repeated, up. This time, the broom trembled slightly, lifting a few inches, yet swayed unsteadily like a drunken man. He hastily clamped the broom with his knees, barely managing to maintain its balance. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was far more challenging than potions class. Pansy, however, exhibited perfection, her broom gracefully hovering, even allowing her to use one hand to tidy her wind-tousled hair, eliciting quiet admiration from several Slytherin boys. Witnessing this, Malfoy intensified his display of flying prowess, spinning his broom and attempting to ascend, reveling in his antics. Don't be tense. You need to relax your knees. Ella's voice chimed beside him, her broom also lifted, albeit not high but steady. She slightly bent her knees, adjusting her body gently with the broom's movements. Staff tried to relax his knees and lower his body, surprisingly not plummeting to the ground, but rather feeling a supportive lift beneath him. He quickly flashed a grateful smile at Ella. Without her guidance, he would have likely faced great embarrassment today, and he could only imagine how Malfoy would mock him. Just then, a commotion erupted from the other side of the pitch. Staff turned towards the sound, spotting Malfoy in midair, holding a transparent crystal ball, tauntingly waving it near Neville, whose face was flushed with frustration, tears welling in his eyes. Fists clenched tightly. What is this? Your precious memory ball? It seems you can't even safeguard your own possessions. Truly pathetic. Malfoy deliberately tossed the crystal ball into the air and caught it again. Get back. That was a gift from my grandmother. Neville cried out, his voice thick with emotion, reaching out to snatch it, but Malfoy nimbly evaded. Want it? Then come and get it, Malfoy sneered, suddenly hurling the crystal ball toward the center of the pitch. Go fetch it, you useless coward. The crystal ball traced a silvery arc through the air, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Neville screamed, attempting to mount his broom to pursue it, but in his anxiety, he fell as soon as he tried to get on, landing heavily on his knees on the grass, curling up in pain. Malfoy, you have gone too far. Harry's furious voice resonated throughout the pitch. He almost instantly mounted his broom before Madame Hooch could react and shouted up. The broom shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment. Yet Harry, like a swift hawk, dove towards the direction where the crystal ball was descending. Moreover, Neville merely stumbled and suffered no significant harm, while Harry's reflexes and flying instincts were truly remarkable. In a breathtaking moment, Harry deftly twisted his body midair, his dark hair dancing in the wind, just as the crystal ball was about to crash to the ground. He swiftly extended his right hand and grasped the memory orb tightly in his palm. Following this, he gracefully adjusted his trajectory, soaring in a circle above the pitch before gently landing beside Neville, returning the crystal ball to him. Marvelous, Harry! Ron exclaimed, leaping up in exhilaration, while the Gryffindor students erupted into applause. Although Hermione did not cheer, a look of surprise and admiration illuminated her face as she regarded Harry. Madame Hooch approached briskly. Her expression was stern, yet a flicker of approval sparkled in her eyes. She chastised Harry for taking off without permission, yet refrained from imposing any true punishment. Instead, She shot a piercing glare at Malfoy. Malfoy, I sentence you to transcribe the flying safety regulations 50 times. Should you bully your classmates again, I shall revoke your flying lesson for the entire semester. Malfoy's face turned a shade of deep anger, his hair nearly standing on end, yet he dared not retort. Merely glaring fiercely at Harry and muttering under his breath, "Scarhead, you're merely lucky." Staff, witnessing his furious demeanor, could not suppress a hearty laugh. What was intended as a display of talent had instead rendered him a mere backdrop to Harry's triumph. Anyone would feel disheartened in his position. "Shouldn't we intervene with Malfoy?" Ella inquired softly, approaching him, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly disapproving of Malfoy's actions. Neville appeared on the verge of tears. "Malfoy needs a lesson," Staff shrugged. "And Harry handled it splendidly, did he not?" He gazed at the kind-hearted Ella, feeling a stir of admiration. This Slytherin girl was not only charming, but also possessed a rare sense of justice. Pansy approached as well, patting Malfoy on the arm and softly consoling him. "Do not be upset. He was merely fortunate. It is not worth your anger. Next time, we shall show him." Her voice was gentle, yet laced with a hint of intensity. Malfoy inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and turned to Staff, saying, "Why don't you try flying?" "I have no interest in flying," Staff replied candidly, hopping off his broom and brushing off the grass clippings from his trousers. "I would rather study potions in the library than be up in the air. It's utterly dull." Malfoy scoffed but did not press further, turning to Pansy to discuss the earlier incident, his tone still tinged with resentment. During the remainder of the flying lesson, Staff merely went through the motions of practicing ascents and descents. His sense of balance was decent, yet he could not find joy in riding the broom. Each time he ascended more than a foot off the ground, he felt an unsettling panic, as if his very life depended on that rickety broom. How he wished for wings. Ella noticed his lack of enthusiasm and smiled, encouraging him to adjust his breathing. "Stop trying to control it. Try to befriend it." "I cannot possibly befriend a piece of wood," Staff replied with a wry smile, eliciting a fit of giggles from Ella. Chapter 32. The Unveiling of Magical Talent. Hermione had contemplated approaching Staff on several occasions, yet upon witnessing his jovial exchange with Ella, she would huff in annoyance and turn away, her gaze frequently darting back like a hooked fish. Staff feigned ignorance, unwilling to embroil himself in new troubles after having just quelled a prior upheaval. When the class bell rang, Malfoy continued to practice his dive, stubbornly, nearly colliding with a pillar of the stands, which elicited a chorus of good-natured laughter. The two strolled into the castle, sharing light-hearted banter, only to encounter Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the corridor. Harry's face still bore a rosy hue from the exhilaration of flying, while Ron excitedly recounted thrilling moments from their recent escapades. Hermione, clutching her books, merely huffed upon seeing Staff and Ella, quickening her pace to pass them by, seemingly irked once again. Ella furrowed her brow in confusion and whispered, "Should we not care?" Staff shrugged in resignation. She was just like that, akin to a feisty kitten. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Malfoy was throwing a tantrum at Crabbe and Goyle. The moment he noticed Staff's entrance, he promptly sealed his lips and turned his head away, resembling a sulking child. Staff disregarded Malfoy's childish antics and walked directly to the bookshelf, retrieving a potion book. Just as he flipped through a few pages, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. Ella placed a small bag of pumpkin pastries beside him, whispering, "Madam Hooch said I flew quite well. This is a treat for myself, and I shall share half with you." She winked. Staff picked up a pastry, savoring its sweet flavor as it spread across his palate. Outside the window, the lake shimmered with glistening ripples, while the green flames in the common room flickered quietly. Observing Ella engrossed in her reading and listening to Malfoy's distant grumblings, Staff suddenly realized that although the flying lessons were somewhat mundane, the opportunity to witness such intriguing people and events rendered the experience far from dreadful. The morning sun streamed through the stained glass of the Ravenclaw Tower, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor of the Transfiguration classroom. The air was infused with the scent of aged book pages and magical ink. On the wall-mounted shelves, an array of transformed items was displayed. Hopping teacups, flying hats, and even a white cat masquerading as a book, lazily grooming its paws. Upon entering the classroom, Staff noted that quite a few students had already settled in. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students sat in designated areas, the former predominantly clad in silver-green robes, while the latter donned their characteristic blue. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, her stern gaze sweeping across the room, her wand lightly tapping the desk, producing a crisp sound. "Today, we shall continue our practice of object transfiguration, with the objective of transforming a matchstick into a needle, Professor McGonagall's voice rang clear and strong. Remember to concentrate. Feel the flow of magic and mold your intent. The essence of transfiguration lies in precision, not brute force. Staff positioned himself by the window, seated next to Malfoy, with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. He placed a matchstick on the table, gently caressing its rough wooden surface with his fingertips. Transfiguration is the subject that captivates him the most, second only to potions. Although he cannot grasp the intricacies as swiftly as Hermione, he possesses an innate intuition for the manipulation of magic. Transfiguration is indeed the forte of pure-blood wizards. Malfoy proudly lifted his chin and produced a delicate silver matchstick. My father once told me that he always scored full marks in Transfiguration class. Staff did not respond but focused intently on the matchstick. He inhaled deeply and softly recited the Transfiguration incantation, allowing gentle magic to flow from the tip of his wand, enveloping the matchstick. Under the influence of the spell, the match began to tremble slightly, its wooden surface shimmering with a faint silver glow. As Staff concentrated, one end of the match gradually sharpened while its body elongated and thinned. Though not yet perfectly smooth and slightly curved, it had begun to take on the form of a needle. Quite commendable. Professor McGonagall passed by Staff, her eyes sparkling with approval. The shape is fundamentally correct. Next time, pay attention to the even distribution of magic and refrain from haste. Staff nodded repeatedly, eager to continue practicing, when suddenly a loud clang interrupted him. Malfoy's match had transformed into a twisted mass of metal, emitting black smoke. Staff smirked and gave Malfoy a thumbs up. Damn it! Malfoy, infuriated, slammed his wand onto the desk. This wretched match is faulty. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze immediately fell upon him. Mr. Malfoy, transfiguration requires patience. Success cannot be achieved through temper. I shall grant you another opportunity, or points will be deducted. Malfoy sullenly closed his mouth and retrieved another match, his demeanor dark enough to reign. Casting a disdainful glare at Staff, he retorted, "What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you transform something complex?" "Very well, let me master making metal smoke first." He could feel the magic within him flowing like a warm stream, circulating between his fingertips and the match. This sense of control enchanted him. Staff realized that his magical reserves were significantly greater than those of his peers. Although his precision in spell casting was lacking, the depth of his magic allowed him to witness marked improvement with every practice. Not far away, Ella and Pansy were also diligently practicing. As the class neared its conclusion, Ella had transformed her match into a slightly rough wooden needle, gently caressing it with her fingertips. A satisfied smile gracing her face. Pansy, on the other hand, grew increasingly frustrated, having failed several times. She angrily tossed her match onto the desk, muttering complaints under her breath. Upon seeing Staff's accomplishment, Ella's eyes brightened, and she gestured to him with a sign of admiration. The Ravenclaw students were mostly quiet and focused, unlike the competitive Slytherins, as they immersed themselves in their practice. Staff sensed numerous eyes upon him. After all, as a freshman, achieving a transfiguration in the first class was a rare and remarkable talent. Those gazes held curiosity, admiration, and a hint of scrutiny, making him feel slightly uneasy. He steadied himself and continued to practice. This time, he attempted to slow the output of his magic, carefully sensing the changes within the structure of the match. Under the guidance of magic, the wooden fibers realign, becoming dense and smooth, as sharp needle points gradually take shape, with faint pinholes beginning to appear. Eventually, the tips of the needles begin to take on a metallic sheen, transforming into true metal needles. Chapter 33. The Inexperienced Letter Paper. Simply perfect. Staff could not help but indulge in self-admiration. Although this needle was not as flawless as the one demonstrated by Professor McGonagall, it represented a significant improvement over his initial creation, boasting a smooth surface and a well-defined shape, making it ready for practical use. "You've merely been lucky," Malfoy remarked with a hint of envy, eyeing the metallic needle in Staff's hand. He then waved his wand a few times, casting a spell to transform the matchstick before him into a twisted piece of metal once again. When the class bell rang, most students had only managed to complete the basic transformations, while Staff and several outstanding Ravenclaw students had successfully crafted acceptable needles. Once Professor McGonagall announced the end of the lesson, Ella and Pansy, among other girls, approached after gathering their belongings. "Staff, you are truly impressive," Ella said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. "It took me ages to achieve success." Pansy stood silently, saying little, but her gaze was complex as she regarded Staff. This was the first time she truly acknowledged a wizard from a Muggle family. Staff gathered his things, but had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he said to Ella and the others, "You go ahead to the dining hall. I would like to ask Professor McGonagall some questions." "All right, we'll head to the dining hall first. Wait for us to have lunch together." Ella winked, bidding farewell to Staff, then linked arms with Pansy and left the classroom alongside other Slytherin girls. Staff approached the podium, observing Professor McGonagall as she organized her lesson plans. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. "Professor, may I ask you a question?" Professor McGonagall looked up kindly, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. "What question do you have, young Mr. Staff?" "It's about animagus transformations," Staff said, his eyes filled with curiosity and earnestness. "I would like to know what conditions are necessary to become an animagus. Is a special talent required?" From the back of the classroom, Malfoy and Crabbe, along with Goyle, approached, their expressions revealing surprise at the mention of animagus, one of the most challenging forms of transformation, capable of turning oneself into an animal form. Few within the British magical community could accomplish such a feat. Professor McGonagall first displayed astonishment, but her expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. "Mr. Kerrion, you are but a first-year student. It is too early to be contemplating such matters." She set aside her lesson plans and admonished him sternly. "Becoming an animagus requires years of practice, mastery of magical control, and the assistance of special potions. A moment's carelessness could lead to permanent magical damage or, worse, being trapped in animal form forever. But I believe my magic. Having abundant magic does not grant you the liberty to squander it." Professor McGonagall interrupted, her tone carrying a warning. "Precise control is far more important than the amount of magic one possesses. You are not to think of animagus matters again until you have perfectly mastered basic transformations. And you certainly must not attempt it in private. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor," Staff replied. Stav felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he understood that Professor McGonagall had his best interests at heart. So he reluctantly set aside his thoughts for the time being. "All right, off you go for lunch," she said, rubbing her temples as she bent her head once more to arrange her lesson plans. Stav bowed slightly and turned to leave the podium. "Do refrain from cursing me with your foul tongue. Some individuals can't even master the transformation of a matchstick into a needle," he retorted, eliciting hearty laughter from Crabbe and Goyle, which incensed Malfoy, who chased after him in a fit of anger. As they frolicked towards a classroom door, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the side, hastily approaching Stav with her head bowed, thrusting a folded letter into his hand before darting away without waiting for a response. Stav stood momentarily stunned, glancing down at the letter in his grasp. It was crafted from pale blue parchment, adorned with delicate patterns along the edges, exuding a faint hint of lavender fragrance. When he raised his gaze, he merely caught a glimpse of the girl's retreating silhouette as she disappeared around the corner of the corridor, clad in Ravenclaw's blue robes. Her tall and slender form accentuated by long, straight black hair, cascading down her back like a smooth waterfall. "Who was that?" Malfoy inquired with curiosity, his eyes wide with intrigue. "Did a Ravenclaw girl send you a love letter?" Stav unfolded the note, revealing elegant lines penned in silver ink. "Greetings, classmate Chiron. I observed your practice in Transfiguration class today and found you exceptionally talented, with outstanding magical control. I have a keen interest in Transfiguration and hope to befriend you to discuss magical matters. Signed, Jelena Kasha." "Jelena?" Stav silently repeated the name several times. Yet he could not recall having met her. However, the sincerity conveyed in her words ignited a sense of warmth within him. She seemed to be a person worth befriending. Well, it seems you are quite impressive." Malfoy exaggeratedly mimicked the girl's tone, nudging Stav with his elbow. "Look at you, having captivated the heart of a Ravenclaw girl in such a short time. I wonder how Ella would react. Would she be jealous?" "Enough of your nonsense," Stav replied, carefully refolding the note and placing it in his pocket with a serious expression. "She merely wishes to discuss magical topics. Does one require a note for a discussion on magic?" Malfoy clearly remained skeptical, raising an eyebrow. "I believe it sounds more like a date to me. But Ravenclaw girls are rather peculiar, always studying stars and riddles. They're quite enigmatic. What's the point? Ella and Pansy are much better." Crabbe and Goyle chuckled foolishly in agreement, but they fell silent under Stav's stern gaze. "Two singletons, what are you laughing about?" He glanced at the elegant handwriting on the note, feeling a twinge of something unusual. It was the first time a stranger had expressed a desire to befriend him, and in such a somewhat bashful manner. "Let us go, it's time for lunch." Stav clapped Malfoy on the shoulder, waved at Crabbe and Goyle, and led the way to the dining hall. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, bathing them in a warm glow. Malfoy trailed behind him, incessantly chattering. "Honestly, you ought to be cautious. The girls from Ravenclaw can be rather clingy." Yet, managing to elicit a note from them is quite an accomplishment. Stav, dismissing his prattle, found his thoughts wandering to the note from Galina. He felt a flicker of curiosity about the Ravenclaw girl he had never met. What might she look like? The one capable of crafting such exquisite script? As he approached the entrance to the dining hall, he instinctively glanced towards the Ravenclaw table and, as fate would have it, spotted her slender figure by the window. Galina sat amongst several girls, her head bowed as she delicately nibbled at her food, long black hair cascading to obscure her profile, revealing only her graceful neck when she occasionally raised her gaze. When their eyes unintentionally met, she immediately averted her gaze, lowering her head once more to her plate. Stav's heart inexplicably fluttered, and he quickly shifted his gaze, only to lock eyes with Ella, who sat at the Slytherin table, smiling at him while waving a honey waffle. Beckoning him over. It seems your romantic entanglements are plentiful. Do take care not to reveal too much. Malfoy, following his glance, chuckled mischievously. The Ravenclaw is writing to you. The Slytherins await your presence. Shall I check with Gryffindor to see if anyone is watching you? Staff rolled his eyes, pushing him away with mild annoyance. If you keep this up, I shall showcase your transfiguration failures at the interior exhibition. Malfoy promptly fell silent, sulking as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Seating himself beside Ella, he accepted the biscuit she offered, casually stealing another glance at Galina at the Ravenclaw table. She still kept her head down, yet Staff could sense that curious and bashful gaze subtly lingering upon him. Sunlight filtered through the dining hall's vaulted ceiling, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, as well as the youthful faces of the Hogwarts students, radiant with vitality. Staff took a bite of the pumpkin biscuit, the sweet flavor spreading across his palate. The exploration of transfiguration was only just beginning. Though his dreams of becoming an animagus had been temporarily shelved, his yearning for magical discovery never waned. The October evening breeze swept through the stone windows of Hogwarts, rustling the dry leaves, while the fireplace in the Slytherin common room blazed brightly. The eerie green flames flickering against the obsidian walls, casting the serpent reliefs into vivid life. Staff sank into the velvet armchair, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the silver snakehead ornament on his wand's handle, his gaze resting upon Ella seated on the stone bench opposite him. She was intently arranging her silver-green silk shawl, the moonlit sleeves embroidered with a thorny rose pattern, the emblem of the Rochelle family. Pansy and the others had prepared mead and pumpkin cake in the girls' dormitory. Ella lifted her head, her light brown eyes glimmering softly in the firelight, as the pearl hairpin in her hair swayed gently with her movement. We agreed to discuss the secrets of pure blood families tonight, you know? Such intimate conversations among friends are never devoid of gossip. She spoke with a gentle smile, her fingertips lightly twirling the fringes of her shawl, her tone brimming with anticipation for the upcoming gathering with her close friends. Stav's gaze swept over the pearl necklace adorning her neck. Just make sure Pansy doesn't turn your hair into a bird's nest, he chuckled softly. They exchanged a few more idle words until the bronze clock above the fireplace chimed 9, prompting Ella to close her book. Pansy must be waiting eagerly. She stood, adjusted her shawl, and her loose strands of hair glimmered like warm gold in the firelight. Remember to highlight the key points in your potions paper. Professor Snape praised your annotation format in class last week. The venomous serpent's bowl is empty. Don't forget to replenish it with fresh quail eggs. It drank from your cup yesterday and was caught by the house elf. Stav watched her silhouette vanish at the spiral staircase's entrance, while the common room's occupants gradually dispersed, leaving only the crackling flames in the fireplace. He rose and pushed open the concealed door leading to the boys' dormitory. The glowing jellyfish specimens embedded in the corridor walls swaying softly in ethereal blue light, illuminating the snake-patterned carpet beneath his feet. Stav Kerrion, have you finally decided to part with your little sweetheart? Malfoy's voice echoed from within the dormitory, laced with his characteristic smirk. Stav ignored him and walked straight to his desk. On the windowsill, the glass terrarium housing the gray-scaled serpent's venom stirred to life, its agile body coiling. Black bean-like eyes fixed intently on him, eagerly flicking its tongue. The cool scales pressed against Stav's skin, imparting an odd sense of reassurance. Hungry? He retrieved a small dish of fresh quail eggs from his drawer, using a silver fork to pierce the shells and place them on the rim of the terrarium. The venom swiftly glided over, swallowing the egg liquid in small gulps, its scales undulating gently with each motion. After feeding the serpent, Stav pulled a roll of parchment from the bookshelf. Galina's letters always carried a faint scent of lavender, filled with a sincere love for magic that brought him immense comfort. The venom coiled lightly around his wrist, as if urging him on. Stav carefully rolled the parchment and let the serpent grasp it delicately. The creature instinctively understood its task, sliding down the table leg to the floor and disappearing into the ventilation shaft at the corner of the wall, not forgetting to gently brush its tail against the back of his hand before vanishing. This correspondence had persisted for nearly a month, with the serpent consistently locating the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, seemingly possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the lavender fragrance surrounding Galina. That night, as Stav was jotting notes from Compendium of Ancient Charms, a faint scratching sound suddenly emanated from the dormitory door. It was not a knock, but rather the delicate sound of claws scraping against the wood. Puzzled, he opened the door, revealing a pitch-black cat sitting at his feet, its sapphire-like eyes glimmering in the dim corridor, holding in its mouth a roll of parchment tied with lavender. "Are you Galina's cat?" Stav recognized it as the pet mentioned in her letters. The black cat eyed him warily, gracefully placed the parchment down, nuzzled against his pant leg, and emitted a soft, purring sound from its throat. Its fur glistened like black satin, with long limbs that barely made a sound as its pads softly touched the carpet. The tip of its tail curled around a small bundle of dried clover. Stav hastily untied the lavender knot, and Galina's elegant handwriting immediately caught his eye. "Stav, Hagrid mentioned that the recent moonlight is particularly suitable for observing magical creatures. A few baby tree guardians have recently arrived at his small farm, and the horned beasts have become exceptionally docile. If you don't mind staying up late, would you like to take a stroll together tomorrow night?" At the bottom of the letter, a tiny smiley face was illustrated, accompanied by silver dust paw prints, evidently a thoughtful touch. Chapter 35. Magical Creatures. The following day in potions class, Stav found himself somewhat distracted. When Professor Snape called his name in a chilling tone, he stood up a moment too late. Hermione sat diagonally in front of him. Her brown curls gently swayed as she bent down to take notes, her pages always densely filled, even marking the color changes at the bottom of the cauldron. Their gazes briefly met in the air, but Hermione quickly looked down, averting her eyes. And this subtle reaction deepened Stav's tumultuous feelings. During dinner, Stav deliberately asked the house elf to pack extra pumpkin pasties. Night finally descended, rustling the wisteria trellis on the west side of the castle. Stav donned a deep gray travel cloak, stowed the pumpkin pasties in his backpack, and quietly slipped out of the Slytherin common room. Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground, while the crisp scent of late autumn and earthy aromas enveloped the air. Just as the appointed time arrived, a slender figure emerged from the shadows. Galina, clad in a deep blue cloak, revealed her fair cheeks beneath the hood, her long black hair cascading down her chest, while a black cat gracefully perched at her feet, its sapphire eyes particularly striking in the darkness. The edge of her cloak bore the embroidered emblem of Ravenclaw, shimmering with a silver sheen in the moonlight. "You've come." Galina's voice carried a hint of joy, the moonlight illuminating the curve of her eyes. "This is Lily." She gently stroked the black cat's back. "Did Venom not come along today? Did he run off to play by himself?" Stav shook his bulging backpack, boasting, "I brought some pumpkin pasties. Hagrid was caught stealing them in the kitchen last time and has been mumbling about it for days." Upon hearing this, Galina chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like wind chimes, especially enchanting in the tranquil night. She led Stav down a winding path, where the ferns on either side glistened with the October frost, their leaves sparkling like icy crystals under the moonlight. "The farm in October is particularly beautiful." Galina's voice was low, as if sharing a secret. "Hagrid said the tree guardians will turn the maple leaves into honey for the winter, and the horned beast's fur is beginning to thicken, making them look even cuter." As they passed through the hazel grove, Hagrid's farm came into view, revealing a picturesque scene. The enclosure, bordered by a rustic wooden fence, glimmered under the moonlight with a silvery sheen. Several modest wooden cottages were scattered harmoniously throughout the area, with wisps of smoke curling lazily from their chimneys into the night sky. The air was infused with the scents of hay, earth, and a hint of pine, mingling with the unique sweetness of magical flora, creating an atmosphere of profound comfort. "Is that you, Gilly?" boomed Hagrid's voice from within one of the cottages, followed by the appearance of a tall figure at the door, a massive wooden basin in hand. "I knew you would come. Has the little Slytherin also arrived?" His gaze fell upon Stav, and he offered a friendly nod, bits of oats clinging to his bushy beard. "This is Stav, my friend," Gilly introduced, lifting a pumpkin pie. "We brought some treats to share with you." "Oh, how delightful!" Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, accepting the pie and promptly devouring 2 slices. "Come along now. The little ones just finished their dinner and are quite lively." As they followed Hagrid into the pasture, their eyes were immediately drawn to the unicorns within the enclosure. A few silvery unicorns were grazing on dewy grass, and upon noticing Gilly, a young unicorn approached hesitantly, nuzzling her palm with its nose. "This is Stardust," Gilly said softly, caressing its mane, her fingertips aglow with a faint white light. "It got a scratch on its leg from a thorn vine last month, but it has healed beautifully now." Stav observed her focused profile, the moonlight highlighting her delicate features, her long black hair dancing gently in the evening breeze. As her fingers brushed against the unicorn's mane, the creature closed its eyes in contentment, its long eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow in the moonlight. This pure tranquility stirred something deep within Stav, soothing even his restless heart. Hagrid led them deeper into the maple grove, where the tree trunks sparkled with flecks of green light. Upon closer inspection, Stav discovered tiny tree guardians, no larger than his palm, adorned with bark-like skin and branch-like limbs, skillfully collecting dew from the maple leaves with their slender fingers, moving with the grace of little sprites. "Look how adorable they are," Gilly whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The smallest one can't fly yet, and is often bullied by its siblings." She pulled a small pouch of nuts from her pocket and carefully placed it beneath a tree, instantly attracting several bold tree guardians who scampered down to enjoy the treat voraciously. One particularly small guardian even climbed onto her boot, tugging at her shoelaces with its twig-like hands, a gesture that brought a faint blush to Gilly's cheeks. Lily, with a nimble leap, perched on a nearby branch and gently patted the little guardian's head, as if to rescue it from its predicament. They also encountered the horned camels within the enclosure. These massive beings, resembling camels with spiraled horns, had grown thick, soft coats in October. Upon seeing Gilly, they lowered their heads submissively, allowing her to stroke their foreheads. "The horned camels are incredibly intelligent," Gilly explained. "They can sense human emotions. If you treat them kindly, they will reveal their softest fur for you to touch." Stav hesitated as he extended his hand, and as his fingertips barely brushed against the warm, velvety coat of the horned camel, it let out a comfortable hum, its massive form shivering slightly. Under the moonlight, the creature's fur shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, the texture indeed as soft as silk. Lily nimbly leaped onto the back of the horned camel, gracefully pacing with her tail held high, resembling a proud queen, her sapphire eyes glimmering with satisfaction. The two wandered leisurely across the pasture, discussing their magical studies. Jelena spoke of the medieval manuscripts housed within the Lawnlack Library, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, while Stav shared insights from her research on bloodline enchantments, which Jelena listened to with keen interest. As distant howls from the forbidden forest echoed and the clock struck midnight, they became aware of how late it had grown. Their delightful encounter had quickly deepened their bond, and a tinge of reluctance stirred within Stav. Jelena nodded, retrieving a small cloth pouch from her pocket. "This is dew collected from maple leaves by the tree guardian, mixed with ink to create a luminescent writing gift for you as a memento." Stav accepted the pouch, her throat suddenly dry, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 36. Midnight Chicken Pecking. Ultimately, 1,000 words condensed into a simple, heartfelt "thank you." The gentle brush of shoulders rendered Stav somewhat dazed, as if she had rediscovered her youthful self from a past life. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, Jelena, her cheeks flushed, pushed open the stone door of the tower and hurried inside, the hem of her cloak tracing a graceful arc in the air, leaving behind a faint, sweet fragrance. Stav stood frozen for a moment, unable to suppress a smile, shaking her head in wonder before turning to leave. Upon returning to her dormitory, Malfoy was already fast asleep, his platinum hair tousled upon the silk pillow. Stav quietly nestled in her bed, and Venom poked its head out from the terrarium, flicking its tongue in inquiry about her whereabouts. "I met a new friend today," she whispered, her fingertips gently caressing the snake's scales. "And there's an exceptionally clever black cat. It's even more charming than you." Venom, displeased, turned away and coiled on the warm stone, pretending to sleep, while its eyelids cracked open a narrow slit, secretly watching to see if Stav had truly drifted off. The chill of late autumn seeped through the stone walls of Hogwarts, and the Quidditch pitch outside was cloaked in a thin frost, the grass trembling in the cold wind. In potions class, Stav and Ella were collaborating on brewing a forgetfulness potion. The concoction in the cauldron began to bubble, the pale pink liquid frothing delicately and emitting a sweet aroma. As Stav gazed at Ella's expectant eyes, she was about to speak when a resounding bang erupted from the adjacent cauldron. Ron's cauldron had exploded, dark green potion splattering everywhere, with a few drops landing squarely on Ella's silver headband. Ella gasped, hastily using her wand to clean the headband, but several unsightly stains marred its once pristine surface. She seemed to cherish the headband dearly, repeatedly casting cleaning and mending charms. "Weasley," Professor Snape's voice slithered like a serpent's hiss as he strode swiftly to Ron's side, his black robe sweeping over the spilled potion on the ground. You have not only destroyed your own cauldron, but also sullied Miss Rochelle's belongings. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Clean this mess up immediately and report to the detention room. Ron's face flushed with anger as he glared fiercely at Ella. Why was she so close? Slytherins are so sensitive. It's merely a smudge. Is it really that serious? Such pretentiousness. What did you say? Ella trembled with rage, tears glistening in her blue eyes. This was a birthday gift from my mother. It truly was. Ron protested vehemently. Enough. Staff suddenly interjected, setting down the potion bottle and stepping towards Ron. Apologize. Why should I apologize? Ron retorted defiantly. It's just a broken strap, and I've already lost points. Staff remained silent, abruptly raising his wand instead. The tip of the black dragon wand flickered with a crimson light, and Ron screamed suddenly, crouching down as green slime gushed from his nostrils, reminiscent of the potion that had just exploded. Staff! Hermione cried, rushing over, her wand raised to cast a spell, but was halted by Staff's cold gaze. He deserves this. Ignore him. He is nothing but an ill-mannered fool. Ella gazed at his focused profile, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as her previous grievances seemed to dissipate. Thank you, Staff, she whispered softly. Professor Snape observed the scene, a flicker of barely perceptible approval flashing in his dark eyes as he waved his hand. Continue brewing. Mr. Kerrion, come to my office after class. I believe you require some physical activity to vent your frustrations. The tension between Slytherin and Gryffindor intensified. The animosity between the two houses ignited by the news that Harry Potter had been chosen as a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The feeling of being the center of attention caused Harry, long subjected to the mistreatment by his aunt and uncle, to flush with excitement. This lively scene, observed from a distance at the Slytherin table, pierced Malfoy's pride as a pure-blood aristocrat like a needle. A seeker? Malfoy scoffed, the silver fork scraping against his plate with an ear-piercing sound. That half-blood who can barely manage a broomstick? I think Professor McGonagall has lost her mind. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure Gryffindor could hear. Or has Gryffindor fallen to the point of relying on a few impoverished souls to make an impression? Who are you calling impoverished? Ron slammed his fists on the table, rising to his feet, his red hair resembling a blazing flame. We are far superior to you, who only flaunts your family name. Malfoy leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth, standing with an innate arrogance as his black robe swept across the seat. The Weasley family? Aside from second-hand robes and leaky cauldrons, what do you have? Oh, right, a brood of insatiable children. He turned his gaze back to Harry, his eyes icy. Potter, do you dare accept a challenge? Not on the Quidditch pitch. That would be too mundane. Tonight at 11, at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, a wizard duel. Let me see if you're truly as brave as Gryffindor boasts. Very well, Malfoy sneered, his gaze shifting to the ever-silent Staff. Staff, bear witness. Let these Gryffindors observe what true wizardly demeanor entails. Staff was meticulously slicing a roasted potato with a silver knife, the venom of a gray-scaled serpent coiling around his knee, its forked tongue delicately licking the juices that had splattered onto his black robe. He raised his eyes to meet Ron's furious glare, then glanced at Malfoy's taunting expression, and gave a subtle nod. Very well. Staff did not explicitly declare whom he supported. He merely thought that this farce might alleviate some of the tedium of their lessons. However, he refrained from voicing that he still remembered Ron's earlier mockery of the Slytherin girl in potions class, calling her delicate and pretentious. As the night enveloped Hogwarts like ink, the candles within the castle flickered out one by one, leaving only the torches in the corridors casting their glow against the stone walls, creating the dancing shadows of armor. Staff followed Malfoy through the chilly corridor, the serpent venom peering from beneath his robe, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Malfoy strutted, twirling his wand with a tone full of assured triumph, proclaiming, I shall use the summoning charm to snatch his wand away, leaving him utterly humiliated before Weasley. Chapter 37. The Dragon in the Mirror. Staff remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the black dragon skin texture on his wand's handle. He could hear the distant, dragging footsteps of Filch and the sharp meow of Mrs. Norris, a flicker of unease washing over him. Yet, observing Malfoy's excitement, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The corridor on the fourth floor was darker than elsewhere, adorned with faded tapestries depicting long-forgotten medieval wizards. There, Harry, Ron, and Hermione awaited them. Hermione stood with her arms crossed, her brow furrowed. Malfoy, are you certain you want to proceed? If we are caught, we shall face detention. Mind your own business. For Staff's sake, I will only deal with Scarhead. Malfoy scoffed, assuming a dueling stance before Harry. Ready, Potter? Don't cry for your mother later. Such drivel, Harry retorted, raising his wand, his arm trembling slightly, yet his gaze firmly fixed on Malfoy. Let us begin. Both boys bowed, their movements marked by youthful awkwardness. The duel begins, Malfoy announced, his wand's tip immediately emitting a red light. Leglock or curse. Harry, evidently prepared, swiftly sidestepped, the red beam grazing his shoulder and striking the armor behind him. The armor clanked loudly, its helmet clattering to the ground, rolling to Stav's feet. Quick on the draw, Malfoy raised an eyebrow, lifting his wand again. Levitation spell. Foolishness. Harry swiftly countered. Although his spell was somewhat clumsy, it was far steadier than Malfoy's. The two spells collided midair, exploding into a blinding white light. Tiny sparks scattering like fireflies, illuminating Ron's thrilled face. Well done, Harry. Now hit him harder. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Stav crossed his arms and observed. He noted that Harry's wand posture was quite standard, indicating he had practiced privately. While Malfoy's bravado belied a certain panic in his spellcasting, perhaps his fixation on winning was causing him to lose precision. Ron was jumping up and down in excitement, incessantly shouting, "Smite him! Show him the might of Gryffindor!" The raucous demeanor of Malfoy reminded Stav of the foolishness displayed by Ron when he accidentally toppled the cauldron belonging to him and Ella during the morning's potions class, causing his brow to furrow in discontent. Just as Malfoy prepared to make his third move, the sudden meow of Mrs. Norris echoed from around the corridor's bend, promptly followed by Filch's furious roar. "Who is there? Night Prowlers, I've caught you." Oh no! Hermione's face turned ashen as she seized Harry's arm, urging him to flee in the opposite direction. "Quick hide!" Malfoy, too, was thrown into a panic. He had anticipated nothing more than a clandestine competition and had not expected to be discovered by Filch. "This way," he shouted, dragging Goyle and Crabbe toward a small door at the corridor's far end, with Stav trailing closely behind, the venom of the gray-scaled serpent deftly coiling around his wrist to avoid being trampled. Beyond the door lay a classroom cluttered with discarded desks and chairs, cobwebs densely woven in the corners, and the air thick with dust and mildew. Filch's growls grew louder, intermingled with Mrs. Norris's hisses. "They are inside. I can smell them." Stav's gaze scanned the classroom until it landed on an inconspicuous hidden door beside the fireplace, the handle adorned with an engraving of a serpent. A secret passage whispered among Slytherin upperclassmen. "This way," he whispered urgently, rushing to pull open the hidden door, revealing a narrow passage fit for only a single individual, its walls damp and covered in moss. No sooner had the four squeezed into the passage than they heard the classroom door crash open behind them, Filch's entrance forceful and thunderous. The passage led to a more spacious room devoid of windows, dominated by a colossal mirror at its center, its golden frame intricately decorated with entwined serpents and eagles, the top adorned with a peculiar inscription that glimmered with an ancient sheen in the dim light of their wands. Before the mirror stood Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had fled from another passage. Filch's footsteps gradually receded, clearly oblivious to this hidden sanctuary. "How'd you find this place?" Malfoy warily raised his wand, glaring displeased at Harry. "This is Slytherin's secret passage," Ron retorted defiantly. "We're escaping. If you're so brave, why don't you go outside and lure Filch away?" "You'd best be silent, Weasley." Stav stepped forward, the venom of the gray-scaled serpent raised high, its gaze fixed menacingly on Ron, who recoiled instinctively yet muttered defiantly. "Who do you think you are?" At that moment, Harry's attention was drawn to the mirror. He approached slowly, his expression shifting from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately enveloped in profound sorrow. The mirror reflected Harry's image, standing alongside a man and a woman. The man bore disheveled black hair akin to Harry's own and wore round spectacles, while the woman possessed bright green eyes and cascading hair, both smiling tenderly, reaching out as if to touch Harry's cheek. "Are those my parents?" Harry's voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks to fall upon the dust-laden floor. "Wow, I actually won the house cup." Ron grinned foolishly, his eyes wide and unblinking. Hermione hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, only to quickly frown and retreat. There was nothing particularly remarkable inside, merely a collection of OWL certificates with her standing beside Professor Dumbledore. She glanced at Stav. "Aren't you going to take a look? This mirror seems to reveal one's deepest desires." Stav hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly approached the mirror. He expected to see himself surrounded by immense wealth, lavishly tossing galleons, or perhaps amidst a throng of beautiful women, indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle as a carefree rake. However, the vision reflected in the mirror sent a shiver through him. His own image faded, replaced by a colossal dragon. The dark red dragon, its scales shimmering with a metallic luster under the faint light, appeared as if forged from solidified flames. The dragon's vertical pupils surveyed the countless minuscule figures below with an air of authority, flames roiling within its throat, while lava cascaded from its wings, unfurling to obscure the sky and nearly filling the entire mirror surface, emanating a commanding dragon majesty. Chapter 38. This punch you cannot withstand. What did you see? Hermione inquired, noticing the tension in his profile. Gray serpentine venom slithered from his robe, coiling around the mirror's base, bowing its head in reverence towards the dragon within, emitting a respectful hiss. Suddenly, he recalled the Sorting Hat's words from his first day. You possess the ambition of Slytherin, along with an undiscovered power. Could this dragon represent the power he yearned for deep within? Desire, Stav murmured, his gaze still fixed upon the dragon in the mirror. Power? Control? Or perhaps a destiny even he was unaware of? We should leave, Hermione said anxiously, glancing towards the doorway. Filch may still be patrolling outside. It isn't safe to linger. Harry took one last look at the reflection of his parents, blinking away tears with determination before reluctantly turning away. Exiting the chamber that housed the enchanted mirror, the two groups parted ways at the corridor's entrance. Malfoy, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, headed toward the Slytherin common room, grumbling about Harry's fortune, while Stav intentionally slowed his pace, lingering behind, the provocation from Ron still simmering within him, in need of an outlet. Indeed, at the fork leading to Gryffindor Tower, he overheard Harry and Ron's conversation. Malfoy's spell was nothing extraordinary. Next time I will surely disarm his wand. Harry's voice was laced with frustration. Exactly. If it weren't for Filch, you would have defeated him ages ago. Ron sounded triumphant. Yet the most absurd aspect was Stav, who had merely stood by, pretending to be aloof, like a serpent that only knew how to flick its tongue, truly believing itself formidable. Wesley, who are you calling a serpent? Stav's voice suddenly echoed behind them, cold as the waters of the Black Lake in winter. Harry and Ron spun around sharply, while Hermione instinctively positioned herself in front of them, raising her wand. Stav, what are you planning? Stav advanced step by step, gray serpentine venom slipping from his legs, crawling along the ground and inching closer. It hissed threateningly, its serpentine eyes gleaming with a perilous glint. I overheard you gossiping behind my back. Stav ignored Hermione's inquiries, his face as cold as frost, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ron. Initially, out of respect for Hermione and the protagonist Harry Potter, Stav wished to preserve the camaraderie shared during their train journey. However, Ron's incessant insinuations ultimately pushed Stav beyond his limits. He had never claimed to be a saint. I have yet to settle the foolish remarks you made to Ella during potions this morning, and now you dare to speak of me? Am I mistaken? What are you trying to prove by parading around with a snake? Without it, do you truly believe we would fear you? Observing Stav's furrowed brow and fierce expression, Ron recalled the moment Stav had elbowed Malfoy. His calves tightened, yet he refused to show weakness, defiantly continuing, You and Malfoy are cut from the same cloth. Do you wish to throw a punch? Slytherin certainly reigns with tyranny. You only bully us first years. Where are your confrontations with the upperclassmen? A coward who preys on the weak. Stav scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Tyranny? Preying on the weak? Suddenly, he raised his hand, his fist cutting through the air and striking Ron's face with formidable force. The blow was swift and brutal. Ron had no time to react. A dull thud echoed, his mind blanking as he staggered back, clutching his nose, blood immediately streaming through his fingers and staining the stone floor, tainting his Gryffindor scarf. Ron! Harry yelled, rushing toward Stav, shielding Ron behind him, drawing his wand and pressing it against Stav's chest. You have gone too far. Too far? Stav sidestepped, his gaze icy. I believe he invited this upon himself. With a mouth so filthy, he deserves to experience pain. He looked at Harry with an expressionless face, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Harry Potter, keep your friend in check. Do not let him bite like a rabid dog. My friend is kind, and unlike her, I do not possess such a forgiving temperament. If you target her again, it will not merely be a matter of a nosebleed. Stav, you have changed. Is it to fit into their pure-blood aristocratic circle? Do not forget you hail from a Muggle family. Hermione cried out, her eyes red and filled with tears. Harry's wand trembled violently, his eyes brimming with fury. Courage and respect far outweigh bloodlines and houses. Think as you will. Stav sneered, too apathetic to offer an explanation. It was a fact that he had been sorted into Slytherin, while Ron mindlessly harbored animosity toward all Slytherins. If that was the case, he would no longer tolerate this indignity. Gryffindor's courage is not synonymous with mindless foolishness. Harry Potter. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Without a hint of nostalgia, the gray-scaled serpent venom trailed closely at his feet, its rough scales scraping against the ground, accompanied by a rustling sound, gradually fading away. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the green flames in the fireplace had dwindled, leaving behind only dark red embers. Ella sat on the sofa, a copy of Beginner's Potion resting on her lap. Upon seeing Stav enter, she immediately lifted her head, a glimmer of concern flashing in her blue eyes. "Where have you been? I heard from Gaul that you encountered Furch." Stav remained silent, sitting beside her and gently brushing her disheveled golden locks. It was merely a lesson for a mindless and impatient fool. His gaze drifted toward the black lake outside the window, where the moon's reflection mirrored the serpentine pupils of a dragon in Eris's enchanted mirror. The gray-scaled serpent's venom coiled at his feet, emitting a soft hiss, as if to soothe his turbulent emotions. Ella refrained from further inquiries, softly leaning against the sofa while perusing the potion book. "Tomorrow, we shall brew the shrinking potion. I have prepared mandrake juice. We could do it together." Chapter 39. Yet again, misunderstood. The chill fog of late autumn enveloped Hogwarts like a translucent veil, entwining the spires and towers. Before the green fire in the Slytherin common room, Stav idly flipped through the origins of medieval dark magic. With a silver bookmark shaped like a serpent scale pinched between his fingers, Malfoy was adjusting his bow tie before a mirror, his platinum hair glinting coolly in the firelight, while Pansy sat beside him on the velvet sofa, toying with a string of pearl bracelets. Their hushed laughter resembled a meticulously painted portrait of pure-blood aristocracy. Stav closed the book, and the gray-scaled serpent's venom peeked from his robes, its tongue affectionately brushing against his wrist. He cast a glance at Pansy's wrist, adorned with the pearls evidently gifted by Malfoy, and spoke softly. "I have not yet decided." "Not decided?" Malfoy, somewhat perplexed, noted that while his question had been posed, it was merely casual banter. The answer was known to all. Yet Stav claimed he had not made up his mind. He approached Stav, scrutinizing him seriously. The entire Slytherin house was aware of his close association with Ella. Shouldn't he extend an invitation to her? Or was he contemplating asking that arrogant Gryffindor instead? He lowered his voice deliberately, reminding Stav of the time he had helped Granger gather her books in potions class. "Do not tell me you wish to invite her." "Malfoy." "Mind your words," Stav replied, a hint of irritation in his gaze. Pansy immediately pouted in discontent. "Stav, Draco is merely concerned that you may choose the wrong companion. Ella is among the most esteemed young ladies of pure-blood lineage, and Slytherin aristocrats value reputation greatly. Should you fail to invite her, my dance partner is a choice I shall make for myself." Stav interjected, rising to stride toward the window. The surface of the black lake sparkled under the moonlight, resembling scattered fragments of silver, while the distant outline of the forbidden forest loomed in the night. Stav's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, he had grown closest to Ella. Their synergy in potions class was seamless, and last week, their concoction of the shrinking potion received rare praise from Professor Snape. Yet Hermione's ever-glimmering brown eyes, along with her feigned composure upon seeing Ella, were impossible to disregard. Moreover, the note slipped to him by Gilina in Transfiguration class, penned with moonlight grass juice and laden with secret sentiments, felt like a delicate thread entwining around his heart. At 11, they were all still young. To declare affection felt premature, yet he knew that his choice would inevitably hurt the other two girls. This is an utterly perilous proposition. Stav hesitated on whether to fracture his own leg, but it was of little consequence to him. However, for every Slytherin, it held significant importance, as it pertained to the familial ties that bind us. It also serves as a means for ordinary wizards to integrate into the pure-blood circle, swiftly bridging relationships among them. Stav silently exited the common room, the crisp air hitting him with fervor. The armor in the corridor emitted faint sounds of shifting, as if it were spying on the passing students. Upon reaching the staircase that led to the dining hall, he caught a familiar choral resonating in the air. "I've told you I don't need your help." Hermione's voice was laced with defiance, cradling a hefty stack of books, one of which, the Chronicle of Magical History, teetered precariously. "I merely wanted to assist you in carrying a few. Those books are overwhelming you," Ron chattered on. Stav maneuvered past Harry and Ron, directly approaching Hermione, and, without waiting for her reaction, he took the top 3 books from her grasp. The edges of these pages bore her notes, her elegant handwriting interspersed with hastily scrawled asterisks, marking crucial points. Hermione's expression turned somewhat unnatural. She averted her gaze toward the end of the corridor and murmured, "Thank you." Staff smiled lightly and inquired, "What were you discussing?" It seemed quite intense. "We were debating partners," she replied. Observing her slightly flushed ears, Staff found it amusing. "So, Miss Granger, do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" "I do not," Hermione retorted immediately, though her tone betrayed a hint of fluster. "I'm not interested in such trivial social gatherings. I'd rather remain in the library studying ancient runes." She paused, casting a furtive glance his way. "What about you? Who do you intend to invite?" "Ella?" Staff recalled Malfoy's earlier words and replied with a hint of resignation. "Perhaps. After all, Ella and I collaborate excellently in potions class. When it comes to a ball, should one not choose the most harmonious partner?" Hermione's shoulders visibly slumped, snatching the books from Staff's hands. She clutched them to her chest and hurried ahead. "Then I wish you both a splendid time. I must return to the library. Excuse me." Her footsteps were hurried. Staff observed her retreating figure as she turned the corner, a wry smile playing at his lips. He had intended to ask her whether she would be willing to set aside those heavy tomes and join him for a dance beneath the moonlight at the ball. Wednesday's Transfiguration class took place in a classroom near the Ravenclaw Tower. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of red and blue patterns on the floor. Professor McGonagall was explaining how to transform a teacup into a hedgehog, the classroom resonating with the sounds of shattering porcelain. Staff's oak teacup had successfully curled into a round, plump hedgehog, its black clay spikes still sprinkled with a few tea leaves. With a gentle flick of his wand, the little hedgehog wobbled its way over to Galena's desk, nudging her hand. Chapter 40, Savior Snape. Galena gasped in surprise, quickly deducing who had managed to transform a hedgehog so swiftly. Turning her head, she indeed found Staff suppressing laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Feigning anger, she attempted to convey something to Staff through lip reading, but he remained oblivious to her presence. Lily, the black cat, lay lazily on the windowsill, and upon hearing her owner's movements, cautiously opened her eyes. Noticing the playful commotion between the two, she nonchalantly turned over and shut her eyes once more. Jelena swiftly extracted a note from her textbook and, seizing the moment while Professor McGonagall turned away, discreetly tossed it to Staff. The note bore a simple sketch of a dress, with tiny pumpkin designs adorning the neckline. Accompanied by the handwritten message, "The gown my mother sent is deep blue. Do you think I would look lovely in it? Should I have Lily bring you the fabric sample tonight?" It concluded with a shy, smiley face. "Your transfiguration skills are progressing remarkably, Mr. Staff." A gentle voice suddenly broke into the conversation. Turning towards the sound, Staff beheld a girl with soft golden hair gazing at his hedgehog teacup. Her eyes, a pale gray, appeared veiled in mist, sparkling peculiarly under the sunlight. "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" Staff inquired, recognizing her as a Ravenclaw student he had seen with Jelena on several occasions. "Tina Yatu," the girl replied with a smile, extending her delicate, pale fingers. "I am Jelena's roommate. I've seen your snake. It is quite intelligent. The love letters you sent, Jelena often reads them repeatedly, even into the late hours." Staff's face flushed, instinctively glancing at Jelena, who was also watching them, her expression rife with embarrassment as she waved her hands in protest. "Tina, please don't say such things. It's merely ordinary pet communication." However, Tina seemed undeterred by her words, continuing on her own. "Animals are the finest secret messengers. Just like snakes and cats. They can comprehend human emotions. He. She blinked her pale gray eyes and directed her gaze at Staff, leaving Jelena astonished and Staff contemplative. Jelena covered her mouth and mouthed an apology. "I'm sorry. She always acts this way." Staff shook his head, signaling that it was of no concern. He observed Tina's retreating figure, sensing a peculiar transparency about her, as if she could see through all concealed secrets. Perhaps the wisdom of Ravenclaw transcended the confines of mere books. The potions classroom was suffused with the acrid scents of sulfur and mandrake. His gaze drifted towards the Gryffindor table, lingering on Harry and Ron for a moment. Before Staff and Ella's cauldron lay the neatly arranged ingredients: 2 ounces of dried dandelion root, a teaspoon of crushed mandrake leaves, and 3 drops of moonstone juice. Ella's golden hair was simply tied back, revealing her smooth forehead as she meticulously sliced the dandelion root with a silver knife, her movements precise and graceful. Without lifting her gaze, she spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, the silver velvet skirt, with golden serpent embroidery at the cuffs. "My mother says it is perfect for the Slytherin Ball theme." She raised her eyes to Staff, her blue orbs shimmering with anticipation. "What do you think I should wear to look even more stunning?" Staff's fingers paused, gripping a vial of moonstone juice as he absorbed her words. Ella's gaze resembled the warmth of sunlight, infused with unreserved anticipation, stirring a sense of guilt within him. There was no need for excessive adornment. You are beautiful. I eagerly await the sight of you in your gown. The essence of a pure-blood Slytherin aristocrat is such that one can hardly go wrong in any attire. He averted his eyes from her, dripping moonstone juice into the cauldron. Just as Staff was swiftly contemplating how to respond, Snape appeared like a savior, whisking Staff away before he could utter a word. Twilight enveloped the castle, and the pumpkin lanterns in the corridor flickered to life, casting an orange glow that elongated his shadow. The sweet aroma of cookies mingled with the smoky warmth of the fireplace, creating a cozy and enticing atmosphere. Staff picked up a cookie and took a bite, the pumpkin-esque sweetness unfurling on his tongue. Gazing into her expectant eyes, he recalled Hermione's blushing cheeks and the smiling face on the note from Galina, causing his heart to feel as if it were constricted. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. Ella, you are a wonderful girl, but you wish to invite Hermione, do you not? Ella's voice suddenly faltered, interrupting him, her blue eyes misting over. I saw you delivering books to her at the Ollery. Staff was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ella witnessing that moment. No, that was merely... It's all right, Ella interjected, struggling to hold back her tears as she forced a smile. With that, she turned and fled the common room, her retreating figure appearing lonely and fragile. Staff watched a few crystalline tears roll off the carpet, and the cookie in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. He approached the window, observing the night owl circling in the sky, his mind a chaotic storm. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of deep blue fabric peeking from his pocket. It was the gown sample that Galina had sent Lily to deliver the previous night, its soft silk still imbued with a faint hint of lavender. Chapter 41, A Meeting by the Black Lake. Yet, Staff's heart was shrouded in confusion. Enveloped in a thick fog, his small mind filled with perplexity. The late autumn breeze carried the dampness from the Black Lake, whisking away the sweet scent of pumpkin pie from the castle, leaving only a sharp chill. Staff sat at the desk by the window, his fingertips hovering over the parchment. Hesitant to descend, he wrote and tore up his letter to Galina repeatedly, until only a crumpled heap of paper remained, which he discarded into the fireplace. As the flames consumed the paper, he felt as though he were witnessing the sorrowful arc traced by the tears falling as Ella ran away. It must be made clear, Staff murmured to himself, finally grasping the quill. The silver ink in the inkwell shimmered coldly in the moonlight as he inscribed a line, only to find it unsatisfactory, erasing it with a vanishing charm, leaving faint watermarks on the parchment, akin to his current tumultuous thoughts. Ultimately, keeping a simple message, meet me by the Black Lake at 9 o'clock tonight. There is something important I wish to discuss with you. Staff folded the letter carefully and gently placed it beside the venomous serpent. The snake immediately straightened up, coiling its tail around the letter, its eyes gleaming with cleverness. It brushed against Staff's fingertips, as if assuring him that the task would be accomplished, and then nimbly slipped through the crack in the window, disappearing into the embrace of the night. Watching its vanishing direction, Staff felt a slight sense of reassurance. The waiting seemed interminable. The embers in the fireplace had completely extinguished, and the occupants of the common room gradually dispersed, leaving only a few younger students to quietly practice their dance steps. Staff counted the ticking of the clock on the wall, his heart ensnared by invisible threads, tightening with each passing moment. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the windowsill. Hastily, Staff opened it to reveal a delicate note penned in Galina's elegant handwriting. I will arrive on time. By the lake. The note concluded with a drawing of a leaping little serpent, identical to the one he had previously sketched for her. The tautness in his nerves finally eased, and Staff breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a profound sense of liberation that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. The dark lake at night appeared even more enigmatic than during the day. The water shimmered with a deep purple hue under the moonlight, while the contours of the forbidden forest remained indistinct in the distance, occasionally interrupted by the howls of unknown beasts. The reeds along the shore rustled in the wind, as if whispering secrets. Staff tightened his cloak and strolled slowly along the pebble-strewn path by the lake, the soles of his boots producing crisp sounds against the stones. At precisely 9 o'clock, a slender figure emerged at the end of the path. Staff's breath caught in his throat. Galina had arrived. She was not clad in Ravenclaw's uniform, but had instead donned a deep blue velvet gown. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, resembling a starry night sky in motion. The cuffs and neckline were embroidered with silver pumpkin vines, sparkling subtly in the moonlight. Her long black hair, which had previously been tied back, cascaded down softly over her shoulders, adorned with a simple pearl hairpin. She held a delicate pumpkin lantern in her hand, its orange glow illuminating her fair cheeks and making her typically bashful eyes shine particularly bright. You've come, Galina said, pausing as she caught sight of him, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively tightened her grip on the lantern's handle. "Indeed," Staff replied, nodding, his gaze meeting hers with an air of sincerity. "In your letter, you mentioned something important. I presume pertains to the ball. That's why I decided to wear this and see how it looks." She gently twirled, the deep blue skirt rising gracefully, asking, "Is it beautiful? Is it too formal?" Moonlight draped over the tips of her hair, lending a silvery edge to her dark locks. Observing the anticipation and anxiety in her eyes, Staff suddenly felt all his hesitations dissolve. He nodded earnestly, his tone imbued with unprecedented sincerity. "You look beautiful. Truly stunning. The deep blue suits you perfectly, as if the night sky has descended upon your gown." Jelina's face flushed instantly, her gaze dropping as she murmured, "You've never complimented my appearance before." "I simply hadn't noticed before," Staff replied with a smile, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart. He gestured toward a bench by the lakeside. "Shall we sit and talk?" The gentle lapping of the lake's waves against the shore produced a soothing sound, while the distant windows of Hogwarts radiated warm light, resembling scattered stars. "You seem to have something on your mind," he observed. Jelina was the first to speak, turning her head to gaze at him, her eyes brimming with concern. "From the moment we met, I sensed that something was amiss." "Is it due to your dance partner for the ball?" Staff fell silent for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the silver buttons on his cloak. "Yes," he murmured. "Ella invited me to dance the opening waltz. You see, the Slytherin ball holds great significance for pure-blood families. Declining her invitation would cause her considerable embarrassment." He paused, turning to face Jelina, a tone of guilt lacing his words. "Yet, I do not wish to deceive you, nor do I want to mislead her. Ella and I share a good rapport. We are also partners in potions class, and she has been kind to me. I cannot let her down. But I also do not wish to Chapter 42, confronting one's heart. But you also do not wish to disappoint me, correct?" Jelina interjected, a gentle smile gracing her lips, devoid of any reproach in her gaze. "I am aware of your close relationship with Ella. Tina has already informed me about that golden-haired girl from Slytherin who is always seen entering and exiting the potions classroom with you." Staff was taken aback. "You're not angry? Why should I be angry?" Jelina shook her head, her smile appearing particularly radiant beneath the moonlight. "We are still young, are we not? I am delighted that you choose to share your troubles with me rather than hiding them." Moreover, she lightly touched the back of his hand, her fingertips cool against his skin. "It is merely the opening waltz. It's not as though you must dance with her for the entirety of the ball. After you finish the first dance, you can come find me. I shall wait for you, eager to dance the second and third with you." Her tone was so carefree, as if she were discussing the most ordinary of matters. Yet Staff felt a pang of emotion within him. He had anticipated facing inquiries or grievances, yet he was met with such understanding. This girl, often quiet and shy, was, in truth, more gentle than anyone else. Jelina, he wished to articulate something, but she gently placed a finger against his lips. "Do not utter apologies." Her eyes sparkled brightly. "I know you did not intend any harm." Staff then opened the paper wrapper, revealing a handkerchief dyed silver with moonlit grass juice, its corners embroidered with a tiny snake, the snake's eyes adorned with flecks of obsidian, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. "I'm not particularly skilled at crafts. It took me quite a while to finish this," Jelina confessed shyly. "I heard that snakes are fond of the scent of moonlit grass. I hope the venom will appreciate it." Staff held the soft handkerchief, warmth flooding through him. He hurriedly retrieved a delicate velvet box from his pocket and presented it to her. "This is for you. I initially intended to give it to you at the ball, but now seems more fitting." Jelina cautiously opened the box, revealing a crystal pumpkin hairpin nestled within. The pumpkin's outline was intricately carved from transparent crystal, its surface inlaid with tiny diamonds that refracted a rainbow of colors under the glow of a pumpkin lantern, and at its stem dangled a small sapphire, resembling a dewdrop. "This is," Jelina gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes alight with joy. "It's simply exquisite. I procured it from a Malfoy contact in Hogsmeade," Staff admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. He is acquainted with a wizard who specializes in jewelry magic, who mentioned that this hairpin has been enchanted with a glimmering charm, allowing it to shine even in the dark. "You once expressed your fondness for pumpkin-shaped hair accessories, so..." Before he could finish his sentence, Jelina suddenly leaned in, rose on her tiptoes, and gently kissed his cheek. It was a delicate and soft kiss, like a feather brushing against his heart, imbued with the scent of lavender from her hair. Staff stood frozen in place, his mind blank, forgetting even to breathe. He could distinctly feel her slightly trembling eyelashes and the flush on her cheeks illuminated by the warm glow of the pumpkin lantern. Jelina quickly pulled back, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm so sorry. I got too carried away. In that fleeting moment, he had inhaled the fragrance of lavender and felt the subtle tremors of her body. Those minute sensations exploded within his heart like magic. It's quite all right, Stav stammered, his ears burning as if they could fry an egg. This was the first time he had lost his composure in front of someone else. Seeing his flustered expression, Jelena couldn't help but laugh, instantly dispelling the earlier awkwardness. She picked up the crystal pumpkin hairpin and carefully placed it in her hair, the sapphire glimmering softly against her dark locks. I truly love it. Thank you, Stav. As long as you like it, he replied, observing the radiance in her hair, feeling his earlier unease completely dissipate. The two strolled leisurely along the lakeside, neither mentioning the worries of the ball again. Jelena spoke of her holiday plans. My family owns an estate in Scotland, where the maple leaves blaze like fire, and the robins sing sweetly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. This year, during the break, would you like to come to the estate? I can introduce you to my owl. It catches the plumpest wild rabbits. I might not be able to make it. I have a plan for the winter break that I'm preparing to try. Stav said somewhat regretfully, but I will write to you. He paused and added, in the future, if the opportunity arises, I will visit you in Scotland. Jelena's eyes glimmered even brighter as she nodded vigorously. That sounds wonderful. We can go to the lakeside to feed the swans, and you can teach me to brew your favorite potions. Under the moonlight, her smile outshone even the crystal hairpin. Stav gazed at her, suddenly feeling as though the tangled threads weighing on his heart had unraveled, leaving only a warm and steadfast emotion spreading within him. He extended his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally gently grasped hers. Jelena's hand was soft, imbued with a slight chill, and at the moment he held it, she trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. Their fingers intertwined as they walked slowly along the lakeside, the glow of the pumpkin lantern casting long shadows behind them, resembling an invisible bond that tightly connected the two young figures. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower. The bronze eagle-shaped knocker glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and upon seeing Jelena, it asked with an ancient voice, what becomes dirtier the more it is washed? Water. Then I shall see you at the ball. See you at the ball. Stav nodded, releasing her hand, his fingertips still lingering with her warmth. Remember to wait for me to find you. Stav stood still, gazing at the lights illuminating the tower, caressing his cheek where her warmth seemed to linger. The venom of the gray-scaled serpent peeked from his robe, gently tapping his hand with its tail as if mocking his earlier embarrassment. What is there to laugh about? Stav flicked its head lightly, yet a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. As he made his way to the Slytherin common room, his steps became notably lighter. The evening breeze seemed to lose its chill, and even the pumpkin lanterns within the castle radiated a particular warmth. He had already devised a plan for how to face Ella, accepting her invitation for the opening dance and revealing his true feelings. Chapter 43. The Halloween ball. Pushing open the door to the common room, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Ella seated on the sofa before the fireplace, a silver velvet gown resting on her lap as she stared dreamily at the serpentine embroidery. Upon hearing his entrance, she abruptly lifted her head, her blue eyes alight with surprise and panic, hastily concealing the gown behind her. Aren't you asleep yet? Stav approached and sat beside her. I was waiting for you. Ella's voice trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. I thought you would ignore me. Seeing the redness in her eyes stirred a wave of guilt within Stav. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry for upsetting you this afternoon. He spoke earnestly regarding the opening dance at the ball. I have made up my mind. Ella's eyes widened with anticipation, tinged with a hint of anxiety. You have decided? Yes, Stav confirmed with a nod. Ella, I invite you to be my dance partner. I wish to share the opening dance with you. Tomorrow night at the ball, you will be the most radiant girl. Tears instantly welled up in Ella's eyes as she covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet she smiled with brilliant joy. Really? You're not lying to me? Of course not. You have always been so beautiful. Stav handed her a tissue, feeling a bit nervous. Ella, there is something I've been meaning to tell you. Fearing it might upset you. He paused. I know a girl from Ravenclaw whom I would like to introduce to you. She is very kind and a good friend of mine. I didn't want to keep it from you. Ella's motion to wipe her tears faltered as she met Stav's earnest gaze. After a few seconds of silence, she burst into laughter, although her tears flowed even more fiercely. It's all right. She sniffed, her voice laced with emotion, yet seeming relieved. Just being able to dance the opening dance with you makes me very happy. Everything else, it doesn't matter. Stav looked at her tear-streaked smile, feeling a mix of ache and compassion in his heart. He reached out, gently tousling her golden hair as one would comfort a wronged kitten. Thank you, Ella. Ella shook her head, clutching the gown to her chest as she rose. Then I'll head to bed now. I must wake up early for the final preparations. See you at the ball, Staff. See you at the ball. Staff watched her skip away toward the dormitory, shaking his head in amusement. Perhaps he had indeed overthought things. The green flames in the fireplace blazed brightly, the flickering light illuminating the smile on his face. The venomous creature flicked its tongue, as if in agreement. Outside the window, the waters of the black lake gently rippled under the moonlight, while the glow of the pumpkin lanterns softly drifted through the corridor. Time was drawing near. Malfoy, are you feeling anxious? Staff adjusted his bow tie in front of the brass mirror, the serpentine dark patterns of his silver-green velvet suit shimmering subtly in the firelight. The embroidered cuffs, mended by Ella, appearing as pristine as new, with silver threads glistening delicately under the light. Goodness, is the taste of the Kerrion family so antiquated? Malfoy's voice came from behind, clad in a sharply tailored black tailcoat, a Slytherin green pocket square adorning his chest. When it comes to looks, one must consider the lineage of the Malfoy family. It's hard to believe there exists a more dashing blonde than I. As Staff turned, the venomous creature coiled around his arm, lifting its head to flick its tongue at Malfoy. Someone's bow tie is askew, resembling a vagabond. He reached out to adjust Malfoy's bow tie, feeling the tension in his shoulders. My word, are you even more nervous than I am? Malfoy abruptly swatted his hand away, adopting a defiant demeanor. Who is nervous? It's merely a dance with Pansy. But you. He scrutinized Staff, a mocking smirk curving his lips. Are you prepared to handle your friends? I wager a galleon that know-it-all from Gryffindor will spill pumpkin juice on Ella's dress tonight. Staff remained silent, retrieving a velvet box from the bedside table to tuck into his suit pocket. Goyle and Crabbe had been waiting at the lounge door, both clad in ill-fitting suits, awkwardly adjusting their misaligned cuffs. Upon seeing Staff and Malfoy emerge, Goyle boomed. Pansy and the others have already gone to the banquet hall, saying they would wait for us at the entrance. As they traversed the corridor, portraits on the walls craned their necks to comment. A medieval knight's portrait whistled. Behold these two handsome little serpents. Tonight's ball promises to be quite the spectacle. Staff walked straight ahead, indifferent to the portraits. He certainly did not wish for any spectacles today, especially those involving himself. The grand doors of the banquet hall stood open, pumpkin lanterns suspended from the dome, casting a warm glow throughout the chamber. Malfoy immediately spotted Pansy Parkinson standing by the Slytherin table, impatiently tapping her palm with a folding fan while clad in a pink silk gown. I shall go greet my dance partner. Malfoy adjusted his cuffs, striding confidently towards her. And as he passed Staff, he slyly remarked, if your little girlfriends start a ruckus, do remember to call me to enjoy the show. Hee hee. Were it not for the neatness of his attire, Staff would have been tempted to kick him. Ignoring him, Staff took a seat at a round table near the dance floor with Goyle and Crabbe. Just as he picked up a slice of pumpkin pie, ready to take a bite, he spotted from the direction of Ravenclaw, Gilina, and Tina entering side by side. Tina, adorned in a sequined yellow gown and sparkling earrings, jingled joyfully as she walked, reminiscent of a cheerful hummingbird. Upon seeing Gilina, Staff's breath caught for several seconds. The deep blue skirt, adorned with scattered rhinestones, swayed gently with each step, as if draping the starry sky of a dark lake upon her. The crystal pumpkin hairpin in her hair sparkled under the light. Chapter 44. The First Meeting of Two Ladies. Upon catching Staff's gaze, she blinked and pointed to a corner of the banquet hall, leading Tina towards the gathering of Ravenclaw girls. Shortly after, Ella appeared at the entrance of the hall. Staff rose, his heart racing uncontrollably. Ella joyfully accepted the box, exclaiming in delight as she opened it. It's exquisite. She extended her delicate wrist, asking, could you assist me in putting it on? Staff's fingertips brushed against her cool skin as he fastened the bracelet, the crystal harmonizing perfectly with the color of her gown. It truly suits you, he said sincerely. Ella gazed down at the bracelet, her smile as sweet as the syrupy apples on the table. I knew you wouldn't forget my gift. She lightly shook her wrist, the crystal producing a delicate sound, far more beautiful than the feather quill received by Pansy. Just then, the band struck up the opening dance's prelude. Those with partners, the little snakes, made their way to the dance floor. Malfoy had already taken Pansy into the center of the floor, their movements impeccable. A blush crept onto Ella's cheeks as she shyly looked at Staff. May I have this dance? My opening dance. Staff extended his hand, his fingertips slightly damp with sweat. It would be my honor. Gently, he took her hand, his other hand resting on her slender waist. Ella's waist felt soft, and even through the velvet gown, he could sense her gentle tremors, mirroring his own rapid heartbeat. As the music began, they slowly twirled together. Ella's movements were graceful, clearly the result of extensive training at home, her golden hair brushing against Staff's cheek with a hint of gardenia fragrance. You dance beautifully, she said, tilting her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Ella, Stav replied playfully, as his gaze swept across the Gryffindor table. He noticed Harry munching on a large piece of bacon, while Ron awkwardly conversed with Padma Patil, his face flushed like a beet. But he couldn't spot that familiar brown, curly-haired figure. Where's Hermione? Stav felt slightly awkward, nodding honestly, I haven't seen her. Perhaps she lacks the courage to come. Ella remarked, a hint of pride in her tone, tightening Stav's hand resting on her waist. After all, Gryffindor girls aren't like us Slytherins, who have been learning court dances since childhood. As she spoke, she deliberately lifted her skirt while twirling, the silver fabric tracing elegant arcs under the lights, catching the attention of many young wizards. Stav could only feign ignorance, refraining from further comment. As the music reached its climax, the dancers quickened their steps, the crystal chandelier casting moving patterns on the floor. He could distinctly feel Ella's body close to his, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Yet a weight lingered in his heart. Until the final note of the dance faded, his hand remained on Ella's waist. Reluctant to let go, was he? Ella looked up at him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with a mischievous gleam. He pretended to adjust his formal attire, stating, as I mentioned before, I would like to introduce a friend to you. Ella feigned indifference and nodded. Is it the one from Ravenclaw? You've been conversing with that dark-haired girl in Transfiguration lately. Yes, her name is Galina. Perhaps you two will find common ground. She possesses a gentle temperament and is quite knowledgeable about magical creatures. As they navigated through the crowd toward the Ravenclaw table, Galina was absorbed in the intricate patterns of the tablecloth, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the crystal pumpkin nestled in her hair. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifted her gaze and her eyes brightened at the sight of Stav. Would you do me the honor of dancing, Miss Galina? Stav extended his hand in a classic invitation gesture, adopting a tone that was unmistakably rehearsed and gentlemanly. Galina giggled softly, covering her mouth, and placed her cool hand into his palm. It is my pleasure, Mr. Stav. As they entered the dance floor, the second waltz began. Your gown is exquisite, he murmured, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Galina's cheeks flushed. The hairpin you gifted me is even more beautiful. Many have inquired about its origin. After a brief pause, she curiously asked, did you enjoy dancing with Miss Rochelle earlier? It was delightful, but I am far happier now. Stav replied earnestly. She is very much looking forward to meeting you. Galina tightened her grip on his hand nervously, but the pure-blood aristocrats from Slytherin are rather haughty. Ella is not like that, Stav reassured, guiding her closer to Slytherin's direction as they danced. Look, she is waiting for us. Galina followed his gaze to see Ella waving at them from the table, her expression warm and inviting. She exhaled in relief. Shall we approach, Stav? She whispered. Do not be overly anxious. You are both my cherished friends. Stav comforted her. As the waltz concluded, he led Galina to stand before Ella. Ella's eyes sparkled momentarily before she broke into a friendly smile. You must be Galina. Stav has spoken highly of your prowess in Transfiguration. Hello, Miss Rochelle. Galina replied shyly. Stav often praises your skills in potion-making. He admires you greatly. Please, call me Ella, she said, taking Galina's other hand and glancing at her hairpin. Then at Stav, complimenting, your hairpin is lovely. It matches the bracelet that Stav gifted me perfectly. She twirled her wrist, the crystal pumpkin glimmering under the lights. Galina smiled bashfully, admiring Ella's bracelet indeed. The colors complement your gown beautifully. You two catch up. I shall fetch us some drinks. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Stav felt his prior anxieties dissipate. Chapter 45. Hermione encounters a troll. He watched as Ella led Galina toward the long table where the girls had gathered. Their heads bent together in conversation, punctuated by their clear, joyful laughter, and suddenly realized his earlier worries were unfounded. He turned to seek out Malfoy, who sat alone at the table, sipping his drink, a look of impatience etched upon his face. Your little girlfriends, didn't he end up in a brawl? Malfoy raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disappointment. How dull. That must be quite a letdown for you, Stav said as he took a seat opposite him, picking up a piece of chocolate cake. And Pansy? She went out with those Parkinson cousins, Malfoy scoffed. Women are truly a nuisance. He regarded Stav, then suddenly lowered his voice. Seriously, who do you fancy? It can't remain so ambiguous. Following his gaze, Stav noticed Harry and Ron standing anxiously, surrounded by whispering Gryffindor students, their expressions fraught with concern. Stav furrowed his brow, vaguely catching words like Hermione is missing. It seems that know-it-all has vanished, Goyle interjected. Crabbe added, I just saw her loitering by the entrance. How could she suddenly be gone? Hermione is missing? Stav's heart plummeted. a chill racing from his toes to the crown of his head. Damn it! He abruptly stood, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. Malfoy jumped to the sound. "What's the matter? Are you losing your mind?" Stav had no time to explain. He watched as Harry and Ron hastily exited the banquet hall, and he made an immediate decision. "I have something to attend to. I must go." With that, he tossed his formal jacket to Malfoy and dashed after Harry and Ron, his heart racing wildly. His mind fixated on one thought. I must find Hermione before the troll harms her. He could hear a low growl in the distance, a sound akin to boulders rolling, reverberating through the walls. The troll had arrived. Stav clenched his jaw, quickening his pace as he sprinted down the corridor toward the source of the sound leading to the dungeons. He was unsure of Hermione's precise location, but he recalled the setting from the original text, somewhere near the potions classroom. The wind howled past his ears, the hem of his robe flapping as he ran. And he could even catch the earthy, foul scent wafting through the air, the distinct odor of the troll. The melodic strains of the dance music from the banquet hall lingered faintly, creating a bizarre contrast with the growls echoing through the corridor. Stav's figure soon vanished at the corridor's end, leaving only the hurried sound of his footsteps, fading into the emptiness of the castle. The glow of the pumpkin lanterns remained warm, yet failed to illuminate the impending shadow of danger. The passageway to the dungeons was thick with a damp, musty odor, the torches on the stone walls flickering violently in the wind, casting distorted and grotesque shadows. Just as Stav turned the corner, he was met with a cacophony of frantic screams and the heavy thud of impacts, the sight before him causing his heart to constrict sharply. Hermione was curled up in the corner at the end of the corridor, her back pressed against the cold stone wall, her brown curls disheveled against her sweat-drenched cheeks. Her wand had slipped from her trembling hand, rolling a few steps away. The hem of her dress was torn, a long gash exposing her knee, blood seeping through, evidently from a fall while fleeing. Before her stood a colossal creature, towering at a height of 3 meters, brandishing a rough wooden club, its murky eyes fixated upon this diminutive prey. Harry and Ron endeavored to divert the giant's attention from the side. Ron's clumsy spell merely produced a meager spark upon striking the creature's thick skin, while Harry, with his wand raised, shouted Wingardium Leviosa, only managing to cause the giant's club to wobble slightly, inciting its wrath instead. The giant roared, pivoting around, and with a sweeping motion of its heavy club, sent Ron hurtling through the air to crash against the stone wall with a dull thud. "Hermione, get down!" Harry shouted anxiously, raising his wand once more, but his nerves led him to mispronounce the incantation, resulting in a feeble red light striking the giant's knee, utterly ineffective. Stav, disregarding his own thoughts, felt his shoes slip on the stone floor as he stumbled toward the battlefield, drawing his wand and pointing it at the giant. Attack together, Lumos Maxima. His sudden appearance momentarily stunned Harry and Ron. The dazzling white light captured the giant's attention. This foul and filthy beast evidently perceived the newly arrived Stav as a greater threat, abandoning Hermione in the corner to roar and charge at him, its heavy footsteps reverberating throughout the corridor. "Splinters!" Stav called out, halting approximately 10 meters from the giant. The tip of his wand erupted with blinding light, and an invisible slicing spell struck fiercely at the giant's neck. This was the most potent offensive magic he had learned from his library explorations. Thud! The spell hit its mark, leaving only a faint trace of blood upon the creature's thick hide. The giant howled in pain, swinging its club in retaliation, the force of the gust nearly toppling Stav. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. The coarse wooden club grazed his shoulder before crashing into the stone wall, sending debris flying as it dented the hard rock. What immense power! Stav's heart seized. He was finally confronted with the true horror of the giant. The understated descriptions in the books paled in comparison to the visceral impact of witnessing it firsthand. This was no creature that an ordinary first-year wizard could contend with. He glanced toward Hermione, discovering her struggling to rise, trembling from fear and pain, her eyes filled with despair. "I cannot let her come to harm." This thought burned within him like wildfire, and Stav leaped from the ground, raising his wand once more. "Splinters! Split for me!" A crisp crack resonated as the giant staggered. Though it did not sever its knee entirely, it successfully slowed its movements. "It worked!" Harry exclaimed with delight, hastily assisting Ron to retreat to a safer distance. Chapter 46. The Frenzied Outpouring of Magic. The massive beast was clearly infuriated, clutching its injured knee with its rough hand, its murky eyes glowing with a violent red light. Lowering its grotesque head, it charged at Stav like a rampaging bull. The weighty form caused the torches on the stone wall to tumble, plunging the corridor into a dim and flickering twilight. Stav's mind rapidly assessed the situation. The troll's magical resistance was astonishingly high. Ordinary cutting spells could only inflict minor damage. Its strength and defenses far exceeded expectations, and a direct confrontation was evidently futile. Glancing at Hermione's wand beside her, and then at the massive club swung by the troll, he urgently sought its critical weakness. "Watch out!" Ron suddenly shouted. Stav observed the troll's club, which came crashing down with a fierce whoosh. Acting on instinct, he dove to the left. The club grazed his back and smashed into the ground, causing the stone tiles to shatter explosively. The flying debris grazed his cheek, the sharp sting sharpening his focus. As he rolled, he instinctively blocked a sharp shard aimed at his face, barely noticing as his fingers were cut by the jagged edge. When the troll raised its club once more, instead of retreating, he charged towards the shadow, suddenly dropping low as his wand pointed at its ankle. Shatter! A burst of white light erupted, and a cloud of blood mist exploded from the troll's ankle. It lost its balance, its immense body toppling forward with a resounding crash. Stav seized the opportunity to roll and scramble behind a stone pillar, narrowly avoiding the weighty form as it fell. "Hermione, grab your wand," Stav shouted toward the corner, while vigilantly monitoring the troll's movements. Hermione, as if awakening from a dream, scrambled to seize her wand, trembling as she raised it. "What should I do?" "Use your most proficient spell to target its eyes," Stav yelled, charging out from behind the pillar to draw the troll's attention. "Harry, Ron, restrain its arms. Levitation, charm, obstruction." Although the spells did not inflict tangible damage, they successfully hindered the troll's swinging club, making its movement sluggish. The troll roared in fury, attempting to attack all three targets simultaneously, its massive form turning clumsily in the cramped corridor. Seizing the moment, Stav maneuvered to the troll's flank, clearly seeing that the wounds left by their spells were merely superficial. For the remarkably resilient troll, they were inconsequential. Its skin was as hard as rock, and its muscular arms were riddled with old scars, evidence of numerous battles fought. "This won't do," Stav thought anxiously, sensing his magical energy rapidly depleting. Each casting of the shatter spell left his arm tingling. Though the troll's movements had slowed, its ferocity only intensified. With a violent sweep of its arm, the heavy club came crashing through the air, forcing Harry and Ron to retreat further, unable to approach. The troll's focus shifted once more to Hermione in the corner. It advanced with thunderous steps that shook the ground. Pale and terrified, she clutched her wand tightly, yet uttered no spell, helplessly watching as the filthy, blood-stained club swung towards her. "Don't you dare touch her!" Stav's eyes flared with fury as uncontrolled magic surged within him. He charged towards the troll, the glow at the tip of his wand intensifying to the point of nearly searing his palm. "Shatter! Shatter! Shatter!" He continuously unleashed incantations, a cascade of white light striking the giant with relentless intensity. Some impacted its shoulder, others struck its back, though they did not inflict fatal wounds. They rendered the giant's movements increasingly sluggish as its injuries multiplied. Dark green blood streamed down its skin, pooling on the ground into foul-smelling puddles. "Staff, you will exhaust your magical energy." Yet, Staff was impervious to any counsel. He beheld Hermione's terrified gaze, the looming enormity of the giant drawing nearer, and felt something within him shatter. A heat unlike any other surged from his heart to his extremities. A burning pain radiated from the palm gripping the wand. As the scene before him began to blur, the only sounds that remained were his own heavy breaths and the giant's roars. He sensed his magical power dissipating at an alarming rate, yet concurrently, a more potent, ferocious force began to awaken within him. The white light at the wand's tip gradually took on a strange, dark crimson hue, as the metallic scent of blood in the air seemed to be ignited by this newfound power, exuding an aura of peril. The giant approached Hermione, raising a wooden club, a cruel glint flashing in its murky eyes. In despair, Hermione shut her eyes just as the moment became critical. "Shatter!" Staff let out a heart-wrenching roar. This time, he did not aim for the giant's torso or limbs, but poured all his strength, fury, and concern into this singular strike, pointing his wand at the giant's grotesque head, striking true at the location of its right eye. A thick bolt of dark crimson lightning erupted from the tip of his wand. No longer the feeble white light of before, but a force imbued with cataclysmic intent, slicing through the air like an enraged serpent. The speed of the red light was astonishing. It ravaged, leaving behind scorched marks on the stone walls. With a sickening crack, the dark crimson lightning precisely struck the giant's right eye, causing the murky eyeball to explode, a mixture of dark green viscera, shattered bone, and flesh spraying outward. With a deafening shriek, the giant howled in unprecedented agony, its massive form thrashing about in a frenzy, clutching its bleeding eye socket, wildly swinging the heavy club. The walls trembled under the force of its rampage, debris and dust cascading down. Harry and Ron swiftly pulled Hermione behind a stone pillar, watching in terror as chaos unfolded. Stav, too, was taken aback by the giant's plight. He stood frozen, watching the dark crimson light gradually dissipate from the tip of his wand, only then realizing a disorienting wave wash over him. Chapter 47, Crisis Averted. That final strike had nearly drained him of all his strength. His magical energy utterly depleted in an instant. At that moment, Stav could distinctly feel the emptiness within him, nearly devoid of the power to stand. His vision began to blur, the buzzing in his ears grew louder, and the surrounding sounds receded into the distance. He instinctively glanced in Hermione's direction, noticing her gaze filled with concern as her lips moved silently, seemingly attempting to articulate something inaudible. The creature continued to thrash about, yet its movements grew increasingly sluggish, until it finally collapsed with a resounding thud, its massive form stirring up a cloud of dust. Though its chest still heaved faintly, the beast was now utterly incapacitated, reduced to pitiful whimpers. The crisis was averted. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Stav found himself unable to hold on any longer. Darkness enveloped him, and as his body slumped backward, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he thought he saw Harry and Ron rushing toward him, and caught a glimpse of Hermione's tear-streaked and dust-covered face. Yet all appeared distant and shrouded in a thick veil of cotton. His body crashed heavily onto the cold stone floor, his suit stained with dust and blood, the wand slipping limply from his grasp. Within him, the magical energy that had been entirely depleted began, in a peculiar manner, to revive slowly, coursing through his limbs with a faint warmth. Though this could not stave off the encroaching darkness, silence finally returned to the corridor, broken only by the creature's labored breaths and the frantic cries of 3 first-year students. The torchlight flickered across Stav's pallid visage, his eyes tightly shut, delicate lashes dusted with fine particles, as if he had succumbed to a profound slumber. Hermione knelt beside him, trembling as she reached out to feel for his breath. Upon sensing a faint airflow, she could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she released the pent-up fear within her. Harry and Ron, supporting one another, stood transfixed, gazing at the fallen Stav and the defeated creature, their faces etched with shock. They had triumphed. This Slytherin, who had always sided with their adversaries, had exhausted his magical reserves to save them, now lying unconscious. We must find a teacher. Harry inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Ron, go inform Professor McGonagall. I will stay here with them. Ron nodded, stumbling toward the far end of the corridor, his footsteps fading into the vast emptiness of the dungeon. Hermione carefully rested Stav's head upon her lap, gently brushing the dust from his cheek, tears falling drop by drop onto his suit, creating small dark stains. The torchlight gradually dimmed, and an unknown creature's call echoed from the depths of the dungeon, the cold stone walls seemingly whispering ancient secrets. Stav lay there in serene oblivion, oblivious to his surroundings. As his body underwent a remarkable transformation, the drained magic was reconstituting itself in a purer form, each faint breath nurturing this nascent power. Awaiting the moment he would open his eyes again, the scent of antiseptic mingled with the fragrant lavender potion, gradually infiltrating his senses, and at last, Stav's consciousness wrested itself from the boundless darkness. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and what greeted him was the pristine dome of the infirmary. Sunlight streamed through the diamond-patterned stained glass, casting fragmented patches of light upon the white-sheeted bed, resembling a sprinkle of stars. He is awake. He has awakened. A voice, tinged with unmistakable tears, resonated beside him, followed by the soft rustle of fabric. Stav turned his stiff neck, his heart leaping at the sight before his bed. 3 familiar figures encircled him, each face bearing unabashed concern, with red veins in their eyes serving as silent testimony to their distress. Closest to the bedside was Hermione. Her once meticulously styled brown curls now lay in disarray upon her shoulders, a few strands clinging to her damp cheeks. The faint shadows beneath her eyes betrayed a sleepless night. Upon noticing his gaze, she hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, attempting to conceal the traces of her tears. Yet the reddened rims of her eyes gave her away. How do you feel? Her voice was a bit hoarse, trembling with residual fear. Madame Pomfrey said you had overexerted your magic, and nearly the words caught in her throat, refusing to be uttered. Stav noted the thick bandages wrapped around her knee, the edges subtly tinted pink, evidence of the injury sustained while fleeing from a troll the previous day. Standing beside Hermione, Ella's golden tresses cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Her blue eyes equally filled with sincere concern. Clad in a moonlit blue knit sweater, her complexion appeared even more porcelain-like, exuding a softness that contrasted with the noble grace of her pure blood lineage. "Thank heavens, you have finally awakened," she exhaled gently, her tone imbued with relief from having escaped a dire fate. "When you collapsed yesterday, someone was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Had it not been for Harry supporting her, she might have ended up lying here with you." She deliberately emphasized the phrase, legs turned to jelly. Yet unlike her usual self, she refrained from gauging Hermione's reaction, instead reaching out cautiously to touch his forehead. After confirming he was fever-free, her worries eased. Meanwhile, Gilliana stood quietly on the far side, her long, dark hair cascading beside her face, obscuring part of it, with dark circles hinting at her fatigue. Dressed in Ravenclaw's signature blue uniform, she met Staff's gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "E.M. fine." Staff's voice emerged dry and hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. He wiggled his fingers, suddenly acutely aware that the flow of magic within him was no longer the hollow sensation of rapid depletion from the previous day, but rather a warm stream coursing gently through his limbs. His magical reserves felt twice as abundant as when he first entered school, imbued with a peculiar sense of refinement, as if loose grains had been polished into smooth jade. Yet, the weakness of his body remained palpable. Even the slightest movement induced dizziness, and his limbs felt leaden. "Fine? Do you realize you were unconscious for a whole day and night?" Hermione could not help but raise her voice, her tone laced with panic, her eyes reddening once more, tears brimming yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Ella gently patted Hermione's arm, a gesture that caught them both off guard, marking the first time they had not been at odds. "All right, Hermione." Ella's voice softened, turning toward Staff with a look of reproach. "However, you were indeed reckless yesterday. A troll of that size would send even the upperclassmen fleeing, and you dared to confront it head-on?" She paused for a moment and added in potions class, "Seeing you so cautious, I thought you were someone who valued life greatly, but I never expected." Chapter 48. A smooth discharge. Staff observed the faint redness in their eyes and the unmistakable signs of weariness etched on their faces. A warm current surged within him, mingled with a pang of compassion. He understood that Hermione and Ella, who usually stood at odds with one another, were now united in their vigil for him. An extraordinary occurrence indeed. "I'm sorry to have caused you worry," he said softly, his gaze sweeping over the trio before settling on Jelena, adding with a teasing tone, "And to a certain someone who has been secretly concerned and unable to sleep well." Jelena's shoulders quivered almost imperceptibly, her head bowing even lower. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered, holding a silver potion flask. Upon seeing Staff awake, a hint of relief graced her serious countenance. "Ah, you are finally awake, Mr. Kerrion. How do you feel? Any dizziness or nausea?" She set down the flask and waved her wand before him. "Let me examine your magical fluctuations." Staff complied obediently, feeling a gentle surge of magical energy sweep through him, akin to a current flowing through pipes. Madame Pomfrey nodded approvingly. "Your recovery is quite satisfactory, faster than I anticipated. Although your magical core remains somewhat unstable, the flow is smooth. It appears your constitution is quite robust, and your recuperative abilities are commendable." She poured out a potion that bubbled with a rosy hue. "Drink this. It will replenish your magical energy. However, remember, you must refrain from casting any spells for a week and ensure you rest adequately. Do you understand?" The potion bore a flavor that was sweet yet bitter, reminiscent of a blend of honey and wormwood, yet Staff downed it in one gulp. Witnessing his obedient demeanor, the corners of the girl's mouths curled into faint smiles. In the ensuing 2 days, Staff rested peacefully in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey visited promptly each day, delivering nutritional supplements and magical ointments, and he felt his magical energy returning with increasing swiftness. The sensation of fullness tempted him to attempt a spell, but each time he raised his wand, he was met with Madame Pomfrey's stern gaze, halting him. The frailty that had once enveloped him gradually dissipated, though occasional dizziness lingered as a remnant of magical exhaustion. Throughout these days, the 3 girls took turns visiting him. Hermione brought along the latest class notes, meticulously marking the key points he had missed with her elegant handwriting. Though she consistently explained that Staff's injury prevented him from keeping pace with the curriculum, she would stealthily leave a piece of chocolate on his bedside table before departing. Ella arrived with a revitalizing potion she had concocted herself, contained in an exquisite crystal vial. She stated it was crafted from mint and lavender to aid in restoring one's spirits. Jelena was the most frequent visitor, always accompanied by Lily, her black cat, who nimbly leaped onto the bed, nuzzling Stav's hand, while she settled into a chair beside him, quietly keeping him company, occasionally uttering a few words in a voice as soft as a whisper. She would bring him her own little drawings, sometimes depicting the cats from Transfiguration class. Other times the constellations from astronomy class, inscribed on the back in tiny letters, urging him to recover swiftly. Before leaving, she would leave Lily by his side, saying, "Let her keep you company. If anything arises, just let her inform me." This is their unique form of communication. During the leisurely hours of the afternoon, Malfoy would bring Crabbe and Goyle to visit him. "Ah, our great hero has finally awakened?" Malfoy leaned against the doorframe, his tone laced with his characteristic arrogance. His platinum hair shimmering in the sunlight, yet his gaze concealed a hint of subtle concern. "But you missed quite the spectacle. Potter, that fool, was actually chosen by Professor McGonagall to be the Seeker for Gryffindor. In his first year, can you believe it? It's practically the most ludicrous joke Hogwarts has seen in a century." He scoffed, lifting his chin with an air of disdain. "Dumbledore is growing increasingly senile, breaking decades of school Quidditch team tradition by allowing a novice who nearly fell off his broom during flying lessons to become a Seeker." Crabbe nodded in agreement, his mouth stuffed with a pastry. Goyle, grinning foolishly, chimed in. "Yeah, Malfoy said that since the rules have been broken, he could apply to be a Seeker as well." "Precisely," Malfoy declared with pride. "I have submitted my application to the Slytherin team. They have no reason to reject a pure-blood wizard. After all, if Potter can make the team, I am 100 times more capable than he is." He approached the bedside and placed a beautifully wrapped box down. "These are honeydew sweets that I had the house elf bring you. They should help replenish your energy." Pausing for a moment, he awkwardly added, "But I suppose you might not need them, considering those few have been bringing you food regularly, right? In any case, do recover quickly. I haven't finished copying the potions notes yet." Staff couldn't help but chuckle at Malfoy's feigned arrogance. "Congratulations, Draco. I'm sure you'll be far superior to Potter. I'll come to watch your training." Malfoy raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "That goes without saying. Just wait until I wipe the floor with Potter on the pitch. You'll be in for quite the show." With that, he departed with Crabbe and Goyle, not forgetting to remind Madame Pomfrey, take good care of him. His tone was reminiscent of a concerned parent. 2 days later, after Madame Pomfrey had checked his magical fluctuations, she finally permitted him to leave the infirmary. "Remember, Mr. Kerrion, you are not to engage in any strenuous activities for a week, no spell casting, and you must retire at a proper hour each night," she admonished sternly. Staff nodded in agreement, promising to adhere to her instructions. After gathering his belongings, he followed Hermione out of the infirmary, the sunlight streaming down the corridor, warming his skin. The moment he returned to the Slytherin common room, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The warm fireplace, intricately carved furniture, and the concerned gazes of his friends instantly put him at ease. Though he feigned indifference, the house elf promptly served him a bowl of hot soup. During flying lessons, Gryffindor and Slytherin were in the same class, and Hermione could scarcely refrain from watching to see if he was showing off with difficult maneuvers. Upon noticing him flying slowly at low altitude, she finally sighed in relief. Ella, paired with him for practicing dives, would always slow down to wait for him. Laughing as she said, she feared he might fall behind and tarnish Slytherin's reputation. On Friday afternoon, with no classes scheduled, the Slytherin Quidditch team practiced on the pitch. Staff, bundled in a thick woolen coat, sat in the stands, observing as Malfoy skillfully maneuvered through the sky on his broomstick, his silvery figure resembling a proud silver weasel, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 49. The Mirror of Ariste is taken away. One must concede that Malfoy indeed possessed a natural talent for being a Seeker. His speed was remarkable, and his reflexes sharp, as he adeptly caught the training Golden Snitch several times. During a break in practice, Malfoy waved at him, a rare, radiant smile illuminating his face, akin to a child yearning for parental praise. As the sun dipped low in the sky, laughter and cheer echoed across the Quidditch pitch. Occasionally, Staff would adhere to the agreement noted on the parchment and make his way to the lakeside of the school to meet with Gilliana, who awaited him there. Cradling Lily in her arms, her long black hair gently swaying in the evening breeze, Staff was aware that the troll incident had stirred ripples between him and the 3 girls, much like a stone cast into the lake. Hermione's demeanor had shifted from mere jealousy to something more complex. Ella, in her closeness to him, had also reduced her deliberate provocations toward Hermione. Though the future might see their rivalry continue, and their nocturnal rendezvous could easily be discovered, At this moment, Stav's heart brimmed with tranquility. He suddenly felt that his first year at Hogwarts was far more splendid and warm than he had ever imagined. On a late autumn night, Hogwarts Castle lay enveloped in a tranquil slumber, the torches in the corridors flickering, casting dancing shadows. Stav tightened his black cloak and tread lightly through the empty halls, his boots making hardly a sound against the stone floor. Once again, he found himself in that secretive, empty classroom. Ever since he had stumbled upon the hidden mirror of Ariste on his last visit, this place had become his occasional sanctuary for solitude. Pushing open the ajar wooden door, dust motes swirled in the moonlight streaming through the high windows, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and dust. However, as his gaze swept across the center of the room, his heart sank. The spot where the mirror of Ariste had once stood was now bare. Save for a dark impression marking the floor, a testament to the presence of a substantial object that had long occupied this space. Moonlight pooled on the vacant floor, rendering it eerily desolate. Had it truly been removed? Frowning, Stav approached, his fingers tracing the cold outline on the ground. He surveyed the room, finding no signs of struggle or disturbance, only the cobwebs in the corner remaining undisturbed. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the rustling of fabric. Stav swiftly concealed himself behind a heavy tapestry, gripping his wand tightly in his pocket. Holding his breath, he witnessed two small figures stealthily entering, illuminated by the moonlight revealing that they were Harry and Ron. Harry donned his Gryffindor pajamas, layered with a dark coat, the lightning scar on his forehead barely visible in the moonlight. Ron followed closely behind, glancing around nervously, both oblivious to Stav hidden behind the tapestry as they made their way to the center of the room. It's gone. It's really gone. Ron's voice was low, yet could not conceal his anxiety. Harry disregarded Ron's complaints, standing in the spot where the magical mirror once resided, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with confusion and dismay. Professor Dumbledore, who had been here just yesterday, assured him it was safe. He murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously caressing his wand. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Perhaps the professors moved it? Ron speculated, casting a nervous glance towards the door. We should leave. It's too eerie here. What if there's some kind of monster? He was evidently still shaken by the previous encounter with the troll. Stav, hidden behind the tapestry, felt a stir of emotion. Dumbledore had been here too. He recalled the vision he had seen in the mirror, a dark red dragon, its scales shimmering in the dim light, with golden slit-like eyes filled with a regal disdain. Would Dumbledore know what he had seen? Wait. Harry suddenly turned, his gaze sharply sweeping the room. Do you feel that someone is here? Ron shivered in fright. Someone? Where? He hastily raised his wand, nervously pointing it around. Lumos. A faint white light illuminated the corners of the room, yet revealed nothing amiss. Stav held his breath, pressing himself closer. He sensed Harry's gaze linger for a moment on the tapestry, causing his heart to tighten. Harry's instincts were always so keen. Who could it be? Ron's voice trembled. Could it be Snape? He has always been suspicious, especially during the last troll incident. Harry remained silent, merely tightening his lips, his expression grave. Stav noticed his fingers clenching the wand slightly, clearly deep in thought. Come out. Harry suddenly spoke, his voice low yet remarkably clear. I know you were there. Behind the tapestry. Ron nearly jumped in fright, staring at the tapestry in terror. Stav realized there was no escape. He gently lifted the tapestry and stepped out, wearing an appropriately surprised expression. Harry? Ron? What are you doing here? That is a question we should be asking you. Ron immediately raised his voice, as if a thief caught in the act, turning to accuse others. What are you doing in a place like this at such an hour? I came to find something, and it seems you are too. There used to be a large mirror here. Surely you know where it has gone? Harry's gaze flickered, avoiding his eyes. The mirror? How could we possibly know? We were merely restless and wandered out for a stroll, losing our way. His lie was riddled with holes, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Stav understood the truth, but feigned confusion. Lost. This is one of the most remote corners of the castle. How could you wander here? His gaze shifted to Harry. Harry's complexion changed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. We were just taking a casual stroll. Don't jump to conclusions. Harry suddenly seemed flustered. Whatever we were doing is none of your business. Ron's face reddened, his tone clearly defensive. Excuse me, we must take our leave now. He tugged at Harry's sleeve, saying, Harry, it's time for us to go. Stav understood in his heart that the narrative concerning the Philosopher's Stone was about to unfold. Harry fixed his gaze intently on Stav's eyes, seemingly attempting to decipher something from his expression. The moonlight illuminated Stav's visage, devoid of any inquiry or malice, emanating only pure tranquility. After a moment of hesitation, Harry chose not to voice his thoughts. He merely relaxed his shoulders slightly, yet his eyes remained watchful. Chapter 50. The plot is about to commence. We truly do not know where the mirror has gone. Harry spoke slowly, his tone softening. I see, Staff nodded, refraining from further probing. What a pity, for that mirror was indeed extraordinary. He feigned a sigh. Well then, Staff shrugged, stepping aside to clear the way. Good night. Good night, Harry said, as he and Ron hurried towards the door, their steps somewhat rushed. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the moonlight and dust in its wake. Staff moved to the empty corner, crouching down, his fingers gently brushing over the traces of dust on the floor. At last, the tale of the Philosopher's Stone was about to commence, with Harry and Ron already ensnared within its web. And he, by chance, had become the observer privy to the truth. He rose to his feet and approached the window, gazing out at the inky darkness of the forbidden forest surrounding the castle. The image of the dark red dragon from the mirror resurfaced in his mind, its imposing majesty and cataclysmic power resonating with his deepest desires, to become the mightiest sorcerer, wielding unparalleled strength. How could one attain such power? Leaning against the cold window sill, Staff's thoughts raced. Perhaps the dragon's blood potion? Infusing dragon's strength into one's veins had never succeeded in magical history, yet it was not entirely impossible. His profound interest in potions ignited a spark of curiosity. Perhaps he could begin researching the foundational blood enhancement potions, slowly experimenting. Alternatively, he could aspire to become a dragon animagus, the ultimate form of transfiguration. Who knew if he could transform into a mythical creature? Both objectives were exceedingly arduous, potentially requiring years or even decades, and mayhap they would never yield success. Yet Staff's eyes gleamed with increasing fervor. The more daunting the challenge, the more it fueled his ambition. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Staff's gaze flickered. Nicholas Flamel had used it to concoct the elixir of life and to transmute metals into gold. More importantly, it harbored immense magical energy. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone would greatly aid his endeavors, be it in researching blood potions or animagus transformation. Harry and his companions would undoubtedly strive to thwart Snape, or rather, the Snape they believed him to be. From seizing the Philosopher's Stone, this was their fate. At that moment, perhaps he could seek an opportunity to approach the stone without disrupting the narrative. Even if he could not secure the stone, the chance to observe such a legendary alchemical treasure up close was a rare privilege. Staff inhaled deeply, the chill in the air sharpening his senses. He adjusted his cloak and turned to leave the empty classroom. The torches in the corridor continued to flicker, the shadows of armor danced upon the walls. Everything remained as it always was, yet an unspoken difference lingered in the air. The tranquil days are drawing to a close, as the undercurrents at Hogwarts begin to surge. Returning to the Slytherin common room, I find myself unable to sleep and wander the castle. Staff rolls his eyes and casually sits beside me, accepting a bowl of hot soup from the house elf. By the way, do you know about Nicholas Flamel? Malfoy pauses, clearly taken aback by the question. Of course. He is the greatest alchemist, the inventor of the Philosopher's Stone. Why do you ask all of a sudden? He curls his lip, dismissing it as ancient history. Who still cares about that nowadays? Oh, nothing just came to mind. Staff takes a sip of the warm soup, warmth spreading throughout his body. It's just remarkable to think that someone could create something like the Philosopher's Stone. Malfoy scoffs. No matter how impressive. He is just an old man now. He might be long dead. Yet you, he continues, have been acting all mysterious lately. What are you up to? His gaze drifts towards the dark night sky outside, where snowflakes have begun to fall, shimmering under the moonlight. This winter is destined to be anything but peaceful. The struggle for the Philosopher's Stone, alongside my own ambitions, will quietly unfold within these ancient walls, and I'm already prepared. Staff sits by the window in the Slytherin common room, a hefty tome titled A Treatise on Medieval Alchemy sprawled before him. His eyes drift towards the swirling snowflakes outside, his thoughts having ascended far beyond the present moment. The narrative surrounding the Philosopher's Stone is about to commence, and he realizes that the likelihood of him obtaining it is nearly non-existent. This realization douses the flickering flame of his earlier, unrealistic fantasies like a cold splash of water. The embodiment of Voldemort, even if merely the lingering soul attached to Professor Quirrell, is far beyond what he can contend with. The last encounter with the troll had drained his magical energy, leaving him unconscious. What chance would he have against the Dark Lord who reigned during the Age of Darkness? What are you thinking about? A gentle voice interrupts his reverie. Ella approaches, cradling a book, her golden hair aglow in the firelight, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. You've been so distracted lately, even nearly zoning out during Professor Snape's potions class. Look here. It says dragon's blood has 12 different uses. The third claims it can slightly enhance magical resistance. Do you think that's reliable? She leans closer to examine the text, her golden strands carrying a faint hint of lavender. Professor Snape mentioned it in advanced potion making, she softly adds, her fingertip tracing the page. However, it requires exceptionally pure dragon's blood and must be used within an hour of collection. Otherwise, the magical properties will dissipate. Our current circumstances make this impossible. She lifts her gaze, her eyes glimmering with excitement. But once we reach our upper years, we could attempt to brew a dragon's blood potion. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Staff smiles at her enthusiasm. Indeed, it sounds fascinating. He admires Ella's earnest profile. Perhaps this is the direction he should pursue. While the Philosopher's Stone hold allure, it does not belong to him. Instead of risking everything for it, he would rather focus his energy on attainable goals, such as researching dragon's blood potions or mastering Animagus transformation. Ella remained oblivious to his distraction, continuing to enthusiastically discuss the potion formula from their class that day. It was only when Pansy approached that she reluctantly departed. Chapter 51, A Clear Objective. As he watched Ella's retreating figure, Staff retracted his smile and fell into contemplation once more. Harry must have already set his plans into motion. Venom had informed him that Harry and Hermione could frequently be seen poring over materials in the library. It was abundantly clear that he could not follow them. Voldemort's power far exceeded anything he could presently withstand. Harry possessed Lily's protective charm, an ancient incantation coursing through his veins, capable of searing Voldemort's fragmented soul. However, perhaps he could experience the Philosopher's Stone? Staff mused softly. If he could arrive in time, he might have an opportunity to come into close proximity with the stone before Dumbledore's arrival. Even a fleeting moment to feel that pure magical energy could prove invaluable to his future studies in alchemy. To realize this plan, he needed to precisely track Harry's movements. Staff glanced out the window, where a gray-scaled serpent basked in the sunlight on the sill, his pet, Venom. He let out a soft whistle, and Venom promptly glided over, obediently coiling around his wrist. "I have a task for you," Staff whispered, his fingertips brushing against Venom's cool scales. Venom deftly descended from the windowsill, disappearing into the shadows of the castle. In the days that followed, Staff began to prepare meticulously. He devoted most of his free time to the library, no longer confining himself to texts solely on potions, but instead delving into a plethora of materials on alchemy and transfiguration. In a secluded corner of the restricted section, he discovered a tattered manuscript titled Ancient Alchemical Treatises, which contained some fundamental diagrams of alchemical circles. Though incomplete, it proved immensely beneficial. He also stumbled upon a notebook regarding animagi, the author of which remained unknown, highlighting that the essence of transfiguration lay in the resonance between the soul and animal form, which inspired him greatly. "Why have you been spending so much time in the library lately?" Jelena inquired, cradling Lily in her arms, as the black cat lazily yawned and affectionately leaped on his Staff's shoulder. "I'm researching some materials," Staff replied, setting down his quill and rubbing his sore wrist. "What about you? Have you completed the assignment for Transfiguration class?" Jelena nodded, handing him a sheet of drawing paper. "Look, I transformed a beetle into a button." The professor said it was quite successful. The paper depicted an exquisite beetle button, with key notes on the transformation inscribed in small text beside it. "It's beautiful," Staff genuinely praised. Jelena indeed possessed a remarkable aptitude for transfiguration. Although her learning pace wasn't the fastest, her magical finesse and precision were exactly what was required for becoming an animagus. "By the way, do you know about animagi? The ones who could transform into animals?" Jelena paused briefly before nodding. "Of course, but very few can achieve it, right? Professor McGonagall is an animagus. She can transform into a cat." She looked at Staff curiously. "Why do you ask? Do you wish to learn?" "Just out of curiosity." Staff smiled, refraining from revealing the truth. The notion of transforming into an animal is quite intriguing, particularly the idea of becoming a majestic dragon. "How imposing that would be." Jelena chuckled, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. "Transforming into a dragon? Isn't that a bit too grand? You wouldn't even be able to turn around in the castle." After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively inquired, "If you wish to study this further, I can assist you in finding resources. The Ravenclaw Library possesses a wealth of ancient tomes on transfiguration." "Really? That sounds wonderful." Staff's eyes brightened, as this was precisely what he sought. "But let us keep this a secret. No one else should know." "I want to tell a soul," Jelena replied, nodding earnestly, resembling an adorable little squirrel guarding a secret. With a playful fist pump, she exclaimed, "We can study together." Staff felt a warmth in his heart as he gently clasped her hand. "Thank you, Jelena." With her assistance, he was confident that his research would progress significantly. Gilina borrowed numerous rare transfiguration texts from the Ravenclaw library, one of which, Principles of Morphing, provided a detailed analysis of the correspondence between animal forms and the souls of wizards, greatly enlightening Stav. Meanwhile, Venom also brought news of Harry. It communicated with Stav through thought, revealing that Harry, Hermione, and Ron were sneaking out of the dormitory almost every night to visit Hagrid's hut. The moment was drawing nearer. Listening to Venom's hissing relay, Stav silently calculated the time. He began consciously practicing his physical and magical control. Each morning, while others remained in slumber, he would stealthily make his way to the Quidditch pitch, practicing basic spell control from flickering sparks to shattering bursts, repeating the process until he had expended nearly half his magical energy. Why had he been waking up so early lately? Malfoy noticed his unusual behavior one morning and intercepted him in the common room. You look like you've been burning the candle at both ends. Are you secretly practicing dark magic? I merely wish to enhance my spell accuracy, Stav replied, stretching his sore wrist. I can't let Gryffindor always outshine me, can I? Malfoy raised an eyebrow, surprisingly refraining from mockery. I didn't realize you were this kind of person. But don't forget about Quidditch practice. Next week, match against Hufflepuff. I'll definitely catch the golden snitch. I won't forget, Stav smiled. Chapter 52, For in the Know. Night enveloped Hogwarts Castle like a heavy velvet curtain, slowly draping over its spires. The snowfall had ceased unbeknownst to him, and moonlight filtered through the frost-laden windows, casting dappled shadows upon the obsidian floor of the Slytherin common room. The fireplace radiated warmth, with emerald flames dancing within the stone hearth, illuminating the faces of those nearby in a flickering glow. Stav sat on a sofa by the window, an open copy of detailed analysis of potion ingredients resting on his lap, his quill poised above the parchment notes yet unmarked. His gaze appeared to linger on the annotations regarding the preservation of unicorn tail hair, but in truth, he was discreetly observing the activity beside the fireplace. Ella was huddled with Pansy, pointing and commenting on a fashion magazine, her golden locks swaying gently with her movements. Malfoy lounged in the armchair across from them, casually flipping through the Daily Prophet, occasionally emitting a derisive snicker, likely provoked by some news item he found contemptible. Stav rubbed the tip of his nose, following her gaze to the pages of the book. It might be due to the scarcity of moonlit spring water. After all, full moons do not occur every day. Moreover, distilled water is more stable, offering a higher margin of error for first-year students. His fingertip traced the illustration on the page, but once we become proficient, we could attempt the methods outlined in the book. Perhaps we could purify the potion to an even greater degree. I knew you would say that. Chakiv. Her blue eyes sparkling like scattered diamonds in the firelight. Pansy claims I take potions too seriously, but I believe only by measuring each drop precisely can one brew the perfect elixir. Pansy rolled her eyes, crossing her arms and leaning back against the sofa. At the mention of Hermione, Ella's smile waned slightly as she let out a soft huff. I merely do not wish to be outdone by Gryffindor. Besides, her success is merely a stroke of luck. Stav remained silent, lowering his head to continue taking notes, acutely aware of Ella's gaze upon him. Malfoy tossed the newspaper onto the table with a loud rustle. Honestly, can't you discuss something of significance? Like the upcoming Quidditch match against Hufflepuff? I guarantee I will catch the golden snitch within 5 minutes. Let us hope so, Stav replied without looking up. Just don't let their seeker outpace you. What do you mean by that? Malfoy straightened up, raising an eyebrow at him. I'm the most talented seeker in Slytherin. Talent does not equate to victory. Stav closed his notebook and leaned against the back of the sofa. Remember the last flying lesson? You nearly tripped over Neville's broom. That was an accident. Malfoy's cheeks flushed slightly. That clumsy oaf could not control his broom. Ella glanced at Stav and shook her head. You two go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer. Pansy winked ambiguously, said nothing further, and turned to leave with Malfoy. The common room fell into a hush, leaving only Stav and Ella, the atmosphere suddenly quiet, save for the crackling of the fire. Ella shifted her chair closer to Stav and softly inquired, Are you troubled by something? You seem to be lost in thought. Stav's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a composed demeanor. No, just pondering the potion's assignment. Professor Snape's essay on the effects of the maturation cycle of mandrake on potion efficacy is rather challenging. I can help you research. Ella immediately offered. The Slytherin Library has a herbology annual. It surely contains relevant information. Shall we go together tomorrow? We shall see. Stav smiled. Just then, a faint rustling sound emanated from the corner of the room. Stav's ears perked up, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a gray shadow slowly creeping along the stone wall. It was Venom. It glided like a specter across the carpet, gracefully ascending the legs of the sofa to coil around his right wrist, its frigid scales pressed against his skin, imparting a familiar chill. The serpent hissed, flicking its forked tongue, its head drawing near to Stav's ear, producing a subtle sound only he could comprehend. Ella curiously leaned in, inquiring, "What is it saying?" Stav gently caressed the serpent's scales, perceiving the message it conveyed. This was their agreed signal, indicating significant news. The serpent informed him that just 10 minutes prior, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville had departed from the Gryffindor common room, heading towards the castle's exterior. "It's nothing. It's merely hungry and wishes to find something to eat outside." Ella fretted, "But it's so dark out there, and there's snow." "It's fine. It's quite clever," Stav replied, rising to gather his notes and textbooks. He smiled, casting a glance towards the common room entrance to ensure no one was watching before adding, "By the way, could you pass these notes to Malfoy? I just remembered I need to make a quick trip to the library." "Now, isn't the library about to close?" Ella asked, her blue eyes filled with confusion. Stav pressed the notes into her hands and turned swiftly towards the door. "Good night, little Ella. Good night." Ella watched his hurried retreat, her brow slightly furrowed. Sensing something peculiar about Stav, though she could not quite pinpoint what was amiss, he strode swiftly through the deserted corridor, the flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows upon the walls. The serpent coiled around his wrist, occasionally flicking its tongue to guide him along his path. Chapter 53. The Dragon Egg Hatchery. His heart raced within his chest, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. Harry and the others were indeed making their move, signaling that the contest for the Philosopher's Stone drew ever closer. "Are you certain they are headed to Hagrid's hut?" he whispered, his voice barely audible, meant solely for the serpent. The serpent nudged his wrist gently, emitting a faint hiss, a sign of affirmation. Nodding, Stav quickened his pace, advancing along the secret passageway leading to the castle's rear door. This route, one he had previously scouted, was not only concealed, but also half the distance of the main entrance. The passage was suffused with the earthy scent of damp soil, moss clung to the walls, and the stone steps were slick, necessitating a cautious tread. Upon exiting the passage, a biting wind greeted him, laden with the crispness of the post-snow air. The night sky was exceptionally clear, stars twinkling like diamonds upon the deep blue velvet, while moonlight illuminated the path toward Hagrid's hut, flanked by thickly snow-laden pine trees. The trail occasionally echoed with the soft sound of snow cascading from the branches. Stav pulled his cloak's hood lower, striving to remain shrouded in shadow. In the distance, he could see Hagrid's hut, warm yellow light spilling from the windows like a beacon in the dark. Strange objects hung from the fence surrounding the cottage, dried bat wings, enormous spider legs, and an assortment of animal bones he could not identify, creating an especially eerie atmosphere under the moonlight. He treaded lightly, slowly approaching the cottage. Through the narrow gaps of the window, he discerned several shadows moving within, faint voices and laughter barely audible. Venom trickled down his wrist, slithering down the tree trunk and vanishing into the snow, embarking on a reconnaissance of the surroundings. Stav took a deep breath, adjusted his cloak, and gently pushed open the slightly ajar gate, the hinges creaking softly, resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. The chatter within abruptly ceased. Harry and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats, holding their breath and bracing themselves for a potential retreat. After a few moments of silence, Hagrid's gruff voice broke through. "Who's there?" "It's me, Hagrid. I was passing by and saw the light still on, so I thought I'd come take a look." A brief silence followed, then the sound of shuffling, and the door swung open. Hagrid's massive figure appeared at the threshold, a flaming torch in hand, illuminating his bearded face. "Oh, it's Stav. Come in, it's cold outside." Stav nodded, ducking under Hagrid's bulk as he entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a mingling aroma of wood, hay, and an oddly sulphurous scent, causing him to wrinkle his nose involuntarily. The interior was significantly warmer than the outside. A colossal cast-iron boiler stood in the center of the room, flames crackling vigorously, with a large black pot perched atop, bubbling with an unknown concoction. "What brings you here at this hour?" Hagrid set the torch in a wall-mounted iron holder and rubbed his large hands together. Stav's gaze quickly swept across the room where Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron were huddled by the boiler, their expressions frozen in surprise upon seeing him. "I just left the library." Stav fabricated an excuse, his eyes instinctively drawn to the pot above the boiler. "I thought I'd take a stroll and noticed the light was on, so I wanted to say hello. What are you cooking? It smells quite unique." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both sensing the tension in the air. Ron stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the boiler, eyeing Stav warily. "Oh, it's nothing, just a regular herb soup," Hagrid replied, said to prevent colds. Is that so? Staff raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yet, it seems to have a hint of sulfur and blood. Ron's complexion paled instantly as he took a step back, colliding with Neville behind him. Neville stumbled, nearly falling into the boiler, inadvertently knocking the lid off the pot. It clattered to the ground, revealing an oval object the size of a football, entirely dark with intricate golden patterns, quivering slightly in the heat, emitting faint cracking sounds. The room fell into a profound silence, everyone fixated on the object, scarcely daring to breathe. Hagrid scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Since you have already seen it, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. This is a dragon egg, is it not? Staff approached the boiler, crouching down to scrutinize the object closely. The golden patterns shimmered in the firelight, seemingly alive, and the shell's surface emanated a faint warmth. It appeared on the brink of hatching. How do you know? Harry asked in astonishment, taken aback that Staff recognized a dragon egg. Staff rose, brushing the dust from his hands. I have seen it in a book about dragons. This particular breed is known as the Norwegian Ridgeback, a very rare fire dragon, and its shell is adorned with golden patterns. He paused, shifting his gaze towards Hagrid, inquiring meaningfully, Hagrid, you do understand that raising dragons is illegal, do you not? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement strictly prohibits the private ownership of fire dragons. Hagrid's face flushed, his demeanor anxious, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. I know, but it is so pitiable. Without my help, it could become a dead egg. I merely wish to hatch it and then send it to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, where they will care for it. However, Hermione began to interject, but Harry halted her. Observing Hagrid's distressed expression, Staff chuckled nonchalantly. He had developed a fondness for this earnest gamekeeper. Do not worry. I shall not disclose this to anyone, Staff assured. However, you must exercise caution. The cry of a fire dragon is quite loud and easily discernible. Really? You are willing to help us keep this a secret? Harry asked, his eyes sparkling with delight. Staff nodded. But I have a condition. What condition? Ron inquired warily, as if fearing an unreasonable demand. I wish to witness the hatching process and assist in nurturing it thereafter. Staff's gaze fell upon the dragon egg, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I have never witnessed a genuine dragon egg hatch. This would greatly aid my magical studies. Hagrid hesitated, glancing at Harry and the others before returning his gaze to Staff. Very well, but you must promise to keep this secret. I swear on my honor, Staff declared, raising his right hand in an oath. Ron shot him a wary glance, his eyes still tinged with skepticism and a hint of subtle hostility. Staff feigned ignorance of his gaze and crouched beside the boiler to closely observe the dragon egg. The golden patterns on the shell grew increasingly radiant, and the cracking sounds became more frequent, indicating that hatching was imminent. He could sense a powerful magical energy emanating from the shell, warm and potent. It seems to be about to emerge, Neville exclaimed in an excited whisper, his eyes wide with anticipation. Hagrid quickly retrieved it, placing it upon the table, and everyone held their breath, fixated on the dragon egg. The cracks in the shell widened, and with a sharp crack, a fragment broke away, revealing a damp little head covered in black scales, its eyes gleaming like rubies, and wisps of white smoke escaping from its nostrils. While everyone gasped in astonishment as the little dragon struggled within its shell, finally managing to extricate its entire body. It was approximately the size of a kitten, its form adorned with glossy black scales, and its wings were not fully unfurled, resembling two crumpled leaves. It wobbled to its feet and emitted a faint yet undeniably authoritative roar towards the crowd. How utterly adorable it is! Hermione could not help but whisper, her eyes shimmering with a tender light. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, gently stroking the little dragon's head with his rough hand. I knew it hatched safely. From now on, we shall call it Norbert. The dragon seemed to take a liking to this name, nuzzling Hagrid's fingers and purring contentedly. Staff watched this scene silently, his mind racing with thoughts. According to the original narrative, Hagrid's secret of raising a dragon would soon be discovered by Malfoy, who would then inform Professor Snape and the others, leading to Norbert being taken away prematurely. To have such close proximity to a dragon was an opportunity too precious to squander. This would significantly advance his research on dragon blood. He must find a way to keep Malfoy at bay. He cast a discreet glance out the window, where the moonlight remained bright, illuminating the snowy landscape with a cold glow. Hermione glanced at the clock on the wall, reminding them, in half an hour, the doors will be locked. Everyone nodded, reluctantly gazing at the little dragon. Come back tomorrow. By then, it should be able to open its eyes. All right. Harry and the others replied in unison. Staff collected the remnants of Norbert's shell, stowing them in his pocket as he followed them out of the hut, while Hagrid stood at the doorway, waving them off. Be careful on your way, Stav, and thank you for helping us keep this secret. See you tomorrow. Stepping outside the fence, the frigid air struck him, invigorating his senses. Harry and the others walked ahead, quietly discussing the dragon's appearance, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Stav deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind and feigning to adjust his cloak, all the while waiting for Venom. Indeed, within moments, a gray shadow darted from behind a tree, swiftly climbing onto his wrist and coiling around it. Stav whispered, gently caressing Venom's icy scales with his fingertips. Venom, you have been a tremendous help. Now, continue to monitor them, particularly Harry's movements. Stav lifted his gaze towards Harry and the others ahead. In the moonlight, Harry's glasses glimmered. Hermione was animatedly gesticulating, while Ron complained about nearly being struck by the dragon's tail moments earlier. The night enveloped Hogwarts' stone walls in a deep gray-blue hue, and as Stav pushed open the oak door of the Slytherin dormitory, the crackling flames in the fireplace cast flickering shadows of Malfoy upon the velvet drapes. Malfoy straightened in his armchair, his platinum hair glinting coldly in the firelight. Ella passed your notes to me, but she asked me to inquire why it took you a full 2 hours to return a book to the library. Stav removed his cloak, chilled from the air, casually draping it over the back of a chair. The venom on his wrist slid silently down his sleeve, penetrating the shadow beneath the bed. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. He approached the fireplace to warm his frozen fingers, his gaze landing on the open compendium of dragons on Malfoy's bedside. A thought crossed his mind, and a confident smile graced his lips. There is something you ought to know. Malfoy raised an eyebrow and closed the book. What do you mean? Hagrid is raising a dragon. Stav's voice was lowered, perfectly masked by the crackling of the fire as he uttered this astonishing revelation. He observed the instant spark of excitement in Malfoy's eyes and added, a Norwegian ridgeback, just hatched tonight, named Norbert. A dragon? Malfoy sprang to his feet, the luxurious silk robe tearing against the armrest of the chair, yet he paid it no mind. Are you certain? That type classified as extremely dangerous by the Ministry of Magic? Stav retrieved a small fragment of dark golden shell from his pocket, examining it closely in the magical light. The shell's patterns shimmered under the flickering flames. Look, what a beautiful eggshell. Truly remarkable. Hagrid intends to send it to the Romanian Reserve, but before that, the poor little Norwegian ridgeback requires someone to care for it. I can only reluctantly agree. What a hassle. Malfoy's fingers traced the tiny eggshell, his eyes alight with unmasked excitement. His family owned a dragon breeding facility, and he had been fascinated by dragons since childhood, though his parents, concerned for his safety, had never allowed him to engage with them directly. So what you're implying is? He raised an eyebrow at Stav, his tone betraying his anticipation. I suspect someone will be quite interested. What do you think? Absolutely, Malfoy exclaimed eagerly. However, there is one condition. It must remain a secret. If the Ministry finds out, not only will Hagrid be dismissed, but we all shall be in dire trouble. A secret? That is my forte. The idea of raising a dragon is simply thrilling, Malfoy declared with immense enthusiasm. Stav feigned contemplation, having anticipated Malfoy's eagerness. Very well, he nodded, but you must adhere to my instructions. No trouble, no problem. Malfoy immediately acquiesced, already calculating what gifts to bring for the little dragon. When shall we go tomorrow? I can have the house elf prepare some fresh beef. The book mentions that young dragons particularly enjoy it. Chapter 55, 2 small groups. Tomorrow night at 8, through the secret passage. Stav suddenly remembered something and added, I still need to inform 2 others. Malfoy's expression turned peculiar. Don't tell me you intend to bring. Ella must come. Stav interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. You know her relationship with me. We have been researching the dragon blood resting method, and this is the perfect practical opportunity. He watched as Malfoy reluctantly grimaced, then softened his tone. Just think, would it be amusing to let Gryffindor see a Slytherin group getting involved as well? This reasoning evidently pleased Malfoy. He huffed in agreement, but quickly became vigilant again. And the other? Glyna. Stav harbored concerns that she might, as per usual, slip away to Hagrid's domain alone. The young dragon, Norbert, had exhibited aggression the previous night, and he could not allow her to fall into peril. Malfoy, on the other hand, had no objections to this arrangement, viewing all Ravenclaws as harmless bookworms. Suit yourself, he remarked. Stav approached the writing desk, drew out a piece of parchment, and began to compose a letter with silver ink. At some point, venom had emerged, coiling around the ink bottle and languidly flicking its tongue. Are you writing to Ginevra already? Malfoy glanced at the shimmering silver script on the paper. Does this matter require encryption? I could provide the family's eagle-headed wax seal. No need. Venom will deliver it directly into her hands. Stav completed the final line, cast a protective charm with his wand, rolled the letter, and presented it to Venom, which flicked its tongue before swallowing the entire letter whole. I instructed. Once Ginevra reads the letter, she will know how to dispose of it. Venom slithered into the ventilation shaft beneath the bed, connecting to the pipes of Ravenclaw Tower, a clandestine postal route it had thoroughly scouted. Malfoy observed this adept operation and suddenly scoffed. You seem to know Hogwarts secret passages better than Filch himself. Ha ha ha, merely being knowledgeable about one's surroundings. Staff replied as he extinguished the silver candlestick on the desk. Get some rest. We have history of magic class tomorrow. Moonlight streamed through the diamond-paned window, casting patterns on the floor and outlining the serpent-like carvings on the bedposts. He recalled the trembling dragon egg in Hagrid's hut, Harry's astonished expression, and Ron's wary gaze. Everything was unfolding as anticipated, yet a subtle deviation had begun to take shape. The following day Potions class was indeed charged with tension. As Professor Snape elucidated the 12 uses of Wolfsbane, Ella promptly prodded Staff's arm with her quill and whispered, "Look, the book states that the full moon spring water purification method is 3 times more effective than the distilled water the professor uses. That is because full moon spring water can only be collected 6 times a year in England, Ella. In practice, one must use distilled water, otherwise the potion will become highly toxic." Miss Granger seems particularly intrigued by the discussion regarding Slytherin. Snape's icy voice suddenly resonated from the podium, his black robes billowing like a bat. Perhaps you would like to demonstrate how to brew the elixir of life with the wrong solvent? During the lunch break, Staff found Ginevra beneath the hawthorn tree near the Ollery. She wore the blue Ravenclaw cloak, cradling a book titled Magical Creatures, Behavior, while her black cat, Lily, dozed at her feet. Upon noticing Staff's approach, she spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. Did you really receive my letter from last night? Did it truly invite me to see the dragons? It's quite safe. Hagrid will keep an eye on us, Staff reassured her, observing her nose reddened by the cold wind. Dress warmly. It gets quite chilly at night. The bashful Ginevra lowered her gaze and kicked at the snow at her feet, splattering it onto Lily, who lazily flicked its tail. Just as he was about to utter something, he heard Ella's voice from behind. Staff, so this is where you are. Goelina retreated a step like a startled fawn, nervously glancing over. Have you devised a method for concocting the dragon's blood stimulant? Ella inquired enthusiastically. I believe adding a touch of wolfsbane juice could be worth a try. A splendid idea. This remarkable animal toxin might just awaken the dormant black dragon lineage within the venom, triggering an astonishing stress response. As the two engaged in their technical discourse, Goelina discreetly stepped back, clutching her book and murmuring, I should head to the library. Ella furrowed her brow, observing Goelina's retreating figure. She seems rather shy, doesn't she? Just a quiet disposition, she mused. Staff watched as Goelina vanished around the corner. When night once again enveloped Hogwarts, Staff, accompanied by Malfoy and Ella, made their way to the common room, traversing the secret passage to Hagrid's hut. Malfoy, clad in a thick black cloak, cradled a hefty oak box. I brought plenty of food that young dragons adore, and I even pilfered some of Professor Snape's sulfur flowers. You actually stole from the professor? Staff exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated disbelief, yet laced with admiration. All for the sake of the little dragon, Malfoy declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Upon exiting the passage, Staff caught a glimpse of a blue skirt flitting through the shadows. Goelina had arrived early and was awaiting them. Just as the four approached the entrance of Hagrid's hut and creaked open the wooden door, Hagrid stood inside, his mouth agape upon seeing the three behind Staff. Staff, why are there so many of you? And little Goelina, my friends have come to assist in caring for Norbert, Staff interjected before Hagrid could object, stepping inside. Immediately, Goelina gasped as the little dragon inside the wooden box flapped its wings, sending tiny sparks flying towards the oil lamp. Goodness, it's truly a dragon, she exclaimed, crouching before the box, her eyes sparkling like 2 sapphires. The metallic sheen of its scales perfectly matched the descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Be cautious. It was just learning to breathe fire, Staff cautioned. Staff, why have you brought so many Slytherins? Harry emerged from the inner room, his expression darkening at the sight of Malfoy, his brows knitting together in immediate disapproval. Especially him. What Slytherins? Malfoy retorted sharply. You brought 4, and so have we. It's quite reasonable. Staff, didn't you promise on your honor not to divulge this to others? Ron squeezed out from behind Harry, glaring at Staff with clenched fists, cracking ominously. Chapter 56. You wouldn't want to be caught, would you? Indeed, I did pledge my honor, Staff interjected with a smirk. But have you forgotten I am your most detested Slytherin? Or do you wish to cause a ruckus that will alert the entire school to the presence of a dragon? Ron and Malfoy squabbled like two combative roosters, pulled apart, yet still unwilling to relent. Hermione stood by the hearth, her arms crossed, her gaze flitting between Ella and Staff before ultimately resting on the box in Malfoy's hands. Malfoy warned with a stern expression. Research on dragons requires a license issued by the Ministry of Magic. What you're doing is illegal. Moreover, do you fools even know how to care for a dragon? Enough. Hagrid interjected with a booming voice, slamming his massive hand on the table, causing the dishes to clatter. Whether you are from Gryffindor or Slytherin, you will all listen to me. Norbert has just hatched and needs peace. Perhaps it was the quarrel that agitated Norbert, who suddenly exhaled a plume of fire towards Ginevra. Watch out! Stathis reacted swiftly, pulling her away, as venom shot forth from his wrist, emitting a series of sharp hisses at Norbert. Remarkably, the previously furious little dragon fell silent upon hearing the venom's hissing, curling up in a contrite ball. Everyone was astounded. Ron was the first to regain his composure, stuttering as he pointed at the venom. Your snake can communicate with dragons? I'm not sure. Perhaps the venom also possesses a trace of dragon lineage? He promptly released Ginevra and turned to Hagrid. Norbert hasn't had his supper yet, right? Malfoy brought fresh beef and some sulfur grass. With a smug expression, Malfoy opened his food box and produced numerous chunks of fresh meat dusted with sulfur grass, beginning to feed the little dragon. Stathis watched the scene with great interest. The animosity between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students momentarily dissipated, replaced by curiosity about the dragon as Ella and Hermione observed the little creature slowly eating. Standing atop the castle tower, Stathis fiddled with a grayish dragon scale, the moonlight cascading through its intricate patterns and reflecting a mosaic of silver hues. This was the third scale Norbert had shed that week. What are you looking at? Ella's voice floated from behind, infused with the familiar scent of her citrus perfume. Clad in a deep blue cloak, her golden hair danced in the wind, brushing against her cheek as she held a delicately engraved silver box. I had the house elf roast some sulfur grass moose jerky. I thought Norbert might enjoy a change of flavor tonight. Stathis turned, tucking the dragon scale into his inner pocket, which already contained half a bag of similar scales and 2 pearly baby dragon teeth. I'm calculating Norbert's growth cycle. He accepted the silver box. Last week, he was only at my waist. Now he is nearly at my chest. This aligns with the growth rate of a Norwegian ridgeback. Ella leaned in closer, her blue eyes glimmering like enchanted gems under the moonlight. The books say that ridgeback hatchlings can grow as large as a horse in just 3 months. But you seem particularly fascinated by its scales? She noticed the edge of the scale peeking from Stathis's palm, her tone laced with curiosity. For potion research, and besides, Hagrid certainly wouldn't mind, Stathis replied, discreetly adjusting his robe. I intend to thoroughly experience the effects of dragon materials. Ella's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Don't forget to invite me along when the time comes. As they descended the spiral staircase, they encountered Ginevra, who was clutching a book. Dressed in a Ravenclaw blue cloak, snowflakes adorned the cover of Dragon Physiology in her arms. Upon seeing them, she paused, and her black cat, Lily, poked its head out from her pocket, calling out to the venom. Are you heading to Hagrid's hut? Jelina's voice was as delicate as a whisper, her gaze resting upon the silver box in Ella's hands. Nobber was in need of mineral supplements today, and I had brought the Red Star mineral powder. She lifted the small cloth bag in her other hand, the white powder glimmering softly in the moonlight. You were quite attentive, Staff remarked as he took the bag, his fingertips deliberately brushing against her palm. Jelina's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, her long hair concealing half of her face. Ella keenly observed this subtle gesture and discreetly linked her arm with Staff's, saying, Let's be on our way. Malfoy must be anxiously awaiting us at the entrance of the secret passage. She emphasized the word we, imbued with a sense of possession. Jelina's steps faltered momentarily as she silently trailed behind them, while Lily flicked her tail in discontent. The air in the passage was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows upon the stone walls. Malfoy leaned against the wall, fiddling with a backpack and a brass container. Upon their arrival, he straightened up, exclaiming, At last you have come. This is the specialized feeding device I had my father send from the Dragon Sanctuary. It can precisely control the feeding amount. He proudly displayed the serpent pattern engravings on the container and retrieved a small blood-sampling needle from his backpack, offering it to Staff. Here is the spatially expanding backpack and the pure silver blood collection device you requested. It will not harm the dragon or affect the magical properties of its blood. Staff raised an eyebrow as he accepted the container, muttering, Thanks. True to his pure blood lineage, Malfoy had quick access to all manner of fine goods. unlike those incompetent Gryffindors who knew nothing. Malfoy scoffed, casting a glance at Jelena. What have you brought? I hope it's not just more useless theoretical books. The Red Star mineral powder can enhance the bone density of young dragons, Jelena quietly retorted, pouring a small amount into her palm. It is explicitly documented on page 78 of Dragon Physiology. All right, I know you read a lot. Malfoy awkwardly waved his hand, leading the way deeper into the passage. Hurry along. We mustn't keep Nobber waiting too long. The wooden door of Hagrid's hut always exuded a blend of pine and dragon essence. As he pushed the door open, Nobber let out an excited screech, his enormous wings flapping, stirring a gust of warm air. Now the creature was as large as a dog, its scales gleaming with an even more dazzling metallic sheen, its eyes resembling two burning coals. Easy now, little one, Hagrid chuckled, stroking the dragon's neck, a broad smile spreading across his face upon seeing them. Tonight, we have a full house. Nobber is particularly lively today. He just learned to tap the floor with his tail when he wants to eat. Ella promptly approached the wooden crate, opening the silver box to retrieve some venison jerky. Nobber, dear, give this a try. It's infused with sulfur grass. Seizing the opportunity, Malfoy hung the brass feeding device on the edge of the crate and poured in chunks of beef mixed with magical herbs. According to the standards of the dragon's sanctuary, young dragons' feeding must be carefully monitored, as overindulgence could lead to abnormal development. Chapter 57, Acquiring Young Dragon Blood. Malfoy elaborated like an expert, his gaze filled with obsession for the little dragon. On the opposite side of the wooden crate, Jelena crouched down, cautiously sprinkling the crimson star mineral powder into Norbert's water bowl, proclaiming its health benefits. The little dragon, curious, nudged her hand with its warm snout, eliciting a melodic laugh from her, reminiscent of wind chimes. Staff leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene, his gaze lingering on the robust tail of the young dragon. A faint scratch marred its surface, a remnant of the previous day's accidental cut from a silver dagger, now nearly healed. Indeed, the creature's recuperative abilities were remarkable, bolstering his confidence in his plans. Hagrid, I wish to examine Norbert's scale hardness. I discovered some softness in the scales on his abdomen last week. Staff ambled over, idly twisting a silver probe in his hands, a specially prepared tool with a hidden purpose, designed to create minuscule wounds upon contact. Oh, you understand this? Hagrid immediately tensed, clumsily restraining the excited Norbert. We must take a good look. It appears the Slytherin lads are quite knowledgeable about dragons. I possess an ancestral tome, postpartum care for mother dragons, from which I have gleaned some knowledge. Staff fabricated a lie, his fingers gently caressing Norbert's neck, where the scales were thinnest and most conducive to blood collection. He deftly pricked the gaps between the scales with the probe, completely unnoticed by the young dragon. A hair-thin silver tube had pierced the skin, allowing dark red dragon blood to flow slowly into the hidden crystal vial in his sleeve, a mere drop for Norbert, who was the size of a fully grown dog, comparable to the amount a muggle might yield in a single hospital visit. How is it? Is everything all right? Hagrid inquired, his concern evident. Not a significant issue. Just ensure to supplement with more minerals, Staff replied. The Crimson Star mineral powder Jelena provided would be quite useful. Jelena immediately understood, sprinkling more of the powder into Norbert's food. Seizing the moment while Hagrid turned to add more firewood, she stealthily approached Staff and whispered, Have you taken blood again? Her voice was barely above a murmur, tinged with an almost imperceptible sorrow. Just a little bit, Staff answered, gazing down at her. Moonlight cascaded through the window, casting soft shadows on her elongated eyelashes, all for the purpose of studying the compatibility of dragon blood with serpentine species. Jelena's eyes wavered. She bit her lip, ultimately choosing silence, aware that this minor blood draw posed no threat to a young dragon that grew a full circle each day. Yet, her heart ached for Norbert, prompting her to add an extra handful of nutrient-rich magical herbs to his feed. Did that Gryffindor bunch not come today? Ella asked casually, her gaze flitting between Staff and Jelena. They mentioned preparations for Quidditch practice, Staff replied, purposefully ignoring the probing tone in her voice. Just as well. We can study Norbert's growth data in peace. He produced parchment and a quill, beginning to record the dragon's length, scale hardness, and fire-breathing temperature. Annotating the data with minuscule notations of bloodline sample purity at 92 and normal dragon saliva pH levels. Malfoy leaned in for a glance, quickly grasping the meaning of the small script, nudging Staff with his elbow. Is tonight's sample sufficient? I brought a specialized preservation bottle that can maintain its contents for 6 months. He gestured to the pouch at his waist, which indeed contained several crystal vials inscribed with preservation charms. This is sufficient. Rest assured, do you not trust my capabilities? Malfoy smiled with satisfaction and turned to tease Norbert, who, In a fit of playful exuberance, scattered dragon saliva everywhere. Look how much it adores me, far more than that foolish red-haired oaf. As night deepened, Norbert had curled up in a wooden crate, snoring softly, with tiny sparks occasionally escaping from its nostrils. As the group prepared to depart, Stav tidied the straw beneath Norbert, nonchalantly picking up a few shed scales and a pearly dragon tooth from the corner of the crate. These were naturally lost during the young dragon's growth, and Hagrid would not mind. Tomorrow, I will bring some special supplements from the Dragon Reserve, Malfoy remarked as he walked, fiddling with a small vial of dragon saliva that would help it grow larger and stronger, enabling us to collect more varied samples. Do not be too hasty. After all, it is still a hatchling, and we have provided it with ample nutrients. Stav cautioned, wishing to ensure Norbert's normal development, suggesting that material collection could be pursued gradually without compromising the dragon's well-being. Suddenly, Galina halted, pointing at a stain on Stav's robe. You have dragon saliva on you. She reached out to assist in wiping it off, but was instinctively evaded by Stav. What is it? She inquired with curiosity. Be careful. Dragon saliva is corrosive and should not touch the skin. Stav retrieved a specially crafted cleaning cloth from his pocket to remove the stain. It was made from mandrake fibers, used solely for handling the bodily fluids of high-risk magical creatures. Clearly, Stav had already prepared for the collection of dragon blood, and Galina refrained from further persuasion. She understood Stav's passion for potions, recognizing that dragon blood is both widely applicable and indispensable. Thus, he likely had a significant need for it. Upon returning to their dormitory, Malfoy eagerly unveiled the collected samples. Look at this purity. It possesses even higher activity than the blood of the hatchlings from my family's dragon reserve. He scooped a small amount of dragon saliva with a silver spoon, observing it under the moonlight. It will undoubtedly yield outstanding results as a strengthening agent. Do not be careless. Materials must be stored in low temperatures and shielded from light. Stav dragged out a magical lockbox from beneath his bed. Neatly organized within were a dozen crystal vials, each labeled with the collection date and type of sample. What do you plan to utilize these samples? Malfoy inquired with sparkling eyes. My father mentioned that dragon blood can be used to create flame resistance potions. Should we not give it a try? There is no rush. Let's wait until we have gathered a sufficient quantity. Stav closed the box, tapping the lock thrice with his wand, causing it to vanish into the shadows beneath the bed. Malfoy nodded thoughtfully, then lowered his voice. You must be cautious of that group from Gryffindor. They will not permit you to collect dragon blood, even if that small amount poses no threat to the hatchling. Rest assured, Stav replied, moving to the window to gaze at the twinkling stars in the Forbidden Forest direction. I will be vigilant. Yet he knew well that while this matter could be shared with Ella and Galina, it must never reach Hermione. Hermione's straightforwardness was remarkable. Even knowing it would bear no consequences, she insisted on seeking Hagrid's consent. Yet, considering Hagrid had raised Norbert, he would undoubtedly refuse. Chapter 58. Hagrid let it slip the dormitory was unusually quiet in the dead of night, with only the soft rustle of venom gliding along the bedpost. Stav observed it, a complex smile gracing his lips. The weekend morning sun poured down like melted honey, cascading through the treetops at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, casting a warm golden hue across the corridors of Hogwarts. As Stav pushed open the door to the Slytherin dormitory, he found Malfoy already adjusting his silk bow tie in front of the mirror, his platinum hair gleaming with a glossy sheen in the morning light. If they lingered any longer, the fresh dragon saliva would begin to congeal. Malfoy turned, tossing a hefty leather bag Stav's way, the sound of clinking metal emanating from within. I had the house elf coat the inner lining with silver overnight. It will surely contain the magical properties, Malfoy declared. Stav caught the bag, his fingers brushing against the cool instruments inside, which were more sophisticated than the last blood-collecting tools they had used. The needle was as fine as a hair, engraved with miniature runes for a blood-stopping charm. He patted the expandable backpack inside his robe, where the dragon scales and blood he had collected over the past few weeks were securely stored. As the two traversed the secret passage through the common room, the torchlight flickered upon the stone walls. Malfoy suddenly lowered his voice. My father's Dragon Reserve wrote to say that the saliva of a Norwegian ridgeback hatchling can triple the sensitivity of the Veritaserum. If we can gather enough for a vial, we could sell it for a handsome price next term. Stav raised an eyebrow at him. Just don't discuss this in front of Hagrid. He won't allow us to sell Norbert's belongings. He rubbed the silver blood-collecting device in his pocket, which, once withdrawn, left almost no trace of a wound. I'm more concerned with the hardness of its scales. The recorded values from last week were already approaching the standard for an adult dragon. As they pushed open the wooden door at the end of the passage, a strong sulfuric scent greeted them. You finally made it. Hagrid's head peeked out from behind the stove, his dark face dusted with flour. a massive mixing spoon in hand. This little fellow shattered the feeder this morning and is throwing quite the tantrum. Stav's gaze was immediately drawn to Norbert. In just a few days, the young dragon had grown to the height of an adult's chest, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen even more dazzling than the previous week. With a string of transparent mucus at the corners of its mouth, fresh dragon saliva. The two hurriedly positioned a container to catch it. I see its bony protrusions have grown. Malfoy leaned closer to the wooden crate, pointing at the ridges on Norbert's neck. Look at this color, veined with black. Only the young ridgebacks of my family's reserve exhibit such a trait. He excitedly pulled out a piece of parchment, his quill gliding swiftly across the surface, noting an unusually rapid growth rate and a magical fluctuation intensity exceeding the standard by 27. Stav ignored Malfoy's notations, focusing intently on collecting the dragon saliva from the wall. The viscous liquid shimmered with an iridescent sheen under the sunlight. He carefully scraped the transparent portion into a crystal vial with a silver spoon, the vessel immediately revealing faint blue magical patterns, a purity detection charm. When the patterns illuminated fully, it would signify that the dragon saliva's magical activity exceeded 80. Be careful not to spill any on yourself. Hagrid's voice echoed from behind as he approached, carrying a massive ceramic pot from which billowed a grayish-green steam. That little creature spewed fire again last night, scorching a small hole in the roof, which I have just repaired with a mending charm. He scratched his head and placed the pot on the table. Come and taste my new breakfast concoction. I've added dragon bloodgrass and the slime of a fried tail snail. It's beneficial for enhancing magical power. Stav gazed apprehensively at the unrecognizable clumps floating within the pot, his stomach churning. Yet, as Hagrid looked at him expectantly, he steeled himself to ladle a small bowl, intending to discreetly use an invisibility charm to transfer most of the food into the vacant compartment of his extension bag. Malfoy, evidently not intending to eat, poked at the contents of his bowl with a spoon, his gaze fixed on Norbert, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Norbert's claws. The newly grown nails glimmered with a deep golden hue, a characteristic of top-tier magical materials. Just as he reached out to touch them, the little dragon impatiently swatted him away with its tail, which swept across the edge of the table, instantly cleaving a wooden bowl in two. Easy now, little one. Hagrid quickly soothed Norbert, his rough palm gently stroking the little dragon's neck. He is particularly excited this morning, as if he knew you were coming. No sooner had he spoken than the wooden door swung open, revealing Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Ron furrowed his brow at the mess before him. Hagrid, you really need to manage him better. If this continues, we will inevitably be discovered. Why don't you take some responsibility? Some people just stand around and criticize. Malfoy shot back, deliberately raising a crystal vial filled with dragon supplement. We brought nourishment. What about you? Coming here, empty-handed? We'll do our best to help. Hermione's voice carried a barely perceptible weariness, her cloak dusted with grass clippings and dark circles under her eyes. Harry had seen Professor Snape limping out of the Forbidden Forest last night, his trousers stained with blood. They were suspicious. The Forbidden Forest? Hagrid's complexion instantly paled, and the stirring stick clattered to the floor. What was he doing there? It's been rather unsafe lately, with several unicorns injured. Harry's gaze sharpened. Hagrid, do you know something? We also discovered that a three-headed dog is guarding something in the fourth-floor restricted area. Snape must be up to something. Stav, who had been recording Norbert's fire-breathing temperature, paused at the mention of the three-headed dog. Hagrid appeared taken aback, his dark face flushing crimson as he stammered. How could Snape possibly steal something guarded by Fluffy? Professor Dumbledore entrusted us to help watch over Nicholas. Guarding what? Hermione pressed, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Fluffy is my three-headed dog, Hagrid blurted out as if under a spell, immediately covering his mouth, his complexion turning pale. I didn't mean to say that. Hermione, please don't ask any further. This is not something I can discuss. The small room fell into an immediate hush. Hermione's breath quickened as she abruptly pulled out her notebook, her quill flying across the page. Nicholas, the three-headed dog, guarding something? Hagrid's head shook like a rattle. His hands pressed firmly against his ears. I don't know. Stop asking. This is against the rules. In a fluster, he turned to fetch water for Norbert, inadvertently knocking over the basin, spilling water onto the floor and saturating a large patch of the carpet. Chapter 59. Norbert smells delightful. Stav observed the scene with a composed demeanor. Hermione's reaction was entirely predictable. This Gryffindor girl possessed an almost obsessive dedication to knowledge, and once a clue was grasped, she would never relinquish it. The furrowed brow of Harry and the look of sudden realization on Ron's face indicated that they had connected Snape, the three-headed dog, and the Philosopher's Stone. We must leave. Harry abruptly stood, his gaze sweeping over the chaos in the room before resting on Norbert. Hagrid, take good care of him. We will find a way to uncover Snape's intentions. He pulled Hermione, who seemed poised to say more, and exchanged glances with Ron and Neville, leading the four of them hurriedly out of the hut. As the wooden door closed, Hermione's excited voice still faintly echoed within. Let us head to the library right now. Hagrid slumped despondently onto the bench, cradling his head in his hands. Look at the mess I've created. Dumbledore will be furious. Malfoy scoffed. The Gryffindor fools finally have something to occupy themselves with, rather than stalking us all day. He turned to Stav, raising the crystal vial in his hand. We've enough fresh dragon saliva. Shall we try concocting a fire resistance potion? My father's manual claims it works splendidly. Stav disregarded his suggestion, intently watching Norbert. The little dragon appeared frightened by the earlier atmosphere, curled up in the wooden crate, gently nudging his hand with its nose. The tiny sparks it emitted singeing his robe with faint scorch marks. He suddenly realized that Norbert's growth had reached a point of no concealment in a few weeks. Even Hagrid's hut would scarcely accommodate him. Hagrid, is there any news from the reserve? Stav inquired softly, his fingertips brushing against the delicate scales on the dragon's neck, which felt warmer than the previous week. Its magical fluctuations are intensifying. Hagrid sighed. The Romanian authorities mentioned they would send someone next month. Until then, we can only make do with the little fellow. He retrieved several pieces of sulfur from his pocket, placing them before Norbert. Eat. I had these brought from an active volcano. They will make your scales tougher. Norbert eagerly nudged the stones, emitting a rumbling sound from his throat. Seizing the opportunity, Stav gently prodded the delicate skin between the dragon's claws with a silver probe, the thinnest area least likely to be noticed. Dark red dragon blood slowly flowed into the crystal vial, the minuscule pinprick causing no discomfort to the towering Norbert. Malfoy leaned in, whispering with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What do you intend to use it for? A blood potion or a fire resistance elixir? To study the compatibility of dragon blood with serpents, Stav replied, sealing the vial and tucking it into the hidden compartment of his expandable backpack, where his previously collected dragon scales and teeth also resided. Stav raised his gaze towards the window, where a gentle mist enveloped the forbidden forest, sunlight piercing through the haze to cast eerie patches of light upon the treetops. He was acutely aware that Harry and his companions were likely sifting through tomes in the library, searching for information regarding Nicholas Flamel. Once the secret of the Philosopher's Stone is unveiled, peace at Hogwarts would be irrevocably shattered. The sun had begun its descent, and after assisting Hagrid in tidying the hut and collecting 2 full vials of fresh dragon saliva, the light in the concealed passage grew increasingly dim. While Malfoy excitedly plotted how to concoct potions with the dragon saliva, Stav scarcely listened. His fingers absently caressed the dragon scale in his pocket, its intricate patterns leaving faint impressions on his fingertips, reminiscent of some mysterious sigil. Suddenly halting, he turned to Malfoy, stating, starting next week, we must hasten our collection efforts. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Once Norbert departs, we may never find such an exemplary dragon specimen again. Malfoy blinked in surprise, then eagerly nodded. All right, come the time, dragon blood will be yours, and dragon saliva will be mine. We shall profit immensely. Stav remained silent, quickening his pace. He understood that the contest for the Philosopher's Stone had quietly commenced, and the dragon materials he gathered could very well become pivotal bargaining chips in the impending storm. The towers of Hogwarts were now entirely blanketed in the early winter snow, the snow atop the spires gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The suits of armor in the corridors were draped in red Christmas scarves, and with every few steps, the fragrant aroma of cinnamon and mulled wine wafted through the air. As Stav traversed the courtyard, cradling a tome titled A Compendium of Dragon Materials, the soles of his boots crunched upon the snow. Wait for me, came the voice of Gilina from behind, clad in a blue Ravenclaw cloak, her long black hair dusted with snowflakes, cradling a bulging cloth bag. Hagrid mentioned Norbert refused to eat this morning, so I brought moonlight flower powder. The book says it can stimulate a young dragon's appetite. Stav paused, watching her jog towards him, the hem of her cloak sweeping the snow and leaving a trail of delicate footprints. Naturally, he accepted the bag from her. Did you drink the stew from last night? He inquired softly, his gaze lingering on her frostbitten nose. Hagrid added the blood of a fire lizard. It has a high magical potency. I could only manage half a bowl before it became unbearable, Gilina replied, her voice as faint as a whisper. Glancing quickly at the castle entrance where Ella stood conversing with Pansy, her golden hair strikingly illuminated in the snowy light. Is she attending today? Stav remained composed as he tucked the bag into the inner folds of his robe, where the warmth would preserve the potency of the moonlight flower powder. Ella mentioned yesterday that she wanted to study the ratio of dragon saliva to the stimulant. She asked me to help gather fresh samples. Ella had evidently spotted them and promptly bade farewell to Pansy, lifting her skirt as she approached, her silver cloak billowing in the wind like a graceful swan. "Are you heading to Hagrid's hut?" she inquired sweetly, her gaze flitting between Gilina and Stav. "The nutrient supplement my father sent from the Dragon Reserve has arrived. It will enhance Norbert's scales luster. Would you like to join us?" "No. I shall be visiting the library this afternoon to gather information." Gilina took a step back, clutching her copy of Dragon Nutrition tightly. "You all may proceed, but do remember to ensure Norbert drinks water. His urine's pH level tends to be a bit high. Off you go." He nodded to Ella and began walking towards the Forbidden Forest, the snow beneath his boots compressing with each step. Chapter 60. Harry Triumphs. The wooden door of Hagrid's hut perpetually carried a blend of pine and dragon saliva, and upon opening it, excited dragon squeals could be heard. Norbert had grown to nearly 2 meters in height, his scales gleaming more brilliantly than the previous week. Upon sighting Stav, he rushed over, his massive tail sweeping through the air, shattering a ceramic pot in the corner. "Slow down, little one," Hagrid exclaimed, peeking out from behind the stove, his dark face dusted with flour, holding a mixing bowl larger than his own head. "This morning, we had black rock pancakes and fried snail soup, with 3 spoonfuls of dragon blood herb powder added. Drinking this will surely enhance your magical abilities." Staff gazed at the gray-green viscous liquid in the bowl, his stomach churning. Yet he mustered the courage to ladle out a portion. He had secretly analyzed this soup with a detection spell last week, discovering its magical energy fluctuated at a level 30% higher than that of ordinary potions, though its taste resembled that of poison. It was indeed the most cost-effective magical supplement for first-year students. Taking a sip, Staff fought to suppress his urge to regurgitate. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, leaving a strange blend of salty, fishy, and rusty flavors. Hagrid jovially fed Norbert while Staff, during Hagrid's moment of repairing the dragon's nest, discreetly retrieved a silver probe. As Norbert focused on devouring his meal, Staff swiftly pricked the gap between the dragon's neck scales, allowing dark red dragon blood to drip into a crystal vial. After collecting nearly half a vial, he promptly withdrew and treated the wound with a healing charm. Oblivious, Norbert continued to root through the sulphurous or in his food bowl. Staff placed the crystal vial into his extendable backpack, where over 20 vials of dragon blood were neatly arranged, each labeled with different collection dates and purity levels. "Eya," observing Staff's completion of his task, gently remarked, "By the way, I managed to secure tickets for the Quidditch finals in the VIP section, the best view possible. Shall we witness Malfoy triumph over Harry together?" "Certainly," Staff replied. He observed the dark golden sheen of the scales on Norbert's impending shed, their edges sharp as blades, prime material for crafting defensive charm artifacts. Seizing a moment when Hagrid turned to add firewood, he discreetly tapped his wand, causing the scale to fall, which he swiftly pocketed within his robe. Days passed swiftly as he gathered dragon blood, endured Hagrid's dreadful culinary creations, and brewed dragon saliva combustibles. On the day of the finals, Staff sat in the Slytherin stands, twirling a silver quill in his hand, yet his gaze was involuntarily drawn towards Gryffindor's direction. Hermione anxiously clutched her scarf, her brown curls tousled by the wind, while Ron animatedly gestured beside her. Harry stood in the center of the field, clad in his red team uniform, the Nimbus 2000 radiating a soft white glow at his feet. "Look, Malfoy's broom." Suddenly, the Slytherin students erupted in cheers. Staff turned to follow their gaze, spotting Malfoy soaring across the pitch on the latest Nimbus 2000, his platinum hair glistening in the sunlight, his black robes billowing in the wind like a proud golden peacock. Madame Hooch's silver whistle pierced the air, marking the official commencement of the match. Malfoy's movements appeared significantly more agile than before. The speed of a Nimbus 2000 allowed him to navigate the field with ease, nearly capturing the golden snitch on several occasions. However, Harry's innate talent was evidently superior. He darted through the players like a streak of red lightning, the Nimbus 2000 beneath him seeming almost animated, effortlessly evading collisions at the most perilous moments. Staff's quill glided across the parchment sporadically, documenting the latest growth data of Norbert alongside his own magical fluctuations. As the match reached a fever pitch, Staff witnessed a classic scene unfold. Harry's flight suddenly became rigid, his body teetering precariously on the broom, his complexion as pale as parchment, fingers gripping the broom handle tightly. From the shadows of the stands, Snape was whispering incantations, his fingers contorting into peculiar shapes, his shoulders quivering beneath the black robes. He was casting a curse. Hermione's shriek erupted from the Gryffindor stands, Her face flushed as she pointed at Snape. Snape was cursing Harry's broom. Staff narrowed his eyes, observing as Harry's broom began to shake violently, almost dislodging him. In that critical moment, Hermione dashed down the stairs. Racing towards Snape. Reaching him, she subtly flicked her wand, unleashing a stream of blue flames that struck Snape's cloak, a fundamental fire spell. It had accurately ignited the hem of Snape's robe. The stands erupted into chaos as Snape scrambled to extinguish the flames consuming him. Harry's broom returned to normal, and he seemed to be infused with newfound strength, diving sharply and executing a roll just feet from the ground. His right hand deftly capturing a glimmer of gold, the golden snitch. The Gryffindor stands erupted into thunderous applause, Harry triumphantly holding the snitch aloft, soaring above the pitch, his red jersey dazzling in the sunlight. The Slytherin stands fell into a dismal silence. Malfoy lay sprawled on the grass, his Nimbus 2000 spinning beside him, his platinum hair muddied, his expression dark as though he might weep. This is unfair. She interfered with the match. Malfoy bellowed at Harry, scrambling to his feet, intent on charging at him, only to be shoved back by Harry. The two immediately engaged in a scuffle, rolling on the grass, their uniforms smeared with mud and grass clippings, while surrounding students screamed, yet none dared to intervene. Enough! Snape's furious voice cut through the clamor as he strode through the crowd, his robes billowing in the wind, his face a stormy hue. He seized the back of both boys' collars, forcibly pulling them apart. 50 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin each. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, I will inform Hagrid. You two are to patrol the Forbidden Forest at 10 o'clock tonight and reflect on your behavior. During dinner, Staff observed Malfoy seated at the Slytherin long table, sulking as he prodded the roasted potatoes on his plate. His platinum hair was in disarray, and Crabbe and Goyle beside him dared not utter a word. Staff approached, carrying a plate, and placed 5 small vials of dragon's breath incendiary potion before Malfoy. Should danger arise, toss one at the adversary. I shall follow you tonight, he remarked. Malfoy paused, then hastily shoved the vials into the pocket of his robe, his voice low and sullen. Thanks. Chapter 61, Shadows in the Forbidden Forest. He hesitated, lifting his gaze to Staff with a complex expression. Is it true that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Staff, observing the false calmness beneath Malfoy's tension, found it somewhat amusing. Even if there are, they would fear my incendiary potion. He patted Malfoy's shoulder, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave, harboring hopes for a fruitful expedition into the Forbidden Forest that night. In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Malfoy tugged at the collar of his cloak in irritation, his platinum hair glinting coldly in the firelight. It's nearly 10. We must head to the Forbidden Forest. Shall we go? Staff, just finishing stowing the last vial of incendiary potion into his satchel, looked up at Malfoy's words. His heavy, dark cloak enveloped him securely, the hood pulled low to nearly obscure half of his face, a garment he had meticulously prepared for nocturnal excursions, both for warmth and to blend seamlessly into the night. Is the venom ready? He inquired softly, flicking his wrist so that the greenish-scaled serpent venom slid from his sleeve, its scales shimmering subtly in the darkness as it affectionately nuzzled Staff's arm. It is already coiled around your arm. Malfoy cast a wary glance at the snake, still unable to suppress a frown despite having coexisted with it for half a semester. I truly don't understand why you insist on bringing it. The Forbidden Forest is teeming with magical creatures, and it would serve little purpose. Disregarding Malfoy's comment, Staff slung the expansive backpack over his shoulder. Let's proceed. Hagrid should already be waiting at his hut. He led the way towards the entrance of the secret passage, the hem of his black cloak sweeping silently across the ground. The wind at the forest's edge carried a bone-chilling draft, causing the treetops to emit a mournful sound. Hagrid stood there, holding a magical lantern aloft, his enormous figure resembling a moving hill in its glow, accompanied by a fluffy black hound, alertly sniffing the air. What brings you here? Hagrid was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Staff, the lantern's light illuminating his astonished face. Snape only punished the two of you. Just being cautious, Staff replied, surveying the tense atmosphere between Harry and Malfoy. I've heard that the Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled lately. The more of us, the better for safety. He shook his satchel, the vials of incendiary potion clinking softly inside. Hagrid grinned, his rough hand clapping Staff on the shoulder with enough force to nearly send him stumbling. Good lad, stay close to me. The creatures deeper in the forest are not to be trifled with. He raised the lantern higher, illuminating the leaf-strewn path ahead. We divided into 2 teams for patrol. I led Yaya towards the east while the 3 of you proceeded along this narrow path. Upon sighting any glowing eyes, Signal immediately with the fluorescent flicker. Do not engage directly. Hagrid cautioned repeatedly, warning us to avoid the luminescent plants. Upon hearing the wolf howl, we should climb the trees and ventured into the dense forest with the hunting dogs. Remaining behind were Harry, Malfoy, and Staff, who stood still as the halo of the lantern flickered gently at their feet, the only sound around them being the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Let us proceed, Harry urged. The venom in his wrist flicked its tongue restlessly, its serpentine pupils constricting into narrow slits. The gray-scaled snake was particularly attuned to the dark energy, evidently sensing something amiss. You three lead the way. I will bring up the rear, Staff whispered, his fingers gripping the tie of the pouch containing his latest incendiary concoction. Malfoy, evidently reluctant to accompany Harry, grumbled about Professor Snape, yet his body obediently followed behind Harry, the tip of his wand glowing faintly to illuminate the path ahead. Harry gripped his wand tightly, the scar on his forehead throbbing painfully, an unsettling sensation that unseen eyes were observing them, causing his heart to race with every step. Staff trailed at a distance, his footsteps as light as a cat's, half of his focus on the two ahead and the other half scanning the surrounding darkness. The trees in the forbidden forest were ancient and twisted, their branches weaving overhead into a web that fragmented the moonlight, casting shadows that appeared to writhe like monsters ready to spring to life. Suddenly, the venom emitted a sharp hiss, prompting Staff to halt, crouching behind an ancient tree. Before them, a vast expanse of silvery liquid had appeared on the path, glistening ominously under the feeble light of the wand. The liquid meandered ahead in a broken line, resembling a winding stream, and at its end, one could faintly discern white hair. Unicorn mane? What is that? Malfoy's voice quivered, his wand's light flickering wildly, illuminating the scene not far away. A silver unicorn lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound at its neck, blood still gushing forth. Harry covered his mouth, having never witnessed such a gruesome sight. The pain in his scar intensified. Who did this? His voice trembled as he swept the wand's light around. Staff's heart sank as he tightened his grip on the incendiary pouch. He knew that the shadow feasting on the unicorn was about to reveal itself. Under the illumination of the wand, a figure crouched beside the unicorn's carcass, seemingly engrossed in devouring its flesh, gradually came into view. The shadow was shrouded in tattered robes, the hem stained with silvery blood, and with each movement, several drops of viscous liquid dripped onto the ground, producing a soft plopping sound. What is that? Malfoy's teeth began to chatter, his body involuntarily retreating until he collided with the tree behind him. The shadow suddenly turned, revealing a swollen, pallid face beneath the hood, with eyes glinting with an inhuman red light, and a trace of silver liquid at the corners of its mouth. We beheld Harry. A hoarse growl emanated from his throat, akin to a beast discovering its prey. With arms outstretched, he lunged forward, his tattered cloak billowing in the wind like that of an enormous bat. Run, Harry shouted, grasping Malfoy in an attempt to retreat, only to be ensnared by the roots beneath their feet, causing both to tumble heavily to the ground. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, instantly closing the distance between them. A putrid stench assaulting their senses, suffused with the metallic tang of blood. In that critical moment, Malfoy produced 3 vials of incendiary potion, his wrist flicking with force as the vials arced gracefully through the air, accurately targeting the shadow. Then, with a resounding bang, 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 the vials shattered, unleashing a conflagration of dark golden dragons, saliva mingled with sulfur, erupting into a fierce blaze that engulfed the shadow entirely. Chapter 62, Dragoness Saliva Incendiary. A piercing scream escaped the shadow as it writhed in agony amid the flames, its tattered cloak turning to char, releasing a nauseating odor. Yet, its vitality proved remarkably resilient. As it struggled to rise from the inferno, the flames upon its form inexplicably diminishing under some unseen magic. Stav threw 5 more vials of burning potion from the shadows, reigniting the flames with renewed ferocity, scorching through its black robe to reveal pallid, swollen skin beneath. The moment the skin met the fire, a sizzle echoed, accompanied by billowing clouds of black smoke. The potion vials continued to explode around the shadow, forming a circular wall of fire that ensnared it within. Cast a spell, Stav cried, brandishing his wand. A luminous glow erupted from the tip of his wand, flooding the battlefield with blinding light. Under this radiance, the flames upon the shadow blazed even more fiercely as it frantically waved its arms in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire, only causing it to intensify. Disarm. Seizing the opportunity, Harry raised his wand, casting a crimson spell that struck the shadow's flailing arm, sending it crashing to the ground. Yet, it seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to bellow and charge towards Harry. Stav's expression hardened as he summoned his magical power, growling, thunderous wrath. A dark red lightning coalesced at the tip of his wand, striking like a venomous serpent, accurately hitting the shadow's scorched abdomen. With a more agonizing wail, the shadow staggered backward, unable to maintain its footing, collapsing to the ground. It appeared to realize that if it did not flee now, it would lose its chance. With a sudden twist, it dragged its injured body awkwardly into the depths of the thicket, leaving behind a trail of dark red blood that shimmered ominously in the moonlight. Once the shadow vanished into the darkness, the three of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Malfoy's face was ashen, trembling uncontrollably, while Harry pressed his hand to his forehead, the pain from his scar rendering his eyes nearly closed, yet his gaze held a glimmer of relief from having survived. Stav exhaled deeply, approaching them and settling down beside them. Watching the direction in which the shadow fled, his brow furrowed in concern. What could it possibly be? Malfoy's voice trembled, revealing a newfound respect in his gaze toward Stav. Your burning potion is truly remarkable. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Stav averted his eyes, focusing instead on the bloodstains on the ground. Under the moonlight, the dark crimson liquid continued to flow slowly, dripping onto the fallen leaves and even seeping into the soil. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could the blood of this creature, the Cairo, harbor some special energy? Perhaps the essence of Voldemort's serpentine lineage or some form of soul possession. With this notion in mind, he swiftly retrieved his tools from the extendable bag, silver tweezers, a crystal sample vial, a metal canister, and a small silver spade. You keep watch. I will collect some samples, he instructed Harry and Malfoy, not waiting for their response before he knelt down, carefully using the tweezers to pick up the bloodied leaves and place them into the sample vial. What are you collecting this for? Harry asked in confusion, observing him as he meticulously dug the blood-soaked soil with the silver spade. His movements focused as if conducting a delicate experiment. The blood of dark creatures often possesses unique magical fluctuations, Staff replied without looking up, sealing the first vial filled with blood and labeling it, especially one that has feasted upon a unicorn. Its blood may contain curses or the energy of possession, making it highly valuable for research. Malfoy frowned as he regarded him. This blood is dirty and smells foul. What good could it possibly be? It holds great significance. Staff's eyes sparkled with excitement as he had just noticed that the blood glimmered faintly green in the moonlight, a characteristic of dark magical energy. He hastened his actions, using the silver spade to excavate all the bloodied soil, along with the blood-soaked leaves and roots, packing them diligently into the metal canister. His movements were swift and precise, as if fearing someone might snatch away his precious findings. First collecting the purest blood in the sample vials, then gathering the contaminated soil in the canister, and finally using the tweezers to grasp the tiny twigs drenched in blood, ensuring no trace was overlooked. Under the moonlight, his focused profile appeared exceptionally serious, even neglecting to wipe away the beads of sweat forming at his temples. Harry and Malfoy exchanged glances, finding Staff's behavior somewhat peculiar. However, after the life-and-death moment they had just endured, Staff's timely arrival and assistance were crucial to them. Thus, they silently raised their wands, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to ward off any further danger. All done, Staff declared as he sealed the last sample vial, satisfied as he patted the metal canister, which emitted a heavy sound. He carefully placed all the samples into the concealed compartment of his extendable bag, where a specific magical array preserved the sample's vitality. This should suffice for research for a while. As for the recently deceased unicorn, Staff dared not touch it, fearing he might inadvertently become tainted by some curse, which would be a grave misstep, especially since Hagrid would undoubtedly inspect it. If he were to be discovered engaging in any excessive actions, it would surely provoke Hagrid's ire. Not long after, a distant voice of Hagrid echoed, "Children, are you all right?" Accompanied by the barks of hounds, a bright lantern light swiftly approached. Hagrid had arrived. Harry released a sigh of relief, struggling to rise to his feet. Stav quickly gathered his tools, counting the remaining potion vials in his satchel. 7 vials of the burning potion had been consumed during the skirmish, nearly half of what he had collected over the past fortnight, causing a pang of regret in his heart. Hagrid's towering figure soon emerged into view, and upon seeing them unharmed, a look of relief spread across his dark face. "Thank heavens! I saw the fire and knew something was amiss. You aren't hurt, are you?" However, his expression darkened immediately upon spotting the corpse of the unicorn and the bloodstains. "This beast again. Dumbledore must be informed." On the way back, Hagrid kept lamenting the tragic demise of the unicorn, while Harry and Malfoy trailed behind, still shaken, occasionally exchanging remarks about the harrowing moments they had just experienced. Stav walked at the rear, the black cloak concealing the smirk at the corner of his lips, while the venom in his wrist writhed gently, seemingly sharing in his exhilaration. The edge of the forbidden forest drew closer, the castle lights twinkling in the night, like warm stars scattered across the sky. Chapter 63. Was Quirrell unscathed? In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, the flames in the fireplace licked at the logs, crackling softly, casting a warm orange glow upon the intricately carved four-poster bed. Malfoy yanked off his heavy cloak, laden with the chill of the forbidden forest, and as the hem swept across the floor, it carried with it a few dried leaves and dirt. He turned to Stav, whose normally meticulously styled platinum hair was now tousled and clinging to his forehead, with faint scratches from branches still visible on his pale cheeks. This forbidden forest is nothing short of a nightmare. I truly thought I was going to meet my end there. Stav, I genuinely thank you for the dragon fire combustibles you handed me earlier. Who would have imagined their explosive power? He paused, swallowing hard, his tones softening unusually. You saved my life. Just as Stav hung up his cloak, he couldn't help but laugh, warmth reflecting in the lines around his eyes. Huh, those 3 vials you threw were pivotal. He stepped closer to Malfoy, patting him on the shoulder. They exploded just as the shadow lunged at us, creating a wall of fire that granted us a chance to retaliate. Had we been a second slower, the consequences would have been dire. Malfoy felt a tinge of embarrassment at the praise, his ears subtly reddening. Yet he maintained a facade of bravado. Naturally, as a member of the Malfoy family, I have always been quick to react. Otherwise, how could I ever be a seeker? That said, when he raised his hand to wipe his face, his fingertips trembled slightly. Just moments ago in the forbidden forest, when the shadow had pounced, the mingled stench of blood and decay had nearly rendered him paralyzed. The 3 had toiled through the forbidden forest for most of the night, skirting the edges of life and death, and now exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Malfoy, too weary to change into his pajamas, flopped directly onto the soft velvet mattress, and within half a minute he was already breathing evenly in slumber. Stav's weary frame was propped up by the cold splash of water on his face. As he finally reclined upon his bed, the venom from the gray-scaled serpent on his wrist affectionately brushed against the back of his hand, curling into a cozy ball only after confirming its master's safety. The flickering flames of the hearth gradually dimmed, enveloping the 2 boys in a warm halo. And that night, even the realm of dreams was steeped in a sense of survival after calamity. The following morning, the sunlight of Hogwarts poured through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns upon the floor. Stav was roused from sleep by a cacophony of exuberant chatter. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to find Malfoy impeccably dressed, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror while reciting the valorous exploits of the previous night. That shadow was merely a step away from us. I swiftly hurled 3 vials of incendiary potion, and with a resounding explosion, a wall of flames ensnared it. He raised his chin in the mirror, declaring, "Had it not been for my quick wit, both Harry and Stav would have suffered dire consequences." Stav chuckled softly, lazily climbing out of bed. "If you keep embellishing, you might end up claiming you single-handedly vanquished the dark creature." That is precisely what transpired. Malfoy immediately retorted, his platinum hair swirling with emotion. "Were it not for my incendiary potion delaying it, you would have had no chance to unleash that thunderous spell." Though his words were sharp, he graciously handed Stav his school uniform jacket. "Hurry, or we shall miss breakfast." As the 2 stepped out of their dormitory, they collided with Crabbe and Goyle, who were approaching. Malfoy's eyes sparkled, seizing the opportunity to regale them with tales of their adventure in the Forbidden Forest. You should have seen the creature. Its eyes glowed crimson, silver slime dripped from its jaws, and it was draped in tattered robes, like a specter risen from the grave. He exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. I remained unfazed, expertly launching my incendiary potion. As the flames erupted, the beast howled and retreated. Crabbe and Goyle listened, slack-jawed, exclaiming in disbelief, their gazes filled with admiration for Malfoy. Meanwhile, Stav trailed behind, listening to Malfoy's accounts of trembling and fear being transformed into calm composure, and tripping over roots being recast as deft evasion of attacks, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears as he suppressed laughter with a feigned cough. As they made their way to the dining hall, Malfoy's heroic narrative had captivated a number of Slytherin students. Pansy approached with a tray in hand, her golden curls bouncing with each step. "Malfoy, did you truly fend off the dark creature with your incendiary potion?" "Of course," Malfoy replied, puffing out his chest. "Such trifles are nothing to me." At a nearby table, Ella turned her head at the commotion, her golden hair glistening softly in the morning light. A gentle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with understanding, clearly favoring Stav's version of the tale. Stav winked at her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she quickly looked down, pretending to adjust her knife. At that moment, a stir arose from the Gryffindor table, where Ron was animatedly shouting at Harry. He.S. just boasting. Slytherins are the worst at exaggerating. Hermione sat beside him, her spoon aggressively stabbing at the pumpkin porridge, her gaze piercing through the crowd towards Malfoy, laced with unmistakable disdain, only to swiftly divert upon catching sight of Staff. Staff found the scene amusing. Just as he was about to lower his head to sip his porridge, he noticed Malfoy surrounded by a group of first-year Slytherins, animatedly extolling the virtues of the incendiary potion. That dragonfire elixir was concocted by Staff, and it detonated upon contact with air, its flames burning at twice the temperature of ordinary potions. He suddenly realized he had inadvertently praised Staff and quickly added, of course, "It is primarily the skill of the thrower that matters." Staff chuckled and shook his head, secretly relieved that Malfoy had not mentioned the collection of fresh dragon saliva. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson proved particularly intriguing. As Staff and Malfoy entered the classroom, Professor Quirrell was already standing behind the podium, still swathed in that heavy cloak that nearly grazed the floor, adorned with a ludicrous purple turban. He spoke in a stammer, nervously glancing at the blackboard behind him, his fingers anxiously twisting the ties of his cloak. Staff discreetly assessed him from head to toe. He had clearly seen the previous night in the Forbidden Forest that the flames from the potion had not only burned through the Shadow-esque cloak, but had also scorched his pale, swollen skin. Yet, Quirrell now bore no visible signs of burns. Even the edges of his cloak remained intact, as if the fierce conflagration of the previous night had never transpired. "What are you looking at?" Quirrell suddenly turned around, a flicker of panic flashing in his murky eyes, his stammer more pronounced than usual. Chapter 64. Sending Norbert away. "Nothing, Professor." Staff immediately lowered his head, pulling out a chair to sit, his fingertips gently tapping against his knee beneath the table. He recalled the faint green luminescence of the blood samples collected under the moonlight, a hallmark of dark magical energy. It seemed that unicorn blood not only sustained the life force of its host, but also possessed formidable healing properties. However, such extreme healing, garnered at the cost of a unicorn's life, must inevitably be accompanied by a heavy curse. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable that no one in the magical realm utilized unicorn blood for healing. The dark magical energy within Quirrell was more intricate than anticipated, leaving Staff pondering whether a method to counteract soul possession could be gleaned from it. With this thought, his eyes brightened, and a hint of anticipation curved at the corners of his mouth. Quirrell rambled on about vampire defense methods, abruptly pausing 3 times, each time nervously glancing towards the back door of the classroom, as if fearing something. Staff found himself drowsy, and whenever he glanced up, he would see Hermione furrowing her brow, diligently taking notes, her earnest demeanor reminiscent of Ella during potion brewing. At long last, the end of class arrived, and Staff was nearly the first to dash out of the classroom. In History of Magic, Professor Bin's voice was akin to a lullaby. He propped his head up, stifling several yawns, and had it not been for the fear of being called out and losing points, he would have long since succumbed to slumber on his desk. During a divination class, Professor Trelawney, her eyes closed, rambled incoherently, proclaiming that he would soon be ensnared by dark energies and would face a grave crisis on the night of the full moon. Stav rolled his eyes. He had just emerged from a heap of dark energy the previous night and felt perfectly fine now. Seizing his backpack, he dashed out of the classroom, making his way towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The setting sun cast a long shadow of the hut, with wisps of smoke curling from the chimney. The aroma of roasted pumpkin and nutmeg wafted through the air, mingled with a faint hint of sulfur, the scent that accompanied Norbert's fiery breath. "Hagrid!" He pushed open the ajar wooden door and called out, only to be met by a large head colliding with his chest. It was Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback. Its scaly head affectionately rubbed against him, emitting a plaint of whine, while its tail wagged joyfully behind it, stirring a warm breeze. "At last you've come, Stav." Hagrid emerged from the kitchen, wielding a massive wooden spoon, his dark face etched with concern. "Come, sit down. I just baked a pumpkin pie. A unicorn has been killed, and the Ministry of Magic is coming next week to investigate the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid sighed, rubbing Norbert's head with his rough hand. "They claim to be examining the magical creature ecosystem of the forest, but I suspect they are here for something else." He gestured towards the claw marks on the wall. "Norbert has been increasingly mischievous. He nearly incinerated an owl delivering mail yesterday. If he stays here much longer, he'll certainly be discovered. A heavy feeling settled in Stav's heart as he stroked Norbert's scales, the creature nuzzling his hand with its damp nose, as if sensing the impending change. Over the past few months, he had visited Hagrid's hut nearly every day, witnessing Norbert's transformation from a palm-sized egg into his current form. Ella would bring home-brewed growth potions, and Stav delighted in watching Norbert's eyes sparkle as he drank them. Ginevra would enchant toys for him, only for Norbert to crush them in a single bite. Even Malfoy frequently sent treats made from exotic magical creatures. I've contacted the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Hagrid's voice trembled, wiping away a tear from his eye. They said they would send someone in 3 days to collect Norbert. There will be specialized caretakers and many of his kind there. That asks for the best. Stav forced down his sorrow, gently patting Norbert's head. It's better than living in fear here. Hagrid sniffed, cradling Norbert in his arms. Will you call Ella and the others when the time comes? He looked at Stav, his eyes filled with a plea. Let us all see him off together. Absolutely. Stav nodded in agreement, his fingers delicately combing through the scales on Norbert's neck, blissfully unaware of the impending farewell. Sunlight streamed through the window, dancing upon Norbert's scales like scattered gold, warming his heart to a painful degree. He suddenly recalled the days he had hidden from Hagrid, daily collecting dragon blood from Norbert, realizing he would never again have the opportunity to exploit such a resource. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, he sighed gently. I'll bring fireflower nectar tomorrow. He stood, patting Norbert's head. Just one last treat for you. Noble emitted a cheerful whimper. As he departed from Hagrid's hut, twilight had enveloped the forbidden forest, and the distant castle flickered with warm lights. Upon entering the castle, a slender figure approached, accompanied by several girls. It was Gilliana, her long black hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Stav, and she hurriedly approached, whispering, I found that book you inquired about in the library. Shall I have venom collected tonight? Thank you, Gilliana. Stav replied, captivated by the way her dark tresses glimmered in the night. The moonlight seemed particularly tender this evening. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Malfoy was still regaling a group of students with tales of the Forbidden Forest. Spotting Stav, he waved him over. Stav, come tell them whether I sent those dark creatures fleeing in terror. Stav chuckled as he approached, but his gaze fell upon Ella seated on a nearby sofa, her golden hair shimmering softly in the glow of the fireplace. She raised a small vial, shaking it gently, her lips forming the silent words, freshly brewed, calming draught. For you. Stav navigated through the crowd and took a seat beside Ella. He accepted the potion, tucking it into the hidden pocket of his robe, and playfully scratched her side, causing both to pause momentarily. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice. Noble will be sent away in 3 days to a sanctuary in Romania. We should visit him while we can and send him off together. Ella's blue eyes flickered with surprise before dimming, and she nodded gently. Indeed, he cannot be hidden away for long. Her voice was soft as a sigh, yet it managed to coax a smile from her lips. We shall go together tomorrow. He swiftly unfurled a piece of parchment, inscribing Noble's departure, sketching a crooked little dragon, and handed it to Venom. Deliver this to Gilliana. Venom flicked its tongue and slipped out the window, vanishing into the night. Chapter 65, Gathering at the Barn. After perusing a book on blood extraction for a while, Malfoy entered, still animatedly gesturing about the exploits in the Forbidden Forest. Stav interrupted him. Noble will be leaving in 3 days. Malfoy's triumphant expression instantly froze, his light brown brows knitting together. So soon? He lamented, running a hand through his hair. I haven't spent much time with him lately, and I promised to bring him some imported jerky. His voice carried a palpable sense of remorse, and his tone softened. We still have 3 days. There's time. Stav reassured, patting his shoulder. I'll go tomorrow. You will be all right. One tea? Stav glanced at the letter, then at Malfoy, who was still muttering about their impending visit. A gentle sigh escaped him. The countdown to their farewell had already begun. At the Slytherin table, Stav was leisurely spreading jam, while Malfoy, having composed himself, animatedly recounted his heroic dream of taming shadows, his platinum hair gleaming in the morning light. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville meandered toward the Gryffindor table. Neville's uniform collar was askew, a clear indication that he had risen late. Clutching a copy of Magical Plants Illustrated, he nearly stumbled over his own shoelaces, eliciting a low murmur of discontent from Ron. Stav set down his bread, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Where are you off to? Inform them. He gestured towards the Gryffindor table with a nod. I have news for Norbert. As Stav approached the Gryffindor long table, Ron sprang to his feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, eyeing Staff with suspicion. What do Slytherins want here? Looking for trouble? His expression was one of clear hostility. Harry's green eyes reflected confusion, though they lacked Ron's overt animosity. Neville, startled by Ron's sudden movement, accidentally knocked over his bowl of soup. Disregarding Ron's outburst, Staff turned his attention to Hermione, whose hair was tousled from her hurried rise, her bangs sticking up. She held a slice of toast, and upon seeing Staff, her chewing came to an abrupt halt. "May I have a word?" he said, tilting his head towards the adjacent corridor and stepping forward before Hermione could respond. She hesitated for a moment, shot Ron a warning glance to silence him, and quickly followed. The two of them reached a quieter corner of the corridor, where Staff leaned against the stone wall and whispered, "You haven't visited Hagrid's hut in quite some time, have you?" Norbert has grown too large to hide. He paused, observing Hermione's eyes widen in realization, and continued, "Hagrid has contacted the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. They will send someone to collect him in 3 days." "What?" Hermione's voice was tinged with disbelief, and her toast slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor. "Why so sudden?" She bent to retrieve it, guilt evident in her tone. "Hagrid must be very upset. We've been so busy lately that we haven't visited them." "Indeed, he is quite distressed." Staff nodded, noting her remorseful expression. "He asked me to tell you both to spend some time with Norbert in the coming days. At midnight in 2 nights, we will gather at the clock tower to bid Norbert farewell as he embarks on his new journey." Hermione bit her lip and nodded gently. "I will inform Harry and the others." She lifted her gaze to meet Staff's. Seriousness etched on her face as she admonished, "You mustn't be so impulsive in the future. The Forbidden Forest is perilous." "If it weren't for..." Her words trailed off, but her worried glance conveyed her concern. Staff couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to smooth the unruly bangs on her forehead. "Rest assured, I understand. What else is there to discuss?" "It's been a while. Nothing significant. Just a matter regarding Norbert." Staff resumed his breakfast, not elaborating further. After their meal, Staff, along with Malfoy and Ella, made their way toward Hagrid's hut. Jelena was deep in conversation with Tina, holding a glass of milk. Upon noticing their departure, she quickly finished her drink and exclaimed, "Sorry," before hastily joining them. "Wait for me." She dashed to Staff's side, her long black hair swaying with her speed, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "I want to go too." Ella observed her, the smile at the corners of her mouth fading slightly, yet she still nodded politely. Malfoy curled his lip and quietly remarked to Ella, "Why is that Ravenclaw always trailing us?" Ella remained silent, merely casting a glance at Staff, gently shaking her head to indicate he should refrain from further comment. Staff feigned ignorance of their conversation and smiled at Ginevra. "By the way, Nobby chewed up that toy mouse you made yesterday. You should check out what he has damaged this time." Ginevra lowered her gaze to the small box in her hands and whispered, "I brought a new one. A flying ball made with the levitation charm." As the group chatted and laughed on their way to Hagrid's hut, they found Hagrid chopping wood in the yard, while Nobby lounged on the grass, basking in the sun. Upon seeing them, he sprang up excitedly, nearly knocking into Malfoy with his enormous head. "Slow down, little one." Hagrid chuckled, pushing Nobby aside with his rough hand, ruffling the dragon's head. Soon, he spotted Harry and the others, inviting them all into the hut. The following 2 days became the most leisurely moments at Hogwarts. Classes had long since concluded, and students gathered in 2s and 3s in the common room to play chess, chat, or practice flying on the Quidditch pitch. Staff and the others spent nearly every day at Hagrid's hut. Ella brought the last vial of growth potion, and as she watched Nobby finish it with gleaming eyes, she felt her own eyes welling up. Ginevra crafted a collection of moving toys using transfiguration, and though Nobby chewed them to bits, she wore a tender smile. Malfoy awkwardly retrieved some imported dragon jerky from his bag, tossing it to Nobby nonchalantly. Yet a hidden smile betrayed him as the little dragon wagged its tail in delight. Chapter 66, Holidays and Invitations. This time, Staff refrained from any mischief. Watching Nobby roll joyfully on the grass, he suddenly felt a pang of emptiness. This little creature, hatched from an egg, had quietly become a cherished part of their lives. Before long, the day of farewell arrived. Shortly after 11 in the evening, Staff, Malfoy, Ella, and Ginevra arrived early at Hagrid's hut, followed by Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. They spoke little, silently assisting Hagrid in preparing Nobby's belongings. Hagrid fed Nobby milk laced with a sleeping potion, and before long, the dragon began to yawn. His amber eyes gradually closed, his head tilted, and he fell asleep in Hagrid's embrace. Typically so lively, today he was finally calm. Hagrid's voice trembled with emotion as he gently stroked the dragon's scales with his rough hand. Staff helped place Nobby's favorite toys, a fabric mouse crafted by Ginevra, a dragon-shaped plush sewn by Ella, and the imported jerky from Malfoy, into a cushioned wooden box ensuring these comforts would help him relax during the journey. Hermione draped her hand-knitted sweater over Nobby, while Ron retrieved his beloved wizard's chess set, placing it in Nobby's wooden box and muttering, "This little guy always loves to chew my pieces." As the clock struck midnight, 4 wizards cloaked in black descended upon the clock tower, riding their broomsticks. The leader nodded toward Hagrid. "We are from the Dragon Reserve, here to collect Norbert." The group carefully secured the wooden crate containing Norbert, binding it with enchanted chains before lifting it skyward, vanishing into the night. "Safe travels, little one," Hagrid murmured, gazing upwards as the crate disappeared, unable to contain his emotions. He covered his face with his large hand, his shoulders trembling violently as sobs echoed in the stillness of the night. This giant, who could single-handedly subdue trolls, now wept like a child. Silence enveloped the group as they gently patted Hagrid's thigh in consolation. Several girls had reddened eyes, discreetly wiping away tears, while even the usually defiant Malfoy bowed his head, his platinum hair obscuring his expression, save for the quivering fingertips that betrayed his sorrow. Staff observed Hagrid's distress, his own heart heavy with memories of the past months spent awaiting the hatching of the dragon egg, the thrill of touching its scales for the first time, and the joy of witnessing its gradual growth. These moments flickered in his mind, warm yet bittersweet. Hagrid sniffed, wiping his face with his sleeve. "Thank you all for accompanying me on this final journey." The group helped Hagrid tidy his small abode and offered him a few comforting words before slowly making their way back to the castle. Upon reaching the castle entrance, they paused in unison. "Good night," Galina whispered, glancing up at Staff, her eyes still tinged with lingering sadness. "Good night," Staff replied, watching her silhouette fade into the darkness, her black hair billowing softly in the night air, and he sighed. Her voice was still choked with emotion, her blue eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Eventually, only Staff and Malfoy remained. "I never expected to feel so attached to that silly dragon." Malfoy kicked a pebble, his tone subdued. "I should have spent more time playing with it. It will thrive in the reserve, surrounded by many of its kind," Staff reassured him, patting his shoulder. Back in the dormitory, the fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished. Staff sat at his desk, gazing at the moon outside, clutching the tear-stained letterhead drawn by Galina. The following morning, Hogwarts Castle lay shrouded in mist, the Ollery echoing with coos as students dragged their luggage towards the waiting carriages. The air thick with a mingling of farewells and anticipation. Staff stood by his dormitory window, carefully placing the last vial of mandrake juice into the hidden compartment of his weightless backpack. Over the semester, he had discreetly taken a considerable amount of potions from Snape. After all, grades belong to everyone, but herbs are his own. His backpack brimmed with alchemical cauldrons, potion vials, and various magical ingredients. Staff donned his cashmere robe, rolling up the sleeves to his forearms. A gray-scaled serpent venom nestled in his arms. The little creature seemed to sense their departure, unusually still. "What are you dawdling for?" "The carriage is leaving," Malfoy's voice called from outside, laced with his usual impatience, though he did not truly urge them on. As the two approached the castle gates, Ella and Pansy were already awaiting them in the carriage. Ella donned a cream-colored coat, her golden hair intricately braided and cascading over her shoulders. Upon seeing Staff, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she waved cheerfully. Pansy leaned against the window, twirling a strand of her hair with her fingertips, a smile playing upon her lips as she observed them. The journey to the train station was brief, the carriage gliding smoothly along the enchanted tracks. Soon, the 4 of them joined the throng of passengers boarding the Hogwarts Express, settling into an empty compartment. With a long whistle, the train began to move the castle, lakes, and forbidden forest gradually receding into indistinct shadows. The compartment was warm and inviting, sunlight streaming through the window and casting patterns of dust dancing upon the floor. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in her blue eyes. "Of course," Staff replied with a smile, accepting the letter. He gazed out at the swiftly passing fields and woods, reflecting. "This term has flown by. It feels as though we just arrived at Hogwarts." "Indeed," Ella murmured softly, her gaze fixed outside. "With Norbert gone, it feels as if something is missing." She turned to Staff, asking, "Are you really not coming out to play during the holidays?" "My family's greenhouse is filled with many potion ingredients. I know you would love it." "Not this time," Staff replied, shaking his head gently, his fingertips tapping lightly against his backpack. "I must focus on activating the bloodline of the venom and researching new potion formulas. Once I've accomplished these tasks, I'll certainly come to visit you." He glanced at Ella's slightly pursed lips and added, "Perhaps I'll concoct a potion even more formidable than Dragon Fire Essence, and you'll be the first to see it." Chapter 67. Farewell at the Station. Ella immediately beamed, her golden braid swaying gently with her nod. "You mustn't deceive me." She extended her pristine pinky finger towards Stav, shaking it playfully. "Pinky promise." Stav promptly hooked his finger with hers. Malfoy nearby rolled his eyes, muttering childish. Yet he discreetly lowered his voice in conversation with Pansy, unable to suppress a slight smirk at the scene. The train continued its journey, carrying a compartment full of laughter and promises toward the impending holiday. The steam rising from the platform resembled a veil of mist, delicately enveloping the chill of December. As the Hogwarts Express came to a halt, the metal doors swung open in succession, and students clad in black robes poured out, the clamor instantly filling the entire platform. Stav, burdened with his lightweight, expandable backpack and dragging a silver-edged black suitcase, navigated through the crowd alongside Ella, Malfoy, and Pansy. The sound of his boots crunching over gravel was drowned out by the cacophony of voices. On either side of the platform, stone columns adorned with pine branches and bells swayed gently in the breeze, the bells chiming melodiously, mingling with the chatter of wizards and the clatter of suitcase wheels, creating a vibrant winter symphony. The air was thick with the scent of coal smoke, pine needles, and a hint of peppermint, fragrances wafting from the unfinished snacks in the students' pockets. Stav adjusted the collar of his robe, burying half of his face in the soft scarf, attempting to shield himself from the biting wind. "Father!" Malfoy suddenly raised his voice, his golden hair standing out distinctly amidst the steam. He immediately released his grip on the luggage trolley, a rare glimmer of joy illuminating his delicate features, causing even his typically elevated chin to lower slightly. Lucius Malfoy stood not far away, beside a stone pillar, his long black coat swaying gently in the breeze of the platform. In his pale, slender fingers, he held a silver cane, and upon seeing his son, a subtle softness flickered in his gray eyes, mirroring those of Malfoy himself. "I shall take my leave now, Stav," he declared. Goyle and Crabbe quickly followed suit, their towering figures flanking Malfoy like sentinels, and the trio swiftly merged into a circle of elegantly dressed wizards, exuding an innate superiority in every gesture. Turning his gaze, he met Ella's blue eyes, reminiscent of a clear winter sky. A few strands of her golden hair danced in the wind, brushing against her cheek, prompting her to instinctively tuck them behind her ear, her fingertips carrying a faint scent of lavender, the fragrance of her favored hair oil, a scent Stav had often recognized in potions class. Ella's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against one's heart, her eyes curving into crescent moons with mirth. She intentionally emphasized the word must, her tone playfully rising at the end. Stav, observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, could not help but smile. "Understood, Miss Rochelle. I assure you, my predictions will prove more accurate than your divination class." Ella's laughter rang out, a light blush blooming on her cheeks as she playfully swatted his arm. "Oomph," she exclaimed, turning to wink at Pansy beside her. "Let's be off, Pansy." Pansy nodded, her deep brown eyes briefly scanning Stav before she linked arms with Ella, the two of them walking side by side towards the gathering of pureblood families, their golden and black robes swaying amidst the crowd like two flowers blossoming in the heart of winter. Stav remained rooted in place, watching her figure vanish into the steam, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. This semester had witnessed an overwhelming array of events, from the initial unfamiliarity of Hogwarts to gradually adapting to life in Slytherin, and finally to forming connections with these distinct young women. Time had passed far more swiftly than he had anticipated. "I shall see you next semester," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible against the wind. Pushing the luggage trolley forward, the metallic wheels crunched rhythmically over the gravel. The steam from the platform gradually dissipated, revealing a gray, overcast sky as a few snowflakes drifted lazily down, landing on his wizarding robe and melting into tiny droplets. He pulled his neck closer into his scarf, adjusting it to cover half of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. At that moment, a disconcerting realization struck him. Apart from his backpack and suitcase, he had brought nothing else. Instinctively, he patted his pockets. The left pocket contained only a half-used chocolate frog card, while the right pocket was utterly empty. No pounds, not even a single sickle to be found. What is truly alarming is that he never even purchased an owl. Occasionally, he would send letters home using the owls belonging to Malfoy and Ella. Damn it! He glanced around, noticing that the number of people at the platform was dwindling, as wizards began to depart, leaving only a few uniformed staff members to tidy up the scattered luggage and belongings. In the distance, the sound of a train whistle echoed, signaling the Hogwarts Express preparing for its return journey, as white steam billowed forth, obscuring his view. As Staff stepped out of platform 9 3/4, he felt utterly lost. Just then, a familiar figure appeared not far away. Hermione, with a backpack slung over her shoulder and several books cradled in her arms, was engaged in conversation with a couple. The corners of her mouth, usually taut, were now curved into a smile, likely recounting amusing tales from school to her parents. Staff's eyes sparkled, akin to discovering a water source in a desert, prompting him to hastily drag his luggage cart after her, the wheels clattering rapidly over the gravel path, disrupting the surrounding tranquility. "Hey, beautiful, where are you off to?" he called out, deliberately lowering his voice and adopting an odd tone, raising an eyebrow in a manner reminiscent of something he'd seen in a Muggle film, attempting to appear suave. Startled by the sudden sound, Hermione jumped, causing the books in her grasp to scatter across the ground. She turned sharply, only to find Staff grinning mischievously. Chapter 68, The Audacious Hitchhiker. Hermione shot him an exasperated glare, her cheeks flushing slightly from annoyance. "Staff, you scared me to death. Em sorry. Em sorry." Staff quickly raised his hands in surrender, yet the smile on his face remained uncontainable as he hurried forward to help her gather the fallen books. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to say hello." Observing her irritated demeanor, Staff felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least he needn't worry about being alone now. He scratched his head, his tone softening with a hint of pleading. Hermione regarded him with skepticism, her clear brown eyes filled with confusion. "Of course, my parents are here to pick me up. Who else would it be?" She appraised him from head to toe, suddenly realizing something, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. "What? You don't have anyone to pick you up? Or is it that you've run out of money?" Staff, caught off guard by her probing, scratched his head, speaking in an unusually obedient tone. "Well, I forgot to bring money and didn't write to my family, so." He rubbed his hands together, adopting a pitiful demeanor reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. "Could you possibly ask your parents to give me a ride as well?" Hermione sighed deeply, her fair fingers pressed against her temple, revealing a look of resignation. "Staff, you truly are." Hermione's parents were impeccably dressed. Her mother wore a camel-colored coat with a red scarf, exuding warmth, while her father donned a deep blue jacket and gold-rimmed glasses, presenting an air of refinement. Upon recognizing Staff as their daughter's classmate, gentle smiles adorned their faces. "So, this is your classmate?" Hermione's mother spoke first, her voice as warm as a spring breeze, her gaze fixed upon Staff with curiosity and friendliness. Her eyes bore a striking resemblance to Hermione's, imbued with a crystalline gentleness. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, my name is Stav Kerrion." Staff immediately straightened his posture, the playful grin on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a demeanor of decorum and understanding. He placed his hands neatly before him, his back erect, a stark contrast to his earlier mischievous self. Hermione, observing his suddenly solemn expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her shoulders quivering slightly. "Mom, Dad, you could just call him Staff. He's my classmate, and we have a good rapport." "Ha ha, this child certainly has a generous heart," Hermione's father chuckled heartily, his voice resonating with good-natured teasing. "Where's your home?" "At the Kerrion Antique Shop on Oak Street, right at the corner where the brass bell hangs," Staff promptly replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the weight of anxiety lifted. "Oak Street?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, her brown irises sparkling with delight. "We live nearby, too. Our dental clinic is on Oak Street." She excitedly grasped her mother's arm. "Mom, did you hear? He lives on Oak Street. We pass by there countless times." Hermione's mother laughed as well. "What a coincidence. That is indeed quite convenient. Come on, let us place our luggage in the car. It's rather chilly outside." The Granger family's car, parked in a lot outside the station, was a silver-gray Muggle sedan, looking immaculate. Staff assisted in loading the suitcases into the trunk. His bag was quite heavy, filled with numerous textbooks and experimental materials, prompting Hermione's father to lend a hand. As they settled into the back seat of the car, Staff felt a tad awkward. The warmth inside was a welcome contrast to the cold outside, with the heating set just right. The air was infused with a delicate scent of perfume and leather, a stark departure from the odors of potions and dust he was accustomed to at Hogwarts, a distinctly comforting aroma. Stealing glances at the car's interior, he noticed a small picture frame on the dashboard, featuring a photo of young Hermione with two pigtails, beaming with her little incisors visible. "If you want to look, just look. No need to be sneaky about it." Hermione, aware of his gaze, handed him a bottle of warm milk. "My mother prepared this for you, to warm your hands." Staff accepted the milk, his fingertips brushing against the warm glass, the heat radiating through him. "Thank you." He carefully took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped down a mouthful, the sweetness of the milk soothing his throat and banishing the last remnants of cold. Hermione's parents were quite talkative, engaging him in numerous inquiries about Hogwarts during the journey. Hermione, seated beside him, occasionally chimed in, sometimes calling out his little fibs. He's not on good terms with all his classmates. She playfully undermined him. He and Ron don't get along. They frequently argue. That was Ron who provoked me first. Staff retorted instantly, and the two began to bicker, yet without genuine anger. It resembled more of a playful exchange. Hermione's parents watched the playful banter between the two children, their faces adorned with smiles, finding their interaction quite amusing. How delightful it is to be young, just like our Hermione, who is usually so quiet at home. We never imagined she could be so lively at school. Hermione's mother chuckled, glancing at her daughter through the rearview mirror. Hermione's cheeks flushed instantly as she playfully admonished Mom, prompting laughter from everyone in the car. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew light and cheerful as the earlier tension and awkwardness gradually dissipated, and Stav felt at ease, as if he were with his own family. Gazing out at the fleeting scenery, Stav reflected on the stark contrast between the Muggle world and the Wizarding realm. Devoid of flying broomsticks and magic, yet this ordinary bustle possessed a unique warmth. The car gradually entered a tranquil street, where the buildings took on an antiquated charm, mostly two-story structures adorned with various signs. When the vehicle halted in front of a shop displaying a sign for Kerrion Antiques, Hermione excitedly leaned toward the window, her eyes sparkling. Wow, your family runs an antique shop? I've passed by here several times and always wanted to come in. That brass clock at the entrance is so beautiful. I can't help but admire it every time. Stav followed her gaze, noting that the old clock was indeed one of the shop's trademarks, a cherished heirloom from his grandfather. You're always welcome to visit my home, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt with a smile. This summer, I plan to delve into potion making. If you're free, perhaps you could come over and help me with the recipes. Hermione's eyes lit up, her face beaming with joy. Really? That sounds wonderful. It's a promise. With that, Stav opened the car door, and a rush of cold air swept in, bringing with it the refreshing scent of snowflakes. And thank you, Hermione. You're welcome. Just remember to bring some money in your brains next time you go out. She teased, making a playful face that made him chuckle. The car window slowly rose, and the silver sedan soon blended into the flow of traffic, disappearing around the corner. Stav turned to face the wooden door of his shop, inhaling deeply. The cold air filled his lungs, invigorating him. He adjusted his scarf, flashed a smile, and then gently pressed the doorbell. The crisp chime echoed through the quiet street. The afternoons at Kerrion Antiques always exuded a serene ambience, steeped in the passage of time. Marcus Kerrion stood behind the counter, delicately polishing a brass candelabrum with a soft cloth, his gentle and focused movements treating it as though it were a rare treasure. The shop was infused with a mixed scents of aged wood and beeswax. Sunlight slanted through the glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor, while motes of dust danced slowly within the beams of light. Suddenly, the soft chime of the copper bell at the door broke the tranquility. Stav stood at the entrance, still carrying the chill from outside, a few unmelted snowflakes clinging to his hair and the hem of his gray robe dampened by the cold. He gazed upon his father's familiar smile, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Marcus swiftly maneuvering around the counter, hastening towards him and affectionately clapping a hand on his shoulder with a firm, yet tender touch. I forgot to buy the owl and also neglected to bring any money, Staff explained, scratching his head in slight embarrassment, but was quickly interrupted by his father's hearty laughter. From a staircase came the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by the rustling of fabric. Sarah, Staff's mother, descended the stairs briskly, her deep green skirt swaying as she ran. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a busy endeavor, yet the anxiety on her face melted into a gentle smile upon seeing her son. "My child," she exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop Staff in a warm embrace, infused with a faint scent of rose soap. "Why didn't you let me know in advance? Why didn't you prepare your favorite baked pudding?" Staff found himself slightly breathless in his mother's tight embrace, yet he allowed her to hold him, the familiar fragrance enveloping him, dissipating the last remnants of his restraint. Only then did Sarah release him, cupping his face in her hands and scrutinizing him closely, her brow furrowing slightly. "Why have you lost weight? Is the food at school not satisfactory? Look at all that snow on your head. Come in and warm up while I prepare some hot cocoa." As she chattered away, she guided him towards the upstairs of the shop, with Marcus trailing behind, a smile illuminating his face as he observed the affectionate interaction between mother and son. Dinner was particularly sumptuous, featuring roasted chicken, creamy mushroom soup, a fresh vegetable salad, and a large plate of warm baked pudding, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. Marcus and Sarah listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, their eyes filled with concern. By the way, Mom and Dad, Stav put down his cutlery midway through the meal and spoke earnestly, this holiday, I wish to conduct some experiments at home and require a quiet space. Could you possibly clear out the attic for my use? Without a moment's hesitation, Marcus nodded affirmatively. Of course, the attic is seldom used. It may be a bit cluttered, but I'll tidy it up first thing tomorrow to ensure you have a clean space. Sarah appeared somewhat apprehensive. What kind of experiments? Will they be dangerous? It's merely some herbal studies, entirely safe. Stav hastily clarified. I will need some precise instruments. And the attic has excellent lighting, making it ideal for experiments. Noticing her lingering doubts, Marcus gently took her hand and smiled at Stav. Don't worry, let him explore. Boys should possess a spirit of inquiry. Tomorrow, I'll move a large table up there for your instruments and clean the windows to ensure it's bright. Stav beamed with joy, quickly serving his father a piece of roasted chicken. Thank you, Dad. The following morning, Stav awoke to the sounds of sweeping and the clatter of objects being moved from the attic. Rubbing his eyes, he dressed and descended the stairs, discovering Marcus laboriously carrying an old wooden chest towards the storage room, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Dad, let me help you, he exclaimed, rushing to assist. No, you go have breakfast. Marcus waved him off, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The attic is nearly ready. Once you finish your breakfast, I'll have your mother take you up to see it. Breakfast was exceedingly sumptuous. After a whirlwind of activity, Sarah led Stav up to the attic. The staircase leading to the attic was somewhat steep, creaking underfoot with echoes of time. As she pushed open the wooden door, a wave of dry wood scent enveloped them. The attic was indeed immaculate. All the clutter had been cleared away, leaving only a spacious wooden table and a solitary chair. A skylight adorned the roof, allowing sunlight to stream through the glass, casting bright patches of light upon the floor. What do you think of this place? Sarah inquired with a smile. The lighting is exceptional, especially in the afternoon when sunlight pours in for most of the day and the ventilation is quite good. Stav surveyed his surroundings, noting the attic's approximate 20 square meter space, its walls composed of exposed red bricks that exuded a nostalgic warmth. Wonderful, he exclaimed, moving to the window, flinging it open to let in the crisp air imbued with the unique chill following a snowfall. This is simply perfect. Chapter 70, The Refinement of Dragon Scales. Stav gazed at the venomous creature sleeping soundly on the windowsill and the Chang Wei on the shelf, stretching lazily and feeling invigorated, knowing that 2 more canisters of materials awaited his attention. As he locked away the last purified vial of Cairo blood into the hidden compartment of his expandable backpack, hunger began to gnaw at him. Outside, the sky had darkened entirely, leaving only the residual warmth from the extinguished alcohol lamp and a faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. He straightened up, easing his aching back, the sharp edges of the metal purifier numbing his palms, for continuous hours of meticulous work had left him feeling weary. I'm starving, he muttered, clutching his abdomen as he hurried downstairs, the wooden staircase protesting beneath his feet. The warm glow of the living room lights illuminated Sarah, who sat on the sofa knitting. Upon seeing him descend, she promptly set down her yarn and stood up. Stav, have you completed your experiments? Yes, just finished, he replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion as his gaze fixated on the dining area. Mom, is there anything to eat? I feel as though I could devour a whole cow. Sarah shook her head in mock exasperation, a smile playing at her lips. I knew you would be hungry, so I saved dinner just for you. She entered the kitchen and soon reappeared with several white porcelain plates, roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and pumpkin pie, along with a steaming bowl of red stew. Dig in. The roast chicken on the plate was golden and crispy, emanating steam. Without hesitation, Stav seated himself, picked up his knife and fork, and cut a generous piece of chicken. Stuffing it into his mouth, the savory crunch of the skin mingled delightfully with the juiciness of the meat. Delicious. Far better than the roast at school, he mumbled, scooping a hefty spoonful of mashed potatoes, the creamy texture infused with the essence of butter. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Sarah observed from across the table, her eyes brimming with uncontainable tenderness. The school meals can never compare to home. Look at you, so thin. I promise to prepare your favorites every day during this holiday, she added. Stav nodded vigorously, his mouth full of food. Venom slithered out from beneath his blanket, coiling around his wrist, its cool scales brushing against his skin. You've worked hard today. You've kept me company so quietly, he murmured, scratching the underside of the Venom's chin, eliciting a contented flicker of its tongue. Do you think this winter break might awaken your bloodline? Stav gazed out at the moonlight, his fingers gently caressing the scales of Venom. How wonderful it would be to breathe fire like a fire dragon, or to grow even more formidable fangs. It seemed that Venom understood, nudging his palm with its head, its crimson eyes glimmering in the moonlight. Suddenly, he recalled his experimental plan and sat up. Right, the subsequent experiments require living specimens. Can you catch some small lizards or snakes tonight? Place them in the glass tank, and remember, they must be alive. Venom nodded, nimbly slipping through the window and vanishing into the night. The next morning, Stav awoke to the warm embrace of sunlight. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the glass tank on his nightstand now contained 5 small snakes, curled up at the bottom atop a bed of moss, their scales shimmering in various hues under the sun. Well done, Venom. You caught so many in just one night. He chuckled as he lifted the tank, realizing that these small snakes were all harmless local species. But why did you only catch your own kind? Venom perched on the windowsill, earnestly nodding and hissing softly. It's safer that way. Stav found its serious demeanor quite amusing. After breakfast, Stav ascended to the attic with the glass tank. The sunlight was particularly bright, streaming through the skylight and illuminating the experimental table, revealing the intricate wood grain of the wooden surface. He placed the glass tank in the corner, then retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his backpack, taking out a handful of juvenile dragon scales, tiny scales shed a week before Nober's birth. Today's main focus would be this. Stav held a scale up to the sunlight, observing the patterns on its surface shifting in the light, faint magical fluctuations becoming discernible. Venom, I hope this will awaken the black dragon bloodline within you. He opened the comprehensive guide to dragon materials, and the scale structure diagrams, drawn in silver ink, shimmered brightly on the pages. The book noted that juvenile dragon scales contain a low concentration of bloodline factors, which must be combined with herbs to be effective. Stav pointed at the page. We'll follow this method. First, we will extract the bloodline factors. Using a small dosage will also be safer. He placed a handful of dragon scales into a carnelian mortar and picked up the pestle to begin grinding. Although the juvenile scales were resilient, they were much more fragile than those of an adult dragon. The pestle produced a gentle crackling sound as it struck, and the scales gradually shattered into fine powder. Crushing them increases the surface area, making purification much quicker. He muttered to himself as he ground the scales, and it was only when they transformed into a delicate deep gray powder that he ceased. The blue flames licked the bottom of the pot, quickly bringing the water to a gentle simmer. Carefully, he poured the dragon scale powder into the pot. The dark gray powder slowly dispersed in the water, turning the clear distillate a rich brown. Next, he began to add herbs to the pot. The dried, tender leaves of fire thorns, upon entering the pot, caused the brown liquid to ripple with crimson hues. Fire thorns enhanced the activity of bloodline factors, gradually transforming the liquid into a vibrant orange red while exuding a faint aroma of herbs. Following this, he added the powdered moonlight grass. The moonlight herb possesses the remarkable ability to neutralize the searing heat of dragon scales, preventing the bloodline factors from becoming excessively violent. As the silvery powder descends into the cauldron, mingling with the vibrant orange liquid, a delicate layer of silver foam swiftly emerges upon the surface. With the passage of time, the foam gradually dissipates, revealing a stunning silver liquid that flows like molten metal. Stav carefully adds the petals of the warm sunflower into the crucible, observing the soft glow of the liquid as it pulses with a burgeoning golden halo. Excellent. This indicates that the bloodline factors are beginning to awaken. Over the ensuing hours, Stav meticulously introduced several herbs, each addition eliciting wondrous transformations within the potion, causing the serpents in the corner to wriggle with unease. At this juncture, the liquid in the cauldron had transitioned from its initial deep brown to a translucent fluid tinged with red threads. What had once been a full cauldron now contained less than a third of the solution, simmering with fine bubbles that released a rich herbal aroma, accompanied by a faint hint of sulfur. Stav gently poured the slightly murky liquid into the purifier, rendering it completely transparent, with the crimson patterns within clearly visible, resembling tiny veins in motion. Splendid. The impurities were filtered out remarkably well. Chapter 71, Bloodline Inducer. He gazed at the liquid within the crystal vial, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. The refined liquid sparkled peculiarly under the sunlight. A gentle swirl of the beaker caused the red threads to flow rhythmically, as if imbued with life. This is indeed the dragon bloodline factor inducer. Just a single scale yields such a meager amount. Stav couldn't help but sigh, glancing at the black residue clinging to the bottom of the cauldron, feeling a pang of regret for the unextracted effective components and undissolved herbal remnants. He meticulously sealed the reagent tube, affixing a label that read, Dragon Bloodline Factor Activator, before placing it into the insulated compartment of his backpack. Having tidied his experimental apparatus, he turned his gaze towards the venomous liquid on the windowsill, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, we shall commence the formal experimentation. May these efforts not be in vain. As the sunlight in the attic gradually slanted westward, Stav's shadow elongated. "Good morning, little one," he greeted with a smile, extending his hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against the scales of the venomous creature, it affectionately nudged his fingertip, its supple yet resilient body eliciting a familiar and comforting sensation as the scales grazed his skin. Watching the venom consume the last morsel of flesh, Stav took a deep breath and turned toward the experimental table. Today marked a pivotal day for validating the efficacy of the dragon bloodline factor inducer, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his fingertips trembling slightly. Stav opened his expandable backpack, discovering the insulated compartment resting quietly at the top. With the crystal vial securely nestled in the central groove, the bottle, transparent as ice, showcased the dragon factor activation potion, its red bloodline patterns flowing like living entities within the liquid. This was the culmination of yesterday's refinement, embodying all his passion and hopes for potion making. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Stav whispered softly to himself, his fingertips brushing against the vial, the cool sensation helping him regain a modicum of composure. He retrieved a crystal beaker, meticulously calibrated to an accuracy of 0.1 milliliters from the drawer of the laboratory bench, along with a platinum dropper, both materials impervious to any magical concoction, making them the ideal choice for handling rare elixirs. The transparent liquid suspended in the dropper formed a plump droplet, reflecting the flickering anticipation in his eyes and the sunlight streaming through the skylight, resembling a solidified star, shimmering with the promise of hope in the morning light. Next, Stav procured a vial of mana restoration potion from the herb cabinet. This potion had been borrowed from the storeroom of Hogwarts, its surface adorned with Snape's characteristic. Sharp handwriting, dilution ratio 31, for classroom practice only, private use prohibited. The moment the two liquids made contact, a wisp of silvery mist rose from the beaker, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, as if countless tiny spells were colliding and merging. Crimson veins spread throughout the liquid, each line quivering slightly, as if imbued with life. Stav turned his gaze toward the glass tank in the corner, where sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating 7 small serpents. Most were coiled at the bottom of the tank, nestled in the damp moss, basking in the rare warmth of winter, while one brown snake, adorned with black ring patterns, was actively exploring the tank wall, its scales glistening healthily in the light, displaying more vitality than the others, occasionally lifting its head to test the waters of escape. "You shall be the one." Stav's gaze fixed upon this small serpent. Donning sheepskin gloves, he lifted the lid of the glass tank. As he reached inside, the little snakes immediately raised their heads in alertness, a chorus of hissing filling the air, their bodies taut as bows, poised to either strike or flee. However, when the venom from the laboratory bench approached and pressed against the outside of the tank wall, all the snakes fell silent, instinctively sensing the intimidation emanating from the gray-scaled serpent. Even the most spirited brown snake obediently lay flat on the moss, daring only to steal glances with its bean-sized eyes. Its body trembling slightly, the friction of its scales against the moss creating a soft, rustling sound. Seizing the opportunity, Stav grasped the small serpent at its midsection. Its body instantly tensed, yet it dared not struggle, fixing him with a gaze of terror, as if silently pleading for mercy. "Fear not, it will soon be over." Stav's movements were as gentle as possible. With his left hand, he delicately pressed down on the snake's head, while his right hand brought the syringe closer to its mouth. He carefully pried open the snake's jaws with his thumb and forefinger, precisely injecting the mixed potion into its throat. Upon completing the injection, he did not immediately release his grip, but instead gently pinched the snake's mouth shut with his thumb and forefinger, while cradling its body with his other hand to gently sway it. "Swallow it all, just swallow," Stav murmured, anxious that any residue might linger in the mouth and compromise the potion's efficacy. He gently stroked along the snake's throat several times, until he felt a slight movement within its body, a distinct swallowing action, the trajectory of the potion sliding into its stomach palpable beneath his fingertips. Only then did he slowly release his hold, placing the small serpent on the laboratory bench, draped with a white linen cloth. Upon touching the ground, the small serpent initially remained motionless, its head slightly swaying as if acclimatizing to the unfamiliar energy coursing within. Occasionally, its body would convulse, seemingly attempting to digest the sudden transformation. Staff and Venom crouched on either side, their eyes wide with anticipation, holding their breath as they observed. The attic was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional chirping of birds outside and the sound of their own breaths, as though time itself had come to a standstill. At first, the little snake exhibited no abnormalities. It merely lay upon the fabric, its black patterns gently rising and falling with each breath, indistinguishable from an ordinary snake. Gradually, Staff's heart sank. Could it be that the potion had lost its efficacy? Or perhaps the dosage was insufficient? Initially, he had feared that the potion might be too potent, which prompted him to dilute it. Now, he found himself regretting not having added more, apprehensive and anxious about the outcome. Just then, the small serpent suddenly convulsed violently. Its body arched sharply, twisted into an S shape by some unseen force, its head thrashing wildly from side to side, the black patterns deepening at a visible rate, nearly merging with the brown scales. Subsequently, the little snake began to roll and struggle upon the linen, its body alternating between tautness like a bowstring and softness like a rope, emitting a sharp, anguished hiss that was markedly more intense, laden with pain and unease. Its scales glimmered with an eerie red light, as if flames were flickering beneath its skin. The once smooth surface began to manifest tiny wrinkles, as though something were striving to break free from within. Each roll left faint red stains on the linen, a mixture of exuded bodily fluids and blood. Staff quickly rifled through the nearby tome, the comprehensive guide to draconic materials, where the illustrations, rendered in silver ink, gleamed brilliantly. Chapter 72. The Draconic Transformation of the Black Serpent. The text described, when the bloodline factors are activated, the host undergoes intense energy shocks, characterized by muscular spasms, reddening of the skin, and elevated body temperature, all of which are normal phenomena. He compared the symptoms of the small serpent with the descriptions in the book, and, upon confirming their alignment, felt a slight relief. Yet, he could not help but furrow his brow, despite knowing this was a normal reaction. Witnessing the serpent's painful struggles filled him with concern for any potential life-threatening risks associated with the potion. The struggle persisted for 5 minutes, until the movements of the little serpent began to wane. Its body, initially no thicker than a little finger, visibly thickened and elongated, the brown scales shedding their previous dullness under the sunlight, while the black patterns began to shine with a metallic luster. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the scales subtly hinted at the trend towards draconic scales, imbued with an aura of mysterious magic. Even more remarkable, its head began to swell slightly. The formerly rounded serpent's head elongated progressively, the snout becoming more pointed, a quintessential trait of dragons. "It's beginning to shed," Staff murmured, his eyes alight with excitement. The serpent's mouth first cracked open, revealing a pale gray old skin bulging from the crevice, exposing beneath it a fresh layer of black scales. Smooth and lustrous like black jade, shimmering enticingly. It seemed to have discovered a means to release its energy. It darted towards the leg of a nearby table, wrapping its body tightly around the oak leg, then forcefully contracting its muscles, leveraging the external pressure to accelerate the shedding process. The old skin glided smoothly from the head to the rear, reminiscent of a sheath being peeled away, accompanied by a faint rustling sound akin to silk brushing against wood. The process of shedding took less than 3 minutes, leaving the old skin intact upon the table leg, with even the tiniest scales distinctly visible. The newly emerged serpent had already grown to the thickness of a thumb, its black markings dancing across its scales, shimmering with a sharp brilliance reminiscent of venom, exuding an aura of wildness and strength. Yet, the transformation was not complete. After resting for less than 5 minutes, the scales on the serpent's surface began to take on a slight gray hue, its skin taut once more, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. As if new vigor surged within, it shook its head, appearing somewhat perplexed, but soon resumed its previous action of coiling around the table leg, contracting its muscles, and initiating a second shedding. This time, the old skin shed at an even swifter pace, revealing scales of a deeper hue, approaching a pitch-black shade, with the edges glimmering with a crimson tint. As it turned in the sunlight, one could observe raised patterns akin to dragon scales on the surface, and a gentle touch with a fingertip revealed a noticeable increase in hardness, surpassing its former state. Remarkable indeed. The serpent's size had now approached that of a child's wrist. Resting on the table leg, its abdomen scales rapidly rising and falling, occasionally exhaling wisps of white mist from its mouth, a hallmark of the awakening draconic lineage. Just before an adult fire dragon unleashes flames, similar hot vapors emerge from its mouth, heralding the emergence of formidable power. As Staff leaned in for a closer look, the serpent suddenly lifted its head, issuing a threatening hiss, its neck scales bursting open to reveal vibrant orange skin beneath, a defensive posture mimicking that of certain venomous snakes. Yet, to Stav, it resembled more the display of a young dragon asserting itself. Quite the spirited creature. Stav couldn't help but chuckle, feeling not fear but exhilaration instead. He understood that this indicated the potion had not only awakened its lineage, but also preserved the creature's instincts, preventing it from devolving into a mindless beast. A truly perfect outcome that filled him with confidence for subsequent experiments. Stav produced his silver notebook, swiftly recording with a quill. After the second shedding, the length has increased by approximately 30, the hardness of the scales significantly enhanced, dragon scale patterns have emerged. The pupils have changed to gold, and aggression has intensified. Ignoring the venom, it attempted to bite my glove. As he wrote, he observed intently, the quill scratching rapidly against the parchment, his handwriting trembling slightly with excitement, leaving several unintended ink marks along the page's edge. Yet this did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm for recording. Soon, the serpent commenced its third shedding. This time, the process was evidently more arduous. As it coiled around the table leg, its muscles strained tightly, its body quivering from exertion, and where the old skin had shed, blood seeped through, staining a small patch of scales, a sight both alarming and heart-wrenching. Stav felt a pang of concern, unable to restrain himself from speaking to the venom. Will it be able to endure? 3 shed skins may be too great a burden for the young serpent. Can its body withstand such strain? The venom merely brushed against the back of his hand, akin to a gentle reassurance, simultaneously affirming the vitality of the young serpent. In its scarlet eyes flickered a glimmer of trust, gradually calming his restless heart. Fortuitously, the third molting was ultimately successful. As the final remnant of old skin shed from its tail, the little serpent lay exhausted on the table, motionless, its abdomen rising and falling violently as if it had just completed a marathon. Each breath, laden with fatigue, emanated a resilience born from survival. Its transformation was nothing short of breathtaking. Its length had now reached the thickness of Stav's wrist, cloaked in a deep ebony hue, with scales as unyielding as iron. Each scale bore a distinct miniature draconic pattern, reflecting a prismatic sheen under the sunlight, dazzling in its splendor. The serpent's eyes had fully transitioned to a vivid red, its slit pupils sharp as blades, seemingly capable of perceiving all. When its mouth parted slightly, 2-minute fangs glimmered with a faint crimson hue, exuding a palpable aura of lethal danger. On either side of its head, 2 small bulges hinted at the emergence of dragon horns, though still subtle. They revealed a hard protrusion, heralding future strength. Success! My potion has triumphed. Just an hour prior, this was merely an ordinary brown snake. Yet now it vividly displayed draconic traits, signifying that his dragon blood factor inducer was not only effective but exceeded expectations. Following a surge of excitement, Stav quickly regained his composure. He carefully transferred the serpent to a cushioned observation table. Mere visual inspection would not suffice. Empirical data was imperative to validate the potion's efficacy. Allowing facts to speak for themselves, he retrieved a set of silver dissection tools from the drawer of his workbench. Of course, he had no intention of truly dissecting this precious specimen. These instruments were meant for surface testing. The young serpent, seemingly still entrapped in the fatigue of its molting, merely stirred slightly, its red slit pupils half closed, emitting a low hiss from its throat, imbued with a nascent wildness and vigilance. Chapter 73. Withered Flesh and Blood. Do not move, it will be over soon. Stav softly reassured, extracting a silver hardness probe from the toolkit, capable of precisely measuring surface resilience. He held his breath, gently pressing the probe against the serpent's hardest scales, softly reciting the incantation for hardness assessment. The silver needle on the dial began to rotate immediately, accompanied by a faint hum. Stav swiftly recorded the data in his notebook, the sound of his pen gliding across the parchment resonating clearly in the stillness of the attic. The measured figure made him raise an eyebrow. After merely 3 molts, the hardness was already approaching that of a juvenile dragon. He turned to glance at the venom coiled in the corner, which seemed to sense his gaze, lazily lifting its head to flick its tongue. Stav chuckled and shook his head, pondering what level of hardness the venom might achieve if the potion were administered to it. Next, he produced a crystal thermometer. As the temperature probe neared the serpent's abdomen, it immediately illuminated with a red glow, the display screen flashing a blood-red number, 523. This was a full 22 degrees higher. He murmured to himself, sketching a line graph in his notebook. The dragon species are warm-blooded creatures, with their body temperature generally exceeding 40 degrees. This indicates that the activation of their bloodline not only alters their appearance, but also leads their physiological structure to align more closely with that of dragons. However, this temperature seems somewhat exaggerated. Stav put away his tools and was about to offer the little serpent some fresh water when he noticed something was amiss with its condition. The serpent, which had been resting on the soft cushion, suddenly arched its body, its crimson vertical pupils fixated on his wrist, beginning to writhe incessantly. The experiment subject grew increasingly violent, its body convulsing vigorously as it repeatedly slammed its head against the glass container. The white mist it exhaled thickening and carrying a faint scent of sulfur. The once pitch-black scales began to exhibit an abnormal crimson hue, as if they were ablaze. Venom unexpectedly oozed from beneath the experimental table, emitting a deep, menacing hiss towards the little serpent. Strangely, upon hearing the sound of the venom, the serpent's struggles noticeably diminished. Though it continued to emit reluctant whimpers from its throat, its red pupils locked on his staff, filled with an unfamiliar hostility. It appeared to instinctively recognize the pressure of its own kind. A sense of foreboding washed over Stav as he observed the heart rate on the oscilloscope still fluctuating violently. Suddenly realizing the issue might lie with the dosage. During the initial application, he had opted for caution, using only a drop, yet perhaps the concentration was still too high? Was the surge of bloodline energy too intense, impairing its mind? This hypothesis sent a chill down his spine. He hastily retrieved 3 spare little serpents from the glass container. Preparing to conduct a comparative experiment, he placed the 3 serpents into separate glass tanks and took out the dragon-related potion from his backpack, ready to perform a dilution experiment. Half a drop, a quarter, an eighth. Stav arranged 3 beakers on the experimental table, accurately dispensing the potion with a platinum dropper. He needed to discover the perfect ratio that could activate the bloodline without compromising reason. The venom lay quietly on the adjacent asbestos mat, its scarlet eyes watching his every move, occasionally hissing as if to caution him to be careful. Stav smiled and patted its head, assuring, "Don't worry, I have experience this time." The dilution process proved to be far simpler than the extraction of the potion. He extracted another drop of the dragon blood factor activation potion and poured varying proportions of the magical restoration elixir into the beakers. Watching as the crimson bloodline patterns gradually unfurled within the pale golden liquid. With each dilution, the red glow in the liquid dimmed slightly, and its flow slowed considerably. By the time the 3rd dilution was completed, the potion had transformed entirely into a transparent magical elixir, the patterns inside fine as hair, nearly indistinguishable. It was time to commence. Stav took a deep breath and sequentially injected the 3 concentrations of the potion into the 3 little serpents. For the next 2 hours, he remained steadfastly by the experimental table, his notebook densely filled with notes. The little serpent that received the half-diluted potion began to shed its skin after 15 minutes. Although it only shed once, its scales had noticeably hardened, its pupils turned a light golden hue, and its body temperature elevated to 38 degrees. More importantly, while it exhibited some aggression, it hesitated upon hearing Stav's voice, not completely losing control. The small serpent, injected with a quarter-diluted potion, displayed signs of shedding only after an hour. Its scales glimmered faintly, the color of its pupils remained unchanged, and its temperature registered at 32 degrees. It exhibited no hostility towards Stav, instead appearing more lively than usual, occasionally nudging its head against his gloves. Conversely, the serpent that received an 8th diluted potion showed scarcely any noticeable changes, with merely a hint of pale red at the edges of its scales. Its temperature and heart rate fluctuated within normal ranges, presenting itself as indistinguishable from an ordinary snake, though its appetite had notably improved, devouring all the provided morsels. The lower the concentration, the better the creature retained its rationality, albeit with a diminished effect on bloodline activation. Stav circled the critical data on the chart with a red pen. A ratio of 13 seemed most suitable, preserving some mutated characteristics without sacrificing reason. Just as he believed he had discovered the perfect ratio, an unforeseen incident transpired. The serpent injected with a half-diluted potion suddenly convulsed violently, its reaction more intense than that of the first specimen. It thrashed wildly in the glass tank, blood beads oozing from beneath its scales, its once golden pupils dispersing into a grayish hue, foam continuously bubbling from its mouth, and its body visibly withering as if drained of vitality. How could this be? Stav's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily opened the glass tank, intending to provide aid, but upon merely brushing against the serpent's body, it bit him fiercely. This time, he was unloved. Its sharp teeth pierced through his skin, leaving 2 bleeding wounds. Ignoring the pain, he sought to restrain the serpent. Yet he could only watch helplessly as its body rapidly shriveled, once plump scales becoming desiccated and gray, ultimately collapsing to the bottom of the tank like a lifeless piece of wood, devoid of breath. Strangely, the serpent's corpse was decaying at an alarming rate, the flesh beneath its skin seemingly vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a layer of shriveled scales encasing its bones, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Chapter 74, The Powerless Outcome. Hurry! The magical restorative potion. Stav frantically reached for the energy-replenishing elixir, hoping to inject it to revive the creature. But when the dropper met the serpent's mouth, it merely weakly opened, unable to swallow. The attic was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by Stav's heavy breathing. He stood frozen, clutching the vial of magical potion, the transparent liquid swaying mockingly within a bottle, as if to deride his naivete. The delight he felt before the experiment had evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of defeat. He had believed he had found the right path, yet now realized that all specimens would ultimately meet their demise, and in such a bizarre manner. Why was this happening? He gazed at the first surviving specimen, a pitch-black serpent that had grown to the thickness of his wrist, coiled on the observation table, its red eyes warily fixed on him. Its body too was beginning to wither, its scales losing their former luster. Even you. Stav's heart sank to the depths of despair. Suddenly, he recalled Snape's words from potions class. Forcibly altering the bloodline of a creature is akin to bending steel with brute force. A momentary deformation will inevitably exact a toll. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere hyperbole from the professor, but now he grasped the profound truth within. The venomous creature glided gently to his feet, nuzzling against his trouser leg, its crimson eyes seemingly filled with concern. Stav bent down to lift it, the cold scales pressing against his palm, offering a slight reprieve from the turmoil within. He gazed at the scattered vials and notes on the workbench, the earlier excitement having rendered the handwriting chaotic, now appearing painfully glaring. Where did the problem lie? Why had the potency of the potion diminished, leading to a swifter demise? He murmured to himself. His gaze skimmed over the cover of a comprehensive guide to draconic materials. Was it a miscalculation in the potion's formula? Or perhaps an incorrect activation method? Or was it that dragon blood should never intermingle with serpentine lineage? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet no answers emerged. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, the setting sun streaming through the skylight, casting elongated shadows across the attic, the withered snake corpses appearing particularly grotesque in the gloom. Stav sat amidst the chaos of his workbench, cradling the venomous creature, for the first time doubting his experiment. He had successfully activated draconic transformation, but could not halt the ebbing vitality. What kind of success was this, truly? The magical lamp in the attic flickered to life as twilight descended, its warm yellow glow illuminating Stav's troubled visage. He observed the slowly desiccating black snake specimen, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. For the first time, he felt that the mysteries of the magical realm might be far more intricate than he had ever imagined. The attic skylight was shrouded by heavy clouds, the liquid in the purple copper cauldron bubbling with fine silver froth, the air infused with the charred scent of burnt dragon scales mingling with the sweet, herbaceous aroma, a seventh extraction of the dragon blood factor, and the final one of these past 2 days. The venomous creature occasionally flicked its tongue, seemingly intrigued by the scents in the air. Stav cast a sidelong glance at it, the dull ache from his experimental failures resurfacing quietly. The desiccated bodies of the small snakes from 2 days prior lingered vividly in his memory, particularly that one black serpent which had received an entire drop of the potion. He had initially believed it to be a success. Thankfully, he had refrained from using it on you. He whispered to the venomous creature, his voice echoing slightly in the hushed attic. The creature seemed to understand, gently tugging at his pant leg with its tail, its frigid touch easing his taut nerves a fraction. He lowered his gaze to the cauldron, where a transparent solution floated with delicate red veins, swirling slowly in accordance with the flame's heat. This was the dragon blood factor extracted from the juvenile dragon scales, the insufficiently hardened scales dissolving in magical fire, ultimately yielding this precious liquid. The extraction process over the past 2 days had been almost mechanically repetitive. Each day, Stav rose before dawn, retrieving the dusty juvenile dragon scales from his expandable backpack, the edges still bearing a faint, unblemished pink hue, their hardness, as the data suggested, suitable solely for basic potion extraction. He carefully extracted the potion, pouring it into a crystal vial, before gently placing it into a wooden box enchanted for insulation, then stowing the box in the innermost compartment of his expandable backpack, alongside the already desiccated snake corpses. As he tidied the laboratory table, his gaze fell upon the open tome, the comprehensive guide to dragon materials. Stav irritably closed the book and pushed it aside. The words on those pages seemed to mock his ignorance. He could precisely control the concentration of potions and adeptly extract bloodline factors. Yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his failures. The creature diluted to half perished abruptly, convulsing briefly before withering away, while the little snake, having received only an eighth of the potion, exhibited almost no mutation yet met the same grim fate. This was entirely at odds with the fundamental logic of potion experimentation. Akin to igniting pieces of wood of varying sizes with the same fuel, where the one expected to burn the longest extinguished first, while the smallest stubbornly persisted. The venom gently slithered up to his knee, nudging his hand with its head. Stav looked down at it, the serpent's eyes reflecting his weary visage. He deliberately avoided the creature's gaze, unable to fathom the consequences of administering the potion to it. Perhaps it would awaken a more potent black dragon bloodline. Sprouting horns and wings, or like those little snakes, slowly wither before him into a desiccated corpse. This thought constricted his heart, prompting him to swiftly divert his gaze. Though his fingertips unconsciously tightened, nearly causing discomfort to the serpent in his embrace. Outside, the sky darkened gradually, and the magical clock in the attic emitted a soft click, indicating that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Stav realize that he had not eaten since morning, his stomach hollow and churning with acidity. He rose, stretching his stiff neck, the bones producing a series of subtle cracks. The laboratory was now immaculate, silver tools gleaming brightly, and the jars in the apothecary cabinet arranged neatly. Only the lingering scent of charred dragon scales in the air served as a reminder of the magical extraction that had just unfolded over the past 2 days. He cradled the venom and approached the window, gazing at the distant flickering lights, his eyes deep and unfathomable like an abyss. Chapter 75. A Visit to Hermione. The winter night in London enveloped him with its damp chill, mingling with the distant clamor of the streets and the warm aroma of neighbors' fireplaces. This warmth, characteristic of the Muggle world, finally allowed his taut nerves to relax after 2 days of tension. Perhaps he should pay Hermione a visit. Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. The following day, the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting elongated patches of light upon the carpet. Stav sat at the dining table, sipping warm pumpkin juice, his gaze resting on his father, who was engrossed in the newspaper across from him. "Dad, Mom, I wish to visit a friend today." He set down his cup, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the texture of the tablecloth. It was the first time he had proactively suggested going out during his 5-day holiday, and his mother, Sarah, immediately set down her bread, a flicker of relief crossing her eyes. "Of course. Would you like me to drive you? No need to trouble yourself. I could take the bus." His father lifted his head from behind the newspaper. "Be safe, and don't stay out too late." Within their simple exchange lay a subtle concern from his parents. Ever since Stav had confined himself to the attic, the atmosphere at home had been somewhat oppressive, and the prospect of venturing out to see friends was undoubtedly a positive development. After finishing his breakfast, Stav made his way downstairs towards the family antique shop. The wooden shelves of the store were adorned with an array of magical antiques. Brass candlesticks, silver-framed photographs, and jewel-encrusted pocket watches shimmered gently in the morning light. He lingered momentarily at the counter before finally picking up a palm-sized brass alarm clock, its face covered by a curved glass dome, with intricate patterns etched on the tips of its hands. "Dad, could you wrap this for me?" he asked, handing the clock to his father. "Christmas gift?" Marcus raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized the clock, yet he fetched a dark red velvet gift box and meticulously wrapped it with a silver ribbon. Clutching the gift box as he stepped out of the house, the crisp winter air invigorated Stav. He walked along the street to the corner and waved to hail a taxi. The only dental clinic on Oak Street was soon within sight. Looking up, he noticed the entire street blanketed in a delicate layer of snow, the dental clinic glowing with warm yellow lights. A sign on the glass door indicated it was open for business, and through the window, he could see Mr. Granger, Hermione's father, busily attending to his work in a white coat. Upon entering the clinic, he was greeted by the sharp scent of disinfectant. The clinic, though modest, was impeccably tidy, with diagrams of dental structures and family photographs adorning the walls. Prominently displayed was a photograph of young Hermione wearing braces, her round face adorned with a shy smile. Mr. Granger was examining an elderly lady's teeth when he looked up at the sound of the door opening. Recognizing Stav, he smiled warmly and gestured for him to wait. Stav quietly settled into a waiting chair, concealing the potion in the wide sleeves of his coat, where it was restlessly nudging his wrist. After approximately 20 minutes, Mr. Granger finished with the elderly lady, removed his mask, and approached him with a gentle tone. "Hello there, young staff. Looking for Hermione? She's at home, just behind the clinic in that little building over there." He pointed to a nearby cream-colored house, pride evident in his voice. "That girl spends her holidays cooped up in her room reading. Your visit is fortuitous. It will encourage her to get some fresh air." "Thank you, Mr. Granger," Staff replied politely, bowing as he clutched the gift box and exited the clinic. The biting wind whisked fine snowflakes towards him, prompting him to tighten his coat as he hurried towards the little building. Before reaching the bottom of the stairs, a familiar voice called from above, "Staff, over here." He looked up abruptly to see Hermione leaning over the railing of the second-floor balcony, waving at him with a thick tome of History of Magic in hand, its pages fluttering in the breeze. Clad in a cream sweater, her eyes sparkled like fallen stars upon seeing him. "I saw you come out of the clinic. Wait for me to open the door." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the house, quick and light. In less than 20 seconds, the front door swung open with a click, and Hermione leaned out, beckoning, "Come in quickly, it's cold outside." Staff stepped into the warm foyer, just as Hermione's mother approached him, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies, their delightful aroma filling the corridor. "Hermione talks about you every day. Do come in." As Hermione ascended the staircase, the banister still radiated the warmth of the fireplace. Her room was at the end of the corridor, and the moment she pushed open the door, Stav was amused by the sight before him. The walls were adorned with an array of magical spell posters. The desk was cluttered with textbooks and notes. And even the foot of the bed was piled high with books, with standard spells, beginner, spread out across the bedspread. "Here, that's your Christmas gift." Stav presented a velvet gift box, his face beaming with delight. Hermione, pleasantly surprised, eagerly accepted it, as she untied the satin ribbon and beheld the brass clock. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, is this an antique clock from 70 years ago?" She gently caressed the glass cover of the clock, her voice brimming with excitement. "I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Stav." Before she could finish her sentence, she stepped forward and enveloped Stav in a warm embrace. The unexpected warmth took Stav by surprise, prompting him to instinctively pat her back gently. Hermione quickly released him, her cheeks flushed as she placed the clock on her desk, carefully finding a piece of velvet cloth to cushion it. "This is perfect. I've been in need of a bedside clock." Seeing her enthusiasm as she tinkered with the clock lifted Stav's spirits considerably. He pulled up a chair and sat down, while venom peeked out from his sleeve, curiously flicking its tongue as it surveyed the room brimming with books. Noticing Venom's movements, Hermione, instead of retreating as she had during their first encounter, simply smiled and remarked, "It seems a bit thinner. Have you not been feeding it properly? It's quite healthy." "But I haven't been eating well these past few days," Stav replied with a self-deprecating chuckle, his tone gradually turning somber. "Actually, I came to talk to you about my experiment. I conducted a dragon blood factor activation experiment, but the results were not satisfactory." He retrieved his notebook from his backpack and recounted the experiment in detail, from the excitement of the 3 molts to the despair over the shriveled snake corpses, meticulously describing the unusual rates of death as well. Chapter 76, Bloodline Enhancer. Hermione listened intently, her fingers unconsciously twirling her hair, her keen eyes radiating focus. After Stav finished speaking, she furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. "Have you tried observing it under a microscope? While the cellular structures of magical creatures differ, the underlying principles should be similar." "A microscope?" Stav was taken aback. His mind had been filled with magical detection spells and ancient texts, never considering the use of muggle tools for potion research. The thought struck him like a beam of light, illuminating his chaotic thoughts. "Why didn't I think of that? I have one at home." Hermione immediately stood up, opened the bottom drawer of her wardrobe, and retrieved a silver metal box. Inside, a compact microscope lay quietly, its lenses polished to a gleaming shine. "Have you brought your potion and, those snakes?" Stav hastily extracted the dragon blood factor activation potion in a lead container, holding the snake corpses from his extendable backpack. Glancing at the 4 shriveled snakes, Hermione instinctively wrinkled her nose and recoiled slightly. "No need to take them all out. Just scrape a bit of snake flesh powder from each will suffice." As she spoke, she retrieved a small knife and began scraping the powder from the incision of each snake. Stav observed her earnest profile, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle golden halo around her hair, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. Through the microscope, the once transparent liquid revealed a network of red veins, composed of countless tiny luminescent particles, akin to embers suspended in water, flowing slowly within his field of vision. However, the cell membranes of the test snakes appeared riddled with holes, reminiscent of leaves eaten by insects. The same was true for the other samples. Regardless of the dosage, the cells had suffered severe damage, as if a force had forcibly extracted their energy, leaving only hollow shells behind. This, indeed, should be the reason for their withered state. The cells had lost the ability to maintain their form. Stav suddenly lifted his head, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Thus, the issue lay not within the dosage, but rather the potion itself. While it activated the bloodlines, could it simultaneously destroy the cellular structure? Hermione nodded, gesturing toward the microscope. It was highly probable. Akin to igniting wood with fierce flames, while it releases heat, it ultimately reduces the wood itself to ash. You need to find a buffering agent to protect the cells or enhance them to endure the stimulating factors. Perhaps you could attempt to incorporate moonlight grass juice, known for its cellular repair properties, but the dosage must be exceedingly minute, lest it provoke toxic reactions. There is also unicorn tears, which are quite stable but incredibly rare. Their discussion persisted throughout the afternoon as the sunlight outside gradually slanted westward. It was only when a magical clock in the attic chimed that they realized dinner time had arrived. Hermione's mother ascended the stairs to summon them for a meal. Upon seeing the table strewn with experimental apparatus, she smiled wryly and remarked, "It appears you two have been deeply engrossed in your conversation. Luckily, your father has purchased a turkey. Shall we enjoy together?" The atmosphere during dinner was warm and inviting, and by the time they bid farewell, the sky had completely darkened. Cellular enhancement buffering agents. The juice of mandrake and unicorn tears were indeed recognized in the magical realm as cellular repair agents. Yet Stav felt an inexplicable disquiet. The essence of potions is balance, not suppression. Any attempt to diminish the vitality of a buffer is a betrayal of the potion itself. Suddenly, Stav recalled a phrase from Snape. He sat up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with intensity in the darkness. Hermione's reasoning was sound, but perhaps the approach could be adjusted, not to use a buffer to attenuate the activity of the dragon blood factors, but rather to employ an enhancer to elevate the tolerance of the receptor cells, much like encasing a fragile vessel in a steel shell, enabling it to withstand fierce flames without being consumed. Was it not the very reason the first small snake survived the longest, its continuous mutations enhancing cellular strength? Stav, barefoot on the cold floor, approached the attic's workbench to sift through the materials. He tapped his fingertips emphatically on the phrase inert state, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could the bloodline of the venom be in such a condition? It was not that it could not endure the dragon blood factors, but rather that its own lineage was too thin, like a dying ember, lacking the energy to ignite. Outside, the dawn gradually brightened to a pale hue, and the first rays of morning light streamed through the skylight, casting diamond-shaped patches of light upon the floor. Staff lay sprawled across the table, having filled the parchment with a multitude of formulas and sketches in silver ink. At the top, a bold line read, "Objective, to create a bloodline enhancement potion that fortifies cellular resilience and activates dormant bloodlines." It was only when his mother knocked on the attic door that Staff realized he had not slept a wink throughout the night. The experimental station had been meticulously rearranged. The copper crucible gleamed brilliantly, and the silver tools were arranged in order of use. Most prominently displayed was a crystal vial containing the dragon's blood he had extracted. "You shall do." Staff gently shook the vial, watching the dragon's blood flow slowly within, exuding a viscous weightiness. The essence of thorny vines, deep green juice, and moonlight grass powder was poured into the crucible, while a platinum dropper extracted a single drop of dragon's blood, which fell to the bottom of the pot, forming a blossoming crimson flower. Instantly, the air was filled with a potent metallic sweetness, not pungent, but rather imbued with an ancient and majestic aura. The venom suddenly became restless, skittering rapidly across the experimental table, emitting a low, throaty hiss. Staff immediately comforted it by caressing its head. "Do not be afraid." He understood this was a primal reaction of the bloodline. Ordinary serpents would tremble in the presence of dragons. Though the venom possessed a hint of black dragon blood, it did not differ significantly from ordinary snakes. He continued to add dragon's blood, and the crimson flower at the bottom of the pot gradually melted, coalescing into a viscous, deep red liquid, with delicate golden patterns appearing on the surface, pulsating like veins, as if imbued with life. "It seems you quite enjoy this." Staff chuckled, continuing with his meticulous work. The ashes of the phoenix tail feather were silvery white and as light as a feather. Upon entering the crucible, they were enveloped by the deep red liquid, transforming into tiny motes of light that danced within. Staff gazed at the bubbling potion, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "At last it is complete." Chapter 77. The Enhancement of Flesh and Blood. He used a silver funnel to transfer the potion into a slender crystal vial, where the deep red liquid flowed languidly. The golden patterns shifting and changing shape as they flickered against the walls of the vial. Holding the bottle up to the light, sunlight filtered through the crystal, casting the golden patterns onto the wall, creating a moving tapestry of light and shadow, reminiscent of a small dragon flitting across the surface. Dragon's Blood Enhancement Potion, First Edition. He inscribed the name and date on the label. The vessel still radiated warmth from the potion, a stark contrast to the coldness of the previous dragon blood activation elixir, embodying a sense of warmth and vibrant power. Stav carefully placed the crystal vial in the center of the experimental table, as if arranging a rare treasure. The venom glided gently to the side of the crystal vial, rubbing its head against the glass, emitting a satisfied hiss. Stav bent down to lift it, the cool scales against his palm providing an oddly comforting sensation. Looking into the venom's crimson eyes, he softly murmured, "Soon, we shall discover the answer." As the clock in the room struck 12, Stav finally opened his eyes from a deep slumber. Struggling to sit up, he felt a slight soreness in his muscles. Yet the joy of the potion's completion lingered like a warm ember in his heart. Descending the stairs, he found his mother placing a freshly baked pumpkin pie on the table. Awake at last? Sarah turned around, flour dusting her apron. Had she stayed up in the attic so late due to the difficulty of her school assignments? Stav took a piece of pie and mumbled, "It's not the homework. It's my own experiment." Their father set down the newspaper, concern evident in his gaze. "Stav, I understand your fascination with magic. Do not push yourself too hard." His tone bore an almost imperceptible worry. Watching him dash up the stairs, their mother sighed softly. That child has no thought for food at all. Their father gazed thoughtfully at the staircase, remarking, "At least he has found something he loves." As the attic door swung open, sunlight flooded in, illuminating the tiny dust motes suspended in the air. At the center of the workbench stood a bottle of emerald-hued dragon's blood enhancement potion, its golden veins flowing gracefully in the light, as if it were alive and breathing. Stav hurried over. It was time to begin. He whispered, lifting the black cloth covering the glass tank. 3 small snakes cautiously peered out, surveying their surroundings. Stav placed them into 3 separate glass containers to prevent any chaos during the experiment. He retrieved 3 silver droppers, carefully uncorking the bottle of dragon's blood potion. The emerald liquid instantly emanated a faint glow, and the magical energy in the air seemed to come alive. For the first subject, 1 drop. He directed the dropper towards the leftmost snake, precisely releasing a drop of the potion. The liquid dripped into the snake's mouth, swiftly permeating its body. The snake barely twitched, quickly returning to its previous state, albeit noticeably more active. For the second subject, 2 drops. After the middle snake swallowed the potion, it became noticeably agitated, darting around the container, its scales scraping against the glass, producing a delicate sound. When 3 drops landed in the mouth of the rightmost snake, an astonishing transformation occurred. The moment the emerald liquid made contact, the snake emitted a sharp hiss. Its body elongated and thickened, the scales turning pale, an indication of impending shedding. Stav held his breath, his quill racing across the parchment. Subject 1. Weak reaction, tremors lasted 30 seconds before subsiding, active state, no significant physical changes. Subject 2. Exhibited stress response. Length increased by 12 inches, slight structural mutation of scales, quite agitated. Subject 3. Severe reaction accompanied by an energy surge. Length increased by 35 inches, scales hardened. Horn-like protrusions appeared, and dark red scales reminiscent of a noble S adorned its back. He set down the pen and leaned in to observe the third snake. It seemed that the dosage was indeed proportional to the enhancement effect, Stav mused. During the waiting period, he refreshed the water and food in all 3 containers and leaned against the workbench, nibbling on the sandwich his mother had given him that morning. The venom from his shoulder slithered down to the glass container, locking eyes with its kin through the transparent barrier. It exhibited no hostility, merely nudging the container wall, as if sensing the bloodline changes within its companions. "Are you worried about them?" Stav smiled as he gently caressed the scales of venom, reassuringly stating that this time was different from before. No sooner had he spoken than venom suddenly lifted its head and emitted a low, resonant hiss directed at the small snake in container number 3. The sound carried an indescribable authority, causing the once calm little serpent to instinctively coil up in evident fear. A spark of realization ignited within Stav. Venom's reaction confirmed his suspicions that its lineage was indeed purer than that of the 3 experimental subjects. Even without complete activation, It exuded a faint draconic pressure, while the three little snakes were uncertain of their classification as even the most inferior dragon beasts. 2 hours later, the small snakes in all three containers had regained their composure. Stav meticulously checked their conditions, and upon confirming their stability, he retrieved another vial of transparent liquid, the dragon blood catalyst he had previously concocted, which had been pivotal in the demise of the earlier experimental subjects. It was time to proceed to the next phase. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer and administered a drop of the catalyst into the mouths of each little snake. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. Whether the strengthening agent could counteract the destructive nature of the catalyst would determine the validity of his theory. The moment the catalyst made contact with its body, the first little snake began to convulse violently, its skin beneath the scales rapidly turning crimson, as if seared by an internal flame. Red patterns emerged along its surface, and it writhed in agony before commencing a series of rapid molts. As the crimson hue faded, within 2 minutes, its once bright scarlet eyes dulled. Yet its body continued to grow until it seemed to reach a limit, at which point it began to wither rapidly, accompanied by a faint scent of char. Subject 1. Failure. Stav paused his writing. Though he had anticipated this outcome, a twinge of regret washed over him. Through the microscope, it was evident from the blood sample that the catalyst had indeed activated the dragon blood within Subject 1, but the integration had been insufficient, rendering it a mere accelerant. Chapter 78. The Second Draconic Serpent. Subject 2 displayed a slower reaction, but clear signs of distress were evident. Its body alternated between swelling and contracting, with the red patterns flickering like a candle flame in the wind. The little snake's convulsions gradually subsided, although still gasping for breath. It had evidently preserved its life and began to molt slowly. Subject 2 exhibited moderate rejection, with its blood rapidly repairing and being damaged simultaneously, resulting in heightened cellular tolerance. Though its condition remained poor, most alarming was Subject 3. Upon the catalyst application, it did not struggle as painfully as the previous two. Instead, it coiled its body, revealing red veins that flickered in and out of visibility. When the radiance dissipated, Stav was astonished to discover that this little snake, which had initially measured the length of a chopstick, had now grown to about 1 meter, nearly half the size of Venom. It coiled within the container, its head slightly elevated, with a newfound sharpness reflected in its yellow eyes. Success! Stav's voice trembled with emotion as he extended his hand, cautiously placing his fingertip against the glass wall. The third little serpent did not flinch. Rather, it drew closer, gently nudging its head against his fingertips, emitting a deep, resonant hiss, a sign of affection that starkly contrasted with its earlier wariness. He immediately noted, Subject 3, no signs of rejection, successful activation of bloodline, body size increased 5-fold. New vertebrae formed, tail spine features present, exhibiting preliminary characteristics of the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon. Conclusion. The Dragon S Blood Enhancement Serum effectively elevated cellular resilience, successfully countering the destructive effects of the activation serum. Individual variations exist, yet the purity of the enhancement serum remains inadequate, distinctly leaning towards the characteristics of the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon. Designation, Bronze. Stav sighed deeply as he set down his pen, his gaze fixed upon the container housing the nascent dragon-like serpent, his heart a tempest of emotions, elation at the success, reverence for the transformation of life, and a subtle, ineffable astonishment. This serpent's form had transcended the realm of ordinary serpentine creatures. Its dragon scales and tail spines each narrated the awakening of its bloodline. Stav understood well that its evolutionary progress was still far from sufficient. He reached out to stroke the venomous creature nestled upon his shoulder, softly murmuring, "It still has a long way to go, does it not?" The venom seemed to comprehend his words, nuzzling his cheek, its crimson eyes casting a look of inherent superiority towards Subject 3. Stav chuckled softly. Indeed, although this experimental specimen exhibited remarkable changes, the mingling of bloodlines remained evident. The sheen of its scales lacked purity, and the form of its spines was merely skeletal. In contrast, the venomous serpent possessed scales that were smooth and resilient, radiating an innate sense of harmony even in its incomplete activation, a stability and coherence only true dragon bloodlines could embody. It appeared that the formula for the enhancement serum required further refinement and purification. He picked up the vial, scrutinizing it. The stability of the moonlight grass was sufficient. It likely lacked components to guide the purity of the bloodline. Perhaps a touch of phoenix feather powder could be added? Or, at that moment, a gentle tapping sound emanated from the windowsill. Stav looked up to see a gray owl perched there, clutching a rolled parchment in its beak. He approached to retrieve the letter, and the owl flapped its wings and took flight. As he unfurled the parchment, familiar handwriting came into view. It was Ella's script. The elegant letters read, "How has your holiday been? I stumbled upon several books on the application of dragon blood in the library at home. They mention that sun, sand, red crystal, and copper are beneficial for purifying dragon blood, which I thought you would certainly need." Following this was a transcription of 3 potion recipes. Stav's fingertips traced Ella's name, and instantly, her focused profile from potion class flashed in his mind, her golden hair cascading beside the cauldron. The experimental specimen immediately coiled its body, adopting a posture of submission. Observing the scene, a thought surged within Stav. Perhaps the key to activating the bloodline lay not only in potions, but in even more ancient methods, such as guidance between bloodlines. The dragon blood enhancement serum within the crystal vial shimmered with an emerald hue under the sunlight, golden patterns flowing languidly, as if urging him to press onward. Subsequently, Stav procured a fresh sheet of parchment, detailing recent events and experimental data for Ella, expressing his longing for her and mentioning a Christmas gift he had prepared, which he intended to send in a few days, entrusting the letter to an owl for delivery. The sunlight outside gradually tilted westward, suffusing the attic with a warm golden hue. Within 3 glass containers, the second specimen was increasingly lifeless, while the third remained quietly coiled. The bronze scales glimmered under the light, contrasting with the venom that rested on Stav's shoulder, as if a silent dialogue across bloodlines was unfolding. Stav stood before the attic window, gazing at the bronze creature nestled within the glass. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting fragmented metallic reflections on its slate-gray scales, while its tail occasionally brushed against the container's wall, producing a muted thud. This was no longer an ordinary little snake, merely the length of chopsticks. Its arched spine bore the distinct intimidation of a Norwegian ridgeback, with faintly flowing crimson veins beneath, its scales resembling frozen flames. It was a commendable beginning. Stav tapped the glass with his fingertips, prompting the bronze to raise its head, its yellow eyes reflecting his shadow, emitting a low hiss from its throat. It was time to get some fresh air. He turned to cover the glass container with a black cloth and replenish the venom with some fresh dew, a favored drink of the gray-scaled snake, especially when imbued with the essence of morning mist. Chapter 79, A Return to Diagon Alley. As he descended the stairs, his mother was pouring hot milk into a cup, while his father, already dressed, held a copy of a Muggle newspaper. "Are you going out?" his mother inquired, crumbs from toasted bread still clinging to her apron. Breakfast was kept warm on the stove, consisting of your preferred tomato and egg sandwich. "I'm heading to Diagon Alley to purchase some potion ingredients," Stav mumbled, shoving the sandwich into his mouth. His father set down the newspaper and leaned towards the conversing duo. "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need, I can manage," Stav replied, slinging on his extendable backpack and stowing his wand within the inner side of his coat for easy access. "I'll eat the cookies I baked yesterday on the way. And remember to be safe." He opened the door and stepped into a taxi parked by the roadside. The leaky cauldron remained dimly lit. Tom was busy wiping down the bar with a filthy cloth, and upon seeing Stav enter, greeted him warmly. "Hey there, lad. Off to do some shopping?" "Indeed." Stav nodded with a beaming smile, placing 10 nuts on the table before striding directly into the fireplace. Grasping a handful of flue powder, he declared Diagon Alley. The powder dispersed, and green flames erupted. Stav felt a tug, and in an instant he arrived at Diagon Alley. By the early morning, Diagon Alley was already bustling with pedestrians, robed wizards hurriedly passing by with their wares. Stav exhaled deeply, feeling truly at ease in this place. He lifted his gaze to the storefronts ahead. A magical alchemy supplies shop? It appeared rather expensive. He muttered quietly to himself, veering into a smaller adjacent shop instead. The sign above the brass cauldron shop had faded somewhat, and a few stacks of polished brass cauldrons were piled at the entrance. "Ah, young wizard, what do you wish to purchase?" The shopkeeper was a short, stout witch, adorned with spectacles as thick as the bottom of a wine bottle, crouched on the floor polishing a cauldron. "I need sun sand," Stav said, his gaze sweeping over the jars and bottles lining the shelves. The labels hanging on the walls were mostly crooked, inscribed with terms like unicorn horn powder, coarsely ground, and fire lizard scales, fresh. In a corner, a metal bucket contained a murky green substance, labeled mandrake root, seedling. "Sun sand?" The witch arched an eyebrow, dragging out a bag from beneath the counter. Freshly arrived from the Egyptian desert, hand-sifted 3 times, completely devoid of impurities. She opened the bag, revealing half a box of golden, fine sand that shimmered softly in the morning light. Stav pinched a bit between his fingers, The sand felt slightly warm in his palm, carrying a faint magical resonance. Indeed, it was exquisite. After selecting some necessary materials and settling the payment, Stav turned into a narrower alley beside the shop. Here, the stores mostly hung dark door curtains, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. This was the material district of Diagon Alley, dedicated to selling rare magical supplies. The shop he sought, the Crystal Emporium, lay at the alley's end, its facade adorned with a string of crystal wind chimes that chimed sweetly with the breeze, emitting a soft, rosy glow. Pushing open the door, a rustling sound greeted him as several small gray mice scurried across the shelves and disappeared into a hole beneath the counter. The proprietor was a tall, slender wizard clad in a deep red robe, his hair a wild tangle reminiscent of a bird's nest, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Looking for something? He inquired. Purple gold? Agate? Or perhaps something more unique? I require the highest purity of red copper, ore, and red crystal, Stav replied, his gaze falling upon a fist-sized red crystal on the shelf. The crystal was entirely transparent, with what appeared to be red liquid swirling within, unmistakably a premium specimen. The wizard retrieved 2 wooden boxes from beneath the counter, opening the first to reveal several dark red stones, their surfaces uneven yet gleaming with a metallic luster. This red copper ore is sourced from near the Dragon Valley in Romania, imbued with traces of dragon's blood, which is quite beneficial for purifying magical materials. He then opened the second box, revealing several cut red crystals of varying sizes. There are 2 types of red crystals, the ordinary and the pure red crystal, which is 3 times the price but offers superior effects. I want the pure one, Stav interjected. The purity of the red crystal directly influenced the stability of the dragon's blood potion. He was unwilling to compromise on this matter. The wizard raised an eyebrow, selecting a pigeon egg-sized pure red crystal from the box and handing it to Stav. The crystal felt cool to the touch, its red veins seemingly alive, flowing gently. Leaning closer to examine it, Stav noticed the wizard suddenly fixated on the venomous scales on his wrist, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Gray-scaled serpent? This is quite a rare find, especially with such glossy scales. Instinctively, Stav pulled his wrist back into his sleeve. A gift from an elder. It is not for sale. Noticing Stav's cautious demeanor, the male sorcerer offered a faint smile, refraining from further commentary, and discreetly added a small packet to the bag. Here, as a little gift for you. Seeds of evening primrose. When sown under the moonlight, they bloom at dawn, adorned with dew, and are remarkably effective for crafting soothing potions. As he exited the crimson crystal shop, the weight of the bag increased noticeably. Stav found a secluded corner and stowed all the materials into an expandable backpack. With his supplies gathered, his spirits lifted considerably, prompting him to explore the shops that he rarely had the opportunity to examine closely. Walking along the main street, he soon encountered a store adorned with a sign proclaiming it to be a shop of whimsical magical artifacts. The display window showcased an array of intriguing items, boots that could tie their own laces, quills that wrote answers automatically, and a mirror that offered emotional value. Inside, the atmosphere was far more vibrant than the window suggested, with shelves brimming with an assortment of peculiar gadgets. Are you interested in magical artifacts? Perhaps you'd like to take a look at this. A shopkeeper clad in a blue robe approached, holding a silver bell. This is a silence bell. Shake it, and all sounds within a 10-foot radius will vanish. Perfect for discreet conversations during class. Only 15 gold galleons. Taking the silence bell, Stav gave it a gentle shake. And indeed, the surrounding clamor faded into silence, leaving only the sound of his own breath. However, the price seemed excessive, nearly enough to purchase half an ounce of phoenix feather powder, which felt rather unwise. After a few steps, his gaze was drawn to an artifact displayed under a glass dome. Chapter 80, Venom, Time for Evolution. It was a silver ring adorned with a black gemstone, within which shadows appeared to dance. What is this? He inquired. The shadow ring, the shopkeeper replied with a hint of pride. Wearing it allows you to walk in shadows without being detected. Even the Lumos spell cannot illuminate your presence. It's ideal for, well, those little wizards who require some privacy. He squinted. The price was steep, 80 galleons. A sudden unease gripped Stav as he envisioned himself donning the shadow ring. Perhaps he could stealthily enter the Forbidden Forest, or visit Ravenclaw Tower at night to seek out Gloriana without being noticed. Yet, he quickly suppressed the thought. It was far too expensive. He shook his head and turned his attention elsewhere. He examined other artifacts. A magical quill that could organize notes automatically, 30 galleons. A bubblegum that allowed underwater breathing, 15 galleons for a box containing only 3 pieces. Each item stirred his interest, yet each price left him astonished. Indeed, Magical artifacts are the most extravagant indulgences, Stav murmured to himself. He suddenly understood Malfoy's pride. Pureblood families were indeed exceedingly wealthy, making it impossible to remain modest. After departing the whimsical magical artifacts shop, Stav wandered through a few talisman and spell supply stores, no longer inquiring about prices, yet silently noting several of the most practical tools. Perhaps once his research on dragon blood potions bore fruit, and he sold them to the apothecary, he could return to purchase these coveted items. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the end of Diagon Alley, where a quaint pet shop displayed a sign featuring a soaring owl. Upon pushing open the door, a chorus of hoots immediately filled the air. Dozens of owls were perched upon the shelves, snowy white snowy owls, ashen gray barn owls, and several petite screech owls, all tilting their heads curiously in his direction. Looking to purchase an owl? The shopkeeper was feeding a snowy owl at that moment. I see you are a student from Hogwarts. Is this your first visit? Well, I do prefer a more docile one, and let us keep the price reasonable, Stav replied. The witch gestured toward a cage in the corner. How about that tawny owl? Just 3 months old. It already knows its way around and has a gentle disposition, priced at only 5 galleons. Stav glanced at the tawny owl. Its brown feathers adorned with dark spots, its eyes a striking amber, quietly standing on its perch. That one will do, Stav responded nonchalantly. Save where I can. Spend only what I must, as long as it's functional. The witch placed the tawny owl into a small cage and handed him a small pouch of owl feed. What name shall you bestow upon it? Stav contemplated the owl in the cage and decided, let us call it Northwind. As he stepped out of the pet shop with the owl's cage in hand, Stav glanced at the sky, past midday. Approaching an entrance to Nocturne Alley, he halted. Never mind, he murmured, shaking his head and dismissing the notion of entering. The alley was known for its darker, more perilous magical artifacts, and rumors of dark wizards lurking there abounded. As a first-year student, he was hardly proficient in even the most rudimentary protective spells. Encountering danger, there would be ill-fated. Lowering his gaze to the venomous creature coiled on his wrist, its crimson eyes half squinted, as if mocking his timidity. Mock all you want. Venture in now, and you might well find yourself stewed into a serpent's broth. Though he had not procured the expensive magical tools, the materials he had gathered were sufficient for his next experiment. Night enveloped the world like a velvet cloth soaked in ink. Stav stood before his bedroom window, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the delicate frost that had formed on the sill. Downstairs, the rustle of his father turning the newspaper mingled with the clattering of dishes as his mother tidied up in the kitchen, accompanied by the occasional crackle of firewood in the hearth, creating a symphony of warmth in their home. On the desk, a piece of stationery still glimmered with wet ink. Dear Mom and Dad, my schoolmates have come to visit, and I shall be away for a few days. Do not worry. He cast a glance at the inconspicuous expandable backpack by his bedside, filled with compressed biscuits, a thermos, and 5 vials of the 4th-generation Dragon's blood enhancement potion that had consumed all his recent efforts, alongside 6 vials of Dragon's blood factor activation potion. Within the side pocket of the backpack, the venomous serpent liquid writhed restlessly, the sound of its scales brushing against the leather, urging him onward. As the clock struck 11, the house sank into profound silence. Stav hoisted the backpack and quietly slipped out of the house, each step as light as a cat's. The pendulum clock in the living room cast a warm glow, creating elongated shadows on the floor, resembling some silent observer. The moment he pushed open the front door, a gust of cold wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in, causing him to shiver instinctively, pulling his coat tighter around him. The street lamp at the corner blurred into a hazy orb of light amidst the snow mist, while the venomous liquid peered out from the backpack's side pocket, its crimson eyes gleaming astonishingly in the darkness. It's time to go. Stav patted its head and turned to tread into the knee-deep snow. The crunching sound of footsteps resonated with remarkable clarity upon the desolate streets. To reach the coniferous forest in the suburbs, he had to traverse a stretch of abandoned industrial area. Rusted iron fences stood in the snow like a row of snarling beasts, while the wind whistled through the gaps in the steel pipes, producing a mournful sound. It must be the wind, he thought, shivering slightly and quickening his pace. The pine forest was denser than he had anticipated, with towering pine trees resembling silent giants, their branches laden with thick layers of snow. Occasionally, snow would cascade down, thudding against the ground. Stav trudged deeper, his feet sinking alternately, as the venom coiled tightly around his wrist, its icy scales pressed against the skin, providing a semblance of calm. He had lost track of time, with only the howling wind and snow whispering through the pine needles for company. Finally, he paused in a relatively open glade. Stav removed his backpack and leaned against a massive rock, gasping for breath, his exhalations dissipating in the cold air almost instantaneously. Chapter 81. Celestial Omens? The venom slipped from beneath his robe, coiling in the snow, its scarlet eyes warily scanning the surroundings. At this moment, it had grown to 2 meters in length, its scales glimmering with a ghostly sheen under the moonlight. Far more imposing than the slender serpent he had encountered upon his enrollment. Stav gazed at it, a tumult of anticipation and anxiety swirling within him. He retrieved a vial of dragon's blood enhancement potion from his backpack. The bottle refracted fragmented golden light in the snowy glow, the liquid within resembling melting stars. With each motion, countless golden particles cascaded down, only to coalesce anew within the solution. This was the result of over 20 vials of dragon's blood, meticulously refined through 4 processes. Are you ready? Stav crouched down, meeting the venom's gaze. The venom abruptly raised its head, emitting a sharp hiss, its tail striking the snow and creating a fine mist. Stav unscrewed the crystal vial, and an unusual fragrance immediately permeated the air. Without hesitation, the venom opened its mouth wide, allowing Stav to pour the entire potion inside. Almost at the very moment the potion was consumed, the venom's body began to tremble violently. It rolled and writhed in the snow, letting out a distressed and suppressed hiss, its muscles undulating like waves beneath the scales. Stav stepped back nervously, gripping his wand, prepared for any sudden developments, yet he had not anticipated the transformation would occur so swiftly. The moonlight managed to break through the clouds, illuminating a breathtaking scene. The venomous body was visibly elongating and thickening at an astonishing rate. The initial 2-meter length seemed to be stretched by an invisible force, with bones cracking softly, and scales rising in a display of dark luster. In less than 10 minutes, it had grown over 3 meters long, its girth akin to that of a small barrel. The once smooth scales splitting apart to reveal thicker, sturdier new ones beneath. How do you feel? Stav ventured to inquire, his voice tinged with tension. The venom ceased its writhing, lying flat on the snow as it gasped for air, its breath carrying a faint scent of sulfur. It lifted its head and gently nudged Stav's boot with its snout, as if to convey that all was well. Stav exhaled in relief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He retrieved the remaining 5 vials of dragon blood factor stimulant from his backpack, the crystalline bottles feeling heavy in his grasp. This was the true essence of enhancement. The foundational strengthening potions merely laid the groundwork, while the stimulants would fully awaken the dragon blood factor within the venom. Stav addressed the venom. The dragon blood factor is akin to a smoldering ember buried underground. One must carefully regulate the dosage during stimulation, lest it either extinguish completely or incinerate the host itself. This time, rely on your own instincts. He arranged the potions in a row upon the snow. If it becomes unbearable, stop. Do you understand? The venom, with its blood-red eyes, solemnly nodded at the vials. Upon consuming the first vial, the venom merely closed its eyes, its body subtly undulating as it seemed to sense the potion coursing through its being. Stav crouched beside it, his palms sweating with anxiety, his gaze fixated unwaveringly upon it. 5 minutes later, the venom suddenly opened its eyes, lunging toward the second vial, shattering the crystal bottle with a fierce bite and swallowing the solution within. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The venom's body convulsed as if plunged in a molten lava, arching dramatically and emitting a deafening shriek. The sound, no longer sharp, resonated with a deep, almost roiling timbre, causing the surrounding pine needles to cascade to the ground. Its scales began to shed in large patches, revealing beneath them a writhing, pink flesh, while a flurry of gray scales scattered across the snow. Hold on, it will be over soon. Stav cried out, unable to contain himself, but the venom shook its head, struggling toward the third vial. As the last drop of the third vial slid down its throat, the venom's body began to expand at a terrifying rate. The sound of bones grinding together echoed like branches snapping in the ear as its head elongated and widened visibly, the once smooth surface sprouting numerous bony spikes, while its teeth thickened and multiplied, glimmering with a chilling sheen. The scales on its body continued to shed and renew. Stav stood transfixed. The venom now retained the form of a serpent, yet exuded the majesty of a dragon. Its body continued to grow, swiftly surpassing 5 meters, then 6, until it reached over 9 meters in length before gradually coming to a halt, coiled like a massive black python sprawled across the snow, occupying a significant portion of the open space. The scales had entirely transformed into palm-sized, metallic-hued black plates, each resembling meticulously crafted armor. From its neck to its tail, a row of sharp spines protruded aggressively. Venom, Stav tentatively called out, his voice trembling. This was no longer a creature that could coil around his wrist. It had morphed into a beast that had escaped from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, he recalled the Hogwarts regulations forbidding the entrance of dangerous magical creatures on a campus, let alone such a colossal dragon serpent. The venom lowered its head, gently nudging his shoulder with its enormous cranium, its movements cautious, as though fearful of shattering him. Stav touched its scales with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. They were cold and firm, reminiscent of smooth obsidian. He gestured towards its 9-meter-long body. I can't have you coiled up in my bedroom, can I? My parents would faint. The creature seemed to comprehend, lowering its head and emitting a plaint of whine. At that moment, its body suddenly began to contract. The only distinguishing feature was that its head retained the outline of a dragon, albeit proportionately diminished. Is this your ability? So, it is. Stav exhaled, though a sense of incredulity lingered in his mind. After all, it took an abundance of potions just to master the art of resizing. Should I commend you for learning such a trivial skill? He recalled descriptions in books of draconic beings capable of breathing fire, exhaling frost, and even casting spells. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Can you breathe fire?" The creature shook its massive head. "Can you use magic? For instance, munching on a large snack?" Stav demonstrated with his wand. The creature blinked its eyes, its tail gently sweeping the ground, as if to convey its incomprehension. Chapter 82, Christmas Gifts. Surely you must possess some special ability? Stav remained undeterred. What about enhanced speed? Increased strength? This time, the creature nodded and suddenly lunged forward, its 9-meter frame leaving a fleeting impression in the snow before crashing into a pine tree 10 meters away. A sharp crack resonated as the tree, thick as a bowl, was snapped in half, its massive crown collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending snow billowing into the air. Stav remarked, "All right, your strength has indeed increased to a level capable of demolishing houses." He observed the creature, now reduced to a length of 2 meters, affectionately rubbing its head against his palm. It struck him as somewhat humorous. After expending so much dragon blood and enduring countless sleepless nights, he ended up with a giant pet snake that could merely change size. If Ella were to find out, she would likely laugh her teeth out, given that the pure-blooded aristocrat had always insisted that the ultimate goal of the dragon blood potion was to awaken magical talent. Never mind, Stav sighed, tucking the creature into his robes. At least he could bring it to school. He collected the empty crystal vials scattered on the ground, discarding them into his undetectable backpack. These shards could not be left behind, for if the Ministry of Magic detected traces of dragon blood, it would spell trouble. The snowfall ceased, and sunlight filtered through the pine branches, casting dazzling reflections upon the snowy ground. The creature slept soundly within the backpack, occasionally emitting a low, contented growl. Stav felt a sense of reassurance as he touched the side pocket, sensing the gentle movement within. Perhaps the potion was not in vain after all. At the very least, he had acquired a unique companion, a secret weapon that could provide unexpected assistance in his future life at Hogwarts. Furrowing his brow, he hastened across the street. Some secrets were best left buried beneath the snow. The journey home felt particularly long. When he finally spotted the chimney of his house, he noticed his mother standing at the door, peering out. A warmth spread through him as he quickened his pace. His mother rushed over and enveloped him in an embrace, her voice tinged with emotion. Even when visiting a friend's abode, how could one depart in silence under the veil of night? Stav, with a playful grin, patted her back, inhaling the familiar aroma of toasted bread that lingered around her. Rest assured, all is well. As he stepped into the cozy living room, the fire in the hearth rekindled, dispelling the chill that clung to him. This was forever a sanctuary where he felt at ease. He set down his backpack, and the venomous creature, nestled in the side pocket, seemed to sense the warmth, shifting gently. Stav smirked, pondering how marvelous it was that a 9-meter dragon could be reduced to a 1-meter pet snake, quietly coiling beside him. Perhaps this was the most precious evolution of all. Glancing into the depths of his bag, he noted the unused potions resting there. 4 vials of dragon blood enhancement elixir and 3 vials of draconic factor activation potions. His mind began to entertain new plans. The oak logs in the fireplace crackled merrily, sparks occasionally dancing onto the brass grate, producing a soft pop. Stav curled up in the armchair, idly skimming through the open pages of the compendium of potions, though his gaze was drawn to a majestic owl perched on the windowsill, tilting its head as it preened its feathers. Its gray wings were speckled with remnants of unmelting snow, evidently just returned from the outside. The venomous creature at his feet lazily raised its head, its 1-meter form coiling neatly on the carpet, its black onyx-like scales reflecting the firelight. Setting the book aside, Staff approached and discovered a velvet gift box resting on the floor beneath the owl. The deep green satin ribbon was tied into a perfect four-leaf knot, and the silver letter M embossed in the corner revealed it to be a gift from Malfoy. Malfoy was far more courteous outside of school. With a smile, he untied the ribbon, and as he peeled away the outer wrapping, his fingertips brushed against the cool, hard metal within. The box was lined with black velvet, cradling a set of 6 cauldrons of varying sizes, their rims glowing softly like moonlight, intricate magical patterns etched into their bases. Made of mithril? Staff grasped the smallest cauldron. No larger than a palm, yet surprisingly heavy. He had seen such materials in the Hogwarts potion storeroom. It was said to significantly reduce magical fluctuations during boiling, an essential for crafting advanced transformation potions. However, the price of mithril was comparable to an equal quantity of dragon blood. Malfoy had indeed gifted an entire set, a testament to the extravagance of pure-blood aristocracy. Looking at the array of potions he had concocted last semester, one vial stood out, shimmering with a faint golden hue. Its cork adorned with a note, Felix Felicis, effective for 6 hours, side effect, slight drowsiness. This was his Christmas gift for Malfoy. Initially, he had contemplated gifting a standard awakening potion, considering Malfoy's tendency to mask his daydreaming with yawns in class. Yet, recalling Malfoy's repeated misfortunes in Quidditch, he ultimately resolved to present him with this vial of Felix Felicis. Staff caressed the head of the venomous creature, placing the Felix Felicis into a velvet pouch, and rummaged through a drawer for a sheet of gold-embossed stationery. As the owl accepted the envelope and prepared to take flight, it suddenly hooted twice toward the outside. Staff looked up to see a gray owl spiraling down. It was Yulina's owl. The owl's leg band bore a flat wooden box bound with light blue cotton thread, the loose end tied to a dried bay leaf. When Staff opened it, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted forth. Inside lay a glass dome, beneath which rested a specimen of an Egyptian scarab beetle, its dark green shell shimmering with metallic iridescence in the light. And the patterns on its elytra were so distinct one could discern every etching. A specimen of a magical creature? He leaned closer and noticed the base of the glass dome was inscribed with minuscule cuneiform characters, vaguely decipherable as the meaning of rebirth. Pressed beneath the box was a note. I encountered an Egyptian merchant in Diagon Alley and found this at his stall. The scarab's shell can absorb negative emotions. The final sentence was accompanied by a small, smiley face, which made Staff chuckle. Yelena always had a way of revealing her delicate thoughts between the lines. Chapter 83. The Blood of the Cursed. He turned, removing a framed specimen of a goddess of light butterfly from his bedside. Its wings changed hues of blue, purple, and gold in the sunlight, a cherished birthday gift from before he entered the magical world. He placed the frame into a gift box, intentionally affixing a note to the inside of the lid. The scarab is beautiful. This is for you, as stunning as you are, and I hope you will cherish it. Not long after the gray owl departed with the gift box, Venom suddenly raised its head, gazing out the window. Before Staff could react, a scroll of parchment spiraled down and landed on the carpet. He picked it up. The writing was adorned with a touch of gold dust, shimmering under the light. I sent you an ancient potion recipe. Is it effective? How is Venom faring now? If it succeeds, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Venom, you must make a sacrifice. He addressed the creature. The dragon snake seemed to comprehend, willingly offering its tail, its scales slightly parted to reveal the skin beneath. Staff retrieved a silver blood-drawing needle and gently pricked it. Deep crimson blood surged forth, dripping into a new crystal vial. Strangely, the blood did not congeal upon settling at the bottom of the vial. Instead, it writhed as if alive, occasionally flashing with a hint of gold, a sign of its transformative change. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. He smiled as he placed the vial of blood into the wooden box. Alongside a serpent-shaped ring he had crafted himself, he wrapped the box carefully, adding a Christmas card for the North Wind to deliver to Ella. Just as the flames in the hearth returned to their normal state, a hurried flapping sound resonated from outside. A brown owl collided with the glass, nearly tumbling down. Staff quickly opened the window to let it in. The gray owl's foot bore a damp cloth bag, evidently soaked by the snow, inside which was a cardboard box. Upon opening it, a scarf tumbled out, its green and gray yarns twisted together, the stitches crooked and uneven, with a few ends still visible. Yet, upon closer inspection, a faint fragrance could be detected. The scarf's end was embroidered with a tinies, the stitches irregular, as though it had been sewn, unraveled, and sewn again, before finally taking shape. Staff wrapped the scarf around his neck, its length perfectly reaching his chest, shielding him from the biting cold. He recalled the end of the final flying class, where he overheard Hermione lamenting to Parvati. How long should a boy's scarf be? Ron remarked that if it were too long, it resembled a shroud, and if too short, a rag. At the time, he assumed it was directed at Ron, but now it seemed that her contradictory nature was far more perplexing than Ella's pride. A note hung from the leg band of the gray owl, the handwriting pressed so forcefully it nearly punctured the paper. Merry Christmas. The scarf is my first attempt at knitting, so it might not be very appealing. I heard your snake has evolved. Don't always hang around, Ella, studying those perilous things. By the way, how is your research on the improved potion of Felix Felici's coming along? I found a paper suggesting the addition of mistletoe berries. Would you like to take a look? After finishing, he neatly folded the note and placed it in an envelope, along with an antique pocket watch. When the gray owl received the letter, it gently pecked his fingers with its beak, as if urging him to hurry. Suddenly, Stav remembered something and retrieved a small bag of honey candy from a drawer. This was Hermione's cat owl's favorite treat. Outside, the snow had ceased falling, and moonlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the snow-covered ground with a dazzling glow. Leaning against the window, Stav watched the gray owl vanish into the horizon. He imagined Ella's astonished expression upon receiving the snake blood, the faint smile on Galena's face when she beheld the goddess of light butterfly, Hermione's reddened ears as she donned the scarf, and Malfoy's exasperated demeanor upon receiving the Felix Felici's. He couldn't help but chuckle. Gazing at the remaining packaging materials on the table, he suddenly remembered the gifts he had yet to prepare. He rummaged through several plain paper bags and began filling them with items. For Harry, he selected a palm-sized silver statue of the Golden Snitch. Pansy's gift was a carved quill, the shaft fashioned from snakewood, with a small green crystal embedded at the tip. Tina would receive a glass vial containing silver leaf powder that changed color in moonlight. After preparing his classmates' gifts, he turned to the parcels for the professors. For Professor McGonagall, he chose a small box of anti-wrinkle ink, which would automatically smooth the creases in parchment, perfectly suited for her always meticulously organized lesson plans. Severus Snape's gift was concealed within a black velvet pouch. 3 silencing candies, which, when held in the mouth, would mute surrounding sounds for 2 hours. He had witnessed firsthand how Peeves' screeches had driven Snape to shatter a cauldron. Hagrid's present was the most straightforward, a large bag of savory beef jerky. Satisfied that no one had been overlooked, he surveyed the pile of gifts on the table. Now it was time for the North Wind, 3 months old, to do its work. This 5 galleons was truly worth it. Staff sat in the attic chair, the low table before him brimming with various glass vessels. 3 crystal bottles labeled with Quirrell's names stood in a row at the center, their contents shimmering with a peculiar glow, radiating the sacred silver light unique to unicorn blood. Intertwined with tendrils of dark green mist, as if 2 living creatures were perpetually entwined within the liquid, devouring one another. The venom at his feet yawned, coiling itself into a circle on the floor, its scales rustling softly against the wooden planks. Since the completion of his transformation, Staff had developed an instinctual habit of drawing the most perilous potions closer with his tail while handling those dangerous concoctions. Do not meddle. He pushed aside the encroaching serpent tail, inadvertently brushing against the frosty glass of the vial, which instantly condensed with a layer of white frost. Ever since that individual had been possessed by Voldemort and subsequently consumed unicorn blood, his blood had become a paradoxical essence, imbued with the life-sustaining power of a unicorn, yet saturated with the curse of its death and the ominous presence of vengeful spirits. Staff had contemplated studying the fusion of serpentine bloodlines with human essence, or the curse of soul possession. However, the intricacies of soul curses were currently beyond his grasp, and the fusion of serpentine bloodlines posed insurmountable challenges due to the overwhelming potency of the curses entwined within. A new approach was requisite. Chapter 84. Healing and Curses. Staff commenced preparations for a new experiment, opting to dilute Chilo's blood first, as the mere 3 vials he possessed would scarcely suffice for his endeavors. As he affixed the final label to the test tube containing the diluted blood, 20 transparent glass tubes stood neatly arranged upon the experiment table, each filled with a liquid shimmering with a similar intertwining silver-green hue. Given the presence of unicorn blood, he initially directed his thoughts towards healing potions. Several healing formulas documented in the compendium of potions lay before him. The script on the parchment slightly curled from the heat of the fireplace. 3 ounces of mandrake juice. A pinch of unicorn tail hair ash, combined with moonstone powder, simmered gently over a flame he had magically adjusted to a soft orange hue. Half of the blood from the first potion vial was poured into the cauldron, where it met the mandrake juice. Instantly, the silvery tendrils became agitated, swirling into a small vortex within the liquid, yet stubbornly avoiding the dark green mist that settled at the bottom. He attempted to introduce the moonstone powder, intending to enhance its healing properties, but the moment the powder touched the liquid surface, it transformed into black smoke, causing the solution to churn violently, leaving corrosive marks along the cauldron's edge. It appeared that the healing components and the cursed substances were irreconcilable foes. Gazing at the darkened, bubbling solution, he decisively poured it into the neutralizing agent at the bottom of the processing tank, which erupted into a cloud of acrid black smoke. After securing a new supply of Chilo's blood, he opted for a more aggressive healing formula, incorporating Phoenix tears and the essence of Rue, endeavoring to forcibly suppress the curse with life energy. This time, the silver and green hues temporarily coalesced into a white solution, but soon spiderweb-like cracks emerged on the surface, as if something within were desperately clawing to escape. When he attempted to apply the potion to the wounds of an injured laboratory mouse, the creature's injuries indeed healed within 3 seconds. However, the next moment, it convulsed violently, blood seeping from its mouth and nostrils, a clear indication of the curse's ferocious backlash. The path to healing was obstructed. Stav disposed of the failed mixture into the processing pool, where flames leapt high from the bottom, casting a crimson glow upon half of his face. He added the slime of venomous tendrils and petals of the sorrow flower, according to the curse formula. The dark green mists indeed became animated, coalescing into vague, human faces within the liquid, emitting faint, inaudible screams. As he endeavored to harness the cursed forces, the silvery strands of light erupted suddenly, piercing the air like daggers and turning the elixir into a murky gray. After numerous failures, Stav grew increasingly agitated, raking his fingers through his hair. 11 test tubes remained on the workbench. While the supplementary materials were nearly half depleted, the withered petals of the bone flower lay crumpled in a dish. The roots of the life-death grass oozed a purplish sap, and there were the venom of the dream-weaving spider, shadow sand, and heart-eater leaves. Resolved to embrace madness in the face of inevitable failure, he chuckled unexpectedly, seizing a vial of blood and pouring it directly into the crucible. Then, as if discarding refuse, he tossed in an assortment of materials: 3 pinches of bone flower powder, half a bottle of life-death grass juice, a spoonful of shadow sand, and even the remnants of yesterday's mirror shadow crystal and gravekeeper tears. 13 ingredients piled together in the crucible, their colors ranging from deep green to silvery white, from dark purple to crimson red, resembling an overturned palette of paints. The venom hissed restlessly nearby, its scales raised as it sensed the energy within the crucible clashing violently, as though countless serpents were tearing at each other. Yet, Stav appeared oblivious, igniting the largest flame, the base of the crucible glowing red-hot. Initially, the mixture within indeed erupted as anticipated, the dark green mist and silvery strands swirling amidst the flames, even forming a liquid column half a foot high. However, just as Stav contemplated abandoning the endeavor, intending to conclude the chaos with a freezing spell, a miracle transpired. The once repelling materials began to merge. The gray-black of the bone flower was gilded by the silvery strands. The purple sap of the life-death grass enveloped the restless dark green mist, and the purple glow of the shadow sand adhered all fragments together like glue. In a mere quarter of an hour, the liquid in the crucible transformed into a crystal-clear solution, resembling the purest water melted from crystal. No trans, no mist. Not a trace of impurity remained. Strangely, it emitted an indescribable herbal fragrance, a single inhalation sending shivers down one's spine, yet compelling one to take another breath. Stav held his breath, delicately scooping a small amount with a silver spoon. The liquid swayed slightly in the spoon, reflecting his astonished visage. Tentatively, he dripped a drop onto a sparrow caught by the venom. A sparrow with a broken wing, its wound visibly healing at an extraordinary pace. Wings unfurling as it hopped about the workbench, appearing more vibrant than ever. Just as he was about to utter a word, the sparrow abruptly hurled itself against the wall. As if propelled by an unseen hand, its neck snapping instantly. The transparent solution in the crucible continued to exude its peculiar fragrance, shimmering with a gentle glow in the firelight, as though harboring the secrets of rebirth. However, gazing at the strangely deceased sparrow, a cold sweat broke out at the nape of Stav's neck. He realized that within this seemingly perfect elixir lay something far more terrifying than all his previous failures. He suddenly recalled the bizarre stories section of a magical gazette. Once, a sorcerer attempted to lift the curse of unicorn blood with dark magic, resulting in the mysterious deaths of every inhabitant of the house within a week. One was choked to death by bread during a meal. Another fell and broke their neck while walking, tripped by their own feet. Stav fed another bird a drop of the potion. It appeared unscathed, and he sighed in relief, hanging its cage outside the window. However, 3 days later, When he returned to feed it, he found the sparrow's head wedged between the bars of the cage, its body already stiff. The spacing between the bars was evidently larger than its head. It seemed as though it had forced itself in. It was not self-destruction, but rather a manifestation of misfortune. He gazed at the birdcage, murmuring to himself. The healing power resided above, yet the curse remained, following like a shadow, inescapable regardless of attempts to separate them. Chapter 85. Resistance to Death. In the ensuing fortnight, Stav virtually resided in the laboratory. He endeavored countless times. The potion could indeed restore dying creatures instantly, even regenerating lost limbs. Yet, invariably, all the healed beings expired within a week, and the more severe the wounds were, the more intense the backlash of misfortune. The rabbit, healed from a leg injury, unexpectedly squeezed through a gap in its cage on the third morning, one so small that even a young mouse could not pass through. Yet, it seemed to be compressed by an invisible force, merging into a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Even more bizarre was the fish with a severed fin, which thrived in the aquarium, yet suddenly floated to the surface on the fourth day, its gills choked with bubbles of its own making, as if it had drowned. The most remarkable subject was a fox, bitten by a venomous snake, with the toxin already spreading to its heart, on the brink of death. Stav administered 3 drops of the potion, and the fox immediately ceased convulsing. Its wound healed at a visibly rapid rate, and its breathing steadied. It lived in the cage for a full 7 days, during which it evaded a chandelier that fell from the ceiling, dodged a mysterious gust from an opened window, and even miraculously expelled food that had lodged in its throat while eating. However, on the 7th day, as the sun set, while the fox gnawed on a bone, it suddenly shattered, and sharp fragments pierced its throat. Indeed, misfortune had been accumulating. Even if it managed to evade it, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Stav observed the data in his notebook, his eyes brightening with realization. 7 days was ample time for many endeavors. This implied that as long as one remained alive, the curse would not dissipate. A smile crept across his face. But what if the aim were merely to prolong life temporarily? For instance, a final surge before death? To fulfill a last mission? Stav began to produce this potion in bulk, depleting all the Chilo blood. When the 11th vial was sealed within a crystal bottle, it radiated a peculiar, translucent sheen, resembling an exquisite Pandora's box. He decided to name it Resistance to Death. Stav carefully placed the vial into his expanding backpack. Gazing out at the gradually clearing sky, a calculating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The venom coiled around his tail, bringing him a thick coat, reminding him that it was still snowing outside. Stav gently caressed its head, suddenly recalling the deceased laboratory animals. Do you suppose that if someone were aware of the side effects of this potion, they would still choose to purchase it? A wry smile crept across Stav's face as he placed the last vial of death resistance into his backpack. He understood the significance of this potion for those on the brink of death. It represented their final glimmer of hope. Conversely, for those with nefarious intentions, it was a lethal weapon. Where there exists demand, there thrives a market, and with it, wealth would follow. As for the eventual fate of those who imbibed the potion, that was a matter for 7 days hence. At the very least, they would live to witness the next sunrise. The embers in the fireplace finally smoldered out, and the room gradually succumbed to the chill. Stav secured the experimental records within the drawer, pondering the potential price that death resistance might fetch. On the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, the warm glow of magic endeavored to dispel the winter's chill. Stav tightened his thick cloak, burying half his face in his scarf as his boots crunched upon the thin ice that had formed on the ground. His expansive backpack contained 11 vials of death resistance, each crystal-clear potion gently swaying with his stride, as if whispering the inevitable curse of death that awaited in 7 days. A serpent shrank to a meter in length, coiled around his wrist, its scales brushing against the woolen cuff, imparting a fleeting chill. "Stay calm," Stav murmured, lightly tapping the serpent's head. "Do not reveal yourself outside. Beware of being captured." He felt the coolness of the remaining few gold galleons in his pocket, their metallic chill seeping through the fabric. The holiday potion experiments had nearly depleted his savings, with shattered materials in the cauldron, failed potions, and rare ingredients consumed to stabilize death resistance's efficacy. Each aspect gnawed at his gold coins. He had nearly exhausted his materials for further research and needed to replenish supplies. From the fundamental mandrake juice to the advanced shadow sand, and even the tears of grave-dwelling beasts, which circulated solely in the dark magic market. First, he would sell the potions, and then procure materials, Stav resolved, casting his gaze across the shops lining Diagon Alley. In the window of Honeydukes, dancing candy canes twirled enticingly, while the curtain of Ollivanders stirred without a breeze. His initial destination was the diagonally opposite Lovegoods apothecary. As he pushed open the shop door, a delicate chime of wind bells greeted him. The air within was thick with the rich aroma of herbs, intermingled with the scents of tar and sulfur. Shelves brimmed with labeled jars and bottles, ranging from common healing potions to rare wolfsbane elixirs, with prices that often left one astounded. The proprietor, a balding middle-aged wizard, stirred a bubbling purple concoction in his cauldron with a silver spoon. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his bloodshot eyes. "What do you need, young man?" His voice was gravelly, as if worn by sandpaper. Instead of immediately producing the potion, Stav approached the shelves, feigning interest. His fingers traced over a bottle labeled with a price of 200 galleons for a Felix Felicis, then glanced at the 50 galleons for a Veritaserum nearby. Once he had a rough estimate, he turned and retrieved a vial of death resistance from his backpack, placing it upon the counter. The crystal vial shimmered with a translucent luster under the illumination, and an unusual fragrance of herbs and woods instantly filled the air. The proprietor's nostrils flared, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. "What is this?" he inquired. "I call it death resistance," Stav replied thoughtfully. "It can instantaneously heal mortal wounds, regardless of their severity." Within 3 seconds, the owner picked up the vial, scrutinizing it closely against the light before bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. Unicorn blood and something else. This is not something just anyone would dare to use. Who would wish to become entangled with such a curse? He furrowed his brow. "And this substance is unstable. Its efficacy is absolutely reliable," Stav insisted. "I'm asking for 300 galleons per vial." Chapter 86. The Might of Young Master Ma. He extended 3 fingers. "I can offer you no more than 180, as a means to purchase your formula and thought process." Stav's expression darkened. He understood that the potion bore side effects and could accept a lower price. Yet such a drastic reduction took him by surprise. "No need," he retorted, retracting the vial and turning to exit the shop. The cold wind hit him, intensifying his disquiet. The proprietors of Diagon Alley were all astute. Selling at a high price here would prove to be a formidable challenge. For the next hour, Stav traversed every apothecary in Diagon Alley. The proprietress of Gig's Apothecary was only willing to offer 150 galleons, citing the potion's dubious origins as a deterrent for potential buyers. The assistant at Top Notch Potions outright dismissed him as a fraud, waving him away. Most infuriating was a nondescript little apothecary with a rotund wizard with a beard. Upon seeing Stav's youth, jestingly remarked, 30 galleons, I'll take it all. Get lost. Stav clenched his fists, barely restraining the urge to cast a furious hex. The venom within him writhed anxiously along his wrist, its scales erect, clearly sensing its master's ire. He inhaled deeply, turning away, his mind already concocting alternative plans. As he strode along the cobbled path toward the alley's exit, a familiar, haughty voice called out from behind. "Well, if it isn't Stav, what brings you here all alone?" Beside him stood Pansy Parkinson, while Goyle and Crab loomed like 2 iron sentinels, chewing on something. "Malfoy?" Stav greeted with a smile. He shared a more amicable rapport with Malfoy than he did with Harry and Ron. "Why aren't you at the manor during the holidays? What brings you to Diagon Alley?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. "Running low on galleons, are we?" The remark struck a nerve with Stav, prompting him to raise the crystal vial. "I'm here to sell something." Pansy coughed, poised to retort, but was halted by Malfoy. "What potion is this?" Malfoy's curiosity piqued. "Can't sell it, then?" Stav hesitated, but ultimately explained the effects of death resistance. "The shopkeepers in Diagon Alley don't recognize its value. They only offer a maximum of 180. Upon hearing this, Malfoy suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain for the merchants of Diagon Alley. 180? They certainly wouldn't dare accept that. Such a life-saving item, imbued with a hint of the extraordinary, ought not to be found in Diagon Alley, where the inhabitants are nothing but timid cowards. He patted Stav's shoulder, his tone laced with a touch of pride. "In my opinion, you should venture to Nocturne Alley. Those individuals truly comprehend the value of this item." Stav's heart tightened at the mention of Nocturne Alley. He had contemplated it before. Yet the place was a haven for rogues and dark wizards, and as a first-year student, he felt a certain trepidation. Seemingly perceiving his apprehension, Malfoy scoffed dismissively. "Fear not. With me by your side, what is there to fear?" He squared his shoulders, his platinum hair tracing an arc in the air. "The name of the Malfoy family carries weight in Nocturne Alley. No one would dare harm my associates." Stav regarded Malfoy's confident demeanor. "Are you certain it's safe?" "Absolutely." Malfoy waved his hand impatiently. "Just follow me. However, it's agreed that after this endeavor, you must treat us to a delightful ice cream at Florian Fortescue's, and I shall have the largest dessert extravaganza. No problem. Staff readily acquiesced. Malfoy led them through a concealed alley at the far end of Diagon Alley, where a rusted iron door adorned with twisted serpent motifs awaited. With a flick of his wand, Malfoy unlocked the door, which creaked open to reveal a scene starkly contrasting to Diagon Alley. The sky of Nocturne Alley seemed perpetually gray, the air thick with the scent of blood and rust, and the shop signs were predominantly black, inscribed with obscure characters in dark red paint. See, this is power, Malfoy declared with a sense of triumph. They ultimately halted before a shop named the Boneclaw Apothecary. The door was crafted from the bones of some creature, and the handle resembled a curving beast's claw. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with an atmosphere even darker than that of Borgin and Burke's, where shelves displayed animal organs steeped in green liquid, and dried, venomous tentacles adorned the walls. The proprietor was a tall, gaunt wizard, his face etched with mysterious tattoos, and his eyes a murky yellow, reminiscent of a reptile. Upon spotting Malfoy, a flicker of apprehension crossed his murky gaze, and he inclined his head slightly. Master Malfoy, what an unexpected visit. Spare the pleasantries. Malfoy pointed at Staff. My friend wishes to sell you something. Staff produced a vial of Death's resistance and placed it upon the scarred wooden counter. Unlike in Diagon Alley, he did not conceal the side effects this time. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone. It heals near-fatal injuries, takes effect in 3 seconds, but the user is cursed with misfortune, not surviving beyond 7 days. The more severe the injury, the more agonizing the demise. The proprietor's eyes instantly lit up, even more fervently than when he had encountered Malfoy. He seized the vial, and unlike the hesitant shopkeeper in Diagon Alley, he immediately dipped a silver needle into the potion, letting a drop fall into a glass jar containing half-dead flies. The fly, with 1 wing missing and 2 legs broken, miraculously sprouted new wings and legs upon contact with the potion and began to buzz about. Yet, before it could escape the glass jar, it abruptly collided with the wall, its body stiffening instantly, and its compound eyes shattered. The proprietor emitted a low, satisfied chuckle, his yellow eyes fixated on Staff. A remarkable item. It can grant a dying person 7 days, ample time to accomplish much. He extended 4 fingers. 400 galleons per vial. I shall take them all. Chapter 87. Wealth replenished. Just as Staff was about to nod in agreement, Malfoy interjected with an unmistakable tone of derision. 400? Lockhart, do you take us for fools? Approaching the counter, he seized a vial of potion and examined it against the light. This concoction can instantaneously heal mortal wounds and carries a curse, an invaluable treasure for those dark wizards seeking vengeance. You must at least offer it at double the price. The proprietor's expression shifted, his gaze turning towards Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, that price is exorbitant. Wait, he hastily called out, his tattoos contorting in anxiety. 600. 600 galleons per vial. It cannot be higher. Suppressing his inner jubilation, Staff nodded. The proprietor, clearly pained by the transaction, counted out 6,600 gleaming galleons from a concealed compartment beneath the counter, stacking them in piles of 600. 11 vials, 6,600. Not a single canute less. His voice was raspy, laced with reluctance. Staff stuffed the galleons into his coin pouch, the heavy weight nearly prompting him to burst into laughter. The venom brushed against his wrist, seemingly rejoicing alongside him. As they departed from the Boneclaw Apothecary, Pansy couldn't resist casting several incredulous glances at Staff, exclaiming, 600 vial? These dark wizards are truly mad. They are not mad. They're desperate, Malfoy remarked indifferently. There will always be those who would rather live for merely 7 days than let their enemies escape unscathed. He glanced at Staff's bulging coin pouch, his tone tinged with disdain. Look at your meager ambitions. It is merely a few thousand galleons. Why this exuberance? Indeed, Staff could not contain his laughter, especially at the thought of acquiring a multitude of materials next. Come, I shall treat you all to Florin's ice cream parlor. Order whatever you desire. Upon returning to Diagon Alley, the warm glow of Florin's dispelled the chill that lingered from Nocturne Alley. Generously, Staff invited Malfoy and the others to order freely, while he opted for a single cup of hot chocolate. Observing Goyle and Crabbe devour ice cream tubs larger than their faces, Pansy sipped her milkshake delicately, and Malfoy elegantly scooped his ice cream with a small spoon. He suddenly felt that having a roommate to shield him from the shadows of Nocturne Alley was quite agreeable. The sweet indulgence ultimately cost over 80 galleons, yet Staff felt no remorse. After satiating their appetites, the shopping commenced in earnest. Staff's first destination was Flourish and Blots, where he procured an alchemical engraving tool along with introduction to alchemy and comprehensive annotations of ancient runic texts. both of which were rather costly. Following that, he visited the greenhouse, purchasing a plethora of herbs: moonlight grass, hedgehog spines, toad venom, mandrake root juice, dried bone flower petals, and the roots of life and death grass. Just these fundamental materials alone amounted to 500 galleons. The most extravagant expenditures are incurred at the black market materials transfer station, a shop concealed in the depths of Diagon Alley, accessible only to familiar patrons. It was only through a mention by Ella that Stav became aware of its existence. Here, he procured an array of metallic ores and gemstone materials, as well as the rare shadow sand, the tears of the gravekeeper, and even a small vial of Dreamweaver spider venom. The prices of these materials were exorbitant, nearly depleting his 1,500 galleons. Subsequently, he visited a magical artifact shop, purchasing the shadow ring he had long coveted and a brass talisman reputed to ward off low-level curses. Most gratifying of all was a magical micro-lens, etched with enhancement and analysis spells, capable of revealing the minutest changes in potion ingredients. These 3 items cost him 500 galleons, yet Stav deemed them invaluable. As he exited Diagon Alley, burdened with his overflowing extension bag, twilight had descended. Snow began to fall once more, delicate flakes landing in his hair and melting instantaneously. He reached into his pocket, discovering over 3,800 galleons remaining, ample to support his forthcoming experiments. Upon returning home, Stav meticulously organized the acquired materials in his attic laboratory, securing the dark magic components in a cabinet, hanging the micro-lens on a rack beside the cauldron, and wearing the ring and talisman. Having completed these tasks, he seated himself, gazing at the snowflakes drifting outside, while idly toying with a heavy pouch of galleons in his hand. The galleons represented not only materials and artifacts, but also a sense of control within this magical realm. Power and wealth seemed eternally intertwined. He recalled the greedy gaze of the shopkeeper in Nocturne Alley and Malfoy's ominous words about living 7 more days, sufficient to drag an enemy to hell. Suddenly, he felt that the price of the death resistance potion, set at 600, was indeed a bargain, and he found himself increasingly concerned for his financial benefactor. In the attic, the venom coiled in a corner, dozing, while the bronze lay curled beside it. The north wind outside caressed the feathers on the perches. Stav opened his newly acquired comprehensive commentary on ancient runic, his eyes settling on a line on the first page. The essence of magic is equivalent exchange. He chuckled softly, mentally adding, and the cost may reveal itself in 7 days. Within the attic's fireplace, flames quietly licked at the firewood, casting warm light upon the towering stacks of materials. Stav removed his gloves, speckled with metallic fragments, and as he traced the outline of a sturdy runic symbol in the air, it dissipated with a shake of his head. The corner of the table held the comprehensive commentary on ancient runic, its pages displayed, one blank section marked with a large red X, annotated with the 7th failed attempt. Vertical strokes, too deep, caused magical congestion, the handwriting slightly wrinkled from pressure. He picked up a discarded copper plate, its edge still dusted with uncleaned mithril powder. It is the 13th day of the winter break, and within the 3rd drawer of the workbench lie 8 discarded items. Some are marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks, the aftermath of the runes shattering during the infusion of magical energy. Others are bent midway through carving. An error of merely 3 degrees in the angle of the protective runes, which might seem trivial to the untrained eye, yet in the art of runic engraving, it is enough to transform a charm from a protective talisman into a self-destruct mechanism. Chapter 88. The First Alchemy. Stav grasped the chisel, his gaze fixed upon the copper plate before him. The art of runic engraving demands that intention and force converge. The chisel is not merely a tool, but an extension of magical prowess. Just as the angle of a wand can influence the efficacy of a spell, the speed, depth, and even the rhythm of his heartbeat as the chisel glides over the metal are imprinted within the runes. With a soft hiss, the silver chisel produced a metallic friction sound, slicing through the surface of the copper plate. Stav's breath slowed considerably as he donned a monocle, observing the vertical strokes deepening incrementally. The flickering light from the fireplace danced upon his eyelashes, casting shadows upon the unfinished lines that shimmered with intermittent brilliance. The venomous red eyes of his companion fixed intently upon the copper plate, sensing that the flow of magic from its master this time was steadier than ever before, akin to a frozen lake in winter, appearing tranquil yet concealing turbulent currents beneath its surface. As the final stroke of the tail hook was completed, a faint silver sheen enveloped the surface of the copper plate. A surge of joy welled within Stav, just as he was about to continue his work when suddenly, a startling cry from a north wind broke his concentration. He looked up to see a brown owl flapping its wings as it burst through the window. North wind. Staff exclaimed, realizing that in that fleeting moment of distraction, the angle of his chisel had skewed slightly, causing the second bend to deviate by 5 degrees from the intended design. Damn it, this is no different than when Baby sent a video during the qualifying matches. Frustrated, he hurled the copper plate into the scrap pile, the sharp sound of metal clashing causing the bronze to shudder in fear. This marked the 9th discarded item, and the expense of the mithril material had already consumed nearly 100 galleons. Rubbing his sore thumb, he suddenly recalled the day he had flipped over the alley when Malfoy casually remarked, "Slytherins never make bad deals. If they do, they ensure it is executed to perfection." Yet, such precision requires an extraordinarily delicate touch. The diameter of the micro-runes cannot exceed half an inch. For even the slightest miscalculation could lead to the collapse of the entire rune array. "Should I get a try?" Staff murmured, his gaze falling upon the mound of mithril powder. The venomous creature glided to his side, nudging his hand with its head as if to encourage him. A smile suddenly broke upon Staff's face. He retrieved a fresh copper plate from the materials box, and this time, instead of diving straight into work, he meticulously sketched the runes on parchment 50 times. Each stroke was measured with a ruler, the angles accurate to 1 decimal point. Outside, the snow began to fall once more, and the north wind tilted its head, observing its master as he diligently inscribed on paper, occasionally preening its feathers dampened by the snow. After taking several deep breaths, Staff finally grasped the chisel. This time, his movements were astonishingly slow. After engraving a single rune, he would pause to examine it with a newly acquired magical monocular microscope, which allowed him to scrutinize the etched enlargement and analysis spells, revealing metallic patterns finer than a hair. Upon completing the final stroke, he exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. The venomous creature slithered up to the workbench, gently curling its tail around the copper plate and presenting it before him. As Staff accepted it, his fingertips trembled. This was his first attempt at engraving 3 runes on a copper plate, and he felt utterly uncertain. A burst of white light suddenly flickered from the plate before gradually fading away. It was accomplished. He could not contain a soft gasp, gripping the plate tightly in his hand. The monocular revealed that the 3 runes were synchronously glowing, the magical energy creating a flawless cycle, akin to an unceasing river, identical to the one he had purchased. The creature nuzzled excitedly against his wrist. For the ensuing days, the sound of carving echoed almost incessantly in the attic. Staff seemed bewitched, sleeping only 5 hours each night, nibbling on bread when hunger struck, and sipping cold coffee to quench his thirst. His technique grew increasingly refined. From initially completing just 1 piece a day, he progressed to finishing a piece in half a day. The number of discarded copper plates dwindled, and by the 16th day, he had achieved nearly flawless results, amassing 15 amulets. As the final morning of winter break dawned, Staff opened the wooden box beneath his workbench. 14 amulets lay neatly on the velvet pad, their copper surfaces gleaming with a soft metallic luster, while the mithril threads shimmered in the morning light, clearly displaying the flowing patterns of the runes. Calculating their worth, he poured a few gold galleons from his pouch and jotted down the figures on the table. Ordinary protective amulets in Diagon Alley sold for 150 galleons each. Thus, his amulets were valued at 2,100 galleons. He lifted 2 amulets, weighing them in his hand. He could keep 10 ironclad amulet charms for himself and still gift a few to Ella and others. And then there was Malfoy, perpetually arrogant and stirring up trouble, flaunting his family's name everywhere. In times of true peril, it was likely that these copper plates would prove useful. He resolved to encourage Malfoy's promotion of pure-blood supremacy, thereby increasing demand for his creations. Perhaps this could blossom into a long-term venture. With a smile, Staff began to place the amulets one by one into a velvet pouch. A northern wind swept in through the window, landing on Staff's shoulder, carrying with it a crumpled piece of paper, a corner of the Daily Prophet, which announced the upcoming term at Hogwarts. That evening, the dining table was adorned with a checkered cotton tablecloth, its edges embroidered with delicate lily of the valley. As Sarah brought the cast-iron pot to the table, remnants of fragrant butter clung to its edge, while the sizzling sausages within released their savory aroma, their skins golden and crisp. A halved tomato oozed with sweet and tangy juice beside them, perfect for cutting the richness. She speared a sausage with a silver fork and gently placed it on Staff's plate, the tin plate chiming softly as the fork touched it. Marcus was busy replenishing the breadbasket with freshly baked loaves, the scent of wheat mingling with the warmth of the oven. Chapter 89. There are monkeys in the carriage. The occasional clinking of cutlery against the plates harmonized with the crackling of logs in the fireplace, creating a uniquely cozy atmosphere. The morning sunlight streamed gently across the dining table, casting a warm golden hue upon the edges of the silver fork. Stav was using a small spoon to scoop hot cocoa, creating little pits in the frothy milk within the porcelain bowl. Suddenly, the doorbell rang just as he was placing the last piece of bacon into his mouth. After swallowing, Stav opened the door to find Hermione standing at the threshold. Her nose tinged a rosy red from the cold. "Good morning, Stav," she said, her voice muffled by her scarf. Her gaze swiftly darting to the cup of cocoa in his hand. "Is that hot cocoa your mother made? It smells delightful. Would you like to come in for a cup?" Stav stepped aside to let her in, snowflakes shaking off her shoes onto the carpet. "I also bake scones, still warm," he added. Hermione shook her head, fiddling with the charm on her backpack. "No, my parents are waiting in the car. Uncle Marcus said, 'Here we come.'" Marcus's voice echoed from the staircase as he descended, clad in a camel-colored coat, lugging 2 enormous suitcases. Has little Hermione arrived? We must depart promptly to avoid missing the train. During the winter break, Hermione had attempted to visit Stav several times, yet he had been preoccupied. Afraid of intruding, she and T lingered. Ultimately, it was his mother, Sarah, who arranged for Hermione to accompany Stav to the train station that morning. Sarah stuffed a foil-wrapped package of scones into Stav's backpack. "Eat these if you get hungry on the way. Have you gathered everything?" Upon receiving a nod from her son, she added, "Remember to write home once you arrive at school. Use that owl named Northwind, all right?" Stav smiled. "Understood, Mom." The two families' cars carved dark tracks through the snow-laden streets. The steam at platform 9 3/4 was thicker than before the winter break as Stav and Hermione followed the crowd, maneuvering their suitcases onto the train. "Shall we find an empty carriage?" he inquired. Hermione nodded, her gaze lingering momentarily on the shadows beneath his eyes. "You look quite fatigued." "Just a bit. I Haven T slept well during the break." They piled their luggage in a corner, and Hermione first retrieved a copy of History of Magic from her bag, placing it on the table, while Stav collapsed into a seat, sharing amusing anecdotes from holiday. Leaning against the train window, watching the snowy landscape rush by, Hermione's voice ebbed and flowed, and Stav's eyelids grew heavier. Over the past several days, he had only managed 5 hours of sleep each night, and now, as his nerves relaxed, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Hermione paused in her reading, her fingers hovering over the pages. She gazed at Stav's serene face, his long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his closed eyelids, his lips slightly pursed from dryness. The zipper of his backpack was not fully secured, revealing a corner of a velvet pouch, which seemed to contain something rigid and angular. She recalled the letter she had received during the break, delivered by Northwind. "I will surprise you when the time comes." Stav dreamed of being in a primordial jungle, surrounded by a cacophony of baboons. In his hand, his wand had transformed into a Gatling gun emitting green light, unleashing a torrent of Avada Kedavra from its muzzle. Ella sat beside Stav, her skirt brushing against his knees. Hermione had long since closed her History of Magic, cradling it in her arms as she gazed out of the window. Malfoy let out a derisive laugh, deliberately raising his voice. Some individuals just enjoy intruding where they do not belong. Stav sighed and rose to approach the snack cart. "Let us eat." He pushed a bag of Honey Duke's sour candies towards Hermione and picked up a syrup-filled pie to offer to Ella. "During the winter break, I practiced alchemy at home, exhausting myself to the point of near collapse. Now I crave something sweet." Ella took a bite of the pie, frosting smudging the corner of her mouth. "Have you already begun attempting to carve runes?" she asked curiously. "Not just that." Stav unwrapped a lemon drop, squinting at its sourness. "I've crafted 13 charms, using up nearly an entire jar of mithril. I wasted a good portion of the materials." "Sounds like a troublesome task," Ron remarked, chewing on a chocolate frog while gazing at the card featuring Albus Dumbledore's portrait. "I visited Neville's house during the winter break and encountered a flock of birds that nearly broke my broom." "Oh, the Weasley family's old broom can still fly? At least our brooms 1T have their parts secretly swapped out by house elves." Ron crumpled the snack box, unlined certain individuals who rely on their family's wealth to secure a position in Quidditch. "Better than some who can't even afford a proper robe," Malfoy sneered. "I heard your mother still wears your father's old coat." "What did you say?" Ron shot to his feet. "Enough." Stav shoved a chilled pumpkin juice into Ron's hands and offered Malfoy a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. "Drink something to calm down." After all, Ron was Hermione's friend. Fearing further conflict, Stav quickly changed the subject. "When I was carving charms during the winter break, venom was constantly causing mischief. Once, it nearly spilled all the mithril powder. Have you ever seen a snake sneeze? The smoke that comes out is sparkling, ha ha ha." Ella couldn't help but laugh. Venom is so well behaved. How could it cause trouble? It just wanted to help hold the carving knife, but then its tail swished. Before Stav could finish, Hermione suddenly interjected with a mischievous tone. "Why don't you call Jelena over to join us?" The carriage fell silent for a moment. Ella's smile faded slightly as she stirred her pumpkin juice languidly with a silver spoon. Ravenclaw's compartment is up front. She is probably with Tina right now. Stav felt a cold sweat break out and hurriedly pulled a velvet-wrapped item from his pocket, handing it to Hermione. This is for you. Hermione's eyes brightened as her fingertips brushed over the cool metallic surface, smiling as she asked, "What is this?" "A magical charm, crafted by me," Stav replied. "Worn on your person, it can protect against curse attacks." Chapter 90. First strengthen, then activate. He took out 2 more, handing one each to Ella and Malfoy. "Yours." Ella gazed down at the charm, the sheen of mithril reflected in her blue eyes. "Thank you," Malfoy whistled, tossing the charm into the air and catching it. "Not bad craftsmanship. Far better than that rubbish from Diagon Alley." "How much is it?" "I'll have my father send you some. This one is a gift." Stav waved his hand dismissively. "But if any classmates wish to purchase one in the future, do remember to refer them to me. You possess a modicum of business acumen." Malfoy scoffed, yet carefully stowed the talisman into his inner pocket. Ron observed the charms in their hands, his expression somewhat complex. Stav, with a brazen demeanor, feigned ignorance, pricing the talismans at a hefty 150 galleons each. Hermione, unable to say much, could only sigh in resignation. The atmosphere gradually softened. Ron began recounting tales of the Weasley twins and their antics with the Chudley cannons, while Malfoy interjected with sarcastic remarks, though his tone remained somewhat restrained, avoiding excessive bitterness. Ella and Stav engaged in discussion about the forthcoming potions class, with Hermione occasionally chiming in to share insights from their textbooks. The talisman in her hand glimmered in the sunlight, the runes appearing to dance. Leaning back in his chair, Stav observed the lively scene before him, finding it unexpectedly amusing. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, purebloods and half-bloods, once fierce adversaries, now crowded into the same compartment, mouths full of honeydew sweets. As twilight deepened, the train began to slow. The view outside transformed from snowy expanses to dark, dense forests, and in the distance, the spires of Hogwarts Castle became faintly visible. Almost there. Hermione carefully hung the talisman around her neck, concealing it beneath her sweater. Indeed, Ella adjusted her robes, her golden hair resembling molten honey in the dim light. Hopefully, Professor Snape would not be as punitive as he had been last year, immediately deducting points from Gryffindor at the onset of class. Malfoy scoffed. Only a fool would lose points to Professor Snape. To whom was he referring? Ron shot him a glare. Stav chuckled and shook his head, rising to retrieve his backpack. As the compartment door swung open, a chill breeze rushed in, carrying the distinctive scent of moss and magic that enveloped the castle. Time to disembark. The Hogwarts of night appeared even more magnificent than in his memories, its windows aglow with lights, resembling scattered stars. Hagrid stood at the platform, lantern in hand, calling out the names of the new students. Stav followed the crowd forward, suddenly feeling a gentle nudge on his arm. It was Ella, her blue eyes shining brightly in the darkness. "Thank you so much for the talisman, Stav." He smiled and quickened his pace. The new term had commenced. After the feast, Stav sat on the edge of his bed, his fingertips gliding over the backpack beneath his pillow, as he loosened the bag's opening. For vials of golden elixir tumbled onto the sheets, their surfaces shimmering in the candlelight, resembling solidified sunlight. Beside them lay 3 vials adorned with deeper red patterns, containing dragon blood activation serum. As Stav picked up a vial of the golden elixir, Malfoy was preening before the mirror, adjusting his new bow tie, the sound of silk rustling in the air. Suddenly, Stav spoke. "Malfoy, if you notice anything amiss with me later, remember to fetch the professor." "What mischief are you up to now?" Malfoy glanced at him from the mirror, his tone laced with familiar mockery. "The dragon blood enhancer I concocted during the holidays has yielded bronze. The effects are quite stable." Stav shook the vial, the golden mist within swirling as if alive. "You can create such a thing? Surely, you won't end up in trouble drinking it?" Malfoy questioned, skeptical. "It should be fine." What he did not mention was that Ching Tong had consumed a single drop, while he possessed 4 vials of the potion. "Do as you wish, but let it be known in advance that if you truly bring about your own demise, I shall not delay tomorrow's flying lesson to collect your remains." Despite this, he moved his chair closer to Stav, occasionally glancing at the vials. Stav smiled and uncorked the first bottle of Dragon's Blood Potion. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted forth, reminiscent of damp earth mingled with pine resin in a post-rainforest. He tilted his head back and took a small sip. The liquid glided down his throat with barely a sensation, leaving behind a fleeting warmth akin to sipping tepid water. "How does it feel?" Malfoy inquired, his gaze shifting from the pages of his book, curiosity evident in his tone. After about 5 minutes, Stav remarked, "I feel nothing. Perhaps I didn't drink enough?" The potion's effect seems insufficient. He smacked his lips thoughtfully, feeling his arms. His temperature was normal, and he experienced no dizziness. His heartbeat steady and contrasting greatly with Ching Tong's initial reaction to the potion. Could it be that my body is too well adapted? He mused aloud, and without further hesitation, he raised the bottle and downed the remaining potion in one gulp. This time, the warmth was palpable. It felt as though a small hearth had been ignited within his stomach, the heat gradually spreading through his veins, creating a slight sensation of expansion as it coursed through his heart. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed at the back of his hand, where the veins beneath his skin shimmered with a faint golden hue, as if tiny lights were flowing through him. "It seems my magical energy has thickened," he murmured, raising his hand and gesturing into the air. He could sense the magical particles around him more vividly, as if a swarm of attracted fireflies danced around his fingertips. For the next half hour, with each vial he consumed, Stav would close his eyes and savor the experience for a few minutes, while Malfoy, arms crossed, transformed from skepticism to uncontainable astonishment. He watched as Stav's shoulders gradually broadened and his height increased at a visibly remarkable rate. When the fourth vial was finally emptied, Stav rose and stretched, the distance between his head and the ceiling noticeably reduced. "Here, measure me," he said with a grin, tossing a soft tape measure to Malfoy. With a look of skepticism, Malfoy unfurled the tape, measuring from the top of Stav's head to his heels, muttering, "You were 163 centimeters before. Now you're 173? He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What on earth have you been drinking? Growth potion or dragon's blood? This has only been an hour." Stav approached the dressing mirror, and the reflection revealed a much more proportionate youth. His shoulders were broader. His previously slender arms now boasted a smooth definition of muscle, and the childishness in his face had faded slightly, yet it appeared entirely harmonious, as though he had simply matured naturally. Chapter 91. "Quite impressive," he remarked. "The effects are remarkable, aren't they?" He flexed his wrist, the bones emitting a faint crack, his entire being brimming with boundless energy. Furthermore, his magical reserves had increased by at least 80%. Malfoy gazed at the 4 empty vials, clicking his tongue in regret. Such a wondrous elixir. Why aren't there more of these? If my father knew of its existence, he would undoubtedly part with 1,000 galleons for just a single vial. He reached out and poked Stav's arm, which felt considerably firmer. "Had I known earlier, I should have seized a bottle. This is not the end. What I showed you before was merely auxiliary. This is the real deal. However, this concoction is not for your consumption." Stav smiled mysteriously as he rummaged through the depths of his leather pouch, retrieving 3 vials of a transparent liquid adorned with red patterns. Suddenly, the venom beneath the bed raised its head, emitting a low, ominous hiss, its serpent-like eyes flashing with an unusual seriousness, while the bronze creature in the cage curled up in fear. "What is this?" Malfoy fixed his gaze on the potions, terrified of missing out on something extraordinary. The liquid shimmered with red streaks, resembling frozen flames, and the frosted surface of the vials, though cold to the touch, inexplicably radiated an intense heat. "Dragon blood activation potion." Stav weighed the vials in his hand. "I suspect this potion can awaken the latent dragon blood traits within one's body, such as transformation, accelerated healing, or enhanced magical resistance. Are you truly going to drink it?" Malfoy frowned. "Perhaps we should exercise caution. What if? Rest assured, you're here with me." Stav raised a vial as if toasting with champagne. "With the 4 dragon blood enhancement potions I consumed earlier, my body should be able to withstand it. If I encounter any issues, you must promptly summon Snape." Malfoy attempted to voice his concerns, but he observed Stav already uncorking the 3 vials. The crimson liquid glowed dangerously under the candlelight, resembling 3 small cups of molten lava. "Brother, I'm downing it. You do as you wish." Stav winked at him and tilted his head back, consuming all 3 potions in one swift motion. As the potion slid down his throat, Stav realized his mistake. It was not warmth or flowing heat. It felt like a searing, red-hot spike driving straight from his tongue into his stomach. The burning sensation arrived abruptly and violently, akin to someone pouring a cup of boiling syrup down his throat, causing a sharp pain in his nasal passages and eyes, which instantly filled with tears. Damn! He couldn't help but curse, clutching his throat and bending over to cough, but felt as if a fireball had erupted within his stomach. The heat no longer spread languidly. It transformed into a raging wildfire, racing through his veins, with every inch igniting his muscles beneath his skin, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. "What is happening?" Malfoy sprang to his feet, but after taking 2 steps, he was halted by Stav's outstretched hand. "It's burning." Stav's voice was hoarse, resembling a broken bell. He sensed his body temperature soaring, his bare neck flushed with an unnatural hue, his skin feeling as if it could fry an egg. He sought water, yet, as he took a step, his knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. The stone floor, typically cool, now felt as if it were searing under his elevated temperature, and where his knees met the ground, sharp pains coursed through him. More alarmingly, the magical energy within him was in turmoil. The once gentle, flowing magical particles now surged like ignited gunpowder, recklessly colliding within his veins, each impact causing his bones to creak ominously. "Venom," he rasped, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, evaporating into white mist the moment it hit the floor. An urgent rustling emanated from beneath the bed, and the venom surged forth. It did not maintain its usual 1-meter form. Instead, at the moment of landing, its true body surged to a staggering 9 meters in length, rising in a whirlwind of oppressive force. The obsidian-like scales shimmered with a cold glow in the candlelight, and the enormous serpent's eyes fixed intently on Stav, brimming with agitation. It attempted to ensnare Stav's body to cool him down, only to recoil sharply from the intense heat radiating from him, emitting a piercing shriek. "Quick, find a Professor Malfoy," finally reacted, his face ashen as he turned and dashed outside. The hem of his robe swept across a potion vial, which shattered on the ground, the sound crisp yet drowned out by Stav's muffled cries of agony. Stav felt his skin hardening. A dull ache resonated from the sides of his cheeks, as though something were trying to burrow out from his cheekbones. Raising a hand to feel, he encountered a cold, hard texture. Scales, delicate, bluish-gray scales had begun to creep up his jawline, their edges extending toward the corners of his eyes. "No," he despaired, shaking his head in a futile attempt to suppress this transformation with magic, only to discover that the energy within him had spiraled into chaos, like a wild stallion tearing through his veins. With each surge of magic, more scales emerged, accompanied by a tearing pain in his back, as if something were trying to erupt from his spine. He couldn't help but arch his body, his nails digging deeply into the crevices of the floor, leaving several white marks on the hard stone surface. The bronze creature emitted a shrill cry of terror, frantically colliding with the magical container, shedding several gray-green scales in its frenzy, as if it were afraid of some dreadful thing. Out of the corner of his eye, Stav caught a glimpse of the reflection in the mirror. He could no longer recognize himself. The bluish-gray scales covered half of his face. His pupils had transformed into slits, and within the golden irises burned a fiery light. His lips cracked, and even sharp fangs began to protrude subtly from the corners of his mouth. This was not him. This was a dragon beast. The illustrations he had seen in the restricted section during winter break suddenly invaded his mind. Those wizards who had been transformed by magical creatures ultimately became mindless beings, stripped of their human identities. He wished to scream, but his throat could only emit a hoarse, rasping sound, akin to a damaged bellows. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified, as if magma were coursing through his veins. As it flowed past his heart, he could even sense its rhythm slowing, each beat accompanied by a heavy, dull ache. Consciousness began to blur. He felt the venom wrap around him once more, but this time it did not retreat. The cold serpent scales pressed tightly against his searing skin, attempting to cool him with their own temperature, while the enormous serpent head rested against his chest, emitting a soothing low hum. In his daze, he heard hurried footsteps, Pansy's sharp exclamations, Ella's tearful cries, and the clumsy banging of Goyle and Crab against the door. Chapter 92, Astonishing Effects. Someone grasped his arm, the touch icy like a block of ice. He wished to open his eyes and see who it was, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead. All petrified was the last sound he registered. As Malfoy burst from the dormitory, there were still several people in the Slytherin common room. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly as a group of upperclassmen gathered around a table, engaged in a card game. Pansy and Ella sat on a corner sofa, their heads bent in conversation, golden flames reflecting off Ella's long hair, resembling flowing honey. "Ella, hurry. Stathis is in trouble." Malfoy's voice trembled, betraying his own panic. His robe was askew, and his usually immaculate hair was disheveled. He has taken some potion and is covered in scales, writhing on the floor. Grabbing Ella's arm, he pulled her towards the corridor. "Quick, find a professor. Snape, or McGonagall. Anyone." Ella's complexion drained of color. "Goyle, go tell Professor Snape." Her voice quivered with urgency, yet remained remarkably clear. "Crab, go to the infirmary and fetch Madame Pomfrey." A flurry of students rushed towards the dormitory, with Ella leading the charge, her golden hair streaming behind her. She could hear her own heartbeat, dreading to imagine what had become of the boy who had once helped her adjust the cauldron flames in potions class. As she flung open the dormitory door, a wave of scorching air rushed at her, mingled with the acrid scent of blood and the peculiar sweet tang of dragon's blood. Pansy stifled a gasp, while Ella clenched her fists tightly. The room appeared as if it had been scorched. The tapestries on the stone walls were charred, and shards of scales littered the floor. Stathis lay curled within the massive body of Venom, his form obscured beneath a layer of dark red scales, and his back bore the faint outline of bony protrusions, each breath punctuated by a painful whimper. Venom, clear some space. Ella's voice trembled, but she endeavored to maintain her composure. Knowing that Venom was sentient, she watched as the colossal serpent hesitated, slowly releasing its grip to reveal Stathis, whose human shape was barely discernible. Ella crouched down, trembling as she gazed at Stathis, while Pansy paced anxiously beside her. We must wait for the professors. Just then, Venom emitted a low growl, its enormous head whipping towards the doorway. Ella looked up to see Snape standing at the entrance, his dark robe blending into the shadows of the corridor, his expression as stormy as the weather. Behind him followed Madame Pomfrey, clutching a large medical kit, her countenance grave. "Fool!" Snape's voice dripped with venom as he swiftly approached the bed. His wand aimed at Stathis. Petri Ficus Totalis. A beam of red light struck Stathis, halting his convulsions, yet the scales continued to spread alarmingly fast across his skin. Snape furrowed his brow, reciting a series of complex incantations, green and silver light swirling around Stathis in an attempt to suppress the scales' growth. However, the moment the spells dissipated, the ashen scales would surge forth once more. Madame Pomfrey quickly administered a sedative. Snape's voice bore an uncharacteristic edge of tension. Madame Pomfrey swiftly opened her medical kit, retrieving a silver syringe filled with a deep blue liquid. Just as she approached, Venom suddenly bared its razor-sharp fangs, issuing a threatening growl. "Venom, stop. Ellas chauti dergently. They are here to help." Venom hesitated, glancing at Ella and then at Snape, ultimately unwillingly closing his mouth, though his massive serpentine head remained vigilantly directed towards the doorway. The instant the syringe pierced the skin, Staff's body jolted violently before relaxing entirely. Madame Pomfrey exhaled in relief. They had stabilized him for the moment, but immediate transfer to the infirmary was imperative, as there were ample tools and herbs available, and his temperature continued to rise. Snape remained silent, merely gesturing with his wand for Goyle and Crabbe to approach, lift him gently. Impatiently waving his wand, a silvery shield enveloped Staff, insulating him from the heat. "Let's proceed." He turned first, his dark cloak trailing behind him, casting a long shadow upon the floor. Ella watched as Staff was carried away, the scales on his body glimmering eerily beneath the protective barrier, her heart constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. Pansy placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, murmuring, "Do not worry. Professor Snape will find a solution." Outside, the snow had intensified, flakes tapping against the stone window, producing a delicate sound. In Ravenclaw Tower, Yelena stared blankly at the windowsill. Her black cat, Lily, sat beside her, gently swishing her tail across the desk, her paws resting on an unfinished letter. The snowlight reflected in Yelena's pale lavender eyes, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart, as if something ominous were unfolding. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by hushed whispers among the students. Yelena overheard someone mention that there had been an incident in the Slytherin dormitory, involving a first year who had ingested a dangerous potion. Her heart constricted painfully, and she immediately thought of Staff. "Lily, let's investigate." She grabbed her cloak and Lily's cage, nearly sprinting out of the Ravenclaw common room. Upon reaching the corridor leading to the Slytherin common room, she spotted a group of professors hastily passing by, with Professor Snape at the forefront, his expression dark and foreboding. Following him were Madame Pomfrey and several upperclassmen she did not recognize, carrying a stretcher. Beside the stretcher, Ella's golden hair stood out in the dim light. She held her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were weeping. Yelena's steps faltered, her blood seeming to freeze instantaneously. Watching the procession vanish at the corridor's end, the corner of the white cloth covering the stretcher fluttered in the breeze, revealing a faint black hue beneath, reminiscent of Venom's scales. "Staff." She covered her mouth to stifle a sob. Lily in her cage mewed anxiously, as if to comfort her. Yelena's tears finally escaped, falling onto the cold floor and creating a small puddle. Chapter 93. Almost a Dragon Beast. The wind in the corridor grew colder, carrying the scent of snow. Clutching Lily, she cautiously followed the professors, resembling a frightened little creature, her steps nearly soundless. The scales continued to grow, the magical fluctuations too intense to be contained. It was Snape's voice, laced with rare exhaustion. I have already administered 3 vials of mandrake essence. Yet to no avail, we must head to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey's voice was tinged with anxiety. When will Professor Dumbledore arrive? It should be soon, as Hagrid had also been called. There are hardly any fools like this in the annals of Hogwarts, or even in the history of magic. Gilly's heart sank to the depths. Even the professors were at a loss. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. You came too? It was Hermione, her hair disheveled and her eyes reddened, clearly having recently shed tears. You too? Gilly exclaimed in surprise. Ron told me that Stav was in trouble. Hermione's voice was still slightly choked, yet her eyes sparkled with intensity. How is he? What is happening inside? Gilly shook her head and relayed the grim news she had just heard. Hermione's complexion paled further as she clenched her fists. It's all Ella's fault. She must have incited Stav to conduct some potion experiment. I knew that their constant association could only lead to trouble. Now is not the time for blame. Gilly replied softly, but it's futile to point fingers at anyone right now. Let us hope the professors can find a solution. After a while, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall entered the room. The sounds within gradually diminished, leaving Gilly and Hermione to catch only a few indistinct phrases, yet they remained steadfastly outside the door. As the night deepened and the snow fell heavier, blanketing Hogwarts towers in white, Gilly held Lily close, feeling her extremities grow numb, yet she dared not move, fearful of missing any news from within. Hermione leaned against the wall, constantly rubbing her hands together, murmuring softly as if in prayer. Time passed, though how long she could not tell, before the infirmary door finally opened again, revealing Dumbledore, his face bearing a weary smile. It's all right now, children, he said gently upon noticing the 2 girls outside. He has passed the critical phase. The scales are beginning to recede, and his magic has stabilized. Gilly and Hermione exhaled simultaneously, tears cascading down their cheeks, unbidden. Thank you, Professor, they chorused. Dumbledore smiled warmly, patting their shoulders. You may go in and see him. But do not linger too long. He needs his rest. The girls nodded and quietly entered the infirmary. Stav lay upon the bed, his face pale, yet restored to human form. The scales on his skin vanished except for faint traces. He slept deeply, his brow slightly furrowed as if still trapped in nightmares. Ella sat by his bedside, holding his hand, her golden hair cascading down to obscure her face, rendering her expression unreadable. Upon hearing their entrance, she looked up at Gilly and Hermione with a complex gaze but said nothing. The 3 girls once again stood silently by the bed, watching the boy who lay there, each lost in her own thoughts. Outside, the snow continued to fall, yet the infirmary was warm, the soft light casting a gentle glow upon their youthful faces, mingling relief with lingering worry. The air was infused with the bitter scent of mandrake juice, intermingled with the refreshing aroma of some menthol ointment. Stav's consciousness seemed to drift upwards, like a buoyant object rising through warm water. The first sensation to return was the softness of the fabric against his fingertips. The mattress beneath him infused with the scent of herbs, and a cool weight resting lightly on the back of his hand. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids, his vision remaining blurred for a considerable time before he could discern the figures at the bedside. It was Ella and a few others. Stav attempted to move his fingers, feigning nonchalance to greet them, but found himself utterly weakened, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. Stav, are you awake? A resounding voice called from nearby. He turned his head to see Madame Pomfrey standing by the nightstand, holding a silver thermometer. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze serious. How do you feel? Is there any pain in your body? Stav opened his mouth, his throat feeling as though it were lined with sandpaper, his voice emerging hoarsely. Water. Madame Pomfrey set down the thermometer, turned, and poured a glass of warm water. She then retrieved a small amber-colored pill from a bottle and held it to his lips. Take this first. It will alleviate your throat's burning sensation. The pill had a faintly sweet minty flavor, and as the warm water slid down his throat, Stav closed his eyes in relief. Ella grasped his hand tightly. Stav, how do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Her voice was thick with emotion. Her eyes reddened, clearly having cried. Stav noticed the glistening corners of her eyes, a warmth blossoming in his chest, and just as he intended to speak, Madame Pomfrey interrupted. Let him catch his breath first, Miss Rochelle. She picked up a clipboard, the sound of her pen gliding across the paper resonating distinctly. Ella immediately fell silent, yet her grip on Stav's wrist remained firm. He could feel the tremors in her fingertips, and following her gaze, glanced down to see the collar of his pajamas open, revealing dark crimson lines on his chest. marks left by the receding scales, resembling some peculiar tattoo. What exactly did you ingest? Madame Pomfrey's voice bore an unmistakable gravity. Do not tell me it was merely a standard strength potion. Professor Snape has already examined the remnants in your dormitory, and the concentration of dragon's blood there was alarmingly high. At the mention of dragon's blood, Stav's memories crystallized. It was a dragon's blood enhancement potion. I also consumed a dragon's blood factor activation potion. I took both. On the very first night of school. You drank both potions simultaneously? Madame Pomfrey's voice escalated sharply, her brow furrowing deeply, her quill nearly piercing the record paper. Do you realize what you're saying? Dragon's blood is the most volatile blood of a magical creature, and the activation potion is designed to stimulate the activity of substances. Using them together is the ultimate taboo. What are you thinking? Chapter 94, A Visit to the Hospital. I thought it would be fine, Stav replied, his voice lowering. My snake has tried it. It drank the potion, its scales became even harder, and there were no side effects. He paused, recalling how the bronze serpent would occasionally nudge his palm with its head while being fed. It seems to have become more sentient. Can a pet snake possess the same qualities as a human? Madame Pomfrey's voice suddenly rose in pitch, causing the nearby Gilly to flinch, her pallid visage reflecting her profound concern, which nearly overflowed from her eyes. Yet she remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. Ellas fingers clenchatictar. And Stav could even feel the sharpness of her nails digging into his skin. The complexity of her gaze was palpable, tinged with fear, anger, and a hint of an incomprehensible grievance. Do you realize how close you came to death? Madame Pomfrey inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to suppress her fury. Did you think you merely fainted? By the time you were brought here, you were on the verge of transforming into a dragon beast. A dragon beast? I thought that was merely a dream during my unconsciousness, Stav stammered, bewildered. His body had been cloaked in scales, bony spines emerging from his spine, fingers morphing into lethal claws, with the ability to exhale sparks from his throat. Madame Pomfrey's voice dripped with frost. Professor Snape employed 17 suppression spells, and it was only through Professor Dumbledore's direct intervention that your magical powers were stabilized. Hagrid even prepared chains. We all feared we would either lose a student forever or gain a magical creature in need of confinement. A cold sweat broke out on Stav's back as he recalled the excruciating pain that had seized him before he lost consciousness, akin to countless blades stirring within his bones. His blood seemingly ablaze, as if something within him yearned to break free. It was not mere illusion. He was genuinely losing his humanity. But the bronze is fine, he murmured, the tide of dread surging within him. If the venom had not been immediately countered by his body, if Malfoy had discovered a moment later, if the professor's spells had been even a heartbeat slower, he dared not continue that line of thought. Did you consume the same dosage? It is inherently a reptile. Madame Pomfrey set down her record board, her tones softening somewhat, though her gaze remained piercing. You are different. You are human. Even the strongest giant would have their insides scorched by such a high concentration of dragon blood potion. She picked up a small vial containing a deep green liquid, inspecting it against the light. Typically, dragon blood enhancement potions are diluted, requiring the addition of 23 calming agents to minimize the potency of the dragon blood, merely providing a gentle stimulation to the bloodline. Yet you, on the other hand, directly ingested the purified concentrate, mixed with an activation factor, throughout the history of magic. Fewer than 5 wizards have dared to do so, and none have survived. Stav's face turned utterly ashen. He had always believed himself somewhat gifted in potion making, proud to extract potions of a higher concentration than those in textbooks. Yet he had never considered the inherent risks. Those intricate dilution steps were not superfluous. They were the key to survival. Then why am I unharmed? He instinctively touched the heated skin on his chest, tracing the pattern there. Madame Pomfrey regarded him with a penetrating gaze, her expression peculiar, as if studying some rare creature. We too wish to know. Professor Snape examined your blood sample, and the magical fluctuations within it are quite strange, as if they have reached some form of equilibrium. She paused, lowering her voice somewhat. You survived not merely due to the efficacy of our treatments, but rather owing to a peculiar gift of your own, coupled with the fortuitous alignment of circumstances that brought you to a state of equilibrium. Even you cannot guarantee that should fate present you with another chance, you would emerge unscathed once more. Stav remained silent. The room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, broken only by the soft sound of snowflakes descending outside. Ella released his hand, yet withdrew a handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiping the crimson marks left on his skin by her own grip. Her movements were delicate, her golden lashes casting long shadows upon his hand, resembling a butterfly momentarily at rest. Henceforth, you must refrain from recklessly experimenting with those perilous potions, she murmured, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. Whatever you wish to undertake, you must first inform the professor or confide in me. Stav gazed at the reddened corners of her eyes and nodded slightly. Hermione, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward, her voice laced with suppressed ire. Inform you? Inform you only to have you assist him in his folly? Ella, had it not been for your incessant antics in potion class, he would never have contemplated concocting Dragon's blood potion. Hermione. Ella's head snapped up, her blue eyes igniting with fury. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Hermione's voice rose in response. Who in the entire school is unaware of how you two always gather to brew those bizarre concoctions? If it weren't for his extraordinary luck this time. Enough. Stav interjected sharply, the pain in his throat prompting him to wince. The two girls immediately ceased their quarrel, yet stubbornly glared at one another, neither willing to relent. The previously silent Galina gently patted Lily in her arms. The creature leapt onto the bedside table, affectionately nudging Stav's chin with her head. Thank you, he whispered. Madame Pomfrey observed this scene and suddenly chuckled softly. She set aside her clipboard and approached the bedside, looking down at Stav with a piercing gaze. Do you know, Slytherin students are typically as cautious as serpents. Yet you dare to experiment with your own life. Stav, perplexed by her words, looked up at her. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened, tinged with a hint of teasing. To be frank, Mr. Stav, I believe you would be better suited to Gryffindor. Upon her utterance, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. Stav himself was taken aback. You jest, madam. This was purely accidental. He attempted a smile. I do not jest, Madame Pomfrey replied, organized her medical kit. A playful tone in her voice. The audacity to treat dragon's blood as a mere beverage is not a trait shared by every Slytherin. Of course, you may simply be reckless and uninformed. She paused, casting a glance at Ella's tense profile, then at Hermione's reddened eyes, ultimately resting her gaze on Galina's tightly clenched hands. Perhaps Slytherin is indeed more adept at navigating the current predicament, would you not agree? He. Chapter 95. The True Sentiments of Slytherin. Stav followed her gaze, observing the varied expressions upon the three girls' faces, each subtly attentive to his reactions. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the paper crane resting in his palm, casting a gentle golden glow. Suddenly, he felt that Madame Pomfrey might have a point. The caution of Slytherin could indeed assist him in navigating these tangled relationships. Madame Pomfrey closed the medical box, her tone returning to its serious demeanor. He needed rest. Visiting hours were over. Ella wanted to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Madame Pomfrey. She cast one last look at Stav, her blue eyes brimming with unspoken words, before merely nodding. Hermione approached the bedside, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the cup on the table and added some warm water. You mustn't do anything foolish again. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of awkward concern. If you truly become a dragon beast, she did not finish her thought, merely darting a quick glance at him before disappearing down the corridor. Madame Pomfrey's words and the glances from the three girls lingered in his mind. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while the herbal scent in the infirmary remained unchanged. Stav traced the patterns on his chest, feeling the temperature gradually decrease, as if something lay dormant beneath his skin. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on the glass window of the infirmary. In the morning, as Stav sat on the edge of the bed, tying his shoelaces, the patterns on his chest subtly radiated warmth. He lowered his gaze to tug at the collar of his nightgown, revealing faintly glowing dark red scales, as if some creature stirred beneath his skin. Madame Pomfrey's warning buzzed in his ears. That power was merely in a temporary slumber. As his fingertips grazed the patterns, Stav felt an uncontrollable thrill surging within him. The sensation of magic coursing through his veins was exquisite. He attempted to lift his right hand, and a small arc of red lightning suddenly struck the metal plate on the bedside table, scorching a portion of it. A flicker of excitement coursed through Stav. This exhilarating freedom to manipulate magic was something he had never experienced before, not even before consuming the potion. It turned out that the shadow of the black dragon in the mirror of Ariste was not a mere illusion. If he pressed on, he could truly grasp that power. Mr. Kerrion, I hope your assurances are not mere empty words. Madame Pomfrey, clutching the medical box, shot a fierce look at the troublemaker. Stav quickly vowed, wearing a suitably submissive smile, I understand, madam. After all, no one wishes to experience the transformation into a dragon beast again. This seemed to soften Madame Pomfrey's expression. She retrieved a small vial of clear potion from a drawer. 3 times daily, 5 drops each time. This is a diluted calming potion, meant to soothe your restless blood. You must take it for a month straight. Do not even think about disposing of it. I will ensure your roommate watches you drink it. Mentioning Malfoy caused the corners of Staff's mouth to curve slightly. That fellow had visited 3 times during his unconsciousness, each time feigning casual inquiries about his condition, yet always leaving a few vials of potion on the bedside table. Slytherin's concern was often wrapped in a layer of cold, hard candor. Yet the sweetness could not be concealed. I will take it on schedule, he replied, tucking the vial into the pocket of his robe. As Staff pushed open the door to the Slytherin common room, he found Malfoy lounging with his feet propped up on an intricately carved armchair, prodding a chocolate frog with a silver stick. Pansy and Crabbe rose abruptly from the carpet upon his entrance. Staff removed his coat and tossed it onto the sofa, as venom unexpectedly slithered from his sleeve, coiling itself around Malfoy's wrist. Enough of this, venom, Staff said, settling into the armchair and accepting the steaming tea Pansy offered. I require a blood pump. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Noble has been dismissed. What do you need that contraption for? Are you planning to study your own blood? Close enough. Staff exhaled gently over his cup. I need the largest size with the fastest extraction rate. Also, a vial of sensing potion, a vial of potent invisibility potion, a vial of disillusionment potion, a vial of fire resistance potion, 5 vials of magical essence, and a larger weightless expansion backpack. What on earth are you up to? You must clarify. Malfoy interrupted, eyeing Staff with suspicion. I could have a house elf discreetly deliver these items, provided you disclose their purpose. Staff gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace, fabricating a response. To collect magical materials. After all, venom has grown considerably. I can no longer sustain it. It must hunt in the Forbidden Forest. I thought it prudent not to waste the blood, hence seeking the resourceful Malfoy for assistance. Is that acceptable? Malfoy scrutinized Staff's insincere smile, his gaze drifting to the faint pattern glimpsed at his collar. Suddenly, he scoffed, Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You seek an opportunity to extract dragon blood, do you not? Staff did not deny it. Consider it a favor owed to you. He continued, stating that this venture would yield valuable goods, offering Malfoy a share of 30%. My house elf will deliver them to you by morning, Malfoy assured in a lowered voice. Staff understood that the plot was approaching. His current strength had grown formidable, enabling him to achieve more. What are you daydreaming about? Ella's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Staff turned to see her entering with a copy of potion making. I was contemplating the improved formula for the dragon blood potion, he replied, half seriously. It appears I should reduce the concentration of dragon blood and add some unicorn tears as a tempering agent. Ella suddenly laughed, her blue eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. When I visited you last week, I overheard Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape conversing. They mentioned your blood samples are nearing a state beyond human. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. How did you achieve this, Staff? Ella then stood on her tiptoes, whispering near his ear, Actually, I know what you aspire to do. Her voice was soft as a sigh. You wish to grow strong enough to disregard anyone's disdain. Chapter 96. Diligent and Inquisitive. Staff perceived the cunning glint in Ella's eyes, reminiscent of a clever fox. Everyone desires strength, do they not? Ella reached out to touch venom. Yet not everyone dares to treat dragon blood as a beverage. Rest well. Her words pierced the facade he had so meticulously maintained. Indeed, he yearned for power, a yearning profound enough to wager his life for the colossal dragon's form reflected in the mirror of Ariste. Staff's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the armrest. Fully aware of the secrets concealed beneath the trapdoor at Hogwarts, the Philosopher's Stone, and the trio destined to court danger, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and the ever-boisterous Ron Weasley. The opportunity to interact with the Philosopher's Stone was one that could not be taken for granted. He cast a glance down at the serpent coiled on his arm, its black scales glinting dully in the faint light as it dozed. From this day forth, there's no need for you to deliver messages to Galina. Staff murmured to the creature. He listened as the faint sound of its scales gliding over the stone faded away. It was time for him to gather the necessary materials, as the window to engage with the Philosopher's Stone was exceedingly limited. On the following day, Draco Malfoy approached Staff in their dormitory, presenting an exquisite box. Here's what you requested. He then placed another chest upon the table. I had Dobby pilfer this from my father's dragon reserve. It's rather dangerous, so best not to take it outside the dormitory. Upon opening the box, a silvery machine was revealed, featuring a syringe as thick as a pinky finger, with intricate magical runes etched along the connecting tubes. Staff caressed the cold metallic surface, sensing the magic surging within. Is this specifically for extracting dragon blood? It must be quite costly. I'll give you a 10% cut. Staff's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a valuable item. and the extraction would surely be intense. Alas, it could not extract souls as well. Malfoy whistled. 40%? You are quite generous. I'm eagerly awaiting your share, though I'm uncertain of your intentions. He moved to the window, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside. By the way, my father wrote to inform me that dark wizards have been active near Hogwarts lately. He advised me to refrain from wandering and to avoid meddling in matters that don't concern me. I thought you ought to be aware of this. Staff toyed with the silver blood extractor, suddenly chuckling. What business could I possibly involve myself in? At most, I might dabble in potion research or take leisurely strolls around the school. Malfoy shot him a peculiar glance. That asks for the best. You've already spent 2 stints in the infirmary this past semester, both nearly fatal. The dormitory was unusually quiet in the dead of night. Staff lay in bed, the warmth of the patterns on his chest having dissipated, yet he could still feel the magic coursing beneath his skin. Tomorrow was potion class, and he recalled Professor Snape's cold, penetrating gaze beneath his dark robes, along with Harry Potter's perpetually perplexed green eyes. He could hardly contain his eagerness to partake in this game surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. As the morning mist lingered, the sound of students' footsteps echoed through the corridors of Hogwarts. Staff walked alongside Malfoy, the hem of their black robes brushing against the stone floor with a soft rustle. I heard we're learning the levitation charm in charms class today, Malfoy remarked, combing his golden hair back with a silver comb, his tone dripping with habitual arrogance. That fool from the Weasley family will surely send a feather soaring to the ceiling. Staff chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In potions class, Staff ardently assisted Snape in organizing magical materials and cleaning the alchemical tools. During Transfiguration, he quietly took notes alongside Galina, and with his formidable reservoir of magical power. His transfiguration spells consistently garnered the highest praise. In divination, he would close his eyes and immerse himself in contemplation, continuing until the class concluded. His earnestness often led him to forget to swallow his saliva, which would trickle down into his ample sleeves. Professor Flitwick's charms class was always imbued with a cheerful atmosphere. Today, a row of feathers adorned the center of the classroom, as students practiced the levitation charm. The incantation Wingardium Leviosa resonated, accompanied by the soft rustling of feathers falling. Pay attention to the strength of your wrist. Professor Flitwick weaved through the desks, his voice, though soft, distinctly reaching every ear. Imagine the feather being lifted by an invisible force, rather than being forcibly yanked upward. Staff waved his wand, and the feather before him gracefully floated up, spiraling into a beautiful ring in the air. Excellent. Professor Flitwick clapped in approval. Mr. Kerrion has mastered the essence of the levitation charm. Hermione frowned in dissatisfaction, exerting more force with her wand, resulting in her feather smacking Ron squarely in the face. Ron yelped in pain as the feather fell to the ground. Hermione, you need to calm down. Staff approached, tapping the wand lightly, causing the feather to rise neatly and settle in front of Hermione. Strength does not equate to effectiveness. Hermione's face flushed crimson. I don't need your help. She seized her wand again and recited the incantation, this time managing to levitate the feather steadily, albeit slightly askew. Staff chuckled softly, choosing not to comment further. After class, once Staff and the other students had departed, he approached Professor Flitwick and said, Professor, I wish to inquire about some advanced spells. Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses. Oh, what do you wish to ask? The unforgivable curse, Staff whispered. I have heard that the killing curse has no counter curse. Is that true? Professor Flitwick's demeanor shifted instantly, a flicker of caution flashing in his previously amiable eyes. Kerrion, why are you interested in that? He inquired. First-year students should not be exposed to such dark spells. I am merely curious. Staff feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly. The book states it is the most powerful dark magic. I simply wish to understand its principles. The principle is evil. Chapter 97 I beg you. Professor Flitwick's tone grew serious. That spell comes at the cost of the caster's soul. Never attempt it, nor seek to learn about it. He paused, adding, if you're interested in advanced spells, you might first practice the Patronus charm, for that is a worthy light magic to explore. Staff nodded, yet internally scoffed at the notion. Who would toil to learn a non-lethal charm when one could delve into more formidable spells? He thanked the professor and turned to exit the classroom, only to encounter Ella and Pansy waiting for him in the corridor. What did you discuss with Professor Flitwick? Ella inquired curiously, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight. There is nothing ambiguous about Staff's inquiry. He merely seeks advanced techniques for the levitation charm. Ella regarded him with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, I know you too well. I am aware of several more formidable spells. You should beseech me. I shall not. Staff retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, Ella leaned closer and whispered, "In my study, there exists a tome titled Origins of Dark Magic, which contains numerous powerful incantations. I recall spells such as the Cruciatus and the Fiend Fire. Alas, you appear disinterested." Staff's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Cruciatus is a spell far superior to mere fragmentation, capable of instantly reducing foes to dust, while Fiend Fire is perilously broad in range and potency. I implore you, dear ancestor, when might I peruse it? Do not harbor such hopes. Ella chuckled like a mischievous feline. The book is certainly not for lending, and Fiend Fire is far too perilous. However, I can arrange for you to acquire the Cruciatus. As they conversed, a serpent suddenly appeared, slithering along the armrest, entwining itself around Staff's wrist, raising its head and hissing in serpentine tongue. Staff immediately comprehended that Harry and the others were about to embark on their venture. Hermione was scouring the restricted section for information on the three-headed dog, while Harry and Ron stood guard outside, clutching stolen jerky, seemingly attempting to appease a certain sentinel. "It seems we are in for an entertaining evening," Staff murmured, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his lips. Ella raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "What kind of entertainment?" "Tonight, Ron will confess his feelings to Harry," Staff declared earnestly. "Shall I assist in bestowing them blessings?" "Indeed. However, you must exercise caution in the coming days. Refrain from wandering the school or dormitory unaccompanied." As night enveloped the world, Staff sat before the fireplace in the Slytherin common room, toying with a blood-pumping device. The silvery metal surface gleamed coldly in the firelight, the magical runes along the tubing faintly aglow as he hummed a merry tune. "You are acting rather strangely tonight," Malfoy remarked suddenly, his golden brows furrowing. Staff concealed the blood pump and burst into hearty laughter. "How could I not be thrilled when a substantial fortune awaits? You two shall reap great rewards alongside me." Malfoy snickered disdainfully. "Look at you, so naive. Do you think I am in need of your few hundred or thousand galleons? That blood pump is worth 400 galleons. I have already invested in you, so do not let me incur a loss. The time is nigh." Staff rose, adjusting his robes. "I shall make a brief excursion to the lavatory." Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Do not go pilfering potion ingredients again. If Snape discovers it, we shall lose points for Slytherin." "Trust in my integrity," Staff replied, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible excitement as he donned his pre-prepared extendable bag, tucking the bronze inside his robes, and swiftly vanished at the corridor's end. Moonlight streamed through the castle's windows, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Staff stood at the corner of the fourth-floor corridor, observing Harry, Hermione, and Ron stealthily approach the door leading to the trapdoor. The air in the corridor was thick with dust and the scent of aged wood, while Staff's footsteps were deliberately muted, merging almost seamlessly with the crackling of the torches. At the end of the corridor, the door was unlatched, creaking slightly ajar with a gentle push. "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!" Three enormous, furry heads huddled behind the door. The central one had drooping eyelids, evidently roused from a light slumber, while the one on the left bared its teeth warily. Drool dripping from its fangs onto the carpet, staining it dark. When Staff's melodic voice wafted in, the three heads paused momentarily. "Be good now. There's a surprise today." He advanced with a smile, his song uninterrupted, yet his gaze remained fixed on the trapdoor. The three heads of the creature, named Rue, seemed to be drawn by an invisible string, slowly turning in tandem with his movement. The central head's ear twitched slightly, revealing a pink inner ear, as if the repetitive melody had begun to take effect, albeit insufficiently. He had approached the trapdoor, and his foot struck something solid. Looking down, he discovered Harry's violin, its body smeared with grass clippings, a string dangling loosely. Suddenly, Rue's right head leaned in, its damp breath wafting across his face, imbued with a pungent canine odor. "It seems a sleep aid is in order," Staff mused, continuing to sing as he bent down to seize the violin, aiming it at the nearest head of Rue and forcefully thrusting it towards its eye. This tactic had proven effective time and again. The dull sound of the violin breaking, mingled with a howling cry of pain, sent the three heads into a frenzy, chains clattering against the ground with a piercing screech. Staff flung open the trapdoor, and a gust of cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of earth and decaying vegetation. "Goodbye now," he grinned at the enraged giant dog, leaping directly into the inky abyss. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a few seconds before his back collided with a cold, slimy surface. The tendrils of the devil's snare coiled around him like live serpents, probing towards his mouth and nose. Staff immediately relaxed his body, not even bothering to move a finger, mentally reciting Hermione's words. This creature feared the motionless. Indeed, after a few hesitant coils, the tendrils paused, seemingly checking if he still drew breath. Moments later, their grip began to loosen, and he plummeted through the gaps in the vines, landing with a thud onto the soft earth, splattering his face with grass clippings. Chapter 98. The Charging Lion Cub. Stav wiped his face and rose, noticing the stone door ajar not far away, from which muffled voices emerged. Too many keys. I can't catch any. It was Ron's voice, tinged with frustration. Stav stealthily pushed the door open and slipped into the shadows behind it. The circular chamber had a ceiling obscured from view, and thousands of brass keys whirled in the air, their flapping wings creating a buzzing akin to a dense swarm of bees. Harry was mounted on a Nimbus 2000, leaning forward as he deftly maneuvered through the swarm of keys. Stav had no intention of intervening. He simply waited quietly, hoping they wouldn't inadvertently shut the door. Suddenly, Harry dove down, seizing a battered bronze key, the Nimbus 2000's wheels skimming the ground and igniting a flurry of sparks. Got it! Hermione and Ron exclaimed in excited unison. Stav retreated, waiting until the footsteps of the three faded behind the door before retrieving a small silver vial from his pocket. This was the invisibility potion he had asked Malfoy to procure, its label haphazardly scrawled with the words 3 hours without a trace. Unscrewing the cap, a rush of mint mingled with the scent of rust burst forth. He tilted his head back and downed half the vial, feeling as though he had swallowed shards of ice. An immediate wave of transparency enveloped him. The potion was indeed extraordinary, rendering even his wand and the venom in his clothes invisible. Crossing the threshold, he beheld a vast stone chessboard. This chamber was smaller than the previous one, its floor adorned with a mosaic of black and white marble, and life-size chess pieces stood silently, their stone faces etched with expressions both fierce and solemn. Ron stood before the white pieces, gripping a stone sword, while Harry and Hermione flanked him, their expressions grave. White pawn advanced 2 squares, Ron commanded, his voice taut, the stone sword trembling slightly in his grasp. Suddenly, the Black Queen turned her head, her stone eyes fixated on him, the massive axe in her grasp scraping ominously against the ground. Stav leaned against the shadow of the door, observing as Ron inhaled deeply, then issued the next command. Feeling a pang of appreciation, the sweets I bought at the start of term were not in vain. Work diligently, and I shall treat you again next time. As the Black Knight swung its sword towards the White Castle, Ron suddenly cried out, I'll be the bait, and charged towards the Queen, brandishing the stone sword. In the instant the stone axe descended, he collapsed to the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer, a muffled groan escaping his lips, the chessboard vibrating with a dull thrum. Hermione's panicked wail pierced the air, punctuated by suppressed sobs, as Harry rushed forward to check his breathing, his fingers trembling slightly. Stav remained hidden in the shadows, observing this scene unfold, patiently awaiting the two to collect themselves and proceed. In the next room, a faint herbal aroma wafted through the air, where 7 crystal vials rested upon a stone pedestal, their colors ranging from deep violet to crimson. The parchment in front bore several lines of crooked poetry, the handiwork of Snape, who always fancied himself a riddle maker. Hermione's voice rang clear and calm as she dissected the verses. Only this vial can pass through the violet flames. She paused, lowering her voice. Harry, you must go in alone. What about you? Harry's voice brimmed with concern. I'll wait here for Ron to awaken, and then I will seek out Professor Dumbledore. She added reassuringly, do not worry, I can take care of myself. As Stav heard footsteps approaching the flame door, he quickly retreated a few steps. Concealing himself in the corridor shadows, he produced 2 small vials. One contained a fire resistance potion, its liquid resembling molten gold, while the other was a potent invisibility draft, with a layer of silvery powder settled at the bottom. He first consumed the fire resistance potion, feeling as though a fireball had rolled down his throat, warmth spreading across his skin. Afterward, he downed the invisibility draft, the surrounding air seeming to solidify, even the sound of his breathing was absorbed. The violet flames danced behind the door, and as Harry's figure vanished within, Stav followed closely behind. At the moment he crossed through the flame door, the anticipated searing sensation did not assail him. Instead, a gentle warmth brushed against his magical robe, akin to passing through damp silk. As Stav descended, he was immediately enveloped by a pungent stench of decay, prompting him to instinctively hold his breath. The chamber was a cramped, circular room, devoid of torches, with the sole illumination emanating from a vast silver mirror positioned at its center. The edges of the mirror were entwined with intricately carved patterns, and the silvery light cascaded forth, casting dappled shadows upon the floor, illuminating the neglected wooden crates in the corners like specters. Thick layers of dust rested upon the stone boxes, clearly untouched for an extended period. Harry stood motionless before the mirror of Ariste, his back to the entrance. His shoulders subtly rising and falling as the mirror's silvery glow illuminated his profile. Stav, utilizing the mirror's faint reflection, caught sight of a smile tugging at the corners of Harry's lips, a smile that was entirely unlike his usual stubborn demeanor, exuding a foolish satisfaction. With the corners of his eyes slightly reddened, as if he beheld something exceedingly precious, he breathed lightly, embodying a serene bliss akin to a contented ant lost in a beautiful dream. At that moment, a faint cough emanated from the shadows to the left of the mirror. Stav instantly held his breath, his gaze darting toward the source of the sound. A hunched figure emerged slowly from behind the mirror, Professor Quirrell. At that moment, Quirrell was devoid of the timid demeanor typically displayed in class. His distinctive purple turban was askew, revealing half of his face, which was as pale as parchment. Skin taut against bone, with greasy black strands clinging to his sweat-drenched forehead. Most unsettling were his eyes, usually evasive, now wide and round, bloodshot with a network of crimson veins, fixated intently on Harry's back. His lips twisted into a rigid, false smile, revealing a set of teeth tinged with a sickly hue. "It appears you have seen it too, Harry," Quirrell rasped, his voice grating like sandpaper, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. "That object is in your possession, is it not?" Harry seemed jolted awake by the sound, abruptly turning around, the smile on his face freezing into sheer astonishment. Instinctively, he clasped his hands behind his back, his chest rising and falling rapidly, still ensnared by the illusions of the mirror. His complexion paled further than Quirrell's, his lips quivering slightly. "Professor Quirrell? How did you come to be here?" His fingers were thin as withered bones, with dark brown stains lingering beneath his nails. As he moved, the crooked turban slipped away, revealing a face grotesquely affixed to the back of his head, paler than Quirrell, its features distorted and blurred, lacking a nose, with only two dark, hollow nostrils, and lips of an eerie ash gray, parting and closing with Quirrell's breath. Chapter 99. Life and Death. As its gaze fell upon Harry, Stav distinctly perceived the burning emerald flames within those eyes, resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps. "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, Potter. Do not compel me to act." A chilling voice emerged from that visage, neither male nor female, imbued with a bone-chilling resonance. Harry recoiled sharply, his back colliding with the cold surface of the mirror, producing a muffled thud. The last vestige of confusion faded from his face, replaced solely by vigilance. Stav, concealed in the shadows of the stone wall, tightened his grip around the wand nestled in his pocket. He could sense the effects of the invisibility potion gradually waning, the residual warmth of the fire-resistant potion still lingering beneath his skin. Everything unfolded before him as he had anticipated. Quirrell, Voldemort, the mirror of Ariste, and that illusion-trapped Harry. He remained motionless, merely observing like a detached spectator, awaiting the climax of this dramatic performance. Suddenly, the tip of Quirrell's wand glowed with a sinister green light. Harry's pupils constricted, and he lunged to the left, narrowly avoiding the green beam that grazed his ear and struck the stone chest behind him. The wooden box exploded instantly, splintering into a shower of debris mingled with dust, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred wood. "Run, Harry," Stav silently urged, his fingers clenching the wand with resolve. He watched as Harry darted about the cramped chamber like a startled deer, Quirrell's curses hammering relentlessly against the stone walls, creating a series of charred craters. The silver mirror's glow shattered amidst the frantic figures, casting flickering reflections upon Quirrell's pallid face, the sinister grin on the back of his head becoming ever clearer. Seizing the moment, Stav lowered his center of gravity, inching forward along the stone wall. The effects of the invisibility potion rendered his silhouette a mere wisp in the interplay of light and shadow. The crunch of gravel beneath his feet drowned out by the cacophony of spells exploding around him. When he was within 10 meters of Quirrell, he abruptly raised his wand, a blinding red light coalescing at its tip. Thunderous wrath. The spell sliced through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Quirrell, yet just before it could make contact, it collided with an invisible barrier. A sharp clang resonated, the white light dissipating explosively, causing ripples in Quirrell's protective charm, akin to stones cast into a pond. "Who?" Quirrell whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes scanning the direction of Stav. "Come out." Before Stav could react, a green bolt shot forth with a whistling sound. Instinctively, he rolled aside as the green light zipped past his side, striking the wooden box behind him. The heavy oak disintegrated into powder. A chill creeping up his spine. It was the killing curse. Before he could regain his footing, a second green beam pursued him relentlessly. In a moment of dire urgency, a shadow erupted from his cloak, the serpent's maw snapping wide open, seizing the bronze talisman hanging from Stav and hurling it toward the green light. Sizzle! The green light collided with the bronze, then splattered onto the serpent behind, producing a piercing sound of burning, the bronze crashing heavily to the ground. The serpent's body quickly turning charred, convulsing twice before falling still. The serpent, however, coiled itself swiftly, seemingly unharmed. "Bronze, what are you doing?" Stav was bewildered. Yet he heard the serpent's mental cry. "I feared I couldn't withstand it. Let's take the hit first." "You fool." Stav nearly laughed in disbelief. Fumbling to his chest, where 10 bronze talismans hung, each gleaming with a silvery luster. "I brought 10 talismans." Before he could finish his thought, 3 green beams erupted simultaneously from Coral's wand, fanning out ominously. Stav shouted, "Split up and attack." With a swift roll, he evaded 2 beams of green light and simultaneously cast a thunderous spell. The white light collided with the protective armor, causing the barrier to visibly tremble. The venom surged in the air, and the massive 9-meter-long serpent crashed against the stone box, displacing it, its scales glistening with a cold, hard sheen under the reflective light. It lunged forward, its head darting out, exhaling a sulphurous breath. Although the residual wave had caused a stinging sensation in the vicinity, it failed to inflict any bone-deep injury. The magical resistance exceeded its expectations. With a thunderous roar, the venomous creature emitted a deafening hiss, its tail whipping through the air towards Chilo. Chilo was already being relentlessly pushed back by Stav's continuous thunderous spells, his face etched with terror as he observed the relentless onslaught of red light. How could such a mere wretch possess such immense magical power? Before he could finish his thought, the serpent's tail struck him hard across the back. He was flung away like a rag doll, crashing against a stone pillar with a dull thud, his wand flying from his grasp, his body crumpling to the ground, unconscious. A shrill scream escaped the back of his head before silence enveloped him. Gasping for breath, Stav straightened his posture, gazing at the unconscious Chilo on the ground, and then at the charred remains of the small serpent, his heart a tumult of emotions. He kicked Chilo's wand aside and turned his gaze towards Harry, who stood frozen in place, still reeling from the chaos, instinctively clutching his pocket. Stav had no time for idle chatter. His fingers deftly delved into Harry's pocket, retrieving the warm, red magical stone. It emanated a soft glow in his palm, resembling a solidified flame, its surface smooth and devoid of any markings. "I shall borrow this," he remarked casually, turning toward the stone platform while extracting an array of meticulously prepared items from his spatial extension bag. Fist-sized pebbles scattered across the ground, palm-width agate stones gleaming with oil, and several rusted metal ores. Even a lump of clay had been stowed away. With a clatter, he placed a half-meter-tall brass bottle on the ground, filled to the brim with clear water. He first grasped a piece of ordinary limestone, gently touching one corner of the magical stone against it. In an instant of contact, the gray rock seemed to come alive, its surface shimmering with a golden luster that spread outward at a visible pace. In mere seconds, the entire stone transformed into a weighty block of gold, its original sharp edges now polished to a brilliant shine. "Indeed," Stav mused, raising his eyebrows as he picked up an agate stone. Upon contact with the magical stone, the reddish-brown agate immediately shed its impurities, morphing into a solid gold ingot. He even brought the rusted iron or close, watching as the rust vanished in an instant, transforming into a block of shimmering gold. "What a pity," Stav muttered. Harry, watching in stunned disbelief, moved his fingers as if to speak, but was interrupted by Stav's next action. He tossed the magical stone directly into the brass bottle filled with water, causing ripples to spread across the surface. The once transparent water gradually took on a faint golden hue, resembling a basin filled with melted sunlight. Upon completing these actions, Stav immediately turned and rushed towards the fallen Chilo. From the side pocket of his backpack, he retrieved a metallic contraption, the freshly acquired magical artifact known as the blood pump, its body crafted from mithril and inscribed with acceleration runes. Kneeling beside Chilo, he swiftly tore open the professor's tattered collar, exposing the pulsating carotid artery at his neck, and without hesitation, plunged the pump's thick needle into it. A low hum resonated as the pump vibrated gently. Stav adjusted the knob to its maximum setting, and vibrant crimson blood surged forth through the tubing. Stav had already drawn out a series of oversized crystal vials from his backpack. Positioning the opening of one vial against the tubing interface, the blood gurgled as it filled the container, prompting him to promptly switch to a new one. His movements as deft as a seasoned butcher. Time was of the essence. A fleeting glance towards the entrance revealed the imminent arrival of Dumbledore. Observing the pace of the blood extraction, he deemed it insufficiently rapid and opted to kneel before Chilo, interlocking his hands over the professor's chest to perform rigorous CPR. With each compression, Chilo's body convulsed, the blood vessels in his neck throbbed more violently, and indeed, the flow of blood quickened significantly. "Come on," he silently urged himself, swiftly replacing the filled vial with another. The transparent container showcased a faint green luminescence and silver specks suspended within the blood. Without lifting his gaze, he continued his efforts. "Have you never witnessed blood extraction? When Dumbledore arrives, do you think I'll have turn?" He gestured towards the row of blood-filled vials. "He murdered my bronze. It is only fitting that he compensates me. I invested 880,000 galleons in nurturing that bronze. If you compensate for him, I shall cease my extraction." With renewed vigor, he persisted in his CPR. In the midst of his exertions, the blood pump began to emit a gradual cessation of sound, having evidently detected that the target had run completely dry. With 3 vials still unfilled, Stav, wearing a face of regret, withdrew the needle from the blood pump, stowed all the filled vials deep within his backpack, and retrieved the magical stone from the copper basin, returning it to Harry. He then packed the large copper vessel into his expandable backpack. Dusting off his hands, he regarded the still-dazed Harry. "Do not divulge my presence. Simply claim you vanquished Voldemort." Harry watched as Stav resumed collecting the scattered gold pieces, then glanced at the lifeless Chilo, his lips moving but ultimately refraining from uttering a word. As Stav grasped the final gold ingot transformed from agate, preparing to place it into his backpack, he continued to murmur to Harry, "If Dumbledore inquires later, just say Chilo was defeated by you. After his demise, he simply turned into a corpse." Before he could finish, a faint sound of fabric brushing against the stone wall echoed from the stone platform. A massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Stav jerked his head up, meeting the gaze of a pair of blue eyes concealed behind crescent-shaped lenses. Dumbledore's figure had, unbeknownst to him, already positioned itself at the edge of the stone platform, his silvery beard cascading down to his waist, the lenses reflecting a mirror-like silver light that cast half of his face into shadow. The elder's deep purple velvet robe shimmered with magical dark patterns in the dim light. Stav's movements abruptly ceased, the gold ingot still suspended in his grasp, not yet stowed away in his backpack. Following Dumbledore's gaze, he beheld the lifeless form of Quirrell lying beside the stone pillar. The once withered body now appeared utterly desiccated. The skin taut against the bones, transformed into a dark brown hue. A thumb-sized hole marred the side of his neck, rendering him akin to a piece of parched wood abandoned in the desert. The visage on the back of his head had long since lost its vitality. The lips, a ghastly blue-gray, sagged lifelessly, while 2 dark nostrils faced the ceiling above. Professor Harry's voice trembled from behind, tinged with a hint of trepidation, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his wizarding robe. The bewilderment etched on his face resembled a thin fog. Clearly struggling to comprehend the tumultuous events that had transpired, the sudden assailant, the painful scar, the eerie second face, the giant serpent that could expand. The professor now reduced to a desiccated husk, and the classmate before him, preoccupied with gathering gold. Yet Dumbledore did not turn to Harry. His gaze remained firmly fixed upon Stav. The elder's lips, which typically bore a gentle curve, were now pressed into a straight line. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes taut, and the warmth in his blue eyes had been replaced by an unfathomable gravity. Stav could feel the weight of that scrutinizing gaze. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore recognized him, for it had been this very headmaster who had thwarted his transformation into a dragon beast not long ago. In that moment, the old man's eyes had regarded him as a significant potential threat. "Mr. Stav Kerrion," Dumbledore spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, each word striking like a hammer on stone. "What is your dream?" This inquiry bore no preamble, akin to a dagger sharpened by ice, thrust directly into the atmosphere. The playful grin on Stav's face froze instantaneously, the joy in his eyes gradually fading. He slowly placed the gold ingot into his backpack, his fingertips brushing against the coarse fabric, then lifted his head to meet Dumbledore's gaze, unwavering and unflinching. Harry clenched his fists tightly, sensing the palpable tension in the air, yet puzzled as to why the headmaster would pose such a question to this unfamiliar classmate. Venom coiled at Stav's feet, its serpent eyes warily fixed on Dumbledore. emitting a low growl. To get girls. Staff's voice rang out clearly, slightly hoarse, as if freshly forced from his throat, yet remarkably resolute. The declaration struck the air like a stone cast into a frozen lake, shattering the stillness with immediate effect. Harry's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, nearly biting his own tongue in disbelief. Venom's serpentine head also paused momentarily, seemingly processing the unexpected response. The chamber fell into an eerie silence, with only the occasional glimmer from the mirror of Ariste illuminating the varied expressions upon the faces of the three. Chapter 101. Speak freely. Dumbledore remained silent for several moments, his long fingers gently stroking his chin's beard before he inquired once more. His tone softened, yet still laced with scrutiny. Why do you so ardently pursue power? Upon hearing this, Staff abruptly straightened his posture, his chest thrust forward, hands instinctively resting against the seams of his trousers, his gaze suddenly imbued with fervor, reminiscent of one standing before a national flag, taking an oath. He cleared his throat, raising his voice by an octave, infused with a deliberate fervor, to earn money, and to better attract the ladies. A soft chuckle escaped Harry, who had just faced life and death. He stifled a laugh by covering his mouth, though his shoulders trembled slightly. Dumbledore regarded Staff with a furrowed brow, as if assessing the truth of his words. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him. The tension at the corners of his mouth transformed into a smile, followed by a low chuckle that erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, what a youthful rationale. I hope you maintain your ideals. His silver beard swayed with his laughter, and the blue eyes behind his glasses regained their warmth. He laughed for a considerable time before wiping his eyes with his sleeve, casting a more playful gaze at Staff. What an interesting young fellow, truly unexpected. His attention shifted to Quirrell beside the stone pillar, his smile gradually fading and his tone grew somber. However, do you not find her actions rather cruel? Look at your Professor Quirrell. Staff's expression shifted instantaneously. Without uttering a word, he strode to the stone platform, seizing the charred remnants on the ground, fragments of the bronze body. Originally over a meter in length, the serpent's form had been blown apart, its scales blackened and curled, its eyes reduced to two dark voids, cradling the bronze remains. He hastened back to Dumbledore, suddenly dropping to his knees with a thud, his shoulders heaving violently. Headmaster. Staff's voice cracked, tinged with the unmistakable tremor of impending tears. This was my first alchemical pet. He wiped his face with his sleeve, forcing forth a visage of sorrowful despair. I raised it from a mere 10 centimeters, nurturing it daily with the finest magical potions, even sleeping with it at night. I regarded it as my own child. He lifted the charred head of the bronze creature, presenting it to Dumbledore, his voice choked with emotion. Look, just look at its condition. Reduced to this by that scoundrel Quirrell, and that horrid face of his with such a cruel curse. His lament for his beloved bronze was palpable. It was pregnant with 8 venomous offspring. The final word elongated and trembled, evoking the image of a child grieving the loss of a treasured pet. Staff even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, which rolled down his cheeks, falling onto the charred remains, creating small damp patches. The venomous creature beside him hissed mournfully, yet its serpent language questioned, is the bronze not male as well? How could it be with 8 offspring? Dumbledore observed Staff's display, a vein at his temple pulsing sharply, while his snowy beard quivered slightly. The expressions on the old man's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, ultimately culminating in a long, sorrowful sigh, imbued with an ineffable sense of helplessness. Very well, Mr. Stav Kerrion, he said, waving his hand as if to dismiss some unsightly presence. Staff immediately ceased his weeping, wiped his face, and nimbly rose to carefully place the bronze corpse into his backpack, pausing momentarily to pat it, as if to comfort the departed. After uttering these words, he turned and made his way towards the fiery door, with Venom closely trailing behind, shrinking down and climbing up Staff's ankle. The sound of Staff's footsteps soon faded beyond the fiery threshold. The stone chamber fell silent once more, leaving only Dumbledore and Harry. The old man gazed at the blazing door and then at Quirrell's lifeless body on the ground, finally resting his eyes on Harry. The gravity in his blue gaze gradually dissipating, replaced by a gentle warmth. He approached the youth and gently patted his shoulder. Harry, come with me. Harry nodded, instinctively glancing at the desiccated corpse on the stone platform, recalling Staff's earlier display of grief, and couldn't help but whisper, Professor, was what he said true? The two figures vanished beyond the fiery door, and within the chamber, only the mirror of Ariste continued to emit its soft silver glow, as if nothing had transpired. As the heat from the fiery door licked at the soles of Staff's boots, his shoulders suddenly slumped. The leather beneath his feet was scorched, prompting him to instinctively take half a step back, his heel striking against the stone steps behind him with a muffled thud. This sound echoed clearly in the empty corridor, sharpening his muddled thoughts. He exhaled deeply, his breath forming a mist that collided with the frigid air, instantly crystallizing into tiny droplets. Raising a hand to wipe his face, he realized his fingers were still trembling. It was not fatigue, but fear. Since entering the fiery door, Staff's nerves had remained taut. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, appeared utterly repulsive, causing his sanity to plummet. The barrage of dark magic exploded near his ears, singeing the hem of his robe, the shattered remnants of 7 protective charms. The instant demise of the bronze figure, and Dumbledore's blue eyes, concealed behind half-moon spectacles, which seemed gentle yet capable of piercing through flesh, as though they could expose the secrets he harbored within his heart. He was merely a novice wizard. Who could say whether Dumbledore might extinguish any potential spark of rebellion by simply making him vanish into the depths of the Forbidden Forest? As he traversed the chessboard chamber, he noticed dark red stains embedded in the cracks of tiles. Chapter 102, The Scent of Blood and Curiosity. Staff kicked aside a decapitated black knight at his feet, its ivory-white stump stained with fabric fibers belonging to Ron, who had donned a rust-red sweater that day. He recalled during lunch in the Great Hall. Ron had been rolling his eyes at the roasted potatoes, tugging the neck of his sweater long enough to show Harry. See, my mom must have dozed off while knitting until midnight. This neck can fit my fist. Now, indeed, the boy was absent, and even the wand that had fallen to the ground had been picked up, leaving only a few scattered pieces on the chessboard. With the Black King leaning askew in the corner, Staff smirked, envisioning the scene. Hermione must have been gritting her teeth as she dragged Ron away, her left hand clutching his arm while her right hastily shoved his fallen wand into her pocket, likely muttering about how she had warned him not to play the hero. If he became too heavy to manage, she might have even stomped on Ron's ankle, cursing him for being as burdensome as a troll. A sliver of dim light seeped through the crack of the trapdoor, resembling a half-open eye. Staff crouched down, pressing his ear against the wooden planks to listen. The booming snores of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, were conspicuously absent. Even the usual sounds of breathing had faded into silence. A little doggy? As he poked his head out, he was greeted by a faint odor mingling hay and animal fur. The violin remained, its body gnawed to shreds. The walnut would crack like a spider's web, and 3 of its 4 strings had snapped, leaving only one, entangled with a few brown hairs belonging to Fluffy. The bow lay nearby, its horsehair torn and sticky with a translucent liquid. Clearly, Fluffy had been quite spirited when he leapt from the trapdoor. As Staff climbed out, his knee hit the stone steps, causing him to wince in pain. He dusted off his wizarding robes and exited the room. The journey back to the Slytherin common room was considerably darker than before. The torches in the corridor had been extinguished by someone, leaving only a few flickering, their flames swaying in the draft, casting the shadows of armor on the walls like a host of ghostly figures wielding swords. Passing by the potions classroom, Staff caught sight of a light within. The door was not fully closed, revealing a gap wide enough for 2 fingers. A man held a crystal vial, shaking it in the moonlight that streamed through the skylight. The potion inside glimmered with an emerald hue, casting a wavering shadow on the wall. Suddenly, he halted, his fingers tightening around the vial, his perpetually squinting black eyes turning towards the door, as though he could pierce through the wood and see the shadowy figure outside. That old bat's nose is sharper than a dog's. Staff cursed under his breath and quickened his pace, eager to avoid being caught out after hours by Snape, who was notorious for meting out punishment without a second thought. The fireplace in the common room still blazed, blue flames licking the firewood, producing a soft crackling sound. A few upperclassmen were seated on the sofa playing cards, silver chips spinning in their hands. Upon noticing Staff's entrance, they ceased their activities. The Slytherins were always perceptive. One boy with slick-back hair even frowned, likely detecting the scent of blood on Staff. Ignoring them, Staff proceeded directly to the dormitory. The moment the dormitory door swung open, Malfoy's head poked out from behind the curtains, his platinum hair tousled from sleep, a few strands sticking to his forehead, with the ends curling amusingly. "Where have you been?" The boy's voice was still raspy from slumber. "I've checked the potions classroom 3 times. Have you filled every toilet in Hogwarts?" He yawned, his tone lacking its usual aggression. Staff chuckled at the remark, the weariness that had been weighing on him dissipating significantly. He shut the door behind him with a swift motion, leaning against the panel as he gazed at Malfoy. "Do you think I'm you? Of course. Venturing out is all about making money." As he spoke, he shed his wizard's robe, and when he tossed his outer garment onto the back of a chair, it stirred a gust of wind that sent the quill on the table rolling twice. Malfoy's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. He sprang from the bed, his bare feet touching the carpet, his toes curling as if startled by the chill beneath him, and he approached with eager strides. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly wrinkled his nose and recoiled slightly, as if caught off guard by a pungent scent. Is that the smell of blood? You and T have gone poaching in the Forbidden Forest, would you? I warn you, those centaurs are not to be trifled with. They're worth more than that. Stav deliberately held back the details, stuffing his backpack under the bed. What on earth is it? Malfoy pressed insistently, reaching for the bag. The silver clasp of his sleeve brushed against Stav's hand, sending a cool shiver through him. You'll see it tomorrow. Stav swatted his hand away and collapsed onto the bed. The mattress sank beneath him, and he nearly let out a satisfied hum. A sensation akin to countless tiny ants crawling through his bones, a mix of soreness and itch. In any case, it's enough to buy you the latest model of a flying broomstick. He drew the curtains with a flourish, the silk fabric whispering in discontent as it brushed against itself. I don't care for that. My father will buy me the best, he muttered, though his voice softened noticeably. Through the gap in the curtains, one could glimpse his gray eyes, perpetually tinged with a hint of arrogance, sneaking glances in this direction. Stav could feel the weight of his gaze from behind. The boy was undoubtedly still pondering what he had done. The dormitory fell into a serene silence, interrupted only by the occasional chime of the crystal chandelier and Malfoy's restless movements, the creaking mattress resonating in the stillness. Stav's eyelids began to droop, and he mumbled a vague acknowledgement, feeling a chill on his wrist as venom seeped from his sleeve. At some point, it had coiled its body down to a smaller size, now wrapped around his wrist, its eyes gleaming in the dark like two rubies. Stav reached out to touch its smooth scales, whispering, "Show quiet now." The venom swayed its head slightly, gradually tightening its embrace, as if offering him a silent hug. Chapter 103, A Glimpse of Treasure. The air in the dormitory was warmer than in the corridor, with the crystal chandelier hanging centrally from the ceiling, illuminating the 12-sided tiles that gleamed like perfectly cut black jewels. Ignoring Malfoy's complaints, Stav strode directly to the oak table in the center of the room. Watch closely. He suddenly bent down and yanked out the bulging canvas bag from under the bed. As the twine securing the bag burst open, the first item to roll out was a fist-sized gold ingot, landing on the table with a dull thud that caused the inkwell at the edge to wobble, nearly spilling its deep green contents. Soon after, more gold coins poured forth, some as small as walnuts, others as large as bricks, rapidly forming a dazzling mound on the tabletop. Malfoy's breath caught in his throat. His arms, previously crossed over his chest, slammed against the table, his eyes widening to an extraordinary degree, reflecting the gleam of the golden pile. As his toes struck a scattered pile of golden coins, a delicate chime resonated, awakening him from a stupor. His throat constricted, and his fingers tentatively reached out toward the nearest ingot. This is, his voice drifted, akin to someone balancing on a spinning broomstick. Weren't you going to the restroom last night? Stav scoffed, rummaging through the pile of gold, his fingertips lifting a crystal vial. Within it swirled a viscous, dark red liquid, emanating an eerie pale green glow under the light, its surface adorned with a thin layer of silver. You recognize this, don't you? Stav shook the vial, the blood within swirling languidly, forming a bewitching vortex. Thanks to you, the harvest was quite fruitful. Malfoy's gaze snapped to the vial, his pupils contracting sharply. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding Professor Quirrell's disappearance. This morning, whispers spread across the dining tables of all the houses, recounting how the defense against the dark arts professor had been attacked by some dark creature in the Forbidden Forest, with even Dumbledore reportedly visiting the edge of the forest to investigate. Malfoy's fingers clenched tightly within his robes, his nails digging into his palm. Was Quirrell the monster of the Forbidden Forest? What have you done to him? What needed to be done, Stav replied, tossing the crystal vial, its silver surface tracing an arc above the pile of gold, causing Malfoy to instinctively reach out to catch it. Observing Malfoy's frantic grip on the vial, a familiar wicked grin crept on his Stav's face. The blood pump works splendidly. We extracted a total of 5 large vials. Malfoy's hands trembled as he cradled the crystal vial. The icy sensation of the vial crawled up his fingertips, mingling with the viscous quality of the blood inside, stirring a tumult in his stomach. You must be joking. How could you possibly have killed Professor Quirrell? Malfoy sought solace in the notion that it was merely a coincidence. Then what about these? These are undoubtedly mine, Stav asserted decisively, bending down to stuff the gold pieces into an oak chest beneath the bed. The chest, borrowed from the storeroom, still bore the serpent emblem of Slytherin House upon its lock. Aside from this blood, the remaining alchemical materials and gold have nothing to do with you. They weren't extracted by the blood pump. The vitality has completely vanished. How pitiable. Do you want this? Of course. Stav ignored Malfoy's discomfort, sitting on the edge of the bed and massaging his temples. The struggle with Quirrell the previous night had drained much of his magical energy, and now his temples throbbed incessantly. He needed to process those vials of blood swiftly, but the alchemical procedure must remain undiscovered by anyone, particularly Snape, whose nose was keener than a niffler's. Brewing potions in the dormitory would lead to his apprehension within 3 days. Hey, Malfoy, he suddenly spoke up. Do you know of a discreet place in Hogwarts for clandestine alchemy? One that is absolutely hidden? The commotion behind the curtain paused momentarily, and after a considerable interval, Malfoy's muffled voice responded. A senior mentioned a place called the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement? Stav's mind stirred with intrigue. He certainly recalled this location from the original text, where Harry and his friends practiced defense against the dark arts, and where Malfoy had utilized it to repair the Vanishing Cabinet. He anticipated its immediate applicability. Find out the exact location and the method to access it. He emphasized his tone. Do not let anyone else know what I intend to do. Understood. Malfoy's voice carried a hint of impatience, yet he did not refuse. The following days were unusually tranquil for Stav. Late one night, he heard a knock at the dormitory door. Upon opening it, he discovered a small silver envelope hanging from the doorknob. The wax seal bore the emblem of the Rochelle family, adorned with intricate patterns along the edges. Stav raised an eyebrow, tore open the envelope, and a rolled parchment fell out, tied with a silver-green ribbon. He unfurled the parchment, revealing elegantly penned lines. The title written in an ornate script, a detailed explanation of the Shatterbone curse. Below were the incantation pronunciation, wand movement trajectory, and key points for casting, even accompanied by a small diagram in red ink indicating the wrist's rotational angle for controlling magical output. A playful note beside it read, when practicing on a pumpkin, imagine it as Goyle's head for added strength. At the last remark, Stav couldn't help but smile. Whose letter is this? Malfoy had somehow drawn back the curtain, his platinum hair tousled, eyes glimmering with curiosity. A secret. Stav rolled his eyes, folding the parchment neatly and tucking it into the inner pocket of his shirt. Have you found any news from the Room of Requirement? I have indeed. Malfoy retrieved a piece of paper from beneath his pillow and tossed it over. Stav caught the note, inscribed with Malfoy's flamboyant handwriting. Why didn't you share the news with me earlier? You never asked. Stav, clutching the parchment, slipped out of the dormitory. Instead of heading to the astronomy tower, he made his way to the pumpkin patch behind the castle, a place seldom visited at night. Perfect for practicing spells. Chapter 104, Prefect in Reserve. Moonlight cascaded through the clouds, casting a silvery frost upon the round pumpkins. As the wind rustled the leaves, it felt as if someone were watching from the shadows. He drew his wand and pointed at the largest pumpkin. The words from the parchment echoed in his mind. Envision the molecular structure within the target, tear it apart with your magic, and apply force as if twisting the cap off an ink bottle. Shatterbone. A faint red light emitted from the tip of his wand, akin to a glowing wire, striking the pumpkin and leaving only a shallow scorch mark. The pumpkin wobbled, seemingly mocking him. Its power was less than his casual disintegration curse. After numerous attempts, Stav furrowed his brow. He felt the magic surging within him, yet it seemed obstructed, dissipating before reaching the tip of his wand. Remembering Ella's note, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. This time, he did not envision the pumpkin as Goyle. Instead, he recalled Quirrell's ugly, ashen face. A surge of anger ignited from deep within, coursing through his veins to his fingertips. He suddenly opened his eyes, twisting his wrist at an unconventional angle. The red light at the wand's tip flared intensely, like a burning whip. Shatterbone. This time, the red light erupted with a piercing sound, striking the pumpkin with ferocity. A resounding explosion echoed as the half-man-high pumpkin shattered into fragments, its vibrant orange flesh mingling with dark seeds strewn across the ground. A piece flew as far as the edge of the forbidden forest, 10 meters away. Stav panted, observing his slightly trembling right hand. The tip of his wand still emitting a faint crimson mist, the sweet aroma of pumpkin lingering in the air. He chuckled, his shoulders shaking with the force of the spell, far exceeding his expectations. Venom slithered from his robes, the serpent now a meter long, its scales glinting like obsidian under the moonlight. It flicked its forked tongue and nudged his ankle, its eyes reflecting the scattered pumpkin debris, seemingly in admiration. Clearly, the effect was remarkable. Stav gently stroked the serpent's head, his fingers gliding over the still healing scales along its neck. Once he located the Room of Requirement, He would concoct a restorative potion for it. The serpent hissed in response, gradually shrinking its body and retreating back into his robes. Stav lifted his gaze towards the castle. The windows on the 8th floor resembling dim stars in the night sky. He tightened his grip on the parchment in his hand, the warmth of Ella's handwriting seeping through the thin paper. The Shatterbone curse was merely the beginning. Next, he intended to find the room of requirement to brew a potion for resistance against death. His gaze drifted deep into the forbidden forest, where the shadows stirred restlessly beneath the moonlight. In the Slytherin common room, the obsidian fireplace crackled with oak logs, the occasional sparks dancing onto the stone floor. Vanishing in an instant, Stav nestled in the corner of a velvet sofa, his long legs draped over the armrest, gripping a sharpened quill, its tip hovering above the parchment of standard spells, beginner, yet hesitating to descend. His eyes drifted beyond the pages, landing on Ella, who was diligently copying notes from potions class. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, the ends gently brushing against the delicate silver bracelet on her wrist, the crystal bracelet he had gifted her at last semester's ball, while her quill glided smoothly across the parchment. "Hey, have you heard?" Malfoy's voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. He straightened up from the sofa, his platinum hair gleaming under the firelight. "The prefects are starting to scout for New Year assistants, one male and one female for each year to help with school affairs. As we advance to second year next semester, we need to pre-select in the coming days." Pansy immediately leaned closer to Ella, her curls bouncing with the movement. "Oh, Malfoy, you must be a shoo-in. Your father is a friend of the school's board, and you're a seeker on the Quidditch team. No one is more suitable than you." She glanced at Ella as she spoke. Ella paused, lifting her head, her blue eyes sparkling like an icy lake in the firelight. "I will run for the female assistant." Her tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. "Last semester, I received O's in both potions and charms, and Professor McGonagall praised my transfiguration talent. There is no reason I should lose to anyone." Suddenly, Stav had a thought, chuckling softly as he made a casual mark on the parchment. "I shall refrain from participating." He deliberately elongated his tone, lightly tapping his chest with his fingertips. "A student like me, who accrued over 100 points deducted last semester, would be overlooked by the prefects, regardless of how potent my magic might be." He spoke the truth. Last semester, he was caught by Filch during a midnight escapade in the Forbidden Forest and lost 20 points during flying lessons. An inspired moment led him to transform GOL's broom into a crooked cane, resulting in another 10 points lost. Ella set down her quill, her gaze settling on Stav's face with a smile. "Aren't you going to give it a try? I believe you would be perfectly suited for the role of prefect." "Primarily, I lack interest," Stav replied, waving his hand dismissively as he plunged his quill into the inkpot. "Minding others' affairs is far too bothersome. Besides, being an assistant entails trailing after the prefect, leaving no time for me to delve into my potions." His words held a kernel of truth. Indeed, he was reluctant to engage with school matters. But more importantly, he required time to deal with those vials of Chloro's blood in the room of requirement, and he could not afford to be hindered by prefect duties. Malfoy, clearly pleased with Stav's retreat, cleared his throat and puffed out his chest. "Since you choose not to involve yourself, that suits me just fine. Pansy, you'll support me, won't you?" "Absolutely." Pansy nodded eagerly, her tone animated. "And Crabbe and Goyle will definitely vote for you." Crabbe and Goyle bobbed their heads vigorously beside her, murmuring Malfoy for prefect, while pumpkin juice sloshed from their cups. Malfoy raised his chin with pride, surveying the other students in the common room as if victory was already assured. "You all must come to support me come a day. Especially you, Stav, as my roommate. Even if you don't run, you must applaud with fervor." Stav raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Fine. As long as you don't stutter during your speech, I'll clap until my hands ache." Chapter 105, Effortless Control. Ella erupted into laughter, her golden eyelashes fluttering. Malfoy's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from rebuttal, knowing well that incident was indeed part of his past misadventures. With a huff, he turned and retrieved a silver-green silk bow tie from his bag, adjusting it in the fireplace's reflection. "Just wait and see. Once I become the assistant, the first order of business will be to restore discipline in the house, ensuring those who disrespect purebloods understand their folly." Stav remained indifferent, choosing not to engage further, instead resuming his writing with the quill. In the days that followed, the election became the focal point of conversation in the Slytherin common room. Lower year students gathered, their chatter consistently revolving around the role of prefect assistant. Upper year prefects traversing the corridors often found themselves followed by a gaggle of younger wizards, all attempting to make their presence felt. Some feigned inquiries, others exaggerated their efforts during Quidditch practice, while a few discreetly slipped honeydew sweets into the prefect's bag. Ella continued her preparations diligently. She meticulously reorganized all her assignments from the previous semester, binding them into a thick tome with a silver ribbon, the cover embossed with the Rochelle family crest. During potions class, she took special care to flawlessly replicate the brewing process of the elixir of life in front of Professor Snape. And as she caught a barely perceptible smirk of approval at the corner of his mouth, the light in her eyes brightened. Malfoy, on the other hand, pursued an entirely different path. Occasionally, Staff encounters Jelena and her friends in the corridor. The Ravenclaw girls are perpetually clutching books. One day, on their way to the library, Jelena's black cat, Lily, suddenly wriggled from her embrace, meowing a greeting to Staff. The night before the election, Malfoy was trying on a new robe in the dormitory, scrutinizing himself in the mirror from various angles. "Tomorrow, I must impress that fool Blaise," he muttered indignantly to his reflection. "Last time, he had the audacity to claim that I was arrogant due to my family background. Once I become the assistant, the first thing I shall do is scrutinize his patrol records. I shall find some mistake, I am certain." Leaning against the headboard, Staff fed Venom chopped raw meat. Venom was in high spirits today, stretching out to a length of nearly 1 meter, his black scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the candlelight. "Blaise?" Staff raised an eyebrow. "Is that the third-year prefect? The one who had you cleaning the trophy room last semester?" "Indeed him." Malfoy turned around, his platinum hair slightly disheveled. "That imbecile believes himself superior. Just wait. Tomorrow I will ensure everyone knows that a member of the Malfoy family is far more deserving of the prefect assistant position than he." Staff remained silent, merely stroking Venom's head. He had little interest in Malfoy's grievances, yet the name Blaise evoked memories of that first semester when Blaise had pointed his wand at Staff's chest. A disdainful smile curling his lips. Mudbloods belong where they should be. Do not dare to aspire to associate with pure blood families. The Slytherin common room was tenfold more lively today than usual. Silver-green banners cascaded from the ceiling, swaying gently in the draft, their serpentine emblems seemingly coming to life. Scales glimmering in the firelight. The flames in the hearth blazed robustly, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces, though it could not alleviate the underlying tension in the air. Over 100 Slytherin students from various years crowded the hall, with the first-year newcomers seated on the carpet in the front row, while second- and third-year upperclassmen stood at the back. All eyes fixated on the prefects standing before the fireplace. The male prefect, Alec, a 6th-year student, was tall and marked by a scar extending from his brow to his chin, reportedly inflicted by a werewolf in the Forbidden Forest last year. He cleared his throat, his voice resonating like a bell. "Silence. Next semester, the first-year newcomers will ascend to the second year." Alec's gaze swept over the young wizards in the front row. "As per tradition, we will select 1 male assistant and 1 female assistant from among you to assist the prefect in managing the affairs of the house, including inspecting dormitory cleanliness, recording disciplinary actions, and organizing house activities. Now, the election begins. We shall first choose the female assistant." No sooner had he finished speaking than a stir arose among the girls. Several pushed each other, their faces a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Yet no one dared to be the first to step forward. In the midst of the silence, Ella rose. She wore a silver-green dress adorned with delicate serpent patterns, her golden hair loosely pinned up with a silver hairpin, revealing her slender neck and the small emerald stud in her earlobe. She walked to the center of the hall, facing everyone, her blue eyes devoid of any hint of panic, radiating a serene confidence. "I am Ella Rochelle." Her voice rang clear, reminiscent of wind chimes resonating under the moonlight. "Last semester, I achieved outstanding in potions, charms, and transfiguration, and exceeds expectations in herbology and astronomy." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I understand that the assistant for Slytherin requires not only excellent grades, but also a sense of responsibility. I will meticulously document any misconduct, showing no favoritism. I will also organize potion study sessions to elevate everyone's performance, for the points in the House Cup outweigh personal grievances." A murmur of low discussions arose among the crowd. Some nodded in agreement, while others furrowed their brows, yet none dared to immediately challenge Ella. Her accomplishments were well recognized, with Professor Snape having praised her potions talent on multiple occasions, and even Professor McGonagall had mentioned in Transfiguration class that Miss Rochelle's observational skills are worth emulating. At that moment, a girl with brown hair suddenly stood up. "On what grounds do you believe you can be fair? Last time, Crabbe knocked me down in the corridor, and you clearly saw it, but did nothing to help me." Ella turned to her, her expression tranquil, because at that moment, Crabbe was carrying a revitalizing potion he had just collected from the hospital wing, meant for the Quidditch players who were injured during training. I felt it more important to ensure the players receive their potion on time rather than to pursue his fault. She added after a moment's pause. I did come to help you afterwards, did I not? The brown-haired girl's face flushed red, and she sat down, disgruntled. Chapter 106. He has a path to death. Ella continued. I will also compile a Slytherin daily guide for future freshmen, detailing which portraits in the corridors are prone to deception, which classroom floors might bite, and which professors' offices should not be approached without caution. These are experiences I have gathered over the year, which may help others avoid unnecessary detours. Her words evidently struck a chord with the newcomers. I was once deceived by the one-eyed giant portrait on the 3rd floor, which led me on a long detour. If I had known that Filch preferred to patrol the back door of the library, I wouldn't have been caught. Evelyn, the 5th-year prefect beside Alec, nodded subtly. She was always seen in impeccably pressed robes, her expression often neutral, but imbued with sharp insight. Is there anyone else who wishes to run? She inquired. A profound silence enveloped the hall. The few girls who had been eager moments ago glanced at Ella's composed demeanor, then considered their own grades and connections, ultimately hesitating to step forward. It appears that there are no further candidates. Evelyn's gaze settled on Ella, a rare hint of a smile gracing her lips. Then, I announce Ella Rochelle elected as the 2nd-year female prefect's assistant. A round of applause erupted from the girls, particularly from Pansy, who stood up enthusiastically clapping, her curls bouncing with excitement. Ella offered a slight bow to the crowd, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Stav. Stav, seated on the sofa, also applauded, a characteristic smirk on his lips, yet he discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Next, we will proceed to the election for the male assistant. Alec's voice resonated once more. Is there anyone who wishes to run for election? Step forward. Malfoy rose almost immediately. He adjusted his silk bow tie and strode confidently to the center of the hall, his platinum hair glistening in the firelight, blinding to behold. I am Draco Malfoy. His voice carried a deliberate arrogance, his chin held high. I believe it is unnecessary for me to elaborate further. The esteemed reputation of the Malfoy family is well known to all. My father, Lucius Malfoy, is a prominent official at the Ministry of Magic and enjoys a close relationship with members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. This means I can secure additional resources for Slytherin, such as superior Quidditch training facilities and rarer potion ingredients. He paused, puffing out his chest intentionally. Moreover, I am a seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team, having contributed to our victories in 2 matches last term. I am confident that a person who understands teamwork can better assist the prefect in managing affairs. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Crabbe and Goyle led the applause, their claps resounding loudly. Several boys from pureblood families nodded in unison, evidently swayed by the Malfoy name. Is there anyone else who wishes to run? Alec inquired. After a few seconds of silence, a tall, thin boy stood up. He was Theo from the Tano family, usually quiet, but now his face flushed red. I would like to give it a try. I received an O in my arithmancy class, and I can help the house calculate scores and even predict which activities will yield points. Malfoy scoffed. Arithmancy? What use is that deceitful trick? Can you predict when Goyle will finally succeed in losing weight? Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Theo's face turned crimson. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. Anyone else? Alec asked once more. The hall fell silent again. Malfoy smirked with satisfaction, preparing to deliver more hollow platitudes when suddenly, a languid voice from the back interrupted. Wait a moment, Malfoy. You haven't mentioned how many points you lost last term. All eyes turned to the back row. The speaker was a 3rd-year boy. Sporting a mocking smile, it was none other than Prefect Blaise. Malfoy's expression darkened instantly. What business is it of yours? Why shouldn't it concern me? Blaise stepped forward, looking down at Malfoy. Last term, you lost 30 points for using magic to attack Gryffindor students in the corridors, and another 20 points for insulting a professor at the dining table. What right do you have to be the prefect's assistant when you cannot even manage your own behavior? You lie. Malfoy nearly jumped up. Whether Blaise spoke the truth, everyone present knew in their hearts. Blaise sneered, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I believe Slytherin requires a truly capable and disciplined assistant, not a spoiled brat who relies solely on family name and temper. The atmosphere in the hall grew instantly awkward. Supporters of Malfoy wore grim expressions, yet none dared to contradict the prefect. The neutral students averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Staff reclined on the sofa, observing Malfoy's shoulders quiver slightly, evidently enraged yet reluctant to confront the head boy. This was perhaps the first time Malfoy had suffered such a significant setback before an audience. At that moment, Ella unexpectedly spoke up. Head boy Blaise, I believe that when evaluating a person, One should consider their progress rather than their past mistakes. Malfoy has indeed transformed considerably this semester compared to the last. Blaise cast a glance at Ella, remaining silent, clearly granting this newly appointed assistant a modicum of respect. Alec timely intervened to mediate. All right, let's put an end to the debate. We shall now proceed to the voting. Those in favor of Malfoy, please raise your hands. Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and a dozen other students from pureblood families promptly lifted their hands, and staff joined them. Now, those in favor of Theodore, please raise your hands. Only a sparse few hands were raised. A smile crept on Malfoy's face as he gazed proudly at his circle of friends. Alec began to tally the votes, poised to announce Draco Malfoy's election as the second-year male prefect's assistant when a sardonic voice pierced through the hall. Malfoy, even your filthy muggle-born roommate, is applauding for you? Before Malfoy's smile could fully settle, Staff's applause abruptly ceased like a severed violin string. His hand hung, suspended in midair, as if the very air in the common room had been siphoned away. The previously boisterous cheers and discussions slipped away through some invisible crevice, leaving only the sporadic crackling of the fire in the hearth, which felt strikingly out of place. Staff's gaze shot towards the source of the voice. Where the third-year head boy Blaise leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, with an unmistakable smirk playing on his lips.